Dad, Aunt Jung wants you to unclog the sewer again. A handsome young man was leaning against the door. He was wearing a white t-shirt, sky blue jeans and a pair of white sneakers. Looking at the middle-aged man applying hairspray in front of the mirror in the room, he has a slicked back hair that is shiny and greasy. The stubble at the corners of his mouth makes his face look a little weathered. After hearing what the boy said, his face suddenly darkened. This is an adult matter. Why are you, a high school student, asking so many questions? Li Bufan explained aggrievedly, I don't want to ask, but if you secretly buy Liuwei Dai Huang pills again, my college tuition will be spent by you. The middle-aged man looked a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that his son would find out about this. How dare you say that to your father? Look at yourself. You finished a pack of 400 tissues in just 2 days. Young people don't know how to be moderate at all. Li Bufan scratched his head and said, didn't I catch a cold these 2 days? The middle-aged man picked up the perfume on the table and sprayed it on himself. He turned his head and glanced at him, saying contemptuously, cold? Then how do you explain the smell of gardenias in your room? Dad, don't worry about these details. I'm going to school first. The school is holding a talent awakening ceremony today. I can't be late. Hey, I'm almost out. I can't let your Aunt Jong wait too long. Li Bufan shook his head. 5 years ago, he traveled from Earth to this parallel world, Blue Star, and lived with this middle-aged man, who was his father, Li Tian. It took less than 20 minutes to get to Jiangnan Middle School by bike, and I quickly found the class on the playground. There was an awakening ball on the stage in front of the playground, and a group of school leaders were sitting next to it. After waiting for half an hour, Principal Yang Huayuan stood up, glanced at the students below the stage and said, students, the talent awakening ceremony has officially begun. You will go on stage one by one according to your class. You just need to put your hands on the talent awakening ball. Now, the students from class 1 will go on stage first. I saw a male classmate walked up and put his hands on the crystal ball. A colorful rune appeared on the crystal ball and went along his arm into his body. After a while, the rune returned to the crystal ball. Then the crystal ball emitted a brown light, and an illusory arm appeared in the sky. A line of text appeared on the surface of the awakening ball, showing the attributes of the awakened talent. The teacher next to it, who was responsible for recording the students' talents, read it out loud. Local enhancement, strength system, talent level D. Local enhancement can strengthen a part of your body during battle, such as hands, feet, head or torso. Of course, it can also strengthen some strange places. Next, Moyun Vine, wood element, talent level D. Zhu Gangli, beast type, talent level C. Rage, strength, talent level C. One after another, students came up to the stage to awaken. Principal Yang Huiyuan's face was dark. After testing for so long, there was still not a single A-level talent. It seemed that this year's bonus would be gone. Upgraded Ironback Bear, beast type, talent A-level. Beep. The whole playground was in an uproar. Finally, a student with A-level talent appeared. Principal Yang Huiyuan's expression eased a little, revealing a hint of relief. Next, Angel of Light, Special System, Talent. SSS level. The teacher in charge of recording had a trembling voice. He was deeply shocked by the result of this awakening. Principal Yang Huiyuan stood up and rushed to the awakening ball to confirm, haha, it's actually an SSS level talent. I didn't expect that such a talent would appear in our Jiangnan Middle School. Li Bufan almost couldn't believe his ears. Someone actually awakened an SSS level talent. He looked up and saw a white light emitting from the awakening ball. A pair of illusory white wings also appeared in the sky, sacred and holy, and standing next to them was a beautiful woman in a white dress. She is tall, slender and elegant like a fairy. Enshrouded in white light, her body seems to radiate a holy glow, just like the fairy Guangon who is detached from the world. P.S. Stop guessing, she is not the heroine, she was killed by the protagonist. Oh my god, someone actually awakened the SSS talent. He's simply invincible. Isn't this Shangguan Wanner? And she's the school beauty. It's really her. I beg you for a photo of the school beauty. I want to put it on the headboard of my bed. Brother, what do you want the photo for? Are you practicing your Kirin arm? Oh my god, this Shangguan Wanner is not only talented, but also has a great body. I can't control her. The students in the audience were talking about it. Who wouldn't envy such top-notch talent? An hour later, it was finally Li Bufan's turn. He walked onto the testing table and gently placed his hands on the talent awakening ball. The colorful runes retracted his arms and entered his body, then returned to the awakening ball. For a moment, the awakening ball showed no reaction at all. Time seemed to stop, and the school leaders and teachers on the stage looked at Li Bufan in shock. No movement, no talent, impossible. Holy shit, what kind of weird thing can I encounter? At this moment, a sweet voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding, the system is here. Ding, the host has been detected to have awakened its talent, and the replication system of the myriad worlds has automatically bounded. Li Bufan was stunned. System, your grandma's finally here. 5 whole years. Before traveling through time, I was a novel fan. I started by renting yellow-covered novels from the bookstore in front of the school, and later read tomato novels on my mobile phone. I can be said to be well-versed in exploring various time travel novels. The system is a must-have artifact for time travelers to travel at home, show off and pick up girls. However, in the past 5 years, he didn't know how many times he had called the system Dad, Grandpa, and Green Bottle in his heart, but there was no response. He didn't expect that sheet would arrive today. System, do you know how I have been living these past 5 years? Ding, host, don't be impatient, I just had to pee urgently, so I'll be a little late. The system is still in a hurry to pee. 5 years is considered a little late. Ding, host, don't worry about these details. As compensation, the system will give you 3 free replication opportunities. Do you want to start the first replication of the heavens and the worlds? Yes. Ding, the myriad worlds are being copied. In front of him, a turntable appeared, with various worlds written on it. The world of Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. Dulu Duluo World. Pirates King World. Hokage Ninja World. Ding, Hokage Ninja World talent copied successfully. Rinnegan, All Skills Grandmaster version. Rinnegan, Truth-Seeking Ball, Will-Grave Prison, Gadu Statue, Shinra Tensei, Universal Pull, Planetary Devastation, Tenge Shinsei, Rhine Tensei Technique, Jao Huangshin Raison, Thousand Paper Crane Body Flicker Technique, Yomi Hirasaka, Tentariki. Ding, successfully converted chakra into the aura of this world. Ding, the item has been placed in the system warehouse. Li Bufan smiled. A fully skilled Grandmaster version of the Rinnegan? How could a Hokage fan not know how powerful the Rinnegan is before traveling across time? It is simply a cheat version. He believed that an SSS level talent was like a younger brother to the Rinnegan. At this time, the talent awakening ball emitted a red light that shot up into the sky. The entire test bench looked like a bloody world. A bloody eyeball appeared in the air. There were 6 circles in the eyeball, and there were 6 tomo in them. However, this time the talent awakening ball did not display any text. Principal Yang Huayuan was stunned. The leaders next to them were also confused. The other teachers were even more confused. Why doesn't the talent awakening ball show the talent attributes? This has never happened before. What kind of spiritual eye is this? Why is it so strange? Principal Yang Huayuan looked into Ling Kong's eyes and said, "Teachers, have you ever heard of this talent?" At the testing table, the teachers looked at each other in amazement and shook their heads. No one knew what kind of talent this was. Principal, this is the first time we have seen this kind of talent. Besides, the awakening ball does not show the talent attributes. This has never happened before. Yang Huayuan frowned, thought for a while and said, "The talent awakening ball does not show the talent attributes. It is either beyond the SSS level talent or below the G level talent. But so far, our human race has never had a talent beyond SSS level. Could it be that the talent is lower than G level? But what is this anomaly?" Yang Huayuan was puzzled for a moment, and the other teachers nodded one after another, obviously agreeing with what Yang Huayuan said. Li Bufan asked weakly, "Teacher, what level of talent do I have?" "Spiritual eyes, talent unknown, level unknown." "Teacher, do you think it's possible that I have a talent that exceeds the SSS level?" "That's possible." The teacher repeated the analysis made by the principal Yang Huayuan. "Haha, that must be a talent that surpasses SSS level." Li Bufan had no doubt about this. He didn't want to dampen Li Bufan's confidence. "This classmate, no matter what talent you have, it can contribute to society. Even a piece of toilet paper has its uses." Li Bufan was too lazy to explain so much and walked away happily. As soon as I returned to the class line, a 200-pound fat man squeezed through the crowd. He walked up and put his arm around Li Bufan's shoulders, looking very servile. "Li Bufan, what talent did you awaken? Even the awakening ball can't measure it." The fat guy's full name is Wang Siking. He is the heir to the richest man in Jiangnan City and also Li Bufan's best friend. The two have been deskmates since junior high school and have a very close relationship. It's just that after entering high school, Li Bufan chose science, while Fatty chose liberal arts. There was no other reason, it was just because there were more female students in the liberal arts class. Hee, that's a Rinnegan that surpasses SSS talent. Rinnegan, you must have made that up yourself. It's even more talented than SSS. If you don't believe me, forget it, you're the first one to know. Keep bragging, and don't be discouraged. When I awaken a talent above A level, I will help you show off and fly. Li Bufan sneered. According to his understanding, the probability of awakening an A-level talent is less than 5%. What part of your asshole saw me getting frustrated? Get lost now, it's your class turn to wake up on stage soon. Hey, just look at me. Half an hour later, Li Bufan saw the fat man walking up with a ruthless step. The awakening ball emitted a gray light, and a gray shadow of the earth appeared in the sky. Earth type, elemental type, talent SS level. Haha, I, Wang Sikong, am indeed the son of destiny. Li Bufan was stunned that he didn't expect that what the fat man said was right. He actually awakened an SS level talent. Principal Yang Huayuan was extremely excited. He did not expect that there would be another student with SS talent. This time, Jiangnan Middle School would surely become famous throughout the country. 2 hours later, the talent awakening ceremony finally ended, but in the end no one had awakened a talent above S level. Yang Huayuan stood up and said with a smile, "Dear students, the talent awakening ceremony is over. Students with high talent levels, I hope you won't become complacent and need to work harder. Students with lower talent level should not be discouraged. As long as you are willing to work hard, I believe your future achievements will not disappoint you. The fat man squeezed through the crowd again, with a proud look on his face. How is it, brother? You are awesome. Fatty, that's great. I didn't expect you to have awakened an SS level talent that you almost surpassed me. To celebrate our awakening of our talents today, how about I treat you to a feast tonight? Lee Bufan's eyes lit up. What feast? It has to be a beer and barbecue. Okay, see you at the usual place tonight. Hehe, let me share another piece of news with you. It is said that if your talent awakening level is high, you will receive invitations from the 4 major colleges in Kyoto and you don't have to take the college entrance examination. The 4 major academies in Kyoto are Qinglong Academy, Beihu Academy, Suzaku Academy, and Suamiyu Academy. Lee Bufan naturally knew about these 4 colleges, which specialized in recruiting students with A-level talents or above. In addition, the 4 major colleges are in competition with each other. Once talents above S-level appear, they will be scrambled for by the 4 major colleges. Lee Bufan was a little depressed. His talent was definitely top-notch, but the awakening ball couldn't even test the level of his rinnegan, which meant that he might not receive an invitation from the 4 major academies in Kyoto. However, Lee Bufan believed that even if he did not receive an invitation from the 4 major academies, he would definitely shine wherever he went with his rinnegan ability. The two of them walked out of the school gate arm in arm, talking and laughing, but saw dozens of luxury cars parked at the school gate, including G-Class, Ferrari, and Bentley. Next to each luxury car stood a man in a black suit and sunglasses. At this moment, many students gathered at the school gate and talked about the situation in front of them. Fatty, could it be that your family knew that you had awakened your SS level talent, so they specially made such a big scene to pick you up? Wang Yasai Chong said doubtfully. No, I haven't told my family yet. Besides, none of these license plates belong to me. At this time, Shangguan Wanner walked out of the school and immediately attracted the attention of all the classmates. Lee Bufan noticed a handsome young man coming out of a phantom with a bouquet of roses in his hand, and he walked slowly towards Guan Wanner. It turns out that this guy Zudge was pursuing Shangguan Wanner. The fat man said sourly. Hasn't he always been pursuing Shangguan Wanner? I didn't expect such a big scene to happen today. Fatty, this Zudge was even more heroic than you. Tisk, just pretending. Everyone can do that. If you want to chase a girlfriend someday, I can get you hundreds of luxury cars without any problem. Although he traveled to this parallel world, Lee Bufan was still a little moved when he heard these words. Fatty, how about introducing your sister to me? From now on, you will be my brother-in-law. Wang Yasai Chang's face darkened instantly. You bastard, have you been eyeing my sister for a long time? My sister is only 16 years old and you're already thinking about her? Hehe, we brothers should keep the wealth within our family. Instead of letting other pigs take it, it's better for me to have it. Don't you think so? Besides, Loli has her own taste. You bastard, don't even think about it. Lee Bufan. Bufan, I remember that Shangguan Wanner's family lives in the same neighborhood as yours, right? Lee Bufan nodded. Shangguan Wanner and he did live in the same community, but they didn't have much in common. They were just acquaintances. Shangguan Wanner looked at Zudge who was walking towards her, frowning and revealing a hint of disgust. Zudge has always had a bad reputation in Jiangnan No. 1 middle school. Not only did he often bully other students by relying on his family, he also got several female classmates pregnant. These things caused a sensation in the school, and the school was helpless. In the end, it could only let the Zudge family pay compensation to settle the matter privately. Lee Bufan once met Shangguan Wanner at the gate of the community, and then the two went to school together. Later, when Zudge found out, he warned her several times. Wanner, you look so beautiful today. This is for you. Zudge handed over the rose with a smile. I'm allergic to roses, he said, turning around and preparing to leave. Zudge threw the rose in his hand to the ground upon hearing this, and said apologetically, Wanner, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were allergic to roses. Can I take you home? No, I can go home by myself. Zudge was not surprised by Shangguan Wanner's attitude. That he had been pursuing Shangguan Wanner for a year, but Shangguan Wanner still ignored him. Wanner, it's not safe for you to go home alone. I specially selected dozens of cars for you today to take you home. Shangguan Wanner glanced at the dozens of luxury cars in front of her without being moved at all. Suddenly, she saw Lee Bufan and Wang Sikong standing together in the crowd. Someone has already taken me home. Then she walked towards Lee Bufan and Fatty Wang. Bufan, why is Shangguan Wanner coming to us? Lee Bufan's face changed, and he turned around and left. Fatty, hurry up, Shangguan Wanner is trying to pass the blame to us. The fat man understood instantly. He grabbed Lee Bufan and laughed. Why are you leaving? What are you afraid of with me here? You bastard, I'm not afraid, I just don't want to take the blame for no reason. Not only do I not get any benefit, but I also get into trouble. P.S. The key is that readers don't like it. Shangguan Wanner saw Lee Bufan turning around and trying to leave, and hurriedly said, Lee Bufan, aren't you going home with me? Lee Bufan was extremely depressed. He pretended not to hear anything and quickly pulled the fat man away from this place of trouble. The fat man looked at Lee Bufan in a mean way, as if he was gloating over his misfortune. Zudge ran over quickly, stared at Lee Bufan with a gloomy face and said, It's you again. don't you know what kind of person you are? Li Bufan was furious. I had already walked away, but you followed me. He responded coldly, anything is better than a dog that bites people. You fucking. Before Zujwu finished speaking, the fat man glared at him and said, what's the matter? Can't my brother send Shangwan home? They live in the same neighborhood. I think you really need to eat less salt that you are so bored. Wang Sikong, this has nothing to do with you, right? The fat man put his arm around Li Bufan's shoulders and said, my brother's business is my business. Zujwu had no way to deal with the fat man. In terms of family strength, he was not as strong as the Wang family, and in terms of talent, Wang Sikong crushed him. Wanner, I know you're just looking for an excuse, can you give me a chance? Shangwan Wanner walked to Li Bufan, took his arm and looked at Zujwu. Li Bufan was stunned by Shangwan Wanner's action. Feeling the gentle squeeze from her arm, he almost couldn't control himself for a moment. At this moment, Zujwu was like an enraged bull, with his eyes wide open, veins on his neck bulging, and his teeth chattering. I advise you to move your hand away. Li Bufan smiled slightly, pulled away Shangwan Wanner's arm, went around behind her and hugged her slender waist. Shangwan Wanner glared at him, her face slightly red, but she did not struggle to break free. Haha, great job, brother, the fat man shouted from the side. Since Li Bufan has taken the blame, he certainly can't take it for nothing. If you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you're a bastard. This has always been his motto. Zujwu gritted his teeth and said coldly, you trash, just wait for me, then turned around and left with a dozen luxury cars. How long are you going to hug me? Shangwan Wanner glared at him. Li Bufan withdrew his hand and scratched his head. I saw that you were enjoying it, so I hugged you a little longer. Shangwan Wanner's shy face flushed slightly. Pa, who enjoyed it, but I still want to thank you today. Hey, it's no big deal. Remember to come to me for this kind of thing next time. Hearing this, she burst out laughing. Isn't it a bit redundant for me to stand here? The fat man said at an inappropriate time. Li Bufan rolled his eyes at him and complained inwardly, you're really ruining the mood. At this time, a BMW X6 drove up and stopped beside them. The window was rolled down, and a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white long-sleeved shirt was seen sitting in the driver's seat. He smiled at Shangwan Wanner and said, Wanner, get in the car. Shangwan Wanner nodded to Li Bufan and Fatty, thank you so much for today, I'm leaving first. Watching Shangwan Wanner leave, the fat man smiled at Li Bufan and muttered, beauty, you won't smile while sitting on your bicycle after all. What the hell are you mumbling about? Li Bufan kicked his butt. Go home, see you at the usual place tonight. He rode his bike and rushed home at lightning speed. He couldn't help but want to try out his rinnegan. In the bathroom, Li Bufan moved his mind and a pair of red eyeballs appeared in his hands. He pressed his hands on his eyes, and in the mirror, there were 6 circles in each of his eyes, with 6 tomo in the middle. P.S. Rinnegan has purple, red, blue, and gold colors. Readers who are not sure can read the Naruto story. The rinnegan in this article combines all the abilities of the above rinnegan. It's coming, it's the rinnegan after all. Personal attributes: name, Li Bufan talent, rinnegan talented skills, truth-seeking ball, will grave prison, Kadu statue, Shinra Tensei, universal pull, planetary devastation, Tenge Shinsei, Rhine Tensei technique, Jo Huangshan resound, thousand paper crane body flicker technique, Yomi Harasaka, heaven's hand power. P.S. Susanoo appears later. Realm, none skill, none skills, none copy points. These 2 copy points should be the 3 copy opportunities given by the system at the beginning. After copying the rinnegan once, there are 2 copy opportunities left. But why are my talent skills all gray? System, why is my talent skill gray? Ding, the host is currently at no realm, has no spiritual power in his body, and cannot use his innate skills. In other words, there is no chakra in the body. Li Bufan knows that he cannot practice before awakening his talent, he can only start practicing after his talent is awakened. The school also teaches basic breathing methods to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for practice. I see. How do I get those copy points? Ding, the copy point system automatically obtains 1 point every month. System, begin copying the universe. Ding, the myriad worlds are being copied. Ding, the ancient world skills were copied successfully. Hongmeng breathing method. Hongmeng breathing method, a companion practice at the beginning of heaven and earth and the dawn of chaos. What level of breathing technique is this? It looks very powerful. Ding, no level, in short, invincible. Haha, I just like the word invincible. System, copy it again. Ding, the myriad worlds are being copied. Ding, Pirates King's world has been copied successfully. Black Blade Knight, can recognize the owner by dropping blood. Black Blade Knight, one of the 12 supreme sharp swords, the weapon held by my hawk, the Hawkeye in the Pirates King world. Holy crap, Black Blade Yeto was copied here, he's totally invincible, haha. With a thought, a 2-meter-long black knife appeared in his hand, and the blade emitted a sharp cold light. He reached out and touched the tip of the knife, and the cold light pierced his skin, and a drop of blood flowed out. Ding, Black Blade Knight successfully recognized its master. This Black Blade Knight is probably at least an SSS level weapon. With a thought, Black Blade Ye was put back into the system warehouse. Back in the room, Li Bufan sat cross-legged on the bed and began to absorb spiritual energy according to the Hongmeng breathing method. Li Bufan felt countless spiritual energy from the surrounding heaven and earth pouring into his body, and he felt warm all over, feeling extremely comfortable. It's like jumping into a hot spring in the cold winter. It's even more comfortable than sage time. It didn't take long for Li Bufan to get used to this feeling the saturation of spiritual energy in his body. Boom! It was as if a shackle had been opened inside his body, and the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth surged in even more crazily, and Li Bufan opened his eyes. I have broken through to bronze 1 star. The Hongmeng breathing method is indeed invincible. It actually allowed me to break through so quickly. Li Bufan knew that the realms of this world were initially divided into 3 realms: bronze, silver, and gold, and each realm was divided into 1 to 9 stars. Looking at the personal attribute panel again, Li Bufan discovered that one of his talent skills had turned green, which meant that he could now use this talent skill. Wheel 2, Border Prison. Suddenly, a transparent shadow appeared beside him. This shadow could be controlled at will. Li Bufan believed that no one in this world could see or perceive this shadow. Unless someone in this world awakens the rinnegan or learns the 6 paths magic, it can be sensed. It really is Madara-sama's rinnegan talent, and now it belongs to me. Suddenly feeling dizzy, Li Bufan took back the shadow. It seemed that his realm was still too low. 2 rinnegan should be able to split into 4 shadows. Now only 1 shadow can be split out, and the time should not exceed 5 minutes. The time is too short. How can a man be so short? No, I have to practice hard. Wandering, on the road. Are you leaving? Via. The phone in his hand rang, and Li Bufan took a look and saw that it was the fat man Wang Sikong calling. Hello, fatty. I'm almost there, come quickly. Yeah, we'll be leaving soon. After practicing for a while, I almost forgot the time. I left the community, scanned a shared bicycle and prepared to set off. At this time, a BMW X6 stopped at the gate of the community. Li Bufan saw Shangguan Wan'er getting out of the car, and the two looked at each other. Shangguan Wan'er stared into his eyes with a hint of surprise. Are you going out? Yeah, Wang Sikong ordered roasted kidneys, bull whips, and chicken kidneys and asked me to come over to replenish my energy. How about we go eat some together? Shangguan Wan'er looked at Li Bufan in astonishment. Pa, who would eat something so disgusting? Li Bufan chuckled, and out of the corner of his eye he saw the man with gold-rimmed glasses and the BMW giving him a cold look with hostility in his eyes. He got on his bike, rang the bell, waved to her, and left. I ride my beloved little bicycle, and it will never get stuck in traffic. After about a quarter of an hour, Li Bufan arrived at Jinyu Barbecue and saw the fat man looking around at the door of the store. The store was already full. Fatty, what are you doing standing at the door? There's no room inside. Bufan, what's wrong with your eyes? Li Bufan glanced inside and saw that it was indeed crowded. There were even several tables of people sitting outside the store. This is my gifted spiritual eye. Why don't we sit outside as well? Outside? You want me, the heir to the richest man in Jiangnan City, to sit outside and eat barbecue? Just ask you if you want to eat or not. Li Bufan rolled his eyes at him, knowing the fat man's character. Eat, I can't make this trip for nothing. Li Bufan ordered 10 skewers of lamb kidneys, a dozen oysters, 10 skewers of pork penis, 20 skewers of leeks, and a dozen scallops. What are you ordering? Do you want to eat more like this? Give me one too. After a while, the waiter brought 2 plates of peanuts and a box of cold beer. The two drank and chatted, and the fat man couldn't help asking, Bufan, the college entrance examination is only half a month away. Which university are you going to attend? I don't know yet. With your SS level talent, the 4 major colleges haven't sent you an invitation yet. The fat man patted his chest and said proudly, of course I have. The 4 major colleges have invited me and promised me a lot of benefits. Li Bufan immediately became interested. What are the benefits? The best one is of course Qinglong Academy. They promised that if I joined Qinglong Academy, they would reward me with 1,000 spirit stones, a set of A-level breathing techniques, a B-level storage ring, and a villa in Kyoto. Li Bufan was shocked. 1 spirit stone is now worth 1 million in the market, and 1,000 spirit stones are worth 1 billion. The spiritual energy contained in the spirit stone is hundreds of times richer than the spiritual energy contained in the air. The normal cultivation speed of ordinary people and the speed of cultivation using spirit stones are completely incomparable. 1 is in heaven and the other is underground. A-level breathing techniques are even more precious. If they were to be auctioned publicly, they would be worth at least 2 billion. A villa in Kyoto would be worth no less than 400 or 500 million. Storage rings are also extremely rare treasures. Storage rings are made of rare space stones and a variety of precious materials. The higher the level of the storage ring, the larger the space inside. I didn't expect Qinglong Academy to be so generous. The total amount must be at least 4 billion, it's really a huge investment. Well, the most important thing is the A-level breathing method, which is a skill that cannot be bought with money. Li Bufan was a little depressed. If the awakening ball could measure the level of rinnegan, he wouldn't be in such an embarrassing situation now. Fatty, wouldn't the 4 major colleges go crazy fighting for the SSS level talents? The fat man chuckled, of course. As for the reward, I actually asked about it. The conditions offered by the SSS Talent Xinglong Academy are 3,000 spirit stones, S-level breathing method, a Kyoto villa, an S-level weapon, and an A-level storage ring. The total is definitely more than 10 billion. Li Bufan was speechless. His family was struggling to pay for his college tuition, not to mention other training resources. He clearly had a talent beyond SSS, but he got nothing. There is no reward for taking the college entrance examination normally and entering university. Not only is there no reward, but you have to pay for your tuition yourself, and the school will not provide any training resources. Bufan, don't be discouraged. You can take the college entrance examination. Besides, I will protect you in terms of cultivation resources in the future. He looked at the fat man with gratitude. There was no need for any more polite words between the two of them. He picked up the beer and said, Fatty, I'll give you a beer, but we're not sure who will protect whom in the future, hee. It must be done. The waiters also started to bring out the barbecue one after another. Li Bufan hadn't had dinner yet and was already starving. He grabbed the lamb kidney and started chewing on it. He would never eat kidneys again, and once he started eating them, he couldn't stop. Fatty, so you've decided to go to Xinglong College? Seeing him eating roasted kidneys, Li Bufan said vaguely, well, it's decided. They offer the best conditions. The strength of the 4 major colleges in Kyoto is almost the same, and everyone will choose the one with the best treatment. Wandering, on the road. Are you leaving? Via. I checked my phone and it turned out to be my dad calling. Dad, what's wrong? Where are you, little brat? You don't even come home for dinner. Oh, Wang Sikong and I are having a barbecue outside. Barbecue? Pack 20 skewers of grilled lamb kidneys for your dad. I feel a little backache today. After hanging up the phone, Li Bufan called the waiter and, under the waiter's strange look, ordered another 20 skewers of grilled kidneys to take away. The fat man couldn't help laughing and said, if I didn't know that this was packed for your dad, I would have thought you were definitely not going to make it. Get lost, you are the one who is not capable of this. Li Bufan rolled his eyes at him. The two drank for a while, and suddenly Li Bufan saw a familiar figure coming out of Jinyu barbecue. Zujwu came out supported by several people. It seemed that he had drunk enough. The people around him also seemed to be students of Jiangnan No. 1 Middle School. As soon as he came out, he saw Li Bufan and the fat man sitting outside, and staggered towards them. Damn it, it's really a narrow road for enemies to meet again. You are so talented that there is no trash at this level. Li Bufan looked at him coldly. Come out to bite people again. The fat man stood up and stared at Zujwu. I was in a good mood and came out to relax, but now he has made me lose all interest. Zujwu, if you want to act crazy while drunk, go back home and don't embarrass yourself in public. Wang Sikong, this is a matter between him and me. It has nothing to do with you. Li Bufan pulled the fat man to sit down. He wanted to see what Zujwu was trying to do today, as he kept coming out to bite people. What do you want? You come out to bite people every day. I'm already annoyed by you. Zujwu's face was filled with anger, his eyes seemed to be emitting fire, and his expression looked extremely ferocious. A piece of trash with no talent at all, no money, no talent, and a toad wanting to eat swan meat, without even considering whether he is worthy of it. Li Bufan sneered, what does it have to do with you whether I am worthy or not? Zujwu sneered, what does it have to do with me? I'm afraid you don't know yet. I have investigated your information very clearly. Your father Li Tian works in Huiyang Group and earns 10,000 yuan a month, but he lost his job today, haha. If I find out that you are close to Shangguanwaner again, I will make sure that you die without knowing how, including your family members. Li Bufan's face suddenly darkened. He and his father depended on each other for survival. Their life was already quite difficult, but he did not expect that his father would become unemployed. Anyone who dared to threaten his father would touch his reverse scale. At this time, the fat man couldn't help it anymore. He stood up and pointed at Zujwu and said angrily, you are simply a scumbag. People as shameless as you are worse than pigs and dogs. It is the right choice for Shangguanwaner to look down on you. The fat man turned his head and looked at Li Bufan and said, Bufan, if this scumbag dares to touch you, I will make him pay for it. I will also take care of your father's job. Wang Sikong, you can protect them for a while, but you can protect them for a lifetime. With the strength of my Zuj family, it is easy to make this pair of trash father and son disappear. At this moment, the commotion here attracted more and more people to watch. Li Bufan could no longer bear it. He stared at Zujwu coldly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. Wheel 2, Border Prison. A transparent shadow went around behind Zujwu and kicked him hard in the crotch. Ah! Zujwu covered his lower body and looked back, but there was no one behind him. The shadow went around in front of him and kicked him in the crotch. He screamed again and retreated repeatedly, thinking that Li Bufan had attacked him. Zujwu turned around and saw that Li Bufan was still sitting on the stool and had not stood up at all. Who did it? Stand up. The shadow continued to go around behind him and kicked him hard in the lower body. I saw him kneeling on the ground, bending over and covering his lower body. He was in so much pain that he couldn't make a sound. Shadow came back again and kicked him hard in the lower body again. Zujwu threw himself forward, curled up on the ground, and wailed in pain. The other students nearby were all confused. What happened to Zujwu? Why was he suddenly covering his lower body and screaming? They all surrounded him. Master Wu, what's wrong with you, what happened? Zudge Wu gritted his teeth, the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitching as he said, someone attacked me in secret. What, someone secretly attacked? Master Wu, why didn't we see anything? Zudge Wu was a little scared at this moment, with a look of fear in his eyes, and he was completely different from before. This person suddenly attacked him secretly. Not to mention others, even he himself didn't see who did it. If this person wanted to kill him quietly, he would probably not even know how he died in the end. His legs were so weak that he couldn't even stand up. Help me up now. Several people helped him up, and Zudge Wu panted and said, Senior, if I have offended you in any way, I hope you will forgive me. I will apologize to you here. He bowed to everyone around him, limped away without looking back. The fat man was completely confused, he didn't know what Zudge Wu was up to. At the beginning, he was lying on the ground in pain for no reason. Could it be that someone really attacked Zudge Wu secretly? The onlookers nearby were all confused. They had originally hoped to watch the fun, but they didn't expect this to be the outcome. Li Bufen's expression eased a little. He didn't expect that Zudge Wu would imagine a senior in his mind and didn't associate him with it at all. It's no wonder. After all, their talents were just awakened today. Who would have thought that someone would break through so quickly? The fat man turned to look at Li Bufen, with a thoughtful look on his face. Bufen, what's going on? Pulling the fat man to sit down, Li Bufen whispered in his ear, this is my innate skill that I can split a transparent shadow, which other people can't detect at all. The fat man was stunned, his copper bell-like eyes revealing an expression of disbelief. What kind of talent is this? You just awakened your talent today and you have already broken through to bronze 1 star. Li Bufen rolled his eyes at him and said, I told you it was a rinnegan that surpassed the SSS level talent, and you still didn't believe it. Hee, this is just one of my innate skills. When I reach a higher level, I can kill everything in my power. I can kill gods and Buddhas. The fat man rubbed his hands together and laughed. Really? Then I'm determined to hold on to you. Don't worry, but you have to keep my talent a secret for now. I know. You know my mouth can't be pried open even by an excavator. Picking up a bunch of grilled kidneys and stuffing them into his mouth, the fat man naturally opened his mouth and took a bite. A bunch of grilled kidneys have been pried open, do you still need an excavator? The two sat for a while and then went home. As soon as they got on their bikes, they received a phone call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is that? A charming voice came from the other end of the phone. Excuse me, is this Li Bufen? Li Bufen asked doubtfully, it's me. Who are you? Hello, I'm Zhao Bai, the person in charge of the admissions office of Yanjing College. Is it convenient for you to come out now? I want to talk to you in person. Yanjing College? Li Bufen knows a little about this school. Yanjing College can be said to be the oldest college in Kyoto. Unlike the 4 major colleges, Yanjing College only recruits students with A-level talents or above. Instead, they recruit students with strange talents. For example, some people have the talent to turn into a tree, or some have the talent to communicate with strange beasts. These talents may seem to have no combat effectiveness in the eyes of the 4 major colleges, but Yanjing College specializes in recruiting students with these 8 gate talents. Yes, how about Zayadao Coffee in front of Xingqiu Community? A surprised voice came from the phone. Haha, I'm at Zayadao Coffee in front of Xingqiu Community right now. Okay, I'll be there in about 10 minutes. The person in charge of the admissions office of Yanjing College is actually at Zayadao Coffee opposite the Xingqiu Community? Could it be that he is going to invite Shangguan Wanner to join Yanjing College? 10 minutes later, Li Bufen arrived at Zayadao Coffee. As soon as he entered, he saw a man in his 40s with a full beard. He looks extremely tall and burly. It is hard to imagine that the attractive voice on the phone actually comes from such a burly man. The two shook hands, and Li Bufen sat down opposite him. Teacher Zhao has seen me before. He stared at Li Bufen's eyes for a while before saying, no, but your class teacher showed me your class photo. Li Bufen finally understood, no wonder he had his own cell phone number. Student Li, I won't beat around the bush, I want to invite you to join Yanjing College. He understood the other party's intention without thinking. Anyway, the 4 major colleges would not invite him, so Li Bufen from Yanjing College did not mind. Teacher Zhao, why did you think of inviting me to Yanjing College? Because of your talent. I have looked up all the information about your talent but have found nothing. So the only explanation is that your talent is a new type that has never appeared before. Li Bufen nodded. This rinnegan only existed in anime before traveling through time. Student Li, these red eyes with circles around them are your talent, right? What kind of spiritual eyes are these? Yes, it's the rinnegan. Zhao Bai nodded thoughtfully, being completely unfamiliar with this talent. Teacher Zhao, is there any reward? This is what Li Bufen is most concerned about. His father is unemployed now, and a reward would be just enough to help him get through the current difficulties. Zhao Bai didn't expect that Li Bufen didn't ask about the situation of Yanjing College, but asked for a reward directly. He was stunned immediately. He smiled awkwardly. Haha, of course I have it, 50 spirit stones, a D-level breathing method, a D-level storage ring, and an apartment in Yanjing. Li Bufen calculated that the value of these rewards should be around 70 to 80 million, which is more than 100 times lower than that of students with SSS level talents. Teacher Zhao, can this D-level breathing method be converted into money? Zhao Bai was stunned that even if he didn't want the breathing method, he would exchange it for spirit stones or other cultivation resources. But would anyone exchange it for money, or did he have a more advanced breathing method? Are you short of money? Li Bufan nodded awkwardly. Something happened at home recently and I need some money. Well, I understand. The market value of the D-level breathing method should be around 2 million. I can exchange it for 2 million in cash for you. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhao. Haha, you're welcome. Welcome to Yanjing College. Zhao Bai handed Li Bufan a ring, the spirit stone and the apartment key are in it. I will transfer the money to your card now. He immediately took out his mobile phone and operated it. Li Bufan received a text message from the bank on his mobile phone, indicating that the money had arrived. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I have received the money. Zhao Bai nodded slightly. You're welcome. I hope you will work hard after joining Yanjing College. I will try my best. Since you have joined Yanjing College, it doesn't matter whether you take the college entrance examination or not, but I suggest you still take it. This time, your college entrance examination will be held in a low-level secret realm that you can hunt strange beasts in it to improve your combat ability. There may also be some opportunities in the secret realm. Hearing this, Li Bufan suddenly became interested in the secret realm of the college entrance examination. Thank you, Teacher Zhao. I know. I will also take the college entrance examination. He was naturally aware of the secret realms. Thousands of years ago, countless secret realms appeared on Blue Star, but to this day no one knew how the secret realms were formed. When the secret realm first appeared, the spiritual energy gushing out of it made Blue Star enter an era of spiritual revival. Along with the gushing of spiritual energy, countless strange beasts in the secret realm began to invade the Blue Star. Because of the revival of spiritual energy, humans began to awaken their special abilities. After paying an extremely tragic price, they finally achieved the current period of balance. The alien beasts were driven out of the human city, and humans built high walls around the city to protect it from invasion by the alien beasts. Later, through investigation by powerful humans, it was discovered that many secret realms were connected to the otherworld. From time to time, strange beasts from the otherworld come to the secret realm, and the secret realm has since been developed by humans. Whether it is the strange beasts or natural treasures in the secret realm, they are all of great help to cultivation. There are also some sect ruins in the secret realm. Most of the skills that humans practice now come from the sect ruins in the secret realm. As for where these sects are now, no one knows. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. If there's anything else, you can always call me. Okay, Teacher Zhao. After Zhao Bai left, Li Bufan went straight home. Hey, you little bastard, you still know to go home at this late hour? Why are your eyes so red? He reached out and handed over the roasted kidney. Dad, this is my rinnegan that I awakened today. He leaned in to take a closer look. Rinnegan, what level of talent is this? Hey, Dad, if I say I have a talent beyond SSS level, would you believe me? Li Tian patted his chest and said, Son, I definitely believe what you said. Dad, I heard you lost your job. Li Tian looked a little embarrassed and he stammered for a long time without being able to utter a word. Isn't it just unemployment? There's nothing to be embarrassed about. Besides, I just received 2 million. What am I embarrassed to say? What did you just say? What 2 million? Li Bufan told the story of Yanjing College and also told the story of Zudge Wu. I thought I was doing well, but it turned out that you, a bastard, were the one who caused me trouble. Wait until I finish eating the roasted kidneys and see how I'm going to deal with you. Ding, 1,500,000 yuan has arrived in Alipay. Li Tian chuckled, Son, I was just joking with you. How could Dad bear to hit you? Li Bufan rolled his eyes at him. As far as he could remember, his father had never beaten him. It was just that after his mother passed away, his father would repair televisions and water pipes for various aunties every now and then. Dad, please spend sparingly. I only have 500,000 yuan. Li Tian sighed, lit a cigarette, took a puff silently, and then said leisurely, Alas, my son has grown up, and I have started to teach Lao Zi how to do things. Yes, you can spend it however you like. Hey, don't worry, son. Am I the kind of person who spends money recklessly? Li Bufan shook his head and went back to the room. He took out the storage ring and looked at it carefully. It was not much different from an ordinary ring, except for the slightly different color. This storage ring looked more like it was carved from jade. A wisp of spiritual energy seeped in. The space inside was only about 4 cubic meters, and 50 crystal clear spiritual stones were placed inside. Taking out a spirit stone, he immediately felt the extremely rich spiritual energy contained in it. Li Bufan immediately sat cross-legged and practiced the Hongmeng breathing method. The spiritual energy in the spirit stone seeps into the body like wisps of mist. The spiritual energy contained in this spiritual stone is indeed more than 100 times richer than the spiritual energy in the air. After one night, the spiritual energy in the body had reached a bottleneck. Boom! A shackle in the body broke apart, and the surrounding spiritual energy surged in even more crazily. Click! Li Bufan opened his eyes suddenly, revealing a hint of joy. Then he looked at the spirit stone in his hand and saw that it had lost its color and shattered. He broke through to the bronze 2-star realm. One spirit stone is only enough for me to practice for one night. If it were someone else, it would probably take 4 or 5 days to use up one spirit stone. He once again realized the invincibility of the Hongmeng breathing method. The system was not deceiving him. Personal attributes: name, Li Bufan talent, rinnegan talented skills, truth-seeking ball, rinnegan, will brave prison, Gadu statue, Shinra tensei, universal pull, planetary devastation, Tenge shinsei, Rhine tensei technique, Jao Huangshan resound, thousand paper crane body flicker technique, Yomi Hirasaka, Tentariki. P.S. In order to prevent people from accusing the author of poor writing, some changes have been made later. Personal attributes will not appear if new talents or skills are not awakened. Level Bronze 2-star Kung Fu Hongmeng breathing method skills, none. Copy point 0. I looked at my personal attributes again, and this time I didn't expect that 2 more skills turned green. Universal pull. He stretched out his palm, and suddenly an inexplicable suction force appeared in his hand, and the teacup on the table was immediately sucked into his hand. Shinra tensei, bang! The teacup in his hand immediately flew out and broke into pieces. Li Bufan felt dizzy again. Just by sucking a cup and flicking a cup, the spiritual energy in his body was basically consumed. Damn it, this rinnegan is useful, but it consumes too much mana. After a night of practice, I didn't feel tired at all. It seems that I don't need to sleep anymore in the future. I can practice and rest at the same time. 1 spirit stone a day, and 50 spirit stones would take more than 2 months to complete. This is only the case when he does not practice during the day. If he practices during the day, the 50 spirit stones will probably be used up in a month. Having used spirit stones to practice, he no longer cared about the speed of practicing by absorbing spiritual energy from the air. No wonder everyone in this world can awaken their talents, but there are so few people who can truly practice. With a spirit stone costing millions, how many people can have this ability? Li Bufan had a headache. According to the minimum standard for his cultivation, he needed 30 spirit stones a month, which meant he spent 30 million a month. When reaching the later stage, the demand for spirit stones will be even more terrifying. He began to envy those who awakened SSS level talents, who were rewarded with 3,000 spirit stones right from the start. It seems that the most important thing now is to find a way to earn spirit stones. Everything else can be put aside for now. After getting up and washing up, Li Bufan rode his bicycle to school. Normally I would be out of breath after riding my bike for 20 minutes to school. Today I rode my bike for 20 minutes without any discomfort. My waist didn't hurt and my legs didn't feel sore anymore. When he arrived at the school gate, Li Bufan saw the fat man already waiting for him there. The fat man pulled him with a smile on his face and said, "Extraordinary, extraordinary, I have broken through to the bronze 1-star realm, haha." Li Bufan sneered, "Fatty, you have SS level talent, and you have spirit stones to assist your training. If you haven't broken through to bronze 1-star by now, I would suspect that you have a fake SS talent. Hee, there are so many students who haven't made a breakthrough yet, can't I be proud for a moment? I'm already a bronze 2-star, and I'm not as proud as you are." What? How is this possible? The fat man's jaw dropped to the ground. He had finally cultivated to bronze 1-star, but he didn't expect that Li Bufan would break through to bronze 2-star overnight. After talking to Fatty about Yenching College, he finally came to his senses. Extraordinary, even if you have the assistance of spirit stones, this speed is too fast. Li Bufan knew that his cultivation speed had a lot to do with his talent in Hongmeng breathing method. I originally wanted to tell Fatty about it, but in the end I thought better of it. After all, the Hongmeng breathing method is too shocking. Fatty, how long do you think it will take for you to use up 1 spirit stone? The fat man didn't understand why Li Bufan asked this for a moment. I feel like 1 spirit stone can be used for about 3 days. 3 days was about what Li Bufan had estimated. A person with average talent would probably consume 1 spirit stone in 6 or 7 days. I see. Do you know how to earn spirit stones? The fat man looked at Li Bufan in surprise. Didn't you just receive 50 spirit stones from Yanjing College? Why do you want to earn spirit stones? Li Bufan smiled bitterly. Not enough, 1 spirit stone is only enough for me to practice for 1 night. He stared at Li Bufan blankly, unable to close his mouth for a long time. This time he completely believed that Li Bufan's talent was beyond the SSS level. Bufan, I have some spiritual stones here, you can use them first. Thanks, Fatty, but I won't need you for now, I'll find you when I need you. Okay. After arriving at the classroom, the two returned to their respective classes. Li Bufan was usually relatively low-key in class, and his relationship with his classmates was neither good nor bad. As soon as he entered the classroom today, he noticed a pair of eyes staring at him. He glanced out of the corner of his eye and found that it was Lu Wenjin. I still have some impression of Lu Wenjin. Li Bufan. I remember when he awakened his talent yesterday, he awakened the B-level talent Savage Charge. He can rush to his opponent in an instant with a burst of powerful force. This talent can catch people off guard if they are not careful. Li Bufan didn't understand why Lu Wenjin had been staring at him since he entered the classroom and continued to stare at him until he sat down at his seat. Is there something wrong? Li Bufan couldn't help but ask. Lu Wenjin raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a trace of disdain. It's okay, I just think your innate spiritual eye level is not even there, I'm just a little curious. Lu Wenjin's words instantly attracted the attention of other students in the class, and they were all curious about Li Bufan's talent. Is it true that his talent is not even as good as that of G-level talent, that is why the awakening ball did not show up? It's just that you don't know each other. What's the fuss? Oh, are you trying to say that you have great talent? Lu Wenjin sneered. The other students also started laughing. Since you have such great talent, why not show it to everyone? Haha. Not bad, not bad. I also want to see what abilities the talents that the awakening ball can't measure are capable of. Could it be that his red eyes are his spiritual eye talent? Why does it look like he has pink eye disease? The innate ability that even the awakening ball can't measure must be earth-shattering and soul-stirring. Haha. Facing the ridicule of these classmates, Li Bufan sneered, "Shut your stinky mouths, Lu Wenjin. Tell me, who instructed you to do this?" Lu Wenjin's eyes flashed with panic, but he quickly recovered and said calmly, "I don't understand what you are talking about." He thought he had concealed it well, but he didn't know that such a subtle change could escape Li Bufan's rinnegan. "Oh, so you're so willing to be a dog for others, just be a dog in your next life." There was a fierce and violent flash in his eyes, his cheeks trembling, and he pointed at Li Bufan. "What are you talking about, you rubbish? Tisk, 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 and it's a deaf dog, so pitiful." Lu Wenjin could no longer control his anger. He clenched his hands tightly and spiritual power surged throughout his body. The students next to him were frightened by his momentum and took a few steps back, looking at Lu Wenjin in shock. Spiritual power. He broke through to Bronze Star 1 so quickly. It's only been a day. As expected, he has awakened a B-level talent. His training speed is much faster than ours. Li Bufan really overestimated his own abilities. He deserved it for angering Lu Wenjin. He is in trouble now. Lu Wenjin pointed at Li Bufan. "Say it again." Li Bufan's expression did not change at all. This little spiritual power was nothing to him. "Didn't you hear clearly? You are really a deaf dog. Also, I advise you not to do it, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Even if you don't say it, I can guess that you are a dog under Zujwu." Apart from Zujwu, no one else in the school would challenge him so blatantly. But what is the meaning of Zujwu doing this? Lu Wenjin's face was grim, and he gritted his teeth and blurted out 2 words, "You're looking for death." He immediately used his talent of brutal charge, and in an instant he was in front of Li Bufan, punching him in the abdomen with his fist. Li Bufan was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Lu Wenjin's talent was so fast. Shinra Tensei, bang! All the classmates, books, desks, and chairs within 2 meters around Li Bufan flew away in an instant, and a vacuum zone seemed to be formed with him as the center. This move directly drained half of the spiritual power in his body. Lu Wenjin flew backwards, hit the blackboard, and fell heavily. The other students who were flung away and their desks and chairs were stacked up all over the place. The classroom floor was littered with books. Lu Wenjin slowly stood up from the ground. He gasped, covered his chest with his hands, his face pale, and stared at Li Bufan with wide eyes. The other students climbed up one by one. They were shocked by this sudden scene, as if they had been electrocuted, and their minds were still in a semi-dazed state. This is his talent. This is too exaggerated. Who the hell said that his talent is not as good as that of a G-level talent? He has broken through to the bronze level so quickly. His talent is much stronger than Lu Wenjin's. If it's not lower than G-level talent, then it's beyond. Absolutely impossible. I have never heard of any talent that can surpass SSS level. Li Bufan calmed down a little and stared at Lu Wenjin coldly. Lu Wenjin couldn't bear his sharp gaze. He shuddered suddenly and his face turned pale as window paper. "Did Zujwu ask you to provoke me?" He nodded unconsciously. Only when he was close could he feel the horror of Li Bufan's talent. Moreover, he could feel that Li Bufan's spiritual power was much stronger than his. It was not just a breakthrough to the bronze level, he was probably at least at the bronze 2-star level. Lu Wenjin felt a little regretful. If he had known that Li Bufan was so powerful, he would never have agreed to Zujwu's challenge to Li Bufan. "It's Zujwu indeed. Why did he ask you to provoke me?" Lu Wenjin said in a trembling voice. "He wants me to test your innate ability." Li Bufan now understood everything. It seemed that Zujwu finally thought of him after being beaten up by him at Jinyu Barbecue. "Want to find someone to provoke you and test out his talent and ability to confirm it? It's a pity that no one would have thought that Li Bufan had more than one talent." He sneered. This Zujwu really didn't know what was good for him, and he kept provoking him. Li Bufan's eyes flashed with a cold light. When Lu Wenjin saw Li Bufan's eyes, he couldn't help but shudder. He warned himself not to get involved in the affairs between Zujwu and Li Bufan anymore. Soon, the head teacher Xia Junyi came to the classroom. Seeing the chaos in the classroom, he angrily said, "Why is the classroom so messy? Who did it?" The other students looked at Li Bufan one after another, and no one dared to speak. Xia Junyi glanced at him in confusion, not understanding why these students were so afraid of Li Bufan. "Isn't it true that his talent level has not been measured? Hurry up and tidy up the classroom, class is about to start." In less than 10 minutes, the classroom returned to its previous state. A magical scene occurred in the classroom. Li Bufan looked around and found that there was no classmate within 2 meters of him. Everyone was trying to stay away from him. Xia Junyi was watching this scene with a frown on his face. Obviously something had happened that he didn't know about. "What's wrong with you? why do you leave such a big space in the middle? Li Bufan smiled, took out his school bag and walked to the last row of the classroom. When the students in the last row saw him coming, they all stood up and left. He sat down in the last row so that the classroom didn't look as strange as before. Xia Junyi saw that other people were like mice seeing a cat when they saw Li Bufan, so he decided to find other classmates after class to find out what happened. Students, the college entrance examination is less than half a month away. Your results will determine which university you can attend. During this period of time, you need to practice hard. If you encounter any problems in your practice, you can always come to me or other teachers. Also, are there any students who have already broken through to the Bronze Realm? Today, the principal will take the students who have broken through to the Bronze Realm out of the city to hunt exotic beasts to familiarize themselves with their talents. At this time, other students looked at Li Bufan and Lu Wenjin. Xia Junyi looked at the two of them in astonishment. If Lu Wenjin had broken through to Bronze 1 star, he could still understand it. After all, he had a B-level talent and his family also had some strength. They should be able to provide some spirit stones for cultivation, so it would not be surprising for him to break through to Bronze. As for Li Bufan, his talent has no level at all. How could he break through to Bronze 1 star so quickly? He couldn't help but recall that the admissions officer of Yenching College had asked him for Li Bufan's contact number. Could it be that the admissions officer of Yenching College provided some help in breaking through to Bronze 1 star? This is most likely the case. Lu Wenjin, Li Bufan, you two have broken through to Bronze 1 star, right? Lu Wenjin glanced back at Li Bufan. Yes, Li Bufan nodded slightly. Very good, you two follow me. The two followed Xia Junyi out of the classroom. Lu Wenjin followed behind Li Bufan but didn't dare to get too close to him. Naturally, this scene did not escape Xia Junyi's eyes, and seeing this, he became even more curious about Li Bufan. Xia Junyi quickly brought the two of them to the school playground. There were already 20 or 30 people on the playground. Li Bufan saw that Fatty and Shangguan Wana were both inside, and the principal Yang Huayuan was standing next to the students. The fat man came over and put his arm around Li Bufan's shoulders. Bufan, I knew you would come too. Now we can fight side by side. Yang Huayuan glanced at Li Bufan and showed something strange. He had a deep impression of Li Bufan, who had awakened a completely unknown talent. The awakened talent was not even measured by the awakening ball. I originally thought it should be a talent below G level. Now I didn't expect that this student would break through to bronze level so quickly. He began to doubt whether his original judgment was wrong. Could it be that his talent was not lower than G level, but exceeded SSS level? Yang Huayuan couldn't help but be shocked by his own thoughts, but he quickly denied the idea. Shangguan Wana was a little surprised when she saw Li Bufan, but she returned to normal in a blink of an eye. There were several guards around her, and Li Bufan didn't bother going up to greet them. Besides, he wasn't familiar with Shangguan Wana. Fatty, has your earth elemental talent awakened any corresponding skills? He chuckled. Of course, my awakened talent skill is the earth-piercing spike, which can control the ground within a certain range to protrude spikes. I didn't expect that Fatty's innate skill was actually a long-range output skill. After waiting for a while and seeing that no other students came, Yang Huayuan took everyone on a bus and drove towards the city gate. This was also Li Bufan's first time out of the city. Most normal people would never leave the city in their entire lives. There are countless powerful beasts lurking outside the city. The farther away from the city, the stronger the beasts are. If you don't have the strength to leave the city, you will just be giving away your lives to the beasts. As for going to other cities, people generally use the teleportation array. It is said that the blueprint of this teleportation array was also found in the secret ruins. The strong human beings spent hundreds of years studying before setting up the teleportation array. The main material for making the teleportation array is space stone, which is the same main material for refining storage rings. Space stones can only be obtained occasionally in secret realms and are extremely precious. The bus arrives at the city gate and is only allowed to leave after registration. Of course, all consequences after leaving are at your own risk, and the soldiers guarding the city have no obligation to protect the safety of people leaving the city. After everyone had registered, they walked out of the city gate and looked at the world outside the city. At first Li Bufan thought he had come to a paradise on earth. There was a light white mist floating in the air, and there were countless towering trees in the distance. Even the weeds beside him were half a meter high. It seems that the revival of spiritual energy not only affects humans, but also has a significant impact on plants and animals. Yang Huayuan led more than 30 classmates and continued to move forward. Li Bufan noticed that other students were curious about everything around them. No wonder, it can be said that this is the first time for everyone to walk into Jiangnan City and come outside the city wall. Even a few brave students started to leave the group and explore everywhere. Yang Huayuan shouted angrily, "Come back, do you think you are here for sightseeing? If you are not paying attention, I will not be able to save you in time. I warn you again, it is extremely dangerous outside the city gate. You must be prepared to fight at any time." The team walked about 3 or 4 kilometers when a translucent creature the size of a palm suddenly jumped out of the grass and stuck to the face of a female classmate. The other students were frightened by this scene and moved away one after another. Principal Yang Huayuan rushed over, grabbed the translucent creature and threw it out. The female student was so scared that she collapsed to the ground, with slime flowing down her face. This is a low-level alien slime. It spits out a slightly poisonous mucus. Don't make a fuss. After saying that, Yang Huayuan took out a white pill and gave it to her to swallow. Okay, it's alright. Everyone, be sure to pay attention to your surroundings. This slime will camouflage itself to match its surroundings. Other middle schools no longer dared to be careless and watched everything around them carefully. The fat man whispered in Li Bufen's ear. This female classmate was facial cummed by the slime. The Bufen. Fatty, you're still interested in other things at this time. Which movie are you watching? Send it to my phone later. The teen walked forward another 1 or 2 kilometers, and Yang Huayuan signaled the students to stop. Students, ahead is the range of the exotic white wild boar. This is also the destination of our trip. The white wild boar's strength will not exceed bronze 1 star. Students can form a team freely to hunt the white wild boar. If you encounter danger, shout loudly and I will arrive in time. The purpose of this battle is mainly to let everyone get familiar with their talents through battle, and also to train everyone's ability to cooperate with each other. Finally, remember, all students, do not leave the white wild boar's activity area. Fatty naturally formed a team with Li Bufen, and the other students also formed teams with people they were familiar with. The 2 men walked quietly forward, and not far away they saw a white wild boar. Its body was covered with white hair like spikes, and it had ferocious fangs at the corners of its mouth, and it was looking around vigilantly. The fat man took out a spear. The gun body was completely black, and the silver-white gun tip was flashing a cold light. Li Bufen glanced at him in surprise. Fatty, can you use a gun? No way, why would you take it out? Be brave. That makes sense, having a weapon is better than having no weapon at all. Li Bufen also took out a 2-meter-long sword. Looking at the broadsword inlaid with sapphires, the fat man was stunned. Bufen, what kind of sword is this? What grade is it? Black Blade Knight, it should be comparable to SSS weapons. The fat man swallowed his saliva. Now he was a little unsure whether Li Bufen was telling the truth or a lie. SSS level weapons? Yanjing Academy can't give it to you. Besides, Yanjing Academy can't possibly have SSS level weapons. So where did this SSS level weapon come from? Bufen, is this true or false? Li Bufen also didn't know what level of weapon Black Knife Knight was in this world. That should be the case. It's a good opportunity to give it a try. He walked out, and the white wild boar immediately spotted Li Bufen, growled twice, and rushed over. Li Bufen held the knife with both hands. Spiritual power surged in his body, and the spiritual power was poured into the black knife, slashing straight at the white wild boar that rushed away. A blade of energy left a mark on the ground and struck the white wild boar. Bang! The white wild boar split into 2 in an instant. Flash sale. Ding, killed a bronze 1-star white boar, points plus 10. Ding, the points lottery has started, please check it yourself. Li Bufen was stunned for a moment. Points lottery? In addition to a copy of the heavens, the system interface also has a points lottery next to it. There are 2 draw options for the points lottery, 1,000 points and 10,000 points. Note, the minimum number of draws per point draw is 10. System, power points calculated. Ding, killing a bronze 1-star beast will earn you plus 10 points, killing a bronze 9-star beast will earn you plus 90 points, killing a silver 1-star beast will earn you plus 100 points, killing a silver 9-star beast will earn you plus 900 points. 10 consecutive draws with 1,000 points require 10,000 points. If you kill bronze 1-star monsters, you must kill 1,000 of them to get 10,000 points? Li Bufen felt a bit overwhelmed, but it was good to have points in the lottery, which was much better than having only one chance to copy the whole world every month. The fat man was stunned when he saw Li Bufen kill the white wild boar in seconds. It took him a while to react. Bufen, is this bronze 1-star beast so easy to deal with? Fatty, I'm already at the bronze 2-star level now. With this weapon, it's normal for me to kill a 1-star monster in seconds, right? He scratched his head, looking eager to try. Let's go, find another white wild boar and let me try my hand at it. After a while, they found another white wild boar, and the fat man immediately used his innate skills. Nail it to the ground. Dozens of thorns protruded from the ground, piercing the white wild boar's abdomen, but the wound was not fatal. The white wild boar was frightened and immediately found the culprit who had injured it and rushed towards the fat man. The fat man used the ground-piercing nail twice in succession, leaving more than a dozen wounds on the white wild boar's abdomen. The blood dyed the white wild boar's abdomen red. When he rushed to the fat man, the white boar was already dying. He stabbed the white boar in the chest with his spear, ending his life. He felt a little dizzy after using his innate skills 3 times in a row, so he quickly took out the spirit stone to absorb and restore his spiritual power. Li Bufen's mouth twitched. He didn't expect the fat man to be so generous and actually use spirit stones to restore his spiritual power. If it were him, he would definitely be reluctant to use the spirit stones in this way. Bufen, you still have it easy. Killing 1 white wild boar is my limit now. If there are 2, I will turn around and run. Fatty, I'm already a bronze 2-star, so it's easy for me to kill a 1-star monster. You're doing pretty well now. I think it would take several other students to kill a white wild boar. Hee hee, of course, I have SS talent. Now no one has learned spiritual skills, so we can only rely on our talents to kill the white wild boar. It will be much easier to kill the white wild boar after we learn spiritual skills. After understanding his own strength, Li Bufan no longer had any interest in the white wild boar, and the points for killing the white wild boar were pitifully small. He wanted to go deeper and take a look. Up to now, he had not used his talent and skills. Li Bufan believed that it should not be a problem for him to kill a bronze 3-star or 4-star monster. Fatty, I want to go deeper to take a look. Do you want to kill the white wild boar here, or do you want to go deeper with me? He said with an embarrassed look. Bufan, I haven't recovered my spiritual power after killing a white wild boar. If I go deeper with you, I will only hinder you. You better be careful. I won't go with you. Li Bufan nodded. With Fatty's strength, it would be dangerous for him to go deeper, and he might not be able to take care of it. Then you rest here to recover your spiritual power. I'll go to the front and take a look. He continued to move forward and killed 6 more white wild boars in seconds along the way. Half an hour later, Li Bufan heard a wolf howl coming from the front. He sneaked closer through the half-meter-high grass. In front of him was a low stone forest. Several Madara magic wolves were howling on the rocks. Li Bufan was hiding in the bushes. Suddenly the wolves looked in his direction and howled. Oh no, we've been discovered by Madara's magic wolves. They must have smelled the scent. 2 Madara magic wolves ran towards his position. Li Bufan no longer hid and stood up holding the black knife. The 2 magic wolves were very smart. They did not launch an attack immediately, but surrounded Li Bufan on the left and right. Li Bufan saw Madara's intention of pointing at the magic wolves. One magic wolf covered another magic wolf for a sneak attack, but in his opinion, the sneak attack had no effect. Everything around him was within the perception range of his rinnegan, so how could a sneak attack be successful? Sure enough, when he was staring at a Madara magic wolf, another magic wolf pounced on him from behind. Li Bufan didn't want to use his innate skills because it consumed too much spiritual energy. After Madara's magic wolf jumped up, he turned around with the black knife in both hands and chopped it horizontally. The wolf's head was cut off without any resistance from Madara's magic wolf in midair. Ding! Kill the bronze 2-star Madara point wolf, points plus 20. Li Bufan immediately turned around again and saw another Madara wolf rushing towards him. He didn't have time to continue swinging his knife. Shinra Tensei. The Madara pointed magic wolf was bounced away. Before the Madara pointed magic wolf landed on the ground, he chopped it with a knife, and another Madara pointed magic wolf died in midair. Ding! Kill the bronze 2-star Madara point wolf, points plus 20. After killing 2 Madara magic wolves in succession, the stone forest wolf pack became agitated, howled twice, and then disappeared into the stone forest. This group of Madara wolves are really smart. They first knew how to launch a sneak attack, then knew how to escape when they knew they were no match for them. He didn't dare go deep into the stone forest. Wolves are social animals, so encountering 4 or 5 of them shouldn't be a big problem. However, if more than a dozen Madara magic wolves attacked together, it would be dangerous. Li Bufan walked along the stone forest to see if he could find other strange beasts. He now wanted to kill any lone 3-star or 4-star strange beasts. This not only earns points, but also improves his combat ability. Searching along the stone forest, he found another scaly cow, covered with black scales and with a pair of curved horns covering half of its head. This is obviously a highly defensive beast. Ordinary people may not even be able to break its defense. Looking at the black knife in his hand, Li Bufan was full of confidence. He believed that the black knife knight could easily break the scales of the scaled bull. The noise of Li Bufan's walking startled the cattle that were eating. The bull immediately rushed towards him. Looking at the bull running towards him, Li Bufan felt like a car was about to hit him. He raised the black knife with both hands, and spiritual power instantly surged into it, slashing towards the charging scaly bull. Bang! The black knife emitted a blade of energy and chopped on the scaly ox's head. After being hit, the scaly ox rolled forward twice, then stood up again shakily. The knife energy only left a shallow wound on the bull's head. Li Bufan gasped. The defense of the scaly bull was too strong. It's not that the black knife is not good, but that his own strength is too weak. The scaled ox shook its head twice and stared at Li Bufan, who was rushing towards it angrily. Seeing that the scaly bull continued to charge towards him, he didn't have any better solution. If he used Shinra Tensei to repel the scaly bull, it would definitely consume most of his spiritual power. Even after it bounced off, it would have no follow-up combat power, and the will tomb and the bee in prison could not break the scaled ox's defense. Li Bufan poured all his spiritual power into the black knife, roared, and chopped down hard at the scaled bull that rushed in front of him. Bang! The scaled bull's head was split open and it died. After its death, it continued to hit Li Bufan out of inertia, and he was knocked flying backwards. Ding! Kill the bronze 5-star scale bull, points plus 50. He climbed up with great difficulty, feeling as if his body was about to fall apart. When the system notified him that 50 points had been credited to his account, he realized that this was not a bronze 4-star beast, but a bronze 5-star one. With his spiritual energy exhausted, he sat down to rest and took out a spirit stone to absorb it. He didn't know if there was any danger in this place, so he didn't feel bad about the spirit stone anymore. Half an hour later, Li Bufin felt that his spiritual energy was replenished and his strength had increased. That he believed that as long as he went back and practiced for another night, he would definitely be able to break through to the bronze 3 stars realm. It seems that fighting can indeed quickly improve a person's strength. Continuing to search forward, we soon found another scaled cow with a baby scaled cow beside it. After seeing Li Bufin, he rushed towards him without hesitation to protect the cub. With the experience of killing the previous scaly bull, Li Bufin poured all his spiritual power into the black knife as he looked at the scaly bull coming at him at a very fast speed. He took a step to the side at the moment the scale bull hit him, and the scale bull missed, with its entire side exposed to Li Bufin. He decisively stabbed the scale bull in the belly. After the black knife stabbed into the body of the scaled bull, it cut a large hole in the side of the scaled bull with a horizontal cut, and all the internal organs flowed out. The scaled bull staggered forward for a distance and then fell to the ground. Ding, kill the bronze 5-star scale bull, points plus 50. The little scaled ox let out a cry and charged towards Li Bufin, but he stabbed the little scaled ox with his backhand and sent it reuniting with his family. Ding, kill the bronze 1-star scale bull, points plus 10. The spiritual energy in his body was drained once again, and he continued to take out spirit stones and absorb them. Half an hour later, Li Bufin felt that the spiritual energy in his body was about to reach a peak. Boom! It was as if another shackle had been unlocked on his body, and spiritual energy surged around him. Li Bufin showed a look of joy that he had not expected to break through to bronze 3 stars so quickly. Personal attributes. Name: Li Bufin. Talent: rinnegan. Talented skills: Truth-Seeking Ball, Will Brave Prison, Kadu Statue, Shinra Tensei, Universal Pull, Planetary Devastation, Tenge Shinsei, Rhine Tensei Technique, Jao Huangshan Resound, Thousand Paper Crane Body Flicker Technique, Yomi Harasaka, Heaven's Hand Power. Realm: Bronze 3 stars. Kung Fu Hongmeng Breathing Method. Skills: None. Copy point 0 points, 210. Li Bufin looked at the attribute panel. After this breakthrough, other talent skills did not turn green, which made him feel a little regretful. He adjusted his mindset quickly, and now he was only using the innate skills he could use reluctantly, without bringing out their true strength at all. Will Tumen Side Prison can only split out a shadow now, and Shinra Tensei is now limited in both range and the objects it can deflect. When a Shinra Tensei can destroy a city, it means that it has almost fully exerted its power. It's about time to go back. This time when he went out of the city, he knew the scope of his own strength and also started the points lottery. In the future, he would definitely have to continue going out of the city to hunt exotic beasts. We returned along the same route and successfully returned to the White Wild Boar's activity range an hour later. At this moment, many students were lying on the ground to rest, while some were covered in dust and some even had minor injuries. No wonder, if the awakened talent is auxiliary, it is indeed not easy to deal with the White Wild Boar without learning spiritual skills. Li Bufin's appearance surprised others. No one expected that he would come back alone. Principal Yang Huayuan glanced at Li Bufin thoughtfully, and he suddenly began to doubt his original judgment. Classmates, take a rest here, we will come back later. With a flash, Yang Huayuan disappeared into the woods. The other students looked at each other in surprise as they watched Yang Huayuan leave. Fatty, are you okay? He puffed out his chest proudly and patted it. Bufin, I killed 5 white wild boars by myself. Who else can have such a record as me except Shangwan Waner? Hee. After this experience, I feel that if I go back and practice for a while, I should be able to break through to bronze 2 star. By then, our realms will be the same. I have broken through to bronze 3 stars. Li Bufin said leisurely. The fat man swallowed, his Adam's apple rolled up and down, and asked in a hoarse voice, Bufin, have you really broken through to bronze 3 stars? Li Bufin smiled and nodded, and the fat man believed that he had really broken through to the bronze 3 stars realm. By the way, how do you know how many white wild boars Shangwan Waner and the others killed? He took a deep breath to calm himself down. They were discussing this just now. I heard that Shangwan Waner now has 2 innate skills. Point 1 is the holy healing technique that can heal her companions, and the other is the blade of light. It is worthy of being an SSS level talent, and it is indeed stronger than ordinary talents. However, Li Bufin now has 3 days of talent skills, which are more terrifying than SSS level talents. He didn't know how many skills the SSS level talent could eventually awaken, but it was certain that it was much less than the rinnegan, and it was impossible for the talent skills to be as powerful as the rinnegan. On the other side, Yang Huayuan searched in the direction where Li Bufin came from. Along the way, we found the corpses of 7 or 8 white wild boars, and then the corpses of 2 Madara magic wolves. These corpses were all killed by sharp blades, obviously by the same person. He looked at the stone forest with a frown, but found no signs of anyone passing through the stone forest. After searching along the edge of the stone forest, they soon found the body of a scaled cattle with its head smashed. Yang Huayuan looked at the corpse of the scaled cattle in shock. It was obvious that the cattle had been dead for no more than 2 hours. The only people around here were the students he brought with him, and the only one who came back from the direction of the scale cattle activity was Li Bufin. His expression began to gradually stiffen, and he slowly raised his eyes, even the muscles on his cheeks twitching slightly. Did I really make a wrong judgment? but how do I explain the corpse of this bronze 5-star scaled ox? Yang Huayuan muttered to himself. Following the traces of activity, they soon found the body of another scaled bull. It was also killed by a sharp blade, and the wound seemed to be more easily dealt with than that of the first scaled bull. Looking at the big gash on the side of the scaled bull's body, he could imagine the scene at that time, dodging the scaled bull's attack at the critical moment and even fighting back. It was obvious that such a result was achieved through careful planning, otherwise one would be knocked away by the scaly bull if he was not careful, and there would be no way he would be unscathed. Yang Huayuan took a deep breath and continued searching nearby. He turned around and returned only after he did not find any other strange beast corpses. After returning to the resting place, I saw Li Bufin. He had too many questions that he wanted to ask in person. However, Yang Huayuan knew that it was not the right time, so he decided to go back to school first and find out about Li Bufin's situation. Classmates, today's training ends here. Let's go back to school first. All the way back to the city gate, the students on the bus were bragging about their achievements today and how many white wild boars they had killed. Li Bufin suddenly found that he was out of touch with these classmates. While they were bragging about how they hunted white wild boars, he was now thinking about how to hunt scaled cattle. When he returned to school, it was getting dark and the students had all gone home. Xia Junyi hurriedly found the principal Yang Huayuan in his office. Yang Huayuan asked in confusion at Junyi, I was just about to look for you. Why are you here? Principal, I discovered something special today. It's possible. Xia Junyi didn't dare to say it for a while. He was afraid that Yang Huayuan would think he was crazy. Possibly what? Tell me. At the beginning, Li Bufin's talent awakening ball in our class was not measured. His talent may really be beyond the SSS level. Yang Huayuan's body was trembling a little. He took out a box of huazi, took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He threw the cigarette box on the desk, felt around in his trouser pockets, and took out a lighter. Snap snap, his hands were shaking a little and the lighter fell to the ground. Xia Junyi looked at all this with a look of surprise. Was the principal frightened by his words? He walked over and picked up the lighter, and the flame lit up with a click. He turned his head and leaned over to the lit cigarette, took a deep puff, and sat down. Junyi, tell me what happened. Xia Junyi told everything he saw in the classroom today, including the information he learned from other students later, which he repeated word for word. After listening to this, Yang Huayuan scratched his hair hard, finished the cigarette in his hand in one gulp, and tried to calm himself down. Junyi, according to what you said, his talent can bounce away some objects around him. In addition, he broke through to the bronze level in such a short time, so you think his talent must not be worse than G-level talent, right? Yes, Principal. This one talent alone is no worse than an A-level talent, so I suspect his talent may really be beyond the SSS level. Phew, wait for me. Yang Huayuan got up and went to the bathroom next to him. When he came out, his face was wet. Principal, what are you doing? Did I say something wrong? Yang Huayuan looked much calmer. If there really was a talent beyond the SSS level, then it would not be something that he, as the principal of Jiangnan Middle School, could handle. Then he told everyone about going out of the city to hunt exotic beasts today. Xia Junyi stared at Yang Huayuan blankly, unable to close his mouth for a long time. After a while, he came to his senses and said, Principal, if he can really kill a bronze 5-star scale bull, doesn't that mean he is at least bronze 3 or 4 stars? It's only been 2 days since his talent was awakened. Yang Huayuan looked solemn. At this moment, he was almost certain that Li Bufin's talent was beyond SSS level. A G-level talent could break through to the bronze realm in a day or two, and even hunt monsters above their level? Obviously it is unlikely. The only possibility is that his talent is not that simple. Junyi, doesn't this prove that what you said is correct? Xia Junyi clapped his hands and said, Principal, this is a good thing. Our school has produced such a genius. No matter which of the 4 major colleges can recruit him, our school will also gain a lot of benefits. Maybe our Jiangnan Middle School can even become the #1 middle school in the country. Yang Huayuan was naturally aware of these benefits, but he was still worried. What if Li Bufin's talent was not beyond the SSS level? After all, if someone says that someone's talent exceeds the SSS level, others will think he is crazy. Junyi, I understand what you said, but I'm still worried. What if his talent is not what we think it is? Xia Junyi's enthusiasm was instantly extinguished by a bucket of cold water. Yes. What if they made a wrong judgment? Wouldn't this be a big joke? Principal, I think it would be better if we report this matter and our guest to the 4 major colleges. As for how they make the final decision, it is none of our business. When Yang Huayuan heard this, his eyes gradually brightened, and he stood up and clapped his hands. Yes, let them judge for themselves. Even if Li Bufin is not a talent beyond SSS in the end, it has nothing to do with us. If so, then we will not suffer any loss. President, there is one more thing I need to tell you. The admissions officer of Yanjing College asked me for Li Bufin's phone number. I gave it to him without thinking twice. Now I don't know whether Li Bufin has agreed to join Yanjing College. Yang Huayuan frowned, thought for a moment and said, Junyi, this is not your fault. Who could have thought that it would be like this? Besides, we told the 4 major colleges about this matter. As for what to do, that is the business of the 4 major colleges in Yanjing College. We can't control so much. Xia Junyi complained in his heart, Principal, you are a real dog. Should we ask Li Bufan about this first? I think it's not necessary for now that we are not sure about his talent level that he is a student, and it's even more unclear that it's useless to tell him. Let the 4 major colleges judge for themselves. The two chatted for a while before Xia Junyi left the office. In the office of the admissions officer of Qinglong College in Kyoto, Old Yang, what's wrong? Did Shangguan Wanner agree to join our Qinglong College? Yang Huiyuan's voice rang out from the other end of the line. Old Zhou, this time I'm not looking for you for Shangguan Wanner's matter, but for another matter, which may be more important than Shangguan Wanner. What could be more important than Shangguan Wanner joining Qinglong Academy? Old Yang, you are trying to undermine my support, right? Yang Huiyuan smiled bitterly and told him everything about Li Bufan. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. Yang Huiyuan thought the phone had no signal. Lao Zhou, Zhou Yufan. Old Yang, you didn't tell anyone from other colleges about this, did you? How could that be possible? Didn't I call you right away? Zhou Yufan's excited voice came from the phone. Old Yang, don't tell the people from the other 3 colleges about this. I will go to Jiangnan City early tomorrow morning. Oh, no, I will leave now. Haha, don't worry, Lao Zhou. What is our relationship? I will definitely not tell the other 3 colleges. After hanging up the phone, Yang Huiyuan immediately called the admissions officers of the other 3 colleges and told them the story of Li Bufan again. The admissions officer of Suzaku College said, "What, is this true? I will rush to Jiangnan City as fast as I can." The admissions officer of White Tiger Academy said, "Nothing more to say. Regardless of whether he has a talent beyond SSS level or not, this person is the one that White Tiger Academy has decided on." Suomyu College admissions officer. Old Yang, why didn't you tell me about this earlier? I will definitely rush to Jiangnan City in 2 hours. This person must join our Suomyu College no matter what. In order to prevent Li Bufan from having previously agreed to join Yenching College, he called Zhao Whitehits, the admissions director of Yenching College, to explain the situation. Zhao Bai, the admissions officer of Yenching College, said, "President Yang, you are too unkind. Li Bufan has already agreed to join our Yenching College. If you do this, won't our Yenching College lose everything?" Yang Huiyuan said apologetically, "Teacher Zhao, I don't know about this either. Your Yanjing College didn't tell us either, right?" Zhao Bai sighed helplessly that it was meaningless to say anything more at this point. He had to rush to Jiangnan City to see Li Bufan as soon as possible. People from the 4 major colleges plus Yanjing College rushed to the Yanjing teleportation array in a hurry. Kyoto has teleportation arrays leading to every major city, but the teleportation arrays in other cities may not all lead to Kyoto. Generally, the teleportation arrays in small cities are connected to big cities, and the teleportation arrays in big cities are connected to the teleportation arrays in Kyoto. This will increase the time required to travel from Kyoto to other small cities, but on the one hand, it can also save a lot of teleportation array construction costs, and on the other hand, it can ensure the safety of Kyoto. Each teleportation consumes a large amount of spirit stones, so each teleportation is not free, but requires the payment of a certain amount of spirit stones. Of course, you can also pay money equivalent to spirit stones. The opening time of the teleportation array in each city is also different. In some small cities, the teleportation array may only be open once a day or even a week, while in large cities it may be once an hour or even once a day. Moreover, the teleportation array will only be activated after a certain number of people have accumulated each time, which is also to ensure the balance of income and expenditure in the transmission. Zhou Yufan, the admissions officer at Qinglong College, hurried to the teleportation array, but was told that the teleportation could not be started until another hour later. 10 minutes later, Qin Feng, the admissions officer of Suzaku College, also hurried over. The atmosphere became tense as the two met, and no one spoke first. 10 minutes later, Huo Zushan, the admissions officer of White Tiger Academy, rushed to the teleportation array. Seeing the 2 people in front of him, Zushan stood there in a daze, then stood aside and smiled at them. After a while, Lin Taran, the admissions officer of Suomyu College, ran over with sweat all over his forehead. He saw the admissions officers of the other 3 colleges and immediately understood what was going on. Zhou Yufan, the person in charge of Qinglong College, spoke first. "Are you 3 going to Jiangnan City?" The other 3 looked at each other and nodded. "What a coincidence, I am also going to Jiangnan City. It seems that the 4 of us have the same goal." At this time, Zhao Bai, the admissions officer of Yanjing College, also rushed over. Seeing the admissions officers of the 4 colleges, he was immediately overwhelmed. "I say, you 4, please go back. Li Bufan has already agreed to join our Yanjing College." Lin Taran from Suomyu College sneered, "Let's not talk about whether he has joined your Yanjing College or not. Even if he has joined your Yanjing College, what benefits have you given him? I will pay you back double." Zhu Shan from the White Tiger Academy echoed, "Right. You're not trying to treat us as fools, are you? I don't need to explain what a talent beyond the SSS level means." Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy, "I think everyone should rely on their own abilities." Zhou Yufan from Qinglong Academy, "Indeed, it all depends on one's ability, but before that, we have to confirm whether he has a talent beyond SSS level." Seeing this, Zhao Bai from Yenching College was helpless. If he were in his place, he would not give up easily. Li Bufin had no idea that he had been sold. He was practicing at the moment, madly absorbing spirit stones in one hand. All he wanted now was to improve his strength as quickly as possible so that he could go out of the city to hunt exotic beasts and earn points. As for spirit stones, he would have to think of a way later. Half an hour later, the Kyoto teleportation array was activated, and the 5 people instantly disappeared into the teleportation array. 5 people walked out of the Jiangnan City teleportation array, and Yang Huayuan was already waiting for them there. Haha, thank you for your hard work. I will take you to Li Bufin's house. Zhou Yufan from Qinglong College cursed in a low voice. Old fox. Yang Huayuan seemed not to have heard anything, but he took the 5 of them into a business car without blushing or getting nervous. In the dark night, the business car sped towards the Xingqiu community. Except for Yang Huayuan, no one in Jiangnan City knew that 5 colleges had mobilized overnight to compete for one person. In Xingqiu community, Li Bufin was immersed in cultivation, while his father Li Tian was watching the Victoria's Secret fashion show in the living room, occasionally making some obscene laughs. Boom boom boom. The sudden knock on the door interrupted his smile. Li Tian shouted in dissatisfaction, "Who is it? It's the middle of the night." When he opened the door, he saw 6 men standing at the door. Li Tian became a little nervous when he saw the momentum of these 6 men. Who are you looking for? Yang Huayuan said with a smile, "Excuse me, is this Li Bufin's home? We are looking for Li Bufin." Li Tian became even more nervous and muttered in his mind, "Could it be that this bastard has caused trouble again? I'm his father. If he does anything wrong, just look for me." Yang Huayuan burst out laughing. It seemed that this man had misunderstood the 6 of them. "We are not here to cause trouble. These people are the admissions officers of various colleges in Kyoto. We disturbed you so late at night because we wanted to come and talk to Li Bufin in person." Li Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He was almost scared to death. If anything really happened, these 6 strong men would knock him down in minutes. "Is that so? Please come in." As soon as the 6 people entered the living room and saw the Victoria's Secret fashion show playing on TV, they immediately became happy. "Excuse me, everyone. That bastard actually likes to watch this." He immediately turned off the TV, and just as he entered the room, he woke Li Bufin up from his practice. Li Tian briefly explained the situation outside to him. Li Bufin came out of the room and recognized the principal Yang Huayuan and Zhao Bai from Yanqing College. "Principal Yang, Teacher Zhao, why are you here?" As soon as these words came out, the admissions officers of the 4 major colleges immediately understood that Li Bufin had indeed joined Yanqing College before. The 6 of them stared intently at Li Bufin's eyes, a pair of red Megatama eyes that looked quite magical. Yang Huayuan stood up and said, "Student Li Bufin, let me introduce you. This is Zhou Yufan, the admissions officer of Qinglong College, Qin Feng from Suzaku College, Zhu Shan from White Tiger College, and Lin Taran from Suanyu College. I'm sure you already know Zhao Bai from Yanjing College." Li Bufin was a little confused. Why did these 4 colleges come to him for no reason, and they came together? Because of his talent, he never thought that people from the 4 major colleges would come to him. Li Tian was shocked. How could he not know about the 4 major colleges? He didn't expect that they would come to see his son at the same time. He couldn't help but smile. "Hello, teachers. What do you want to see me about?" Zhu Shan, the admissions officer of White Tiger College, spoke first. "Student Li Bufin, before that, can we ask a few questions? You are all seniors, of course you can, just ask. What realm are you in now?" Zhu Shan from White Tiger Academy asked the first question. "Bronze 3 stars. Yang Huayuan's face was filled with joy. His guess was correct. Li Bufin was at the bronze 3-star or 4-star level. Zhou Yufan from Qinglong College showed an admiring look. "How many talents and skills do you have now?" "There are 3 at the moment." "What?" Zhou Yufan stood up in disbelief. He stared at Li Bufin, as if trying to determine the truth of his words. "Bronze 3 stars already have 3 innate skills, others may never awaken 3 innate skills in their lifetime. Normal people only have 1 innate skill. Having 2 is already a top-level talent, and having 3 is 1 in a million. Most people awaken a talent skill first, and then learn spiritual skills that match their talent, so that they can maximize their talent." Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy looked at him solemnly. "Do you really have 3 talented skills now?" He confirmed again. "Good." Zhao Bai from Yanqing College swallowed, and originally invited Li Bufin only because his talent had never appeared before. Perhaps his talent really has a great chance of surpassing the SSS level. At this moment, he made up his mind to keep Li Bufin in Yanjing College no matter what the cost. Li Tian on the side was also shocked. He recalled that when Li Bufin said that his talent was beyond the SSS level, he did not take it seriously. Unexpectedly, it gave him a great shock now. Lin Taran from Suanyu College continued to ask, "I heard that you have a talent that can bounce away everything around you." "Yes, this innate skill is Shinra Tensei." Lin Taran from Suanyu College continued to ask, "What about your other 2 talents? Can you show them?" Li Bufin thought about it and decided to show it all. He didn't care even if all 3 of his talents were known to others. As long as your strength is further improved, the remaining talents and skills can be awakened slowly, and the later talents and skills will be even more invincible. "Okay, but I hope you senior teachers will keep it a secret for me for now." Looking at Li Bufan's serious expression, they realized that the talent he was going to show next must be extraordinary. The 6 people immediately became very interested and said they would keep it strictly confidential for him. The following is my first talent skill. Wheel 2, border prison. No movement? They looked at Li Bufan in confusion. Suddenly the teapot in front of them flew up from the table and poured tea into their cups. This strange scene shocked them extremely, and the 6 of them looked at each other. He stared blankly at the floating teapot, his whole body as if struck by lightning, his eyes widened in disbelief. There was no perception of any spiritual fluctuations around them, and at that moment their entire world was turned upside down. Zhao Bai from Yanjing College asked in a trembling voice, Li Bufan, what kind of talent is this? This innate skill allows me to split into a shadow. This shadow cannot be seen by ordinary people unless the other person has the same talent as me. Shadow can block the opponent's attack for me, or I can surprise attack the opponent. The others were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. No one else can notice? Isn't this equivalent to your opponent fighting you, but you have to be on guard against sneak attacks from your shadow at all times? Besides, this shadow is completely undetectable, and it is extremely difficult to prevent a sneak attack. Zhou Yufan from Qinglong Academy, your talent can only split a shadow. Li Bufan shook his head, now my realm can only split one, this talent can split up to 4 shadows. What, 4? Zhu Shan from White Tiger Academy's chest heaved violently and he stood up suddenly. It can indeed be split into 4. He slumped down, picked up the teacup with trembling hands, and drank it all in one gulp. Then what is your other talent? Lin Taran from Suanyu College asked. Li Bufan raised his hand towards the table, spiritual power surged through his body, and a teacup flew towards his palm. This is my third talent. Universal pull. In contrast to the second talent skill, Shinra Tensei, this talent can attract the designated target to my side. Gudong he swallowed, his mouth dry and he didn't know what to say. Li Bufan's talent today gave them a great shock, and any of his talent skills were invincible. Hyun Zhou Yufan from Qinglong Academy asked, do you have any other abilities in your talent? Of course, in addition to the innate skills, there is also the ability to perceive everything around you. It can also restrain all visual illusions. The scene fell silent for a moment, and none of the 6 people spoke up. They were trying to digest the shock of today. At this moment, they have confirmed that Li Bufan's talent is definitely beyond the SSS level and is simply a godlike existence. Li Tian looked at his son with burning eyes. Zhao Bai from Yanjing College was getting anxious at this moment. In this case, there was no way the 4 major colleges would give up the fight. He looked at Li Bufan eagerly and said, Li Bufan, does it still count if you join our Yanjing College? When Zhao Bai said this, it was like lighting a powder keg. Zhou Yufan from Qinglong College was immediately unhappy. Our 4 colleges haven't spoken yet. How can it be your turn at Yanjing College? Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy, whatever benefits you have given me, Suzaku Academy will return them double. Zhu Shan from White Tiger Academy, Li Bufan, come to our White Tiger Academy. That you can set any conditions you want. We will return 5 times the benefits of Yanjing Academy to you. Lin Taran from Suanyu College, come to our Suanyu College. You can set any conditions you want, and we will return 10 times the amount to you from Yanjing College. Zhao Bai was almost crying. The burly man with a full beard had a look of grievance on his face. Suddenly his eyes lit up and he remembered that the Victoria's Secret fashion show was playing on TV when he first entered the room. Student Li Bufan, our Yanjing College was too insincere before. So, you can set any conditions you want. In addition, I will introduce all the school beauties of Yanjing College to you. Zhou Yufan from Qinglong College cursed immediately. How shameless are you from Yanjing College to introduce a girlfriend? Li Bufan, you can pick any beauty from our Qinglong school. Besides, I have a daughter who is about the same age as you and is also beautiful. You two are a perfect match. Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy glanced at Zhou Yufan with disdain. Which one of them is not a smart person? Student Li Bufan, if we talk about the most beautiful girls in Kyoto, then our Suzaku Academy is the best. They are all so pretty. My White Tiger Academy is not bad either. Li Bufan, you may not know that the school beauty of our White Tiger Academy is the granddaughter of the principal. Her looks and figure are simply stunning. You guys are such shameless bastards. Finding a girlfriend requires fate. Li Bufan, I'm not going to hide it from you. I just calculated with my fingers and found that you and my granddaughter are destined to be together. I am now betrothing my granddaughter to you. Li Bufan was confused as he watched them talking to each other. Also, when did I ask you to introduce me to a girlfriend? Do you have any misunderstanding about me? Li Bufan glanced at Li Tian awkwardly. He curled his lips guiltily, as if to say, I know nothing. Teachers, it's so late now, should we talk about it tomorrow? They looked at the time and it was already 2 o'clock in the morning, which was indeed too late. Besides, they also needed to report what happened today to the dean of the college. Li Bufan also needed time to think about what happened today. In his heart, he still preferred to go to Yanqing College. After all, he had already received benefits from Yanqing College. It would be somewhat inappropriate to join another college just because the conditions offered by other colleges are too good. They looked at each other, nodded, and then got up and left. After leaving Xingqiu community, Zhou Yufan from Qinglong College took the lead and said, "I'll tell you guys, I don't need to say much about Li Bufan's talent and ability. I hope you can compete fairly and not use any other tricks behind my back." After saying that, he stared at Zhao Bai. The admissions officers of the other three colleges naturally understood what Zhou Yufan meant. Zhao Bai from Yanqing College did not back down. "Li Bufan has already agreed to join our Yanqing College, so of course he is now a member of our Yanqing College." Lin Taran from Suanyu College angrily said, "Bullshit. Tell me, what benefits did your Yanjing College give him?" How could Zhao Bai dare to say it out loud? The total value of the rewards given to Li Bufan before was only 70 to 80 million, which was roughly equivalent to the reward for an A-level talent. "What, you can't tell me? I don't think your Yanjing College has given any benefits to people to join Yanjing College." Zhao Bai didn't know whether to say anything or not, he just stood there speechless. Zhu Shan from the White Tiger Academy sneered, "It seems like you really didn't give me anything. In that case, there is nothing for you Yanjing Academy to do here. Teacher Zhao should go back to Kyoto. It's cold in Jiangnan City, be careful not to catch a cold." Zhao Bai complained in his heart, "How can it be cool in this hot summer? Isn't it just saying that our Yanjing College is not qualified to compete with the four major colleges? Why are you pretending?" He gritted his teeth and said, "Our Yanjing Academy originally rewarded Li Bufan with 50 spirit stones, 2 million in cash, a D-level storage ring, and an apartment in Kyoto. He has already accepted it and has clearly expressed his intention to join our Yanjing College. You four major colleges are now trying to poach our Yanjing College's talents. This is extremely shameful." The four of them were silent for a while and suddenly burst into laughter. "That's it, even if we leak a little bit of information from the four major colleges, it would be more than this." As for Li Bufan's agreement to join Yanqing College, they didn't care at all. Not only did he agree, he didn't even join in the end. Seeing the five people arguing, Yang Huayuan felt a little headache and quickly interrupted and said, "It's already 3 o'clock in the morning, why don't you find a place to rest first? We can talk about it tomorrow." The admissions officers of several major colleges did not want to stay too far away from the Xingqiu community, so they stayed at the 8 Days Inn across the street. Inside the hotel room, they began to report today's situation to their respective deans. "Dean of Qinglong Academy, what did you say? Talent beyond SSS level, no matter what, you must recruit this person to Qinglong Academy for me, otherwise you can't come back to the academy." "The Dean of Suzaku Academy, is there someone with such talent? You must be caught even if you cheat me. Still want a school beauty? We have all kinds of beauties in Suzaku Academy. Mature types, Lolita types, pure types, introduce them all to him." The Dean of White Tiger Academy said, "This man must be captured. In the future, our White Tiger Academy will surely become the leader among the four major academies. Would you like to introduce my granddaughter to him?" "Yes, no problem. Is one granddaughter enough? I have several granddaughters." The president of Suanyu College, "We have nothing in Suanyu College, but we have a lot of money. Throw money at me." Dean of Yanjing College, "Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? As long as he can come to our Yanjing College, he can ask for any conditions." "Still want school beauties? Oh, as long as he can find school beauties, I'll find a way. Don't worry, I'll recruit all the school beauties from various universities and introduce them to him." The person involved, Li Bufan, was also wondering at the moment, why did these four major colleges come here? Since it was Principal Yang Huayuan who brought it, he must have discovered something. He instantly thought of going out of the city to hunt exotic beasts. Also, Yang Huayuan asked them to rest where they were, and he himself did disappear for a while. Now that I think about it, he must have gone to check the corpses left behind by the strange beasts he had hunted, and then he came up with something. As for the fact that they knew about Shinra Tensei, it was not surprising at all, because it was performed in the classroom at that time and all the students saw it. It's not easy to judge a person. You can deduce so many things from just a few clues. Li Bufan practiced until dawn and then got up to wash. Li Bufan was stunned when he saw the table full of breakfast, including soy milk, fried dough sticks, fried eggs, and steamed buns. He usually eats breakfast outside, so how could he enjoy such treatment? "What are you doing, you bastard? Come over here and have breakfast." "Dad, what are you doing? The sun is rising from the west." Li Tian pretended to be angry and said, "You bastard, you dare to tease me, you are itching for trouble, right?" Li Bufan grabbed a bun and started eating it with a smile. Since he started practicing, he felt that his appetite had not increased much. "Son, which of those colleges did you plan to go to yesterday?" He stuffed a bun in his mouth and said vaguely, "I don't know. I haven't decided yet. In fact, all the colleges are the same to me. Eat slowly. No one is going to snatch it from you. People from those colleges will probably come again today. How are you going to respond to them then? You can't just keep dragging it out." He thought about it over and over last night but couldn't come up with a good idea. No matter which college he chose, he would offend the other colleges. "I'm full. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. It's Saturday today. What can you do? Are you in love?" He rolled his eyes and said, "Dad, can you imagine anything more outrageous? I'm going out of town to hunt exotic animals." He was still thinking about the points lottery, and hunting exotic beasts could also quickly improve his strength. Li Tian showed a trace of worry when he heard his words. "Son, isn't it too dangerous for you to go out and hunt exotic beasts with your current strength? Besides, the admissions officers of those colleges will be here. How can you just leave like this? Don't worry, Dad, I won't go too far. When the people from the 5 academies come over, you can tell them to let them decide among themselves which academy I should join. Li Tian's eyes lit up. This was a good idea. He could kick the ball back and not offend anyone. Haha, I understand that you are worthy of being my son, Li Tian. This is a really good idea. Dad, are you praising yourself or insulting me? Li Bufan was speechless. He just didn't want to offend anyone. I rode my bike out of the community and unexpectedly met Shangguan Wanner again. Li Bufan saw her get into a BMW X6, and the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was still in the driver's seat. He still remembered the last time he met Shangguan Wanner here and spoke a few words to her. The man with gold-rimmed glasses gave him a gloomy look. It seems that he is pursuing Shangguan Wanner just like Zujwu, or he might be her boyfriend. Without saying hello, Li Bufan got on his bike and rode towards the city gate. Li Bufan didn't know that as soon as he left, the admissions officers of 5 colleges and Yang Huayuan came to his house. Li Tian directly conveyed to them Li Bufan's intention. Several people stood there in a daze, looking at each other. This guy is really cunning. He kicked the ball to us? 666. They had originally planned to promise them a large number of benefits today, but they did not expect that they would be asked to negotiate on their own. Yang Huayuan standing by had never expected that Li Bufan could do such a cool thing. He smiled happily. This was a great trick as it wouldn't offend anyone. This way, he would not offend any college and could also gain some benefits, which was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The 6 people finally left in disappointment that it was unlikely that any of the 5 colleges could convince the other to give up the fight. There has never been a person with talent beyond the SSS level. As long as he does not die prematurely, he will definitely be unprecedented and unrivaled when he matures. No academy will give up on such a talent lightly. After leaving the city, Li Bufan came to the place where he hunted scaled cattle last time and started the hunting operation directly. This time my strength has improved a bit, and hunting the scaled bull has become easier. Watching the scaled cattle fall one after another and listening to the sweet voice coming from the system, Li Bufan was somewhat intoxicated in this state. Ding, kill the bronze 5-star scale bull, points plus 50. Ding, kill the bronze 5-star scale bull, points plus 50. After an hour of hunting, he made a count and found that with his bronze 3-star spiritual power, he could barely kill 10 scaled bulls. It only takes half an hour to restore your spiritual power using the spirit stones and continue hunting the scaled cattle. After hunting for 6 hours, Li Bufan lay on the ground exhausted. This high-intensity hunting made him feel once again that he was about to break through to bronze 4 stars. In 6 hours, he hunted a total of 40 scaled cattle and obtained a score of plus 2,000. He took out 2 spirit stones to recover, and a trace of spiritual energy flowed into his body, saturating it once again. Boom! It was as if a shackle was broken, and Li Bufan felt a sense of comfort. The pleasure of breaking through the realm every time made him moan. Hey, bronze 4 stars. Personal attributes. Name: Li Bufan. Talent: rinnegan. Talented skills: Truth-Seeking Ball, Will-Grave Prison, Gadu Statue, Shinra Tensei, Universal Pull, Planetary Devastation, Tenge Shinsei, Rhine Tensei Technique, Jao Huangshan Resound, Thousand Paper Crane Body Flicker Technique, Yomi Harasaka, Heaven's Hand Power. Level: bronze 4 stars. Kung Fu Hongmeng Breathing Method. Skills: None. Copy point: 0 points, 2210. Taking a look at the personal attribute panel, the Gadu statue turned green, which means that he used the summoning technique to summon the Gadu statue. I wonder if the summoned Gadu statue is 10 tails or just a shell. The Gadu statue is invincible both in terms of its own power and its skills. Tailed Beast Bomb, Wood Style Technique, Split Warrior, and Chakra Dragon are all good. He glanced at the 2 spirit stones in his hand. They were dull and without any trace of spiritual energy. I'm one step closer to 10,000 points. It's almost time to go back. We returned along the same route, and when we were almost at the White Wild Boar's activity area, we suddenly heard a familiar voice. Li Bufan quietly walked over and saw Zujwu and a man in his 40s sitting on the ground to rest. Not far away were several white wild boar corpses lying nearby. Master, there is news that Shangguan Wanner went out with a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses today. It is understood that the man with gold-rimmed glasses also came to pick up Shangguan Wanner from school last time. Zujwu's veins immediately jumped up, and he gritted his teeth. Fu, have you checked the background of that person? He dares to covet the woman that this young master likes. He really doesn't know how to live or die. Master, we have found out that the man is from the Li family in Kyoto. He is not to be trifled with. The Li family of Kyoto. He showed a look of deep fear. MD, why is it someone surnamed Li again? Does someone surnamed Li have to pick on me? Zujwu, Fu, didn't you say Li Bufan was out of town today? Why haven't we seen him yet? Hearing this, Li Bufan's face darkened. He didn't expect that Zujwu came to see him specially. He really came to cause trouble for him again, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Master, Li Bufan might have gone forward. Impossible, I'm only bronze 1 star. With his crappy talent, even if he is lucky enough to break through to the bronze realm before me, there is no way he can break through to bronze 2 stars so quickly. His strong self-esteem made him immediately deny Fu's statement. Seeing this, Afu didn't say much. Having been in the Zudge family for so many years, he naturally knew Zudge was tempered. He would never admit that he was worse than others, especially his enemy. Li Bufan had previously followed the principal Yang Huayuan out of the city to hunt exotic beasts. When Zudge heard the news, he found it unbelievable. He didn't expect that Li Bufan broke through to the Bronze Realm before him, and he suddenly became even more hostile towards Li Bufan. After Zudge was beaten up for no apparent reason at Jinyu Barbecue, he thought about it for a long time and suspected that it was Li Bufan who did it. But he didn't believe that Li Bufan had broken through to the bronze level on the day he awakened his talent, so he asked Lu Wen to go in and test whether he had broken through and what his talent skills were. Unexpectedly, Lu Wenjin ignored him later and did not reveal any information about Li Bufan to him. Afu, let's find him quickly. We must not let him go this time. I want him to know the consequences of offending me. Master, don't worry. I am now at the bronze 5-star level. There is absolutely no way that Li Bufan will be able to return alive. Haha, okay, let's go find him quickly. Li Bufan stood up from where he was squatting in the bushes, sneered, and walked towards them. Zudge looked at Li Bufan, who suddenly appeared and laughed. Haha, you rubbish are really here. Li Bufan was not angry, but calm, staring at him coldly. Zudge, you have come to trouble me again and again, let's settle the grudge today. Afu saw that Li Bufan was not panicking at all, and his heart skipped a beat, his expression becoming a little solemn. Zudge sneered and didn't take Li Bufan seriously at all. End it, do you still think you can go back alive? Haha. Li Bufan stopped talking nonsense with him and took out the black knife, full of fighting spirit. Seeing the black knife he took out, Zudge's eyes lit up, revealing a trace of greed. Haha, this knife is good, worthy of this young master's identity. Afu, kill him. Yes, master. Afu did not dare to be careless. He felt that Li Bufan was no simple person. He had not panicked at all since he met the two of them, and his expression was always calm. Spiritual energy surged in his body, and with a tearing sound, the clothes on his upper body were torn apart, and black, oily hair grew on his naked skin. The nails on his hands and feet grew wildly, each reaching a length of 10 centimeters. The sharp nails flashed with cold light, and 2 canine teeth grew out of his mouth. Beastification. It was the first time that Li Bufan saw an opponent transforming into a beast. Afu rushed towards him at an extremely fast speed, and Li Bufan attacked him with a knife without hesitation. A blade of energy shot out instantly, and Afu dodged it by diving to the side, and instantly it was 2 meters away from him. Afu jumped up with a ferocious look on his face. He stretched out one hand with sharp nails and scratched towards Li Bufan's neck. He seemed to see that Li Bufan's neck was about to be cut. Zudge jumped up excitedly, clapped his hands and shouted, "Good." Looking at the scratching nails, Li Bufan snorted coldly, "Shinra Tensei." Afu flew backwards, his eyes full of astonishment. What's going on? How is this possible? However, before he could come to his senses, he saw Li Bufan rushing towards him and slashing him with a knife. He was in midair and had no power to fight back. He watched helplessly as a black knife chopped down on him, his eyes filled with fear. Puffy closed his eyes in despair, his consciousness becoming increasingly blurred. At this moment, he really regretted going out of town to cause trouble for Li Bufan. When Zudge saw this scene, he forgot about running away and collapsed to the ground. Li Bufan walked towards him step by step, bloodline dripping from the black knife. Looking at Li Bufan coming towards him, he supported himself on the ground with his hands and kept moving his butt backwards. His face turned pale with fear. He tried to get up and run, but his legs and feet seemed to be paralyzed. She cried and shouted, "Don't come over here, don't come over here." Li Bufan ignored him. Since he had killed Afu, he would definitely not keep Zudge. Looking at Li Bufan standing in front of him dragging the black knife, Zudge felt a foul odor coming out of his crotch. He knelt down in front of Li Bufan and cowed out, "Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Not kill you, let you go back and tip off others, then come and trouble me again." Li Bufan sneered. No, I swear I will never cause you any trouble again. Haha, I prefer to believe in the dead. Li Bufan, you can't kill me. If you dare to kill me, the Zudge family will definitely not let you go, including your father. Li Bufan raised the black knife with both hands and slashed it towards his neck. Puff around head fell to the ground, with eyes still wide open. Zudge probably couldn't believe until his death that Li Bufan really dared to kill him. Zudge was still wearing a storage ring. Li Bufan took it off and probed into it a trace of spiritual power. This is the worst storage ring. It has a space of only 1 cubic meter, which contains 50 or 60 spirit stones and nearly 1 million in cash. As expected, killing people and setting fires will earn you a gold belt, but repairing bridges and roads will leave you no corpses. He transferred all the cash and spirit stones into his storage ring, and checked Afu's body again, but unfortunately found nothing. Li Bufan didn't know what to do with the 2 corpses for a moment. Finally, he dragged the 2 corpses to the range of Madara's magic wolves, hoping that Madara's magic wolves could destroy the 2 corpses. It would be great if there was an Amaterasu who could just destroy the body and get rid of all traces. Li Bufan was relieved after rushing back home, but he was still a little nervous as it was his first time killing someone. Li Tian also told him about the 5 colleges that came to visit him today. "Dad, I understand. Let them discuss it on their own. At present, he has received more than 50 spirit stones from Zujwu, which is enough for him to practice for 1 or 2 months. After a quick wash, he continued to practice that he had just made a breakthrough today and needed to consolidate his progress. In a presidential suite of the 8 days in chain, admissions directors from 5 colleges argued for an entire day but failed to come to a conclusion. Yang Huayuan, who was accompanying him, had a headache. They knew that there would be no conclusion if they continued arguing like this. Hey guys, arguing like this is totally a bad idea. How long are you going to end this? The 5 people turned their heads and looked at him. Does Principal Yang have any good ideas? He cleared his throat and said, Li Bufan, all 5 of you colleges have thought of this, right? Several people sneered. Of course, you are not talking nonsense. Yang Huayuan was not angry, and continued with a smile, then it is impossible for you 5 colleges to give up this competition, right? Principal Yang, is there any need to say this? Who would give up on a genius who surpasses the SSS level? You are actually talking nonsense. In that case, why don't you have him together? Several people were confused and didn't understand what he was doing. They all looked at him, waiting for him to continue. What I mean is that if your 5 colleges train him together, it will be more powerful than if one college trains him alone. Just imagine, if your 5 colleges train a genius together, how much can he achieve? The 5 people understood instantly and gasped. Yes, if 5 colleges work together to cultivate a genius, the final achievement will absolutely be terrifying. This also solved their current dispute situation. In this way, Li Bufan did not belong to any one college, but to all 5 colleges. The 5 of them looked at each other, and their eyes lit up instantly. It is true that those who are involved in the matter are confused, while those who are not involved can see things clearly. Zhao Bai from Yanjing College was the first to speak. President Yang, your idea is indeed good. I personally agree with it very much, but I still need to report it to the dean and see what the dean says. That's right, we also need to report to the dean. The 5 of them decisively called their respective deans to explain what happened today. Yang Huayuan stood aside with a smile on his face. This plan was the most appropriate and best one at the moment. It was also in line with the interests of all the colleges. He didn't believe that the 5 deans would not agree. Really? In less than half a quarter of an hour, the 5 people ended their calls. Yanqing College agrees, Qinglong Academy agrees, Suzaku Academy agrees, White Tiger Academy agrees, Suanryu College agrees. The 5 colleges quickly reached a common intention, and the next step was to discuss the details. Principal Yang, do you have any other suggestions? The quarrels they had made before were now a bit of a headache, and Yang Huayuan could more easily see the current situation from the perspective of an outsider. Well, since the 5 of you have agreed to train him together, then you 5 of you can first teach him the areas that each of you is good at. Although the strengths of these colleges are comparable, each college is not good at exactly the same things. For example, Yanjing College is good at refining some elixirs, such as detoxifying elixirs, elixirs to restore the body's spiritual energy, healing elixirs, and so on. Also, the matter of Li Bufan's talent needs to be kept secret. If those powerful alien beasts and races knew that such a gifted person suddenly appeared in the human race, they would definitely do their best to wipe him out. The 5 people frowned when they heard this. They were naturally aware of this. Strange beasts invaded human cities from secret realms and were finally repelled by powerful humans. Now it can be said that except for the cities, other places are basically occupied by various strange beasts and alien races. Now the human race can only hide in the city and maintain a temporary balance with the strange beasts. If a human race suddenly develops talents that surpass the SSS level and grows up, it will definitely disrupt the current balance, which the alien race will never tolerate. How could the alien races and beasts allow such a talented person to exist? It is definitely a huge threat to alien races, and such talented people will definitely be strangled in the cradle. Zhou Yufan of Qinglong College frowned and said, Principal Yang, we are of course aware of this. It can be said that no one else knows except the 6 of us and the principals of the 5 colleges. If the alien beasts and other races find out, it would only mean that there is a traitor among us. Good, agree. Others agreed that there were many traitors when the human race fought against the alien beasts thousands of years ago. These traitors were promised huge benefits by alien races, but they resolutely betrayed the human race. They sold all the information about the human race, such as the layout of the defense lines and the distribution of combat power, to the alien race, which ultimately caused huge sacrifices to the human race. Yang Huayuan continued, finally, the 5 of you should not interfere too much with Li Bufan's growth. Flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand wind and rain, and plum blossoms bloom in the cold wind. I'm sure you all understand this. The 5 people nodded thoughtfully. Growth without hardships will ultimately be just a facade. Of course, we have to help him no matter what when faced with a life and death crisis. After all, he can be said to be the greatest hope for our human race right now. Zhao Bai from Yanqing College, President Yang, your suggestions are all very good. The other 4 also agreed with Yang Huayuan's suggestion, and thus the 5 colleges reached a preliminary agreement. Late at night, the lights in the Zudge family's house were on, and Zudge was listening to his servants' reports with a serious face. Are you saying that War has been out of town today and hasn't come back yet? A servant knelt on the ground trembling respectfully. Yes, master. Who did War go out with? What did he go out of town for? Return to the master. Master will left the city with Afu. As for their purpose of leaving the city, I don't know. Bang! Zhuzh Zhang slammed the table fiercely and said, don't know. How do you serve War? If anything happens to War, I will drag you out and chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Go away. The servant hurriedly crawled out, and Zhuzh was holding his forehead in silence. Monsters are more dangerous outside the city at night, so most people would not choose to stay outside the city unless they have something special to do. In addition, no one is allowed to enter or exit the city gate at night. Zhuzh Zhang is extremely anxious but has no choice but to wait until dawn to go out and search. Zhuzh Zhang suppressed his inner anger, sighed, and said worriedly, it seems that War must have encountered some trouble outside the city. The next morning, Li Bufan woke up from his training. Now he could feel his strength increasing little by little every day. When I left the room, I saw a table full of sumptuous breakfast with all kinds of breakfast. When I got closer, I saw a note on the table. Son, your Aunt Zhang asked me to fix the water pipe. Breakfast is on the table, and you have to take care of lunch and dinner yourself. Cheap dad is really unreliable. Just after finishing breakfast, there was a knock on the door. When I opened the door, I saw the admissions officers of the 5 colleges and the principal Yang Huayuan. Please come in, seniors. Li Bufan welcomed them in and poured each of them a cup of tea. Zhao Bai said with a smile, I thought I had failed again today, but I didn't expect you to be at home. Li Bufan blushed slightly, scratched his head awkwardly, and said a little embarrassedly, I'm so sorry, everyone, that I went out of town to hunt exotic animals yesterday. When they heard this, their expressions were a little surprised. It's only been a short time since he awakened and he's already started hunting strange beasts? Zhou Yufan from Qinglong Academy narrowed his eyes and glanced at him. Hey, have you made a breakthrough? Hearing this, the others stared at Li Bufan as if they had seen a rare treasure. Cough cough, he coughed and said, my dear senior teachers, although I am a man, I would feel embarrassed if you stare at me like this. I did break through to the bronze 4-star realm yesterday. They laughed and showed an extremely satisfied expression. Zhao Bai continued, Li Bufan, this time our 5 colleges have discussed it and we have decided to train you together. Li Bufan opened his mouth wide, with astonishment written all over his face. Train me together, he pointed at himself. Well, that's right, this means that you will be a common student of our 5 colleges from now on. He never expected this to be the ending, but this was also the most satisfying ending for him. Li Bufan was extremely excited. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation resources at all. At least at the current stage, the 5 academies can still support his cultivation resources. Seniors, so which school should I go to in the future? When you come to our Yanqing College in the future, this will also be a form of disguised protection for you. Zhao Bai explained, if the aliens knew your talent, they would definitely kill you before you grow up. It would be difficult to hide your talent in the 4 major colleges, so it is most suitable for you to go to Yanqing College. It seems that humans and alien beasts are in a balance now, and there has been no major war in recent years. However, this situation is more like the calm before the storm, brewing what will happen next. Li Bufan nodded that if that was the case, it would be most appropriate to go to Yanqing College and develop in a low-key manner. After all, Yanqing College was not as famous as the 4 major colleges and would not be the focus of attention all the time. Teacher Zhao, I understand. The scene suddenly became a little depressing. This topic was too heavy. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. From the time of the alien beasts invasion until now, humans still don't understand where these alien beasts come from which other world? Why did they come here? Why haven't they discovered any major wars in recent years? What conspiracy are the alien beasts brewing? Okay, don't think too much. Your talent is indeed heaven-defying, but your strength is still relatively low at the moment. Just practice with peace of mind. After saying that, he took out a storage ring and handed it to Li Bufan. Here are some cultivation resources. Use them to cultivate first. Tell me when you're done. After probing in a trace of spiritual power, he saw a small pile of spiritual stones inside, at least tens of thousands of them. Li Bufan's eyes widened, his breathing became a little rapid, and his heart was beating violently. I didn't expect the 5 academies to be so generous and spend tens of thousands of spirit stones. These tens of thousands of spirit stones are worth hundreds of billions, which is enough for him to practice for a long time. There are 3 bottles next to it, one is green, another is red, and the last one is yellow. In addition to the spirit stones, the 3 bottles contain medicinal pills. The green bottle contains the soul restoring pill, which can restore the spirit power in the body after taking it. The other red bottle contains wound medicine, a healing elixir that can be applied externally or taken internally. The last yellow bottle contains an antidote pill. Ordinary poisons can be easily neutralized by taking an antidote pill. These 3 kinds of elixirs are very practical, especially the willing pill. With this willing pill, Li Bufan believes that he will be able to hunt exotic beasts and earn points faster. Thank you, teachers. These cultivation resources are indeed what I need now. I will not be polite to you, teachers. Zhou Yufan from Qinglong College patted him on the shoulder and said, haha, take it, little guy. These resources may be valuable to you, but they are just a drop in the bucket for our colleges. Just ask when the resources are used up. The 5 colleges gave him so many things unconditionally, which made him feel quite pressured. Especially what Zhao Bai from Yanqing College said about the calm before the storm. Li Bufan took a deep breath and calmed down. He still needed to improve his strength. Only when he was strong enough could he protect the people around him. As if seeing Li Bufan's thoughts, Zhou Yufan patted him on the shoulder and said, little guy, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Even if the sky falls, we old guys will still hold it up in front of us. I see. If you have any questions in the future, you can always contact us. Yang Huayuan interjected, student Li Bufan, you can contact me anytime if you have any problems in Jiangnan City. I won't mention other places, but I, Yang, still have some connections in Jiangnan City. Thank you, Principal Yang. After chatting for a while, they left one after another. Their mission in Jiangnan City this time was considered completed. Yang Huayuan was also promised a lot of benefits by the 5 colleges. It can be said that all parties are happy this time. At this moment, outside Jiangnan City, Madara Point is within the range of the Magic Wolf's activities. Zudge was looking at the 2 remains on the ground. They had been eaten by Madara's magic wolf and only a pile of remains were left. A servant was testing something with an instrument. After a while, the instrument made a beeping sound. The servant's face changed drastically, and he said in panic, Master, the DNA of the 2 remains is consistent with that of Master Wu Afu. Boom! A powerful spiritual energy was surging around Zudge Zheng, and several servants beside him were blown to the ground by the air wave. He knelt down again in a hurry, with his head pressed against the ground, trembling. He looked up to the sky and roared, who is it? If you dare to kill my war, I will tear you into pieces. I, Zudge Zheng, swear not to be a human being. His roar spread throughout the entire Madara Demon Wolf range, and countless Madara Demon Wolf sensed his powerful aura and fled. Suddenly he squatted down, stroked one of the remains, and looked at the smooth cut on the neck. It was obvious that the head was chopped off by a sharp weapon, and there was also a wound on the other body caused by a sharp weapon. His eyes were bloodshot, and he choked up and said, War, you died tragically. Who was so heartless, your father will cut him into pieces to avenge you. After a while, Zudge Zheng stood up, his face no longer sad, replaced by endless indifference. Have you found any useful clues? A servant knelt on the ground and did not dare to look up. He said tremblingly, Master, according to the news from others, Master Wu sent someone to monitor a student from Jiangnan Middle School. After learning that the person had left the city, Master Wu took Fu out of the city. Zudge Zheng understood what was going on instantly. As a father, he naturally knew Zudge Wu's personality very well. It must be that the man had a conflict with his son, and finally he learned that the man had left the city, so he took Fu to find trouble with him. But Fu is only a bronze 5-star, how could he not be able to deal with a student who had just awakened? Even if the talent is awakened in such a short time, it should only be bronze 1 or bronze 2 stars. How can it be possible to kill a bronze 5-star? Could it be someone else who did it? What's the name of the person War is monitoring? What's his talent in cultivation? Return home, that person's name is Li Bufan, his talent is the spiritual I type. It is understood that his talent awakening ball did not measure the level at that time, and his realm has not been determined yet. Zudge Zheng touched his chin in confusion. Failed to measure the talent level? Is there such a thing? I think it's because my talent is too poor that the awakening ball was not measured. Then War shouldn't have been killed by him. Could it have been someone else? Humph, I'd rather kill 1,000 people by mistake than let one go. War, go with peace of mind that your father will complete the grudges you haven't resolved for you. Send 2 people to keep an eye on Li Bufan. If you find any news, notify me immediately. Yes, Patriarch. After collecting Zudge Wu's remains, Zudge Zheng and his party returned to Jiangnan City. In the Zudge family in Jiangnan City, Zudge was dismissing all his subordinates before he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hey, father, a young woman's voice came from the phone. Cheer, War. Were killed. Zudge Zheng said with a choked voice. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a while. Father, this kind of thing is not a joke. The Zudge family is one of the top families in Jiangnan City, and ordinary people would never take the initiative to provoke the Zudge family. Zudge Zheng sighed, Cheer, your father also hopes that this is a joke to you, but War was indeed killed. Beep beep beep. The other end of the phone hung up immediately. Zudge Zheng had a son and a daughter. His son was Zudge Wu and his daughter was Zudge Qi. Zudge Qi is 2 years older than Zudge Wu. He is currently studying at Suzaku Academy and possesses the S-level talent of Charming Fox. She is known as one of the 3 most beautiful girls in Suzaku Academy. With her natural talents and abilities, she has many suitors in Suzaku Academy. Moreover, Zudge Qi is an absolute brother-loving maniac. No matter how big a mistake Zudge Wu makes outside, Zudge Qi will stand up for him. Seeing the phone was hung up, Zudge Zheng did not call back. He knew that Zudge Wu and Zudge Qi had a deep relationship as siblings, and now that they knew their brother had been killed, they would definitely return to Jiangnan City immediately. Li Bufin has been practicing hard since he left as the admissions officer for the 5 colleges that he was worried about the spirit stones before, but now that he has tens of thousands of spirit stones, he is madly immersed in practice. The next morning, Li Bufin had breakfast and rode his bike to school. As soon as he left the Xingfu community, he immediately sensed something unusual, as if several pairs of eyes were staring at him. He was still very confident in the rinnegan's perception ability, and this feeling would definitely not be wrong. Am I being targeted? I think it should be someone from the Zudge family. Zudge knew before that he would bring Afu to cause trouble after leaving the city, and he obviously arranged people to monitor him at the gate of the community, and then he found out that he had left the city. But why didn't I sense it last time? Could it be that my strength has increased by 1 star and the power of the rinnegan has been enhanced so that I can sense it? I think this is the only explanation. He rushed to the school calmly. Li Bufin didn't believe these people would dare to do anything in broad daylight. Jiangnan Middle School will not tolerate their students being killed for no reason. If you want to take action, you can only do it in private so that you won't be discovered. Really? He got to school safely, and the people who were monitoring him did not take any action. After parking his bike, he saw the fat man walking towards him with a mysterious smile on his face. "Fatty, what's so funny about you? Look how cheap your smile is. Hey, exclusive and explosive news, do you want to know?" Li Bufin sneered. He knew the fat man's character very well, that whether he wanted to know or not, the fat man would tell it. "Tisk tisk, I heard that Zudge died yesterday in the area where the Madara Point demonic wolves were active outside the city. His body was eaten to the point where only remains were left." Li Bufin was very surprised. How could the fat guy know such a secret thing? And even the details are so clear? It is impossible for the Zudge family to publicize their son's death so loudly. "Fatty, how did you know about this?" "Hey, don't you see who I am, the heir to the richest man in Jiangnan City?" Li Bufin casually patted the back of his head and said, "Will you die if you don't pretend for a day?" "I won't die, but I always feel like something is missing if I don't pretend." "Tell me, how did you know that?" The fat man leaned close to his ear and whispered, "I heard that Zudge Chi came back from Kyoto. I asked someone and found out that Zudge was killed outside the city." Li Bufin was stunned for a moment. Zudge Chi? He didn't know much about the Zudge family, nor did he know who Zudge Chi that the fat man was talking about. Why would he be so concerned about Zudge Chi? Who is this Zudge Chi? Why are you so concerned about Zudge Chi? Zudge Chi is Zudge Wu's sister. It is said that she dotes on her brother like crazy. Besides, our Wang family and Zudge family are competitors in Jiangnan City. It is said that Zudge Chi was sent to Kyoto to be trained since she was young. She is gifted. This time she suddenly returned to Jiangnan City, so I paid attention to her. Li Bufin breathed a sigh of relief. It would be embarrassing if the fat man had any relationship with Zudge Chi, because he was the one who killed Zudge Wu. "Fatty, I was the one who killed Zudge Wu," Li Bufin whispered in his ear. His eyes suddenly opened and he stared at Li Bufin. After a long while, he asked in disbelief, "What you said can't be true. Why would I lie to you about this?" Li Bufin then briefly told him what happened outside the city. After saying this, the fat man finally believed that Zudge Wu was killed by Li Bufin. "Bufin, good job on killing you. That bastard actually brought people out of the city to look for you. Fatty, I told you this because I want you to help me keep an eye on the Zudge family's movements. They are somewhat suspicious of me now, otherwise they wouldn't send people to monitor me. I'm more worried that they will attack my dad." The fat man pondered for a while and said, "Well, I understand. I'll ask someone to keep an eye on the Zudge family's movements, and I'll also ask someone to keep an eye on your father." "Thanks, Fatty." The two of them went back to their respective classrooms. As soon as Li Bufin entered the classroom, the students around him automatically stood up and stood 2 meters away from him. The head teacher Xia Junyi came in and was not surprised to see this situation, as he knew something about Li Bufin's affairs. "Students, the college entrance examination is just 1 week away. This time, there are 2 types of examinations. One is a literary examination, and the other is a martial arts examination. The cultural exam will test the various knowledge you have learned in class, including talents, spiritual skills, history, geography, exotic beasts, etc. The martial arts exam is held in the Tian Secret Realm this year. The Tian Secret Realm is a bronze-level secret realm, and the exotic beasts inside are basically bronze level. The martial arts exam results are generally determined by the number of exotic beasts hunted. Xia Junyi's words immediately aroused discussion among the whole class. No one had ever been to the secret realm and didn't know what it looked like. Li Bufin was a little excited. Bronze secret realm, it was just right for him to earn points. He wanted to try to earn 10,000 points in this trip to Tian Secret Realm. "Teacher Xia, is there any danger in the Tian Secret Realm? Will the teachers go in to protect us?" Xia Junyi said with a serious face, "This is also what I want to remind you. Even though Tian Secret Realm is a bronze secret realm, it is quite dangerous to enter with your strength. Also, the teacher will not enter the Tian Secret Realm this time, which means that you can only rely on yourself to solve any danger you encountered. If you feel that you are not strong enough, you can choose not to participate in the martial arts exam. Don't lose your life in the secret realm for no reason." Most of the students were shocked after hearing this, as they were basically at the bronze 1-star level. It is undoubtedly extremely risky to rashly enter the Tian secret realm that without the protection of a teacher, it can be said that you are in danger of death. Some students were so scared that their faces turned pale, and some were trembling all over. Xia Junyi stood on the podium and looked at the students below with some disappointment. Are you so scared by the slightest risk? Will the future of humanity depend on these people to protect it? Students, there is still 1 week left. Students who want to take the exam should practice hard this week and try to improve their own realm. If you decide to take the exam, please send me a message. Also, let me remind you one last time that after you enter the Tian secret realm through the martial arts examination, your life and death will be at your own risk. I hope you will consider this seriously. Xia Junyi left after he finished speaking, and the classroom instantly became lively. I don't know if anyone will take the martial arts exam. I won't take it even if you kill me. It's so dangerous, only a fool would take the martial arts exam. I don't know what the school is thinking. Isn't this martial arts exam asking us to die? That's right, I don't believe there are still people who dare to take the martial arts exam. Listening to other students' discussion, Li Bufin shook his head. No matter what, he had to go to Tian's secret realm this time. He also wanted to see what the secret realm looked like. After school in the afternoon, when he walked out of the school gate, he saw the fat man waiting for him there. What's wrong? Is there any movement from the Zudge family? That's not the case. You know everything about the martial arts exam, right, Bufin? Will you take part in the exam? Li Bufin didn't expect that the fat man was asking this. I will take the martial arts exam. Ha, I knew you would participate. I will also participate in the martial arts exam. Then we will be a perfect match and kill everyone. Okay, but you have to practice hard this week. We don't know what kind of dangers there are in the secret realm. More strength means more protection. The fat man laughed and put his arm around Li Bufin's shoulders. Don't worry, the richest man in Jiangnan City is still waiting for me to inherit, and there are so many girls waiting for me to rescue. How can I die so soon? That's good to know. Bufin, I also know another piece of news. In addition to Jiangnan Middle School, the martial arts exams of other middle schools in Jiangnan City are also held in Tian's secret realm. Li Bufin glanced at him in surprise. He didn't know this news, not even Xia Junyi mentioned it. As for students from other schools also going to Tian's secret realm to take the martial arts exam, he didn't care. This trip to Tian's secret realm has two purposes for him. Point one is to get 10,000 points, and the other is to satisfy his curiosity about the secret realm. Yes, I understand. Riding his bicycle towards his home, Li Bufin again sensed that someone was watching him. Humph, it really is haunting you. Li Bufin remained calm. He wanted to see what these people wanted to do by monitoring him. I got home safely and didn't sense any signs of these people taking any action. At this moment in the Zudge family, Zudge Chi burst into tears in front of the remains of Zudge Wu. Her eyes were red and she kept sobbing. Her beautiful face looked a little haggard. Zudge Zheng was standing nearby, his eyes filled with biting coldness, and he remained silent. A long time. Zudge Chi asked tearfully, Father, who killed my brother? Zudge Zheng shook his head and told everything he knew from beginning to end. Father, no matter whether Li Bufin is the murderer of my brother left the city because of him. If it weren't for him, how could my brother end up like this? No matter what, this person must be buried with my brother. As for the murderer who killed my brother, he must not be let off either. Cheer, your father understands. Zudge Chi turned around and looked at the remains of Zudge Wu again, his eyes filled with hostility. Brother, I will definitely avenge you. At this time, a servant came over, knelt down in front of Zudge Zheng, bowed his head and said, Master, Li Bufin has not gone out since he was sent home. Okay, I understand that you guys keep watching him and report to me immediately if you have any news. Yes, Patriarch. After Li Bufin returned home, he sent a message to his class teacher Xia Junyi, telling him that he was going to take the martial arts exam and that he wanted to practice at home during the week and would not go to school. After a while, Xia Junyi replied that he had registered him for the martial arts exam and asked him to practice at home with peace of mind. He sent another message to Fatty Wang Sikong, telling him that he would not be going to school this week and to call him directly if he had any news about the Zudge family. Fatty replied that he would practice at home peacefully this week, and would call Li Bufin as soon as he had any news about the Zudge family. After finishing everything, Li Bufin started to practice. There was still a week left, and he didn't want to waste a minute. He wanted to improve his strength before the martial arts exam. 2 days later, Li Bufin felt that he was about to break through to bronze 5-star. In one go, he used all his strength to practice the Hongmeng breathing technique, and the spirit stone in his hand provided continuous power like a power source. Boom! He successfully broke through to the bronze 5-star realm, and felt a sense of relief and comfort all over, as if a shackle weighing hundreds of pounds had been suddenly lifted off his shoulders. Personal attributes. Name: Li Bufin. Talent: Rinnegan. Talented skills: Truth-Seeking Ball, Will Brave Prison, Kadu Statue, Shinra Tensei, Universal Pull, Planetary Devastation, Tenge Shinsei, Rhine Tensei Technique, Jao Huangshan Resound, Thousand Paper Crane Body Flicker Technique, Yomi Harasaka, Heaven's Hand Power. Level Bronze 5 stars Kung Fu Hongmeng breathing method skills, none copy point 0 points, 2210. I took a look at the personal attribute panel and found that none of the new talent skills had turned green, which made me feel a little regretful. In the Zudge family. Zudge was listening to the report from his servants, his face livid that he had not expected to send someone to monitor Li Bufin. For 2 consecutive days, he had not gone out, not to mention going out, and he had not even gone to school. Zudge Chi frowned and said to Zudge Zhang after thinking for a while, "Father, there are 2 possibilities. Point 1 is that Li Bufin has discovered that someone is watching him, so he doesn't dare to go out. Secondly, he is about to take the college entrance examination. He wants to take the martial arts exam, so he will stay at home and practice peacefully during this period of time. It is said that Jiangnan City's college entrance examination this year will be held in a bronze secret realm." Zudge Zhang nodded thoughtfully, very much agreeing with Zudge Chi's analysis, and looked at her with satisfaction. "Now that my son is gone and I only have this daughter left, should I find a son-in-law, or give birth to another son? Cheer, I think it's unlikely that Li Bufin will find out that he's being monitored. The people I sent are at least at bronze 8 or 9 star level. Li Bufin has just awakened and is at most at bronze 2 or 3 star level. How could he possibly find out that he's being monitored? Father, according to the information you have, how can a student with no talent level dare to participate in the martial arts exam? I don't think this Li Bufin is that simple." Zudge Zhang rubbed his temple and said, "Cheer, I'll leave this matter to you. If you need anything from your father, just let me know. Don't worry, Father. Cheer knows what to do." Back in the room, Zudge Chi thought for a long time and basically concluded that Li Bufin must be preparing to take the martial arts exam. She sighed, as if she had mustered up the courage to make up her mind, took out her cell phone, opened a number, and dialed it with a look of disgust. "Hello, Kikai, I didn't expect you to call me on your own initiative. I'm so happy. Li Xingyun, I need you to do me a favor. After that, I can give you a chance to pursue me." An excited voice came from the phone. "Kikai, is this true? Not to mention helping me with one thing, even if it's 10 or 100 things, it's no problem, Kikai, just tell me, what do you need me to do for you?" Zudge Chi suppressed the disgust in his heart and said calmly, "Don't you have many connections in Kyoto? I need you to help me find a few talented students who will take the college entrance examination this year and bring them to Jiangnan City. I will arrange for them to enter a martial arts secret realm to help me kill someone. Who is so bold as to make you angry, Kikai? There's no need to bother with that. Tell me who made you angry, and I'll kill him right away." Zudge Chi could no longer suppress his emotions and shouted angrily, "Can you use your brain? You said to kill and I killed. You are not afraid of causing trouble, but I am. Killing him quietly in the secret realm is the best choice." Li Xingyun smiled flatteringly. "Kikai, don't be angry, leave this matter to me. I know a lot of geniuses from wealthy families in Kyoto. This is not a small matter for me. Okay, I'll wait for you in Jiangnan City." After saying that, she hung up the phone, as if she felt disgusted to say another word to him. She murmured, "Brother, don't worry, I will help you fulfill your unfulfilled wish no matter what. Since you want to kill Li Bufin, I will not let him live. It was because of him that you left the city and were killed." In the study, Zudge was reviewing the family's financial statements. He glanced at Zudge Chi and slowly walked over to Cheer. "Why haven't you rested yet so late? Father, I want you to go to the city guards and retrieve the list of people who came and went on the day my brother left the city and the 2 days before. The murderer who killed my brother must be among them." "Cheer, I know about this. I'm already dealing with it, but it's a little difficult to retrieve the list privately. It will take some time. The City Defense Army is under the jurisdiction of the National Security Bureau, and ordinary people do not have the right to retrieve the entry and exit records privately." Zudge Chi was also aware of this, so he nodded and said, "Father, don't be too tired, go to bed early." The next morning, Zudge Chi went out early. She drove to a school. The words Jiangnan Experimental Middle School were clearly written on the school gate. Jiangnan Experimental Middle School is a private school, and the Zudge family is also the largest shareholder of this school. Zudge Chi went straight to the principal's office. When the principal, Lin Wenjun, saw Zudge Chi, he nodded and bowed to greet him. "Miss Zudge, what brings you here today?" Zudge Chi glanced at him with disdain and sat down on the sofa in the office. "Principal Lin, I need you to help me arrange for a few people to enter Tian's secret realm to take the martial arts exam." Lin Wenjun frowned. He didn't understand what Zudge Chi meant, and he didn't dare to ask more, otherwise he might lose his job. "Ms. Zudge, it may be difficult to arrange for other people to enter Tian's secret realm to take the martial arts exam. It may be too late to re-establish the student files." Zudge Chi glared at him and said sternly, "I don't care what the difficulty is. Just tell me if you can do it. If you can't do it, I'll find someone who can do it to take your place." Lin Wenjun thought about it again and again, gritted his teeth and said, "I can do it, I can do it." Zudge Chi then stood up and left. Looking at Zudge Chi's departing figure, Lin Wenjun glared at him fiercely. "Bah, what the hell?" After leaving experimental middle school, Zudge Chi rushed to the Jiangnan City teleportation array. At this moment, someone from the Zudge family was already waiting there. Seeing Zudge Chi get out of the limousine, he hurriedly bowed. "Miss, She stood next to the teleportation array, and her graceful figure attracted sidelong glances from others. Half an hour later, the teleportation array flashed with light and 4 men walked out. The leading man was wearing a plaid shirt and a pair of sunglasses. and he looked at Zudge Chi with a charming smile. Kikai, I didn't expect you to come and pick me up in person. Zudge Chi nodded, his expression unchanged, and looked calmly at the three young men behind the leading man. Li Xingyun, are these three the geniuses you're looking for? Li Xingyun chuckled. Kikai, let me introduce you. This is Deng Wuxuan, the genius of the Deng family in Kyoto. He has an S-level talent, assimilation. Another genius of the Qin family in Kyoto, Qin Kang, also possesses an S-level talent, the illusion butterfly. The last one is our Li family's genius Li Xingli. His talent is A-level gigantic. Kikai, don't underestimate him because he is an A-level talent. In combat, he is no weaker than an S-level talent at all. The three of them are now at the bronze 6-star level, and are the best among their peers. The children of large families in Kyoto take all kinds of natural treasures from a young age to temper their bodies, which can make their physical training more efficient. After their talents are awakened, they have a large number of spirit stones, elixirs, and formations to assist in their cultivation, and their starting point is much higher than most people. This is also the foundation of the wealthy and noble families in Kyoto. Having been brought up in Kyoto since childhood, she is naturally aware of this. It can be said that after awakening, the realm of the children of wealthy families in Kyoto is accumulated by resources. This method is very effective in the early stages. Once you reach a certain level, it is impossible to use this method anymore. Without the trials of life and death, it is difficult to improve your level. This is why most students join the National Security Agency after graduating from college and go to the front lines to fight alien beasts. This time, there were three geniuses with S-level talents, and Zudge Chi smiled. This time, three geniuses have come forward, and Li Bufin is doomed to die. Seeing Zudge Chi smile, Li Xingyuan was stunned. Beautiful, Kikai, you are so beautiful when you smile. Li Xingyun glanced at the three people behind him. The three young men also had dazed looks on their faces, staring at Zudge Chi absent-mindedly. Cough cough, what are you three looking at? I warn you not to set your sights on Kikai, otherwise. Hee hee. The three young men laughed. Brother Xingyun, we won't compete with you for your sister-in-law. We just admire her. Haha, Wuxuan is right. Zudge Chi suppressed his disgust and said to the servant beside him, take these three geniuses from Kyoto to the experimental middle school. Principal Lin will naturally make the arrangements. Yes, miss. After the three Kyoto geniuses left, only Zudge Chi and Li Xingyun were left. Li Xingyun rubbed his hands and smiled. Kikai, where are we going next? Take you to the hotel. He pressed on. Kikai, didn't you say you would give me a chance to pursue you? Hee hee. The three of them haven't completed the task yet. Zudge Chi said coldly. Kikai, just wait for my pursuit. I have already sent the photo of that person to the three of them. If three S-level geniuses come forward, even the SSS-level geniuses will retreat. I hope so. Zudge Chi sent Li Xingyun to a 5-star hotel owned by the Zudge family and then returned to the Zudge family. The only thing left is the list of the city defense troops. Li Bufin has been practicing peacefully at home these past few days. He has not gone out at all, and has been practicing all the time except for eating. 5 days passed in a flash, and Li Bufin felt that his realm was about to break through again. Click, a shackle in his body seemed to shatter, and he successfully broke through to the bronze 6-star realm. Ahaha, cool, it took 5 days to break through to bronze 6-star. The levels below are getting harder and harder. Tomorrow is the college entrance examination. I need to consolidate my realm after my breakthrough. The next morning, Li Bufin rode his bike to school, and all the students who were going to take the exam gathered in the playground. Arriving at the school playground, Li Bufin took a quick look and found that there were less than 100 students who had registered for the martial arts exam. Compared with the school's nearly 3,000 college entrance examination candidates, less than 4% of them take the martial arts exam, which is really a drop in the bucket. The fat man saw Li Bufin jogging towards him and watched the flesh on his body swaying up and down. Li Bufin laughed and said, "Fatty, you are too plump." "What, brothers are brothers, don't think about my body. I like your sister more than your body. Get lost." Yang Huayuan stood on the flag-raising platform and looked at the sparse classmates on the playground, inevitably feeling a little lost. When he saw Li Bufin in the crowd, he smiled and nodded at him. Yang Huayuan's action was seen clearly by the students in the audience, and they all turned their heads to look at him. The fat man stroked his chin and looked Li Bufin up and down carefully. "Are you familiar with Principal Yang?" "No, only once or twice. It's true that we've only met a few times and we didn't have much communication." "Is that so?" The fat man still looked a little unconvinced. "Certainly." Half an hour later, Yang Huayuan took the list handed to him by a teacher and read it carefully. "Classmates, there are a total of 98 students participating in the martial arts exam this time. The Tian secret realm is about to open. When you enter, safety is your first priority, and hunting exotic beasts is second. The martial arts exam scores will be ranked according to the number of beast cores obtained. In the end, I hope that every one of you can come out of the Tian secret realm alive. Every exotic beast has a beast core in its body, and the beast core is the core of every exotic beast. The place where spiritual power is stored in the human body is the Danshan, while the alien beasts store their spiritual power in the beast core. After a bronze-level monster is killed, the beast core's spiritual power in its body will basically be lost and will be of little value. After a silver-level beast is killed, some spiritual power will remain in its core, which can also be used for cultivation, but the effect is much worse than that of spirit stones. Only the beast cores in high-level exotic beasts are suitable for cultivation. In addition to cultivation, beast cores can also be used to refine pills, refine equipment, and so on. If there are still students who do not want to take the martial arts exam, please stand up. Looking around, unexpectedly no classmate stood up. Yang Huayuan nodded with satisfaction. Suddenly, a bronze object in the shape of a token appeared in his hand, and he injected a stream of spiritual power into the bronze token. The bronze token immediately floated up, and suddenly a light appeared, and a space wormhole suddenly appeared behind the bronze token. Li Bufan looked at it in amazement. Is this the entrance to the Tian's secret realm? What is this bronze token? Is it the key to the Tian's secret realm? Various discussions were heard on the playground, and Li Bufan glanced at the fat man next to him. He opened his mouth and stared at the space wormhole on the stage with wide eyes, his face full of shock. Students, this is the portal to the Tian's secret realm. The martial arts exam will last for 2 days. You can go in now. I wish you good luck. The fat man immediately grabbed Li Bufan's arm and rushed to the flag-raising platform. Bufan, let's go in quickly. Entering the teleportation portal, Li Bufan thought he would experience a wonderful feeling. Then I didn't feel anything, as if I had walked from the living room into the room. What comes into view is a lush forest. The mountains are long and vast, and many of the peaks are covered with snow. From time to time, dull roars of beasts could be heard in the distance. It feels like another world here. Li Bufan looked at where he was and found himself halfway up the mountain. The other students around him looked at this secret place in amazement. Bufan, what should we do now? Go down the mountain and hunt the strange beasts. At the same time, other students also began to form teams one after another. Only by sticking together would they have the greatest hope of surviving these 2 days. After forming teams, the students began to go down the mountain one after another. Li Bufan and the fat guy were not willing to be left behind and rushed down the mountain. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the foot of the mountain. The teams dispersed in all directions. Li Bufan and the fat man chose a direction and walked forward. The lush woods occasionally cast a ray of sunlight from a distance. Li Bufan was observing his surroundings attentively, while the fat man next to him seemed a little nervous. He held a spear tightly in both hands, so tightly that the fingers of his entire hand turned white. The unknown is often frightening, and it's normal to feel a little nervous. Fatty, relax a little. If you become so nervous that your body becomes stiff, how will you fight against the monsters when you encounter them? He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Li Bufan patted his shoulder. Fatty, you are now a bronze star. For stars, how about you? 6 stars. His nervousness disappeared in an instant, replaced by incredible shock. How is this possible? Hey, why would I lie to you? Whoosh, there's movement. The fat man lowered his body quickly. Where? I don't see anything. Suddenly, the bushes in front of him began to shake. Li Bufan immediately took out the black knife and stared at the front with full concentration. His emerald green snake head poked out from the grass, and then its body stood up like a cobra, and the whole snake's body was emerald green. It stood upright, staring at Li Bufan and the other man, hissing. Bufan, this is a green-scaled snake, a bronze 4-star exotic beast. As long as you don't get bitten by it, you'll be fine. Watch me, nail it to the ground. Sharp spikes protruded from the ground and pierced the skin of the green-scaled snake. It hissed and swam towards the fat man quickly. The 2 fangs sprayed a stream of venom at him, but the fat man dodged it. The venom fell on the grass, and the grass immediately turned black, as if it had been splashed with ink. Damn, I almost fell into its trap. Nail it to the ground. The green-scaled snake was knocked away by the spikes, and the fat man swung his spear and smashed it. The green-scaled snake was knocked to the ground. He rushed over and shot the green-scaled snake to death. The fat man took out a dagger, cut open the belly of the green-scaled snake, and took out a ping-pong ball-sized, pitch-black animal core. Fatty, you used this spear as a stick. He said a little aggrievedly. I don't want to either. I haven't learned the spearmanship skills yet. Well, let's continue on our way and be careful on the road. The 2 continued to move forward. Li Bufan walked in front and the fat man followed behind. His realm is higher than the fat man's, and he has the rinnegan to lead the way, so it is most suitable for him to walk in front. After walking for half an hour, they arrived at an open area, and a lake with a radius of several thousand meters appeared in their sight. Groups of thorn deer rest around the lake. Their antlers are as long as thorns. If you were stabbed by them, you will at least lose a layer of skin if you don't die. The fat man's scalp tingled when he saw the densely packed thorn deer. He swallowed his saliva and said, Bufan, let's run away before the thorn deer find us. The number of thorn deer is too terrifying. Li Bufan looked at the herds of thorn deer and suddenly had a bold idea. This idea flashed through his mind like lightning in a stormy night. Seeing Li Bufan staring at the herds of thorn deer in a daze, the fat man tugged at his clothes. Bufan, run quickly. You don't have any ideas about these thorn deer, do you? Li Bufan smiled and said, Fatty, do you want to do something big? Seeing Li Bufan smile, The fat man couldn't help but shudder. Are you kidding? So many thorn deer can trample us to death. Do you still want to attack them? Fatty, this thorn deer is only a bronze 5-star beast. Besides, I have a big move that I want to try it. Seeing Lee Bufen's serious look, he still couldn't believe what trick could be used to deal with groups of thorn deer. Bufen, to be honest, I'm still a virgin. I haven't tasted any girls, so don't cheat me. Oh, young Master Wong is actually a virgin. This doesn't suit your status. Lee Bufen laughed at him. The fat man's eyes dodged, and he actually blushed a little. He said with all his strength, we are both the same, so don't laugh at each other. Cough cough fatty, climb up the tree. I'm going to try my ultimate move. Are you serious? I'm about the same weight as the average person on the tree. Then walk farther away. If something goes wrong, run away immediately. Lee Bufen walked out of the woods and headed towards the lake, his figure immediately attracting the attention of the thorn deer. Yo-Yo noticing this uninvited guest, the thorn deer stared at him and made yo-yo sounds. Some of the thorn deer kept kicking their legs as if they were about to charge towards him. The fat man was dumbfounded watching from a distance. He was ready to rush to rescue Lee Bufen at any time. Lee Bufen continued walking towards the herd of thorn deer, and immediately some of them rushed towards him. I'll use you to try out my ultimate move, a summoning technique. Ki-14 AA Gadu statue, AA come out, a boom. The earth shook as if the end of the world had come. Bang bang, the ground cracked instantly, with debris flying everywhere. A huge head emerged from the ground. There were 9 eyes on the huge head, and a huge mouth that looked extremely hideous. Then a pair of giant hands stretched out, it supported itself on the ground with both hands, and roared towards the sky. The entire upper body was exposed, with 10 column-like protrusions growing from the back, and the entire body was the color of a dead tree. It really is the Gadu statue. I thought it was 10 tails, it turns out to be just an empty shell. Lee Bufen felt that the spiritual power in his body had been drained, so he quickly took out a soul-restoring pill and swallowed it. The Gadu statue's hands were still tied with chains, and it pulled its hands to the sides, and the chains broke directly. Finally, his feet stepped out from the ground, and a Gadu statue hundreds of meters high suddenly appeared in its entirety. The herd of thorn deer were so frightened by this scene that they froze and trembled. The fat man in the distance was looking at the Gadu statue, which was hundreds of meters high. His mouth was so wide open that an apple could be stuffed into it. He slapped himself hard with both big slaps. Hiss, Nima, I'm not dreaming. The thorn deer herd began to retreat in fear. Lee Bufen had spent so much effort to summon the Gadu statue, how could he let them escape? Oh, it's styly a scent pole inserting technique. The Gadu statue raised its hands and countless wooden thorns shot out from its palms, instantly knocking the thorn deer to the ground. Ding, killed the bronze 5-star thorn deer, points plus 50. Ding, killed the bronze 5-star thorn deer, points plus 50. Ding, killed the bronze 5-star thorn deer, points plus 50. The system's notification sounds kept ringing and points were rising rapidly. In less than 5 minutes, there was no living thorn deer in sight, and only a few lucky ones escaped. The bright red blood flowed into the lake, dyeing the entire surface of the lake red. Suddenly, several purple chains stretched out from the Gadu statue's mouth, rolled up the dead thorn deer on the ground, and pulled them all into the Gadu statue's mouth. What's going on? Gadu statue doesn't play by the rules. Damn, all my beast cores are gone? After swallowing all the thorn deer, a columnar protrusion on the back of the Gadu statue actually grew a little longer. Lee Bufen's eyes widened. Is this evolving into 10 tails? So the Gadu statue can actually evolve 10 tails this way. He suddenly became excited. If this method could evolve into 10 tails, doesn't that mean it can evolve into a sacred tree in the end? Infinite Tsukuyomi? That's not right. Doesn't infinite Tsukuyomi require the rinnegan to be used? System, what's going on with this Gadu statue evolution? Can my rinnegan perform infinite Tsukuyomi? Ding, host, please explore on your own. The system's words made him ponder. According to the system, it neither denied that he could not use infinite Tsukuyomi, nor confirmed that he could use infinite Tsukuyomi. Instead, he said explore on your own? Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. As for the beast core, he has no requirements for the results anyway. It doesn't matter whether there is a beast core or not. What he needs now is to develop quietly, and not let the aliens know his talent. Otherwise, he will be doomed if he is hunted down every day. Phew, the Gadu statue disappeared in a puff of smoke. The fat man then tiptoed out of the woods, his legs trembling a little, and he said tremblingly, Bufen, what was that just now? Lee Bufen pinched his chin and looked at him with interest. Fatty, it's not that serious, you're almost peeing. I was so freaking scared, that thing was so scary. Puff, Fatty, that's the Gadu statue summoned by my summoning technique. Gadu statue, what the hell? It looks like a devil crawling out of hell. Lee Bufen couldn't explain to him what summoning technique was and what Gadu statue was. You can think of this as a pet I summoned. Pet, this is too scary. Is this your innate skill? The emotion in his eyes trembled violently, and he couldn't help shaking and forced a miserable smile. Your talent can beat everything. Hee, that's about right. Lee Bufen quickly checked his personal attribute panel. The above shows points 50,610. His heart actually trembled. He must have killed at least 1,000 thorn deer. Eat a cent, eat a cent. Find some time to see what good things you can get from the system a S points lottery. Fatty, let's take a break before we set off again. The fat man then came to his senses and realized that there was not a single beast core left. He had seen with his own eyes that the Gadoo statue swallowed all the thorn deer corpses, but he has already joined Qinglong Academy, so his martial arts exam results are not important. Watching Li Bufan lying down to rest, he suddenly realized that Li Bufan could shock him every time. The two rested for a while and prepared to move on. Boom! Suddenly there was a thunder, and then it started to rain lightly. Li Bufan and the other person looked at each other. No one knew why it rained in the secret realm. Soon the rain got heavier. Raindrops as big as copper coins hit the leaves hard, making a pa-pa sound. Fatty, quickly find a place to hide from the rain. What's going on in this secret realm? The two of them were jogging along, and suddenly the fat man pointed to a mountain in front of them. Bufan, let's go to the foot of the mountain to avoid the rain. Good. Boom. The wind was blowing hard and the rain was getting heavier. The two ran all the way to the foot of the mountain. The mountain in front of them was made entirely of stones. The two stood under a protruding rock. There were roars of strange beasts coming from afar, and both of them were frightened. Fatty, I'm going up the mountain to see what's going on ahead. I'll go with you. It would be even more frightening to leave him alone down there, so the two of them climbed up a mountain that was 40 or 50 meters high together. After climbing to the top of the mountain, the rain gradually subsided and the sun shone through the clouds. Looking into the distance, the endless forest seemed to be endless, and they also saw some flying beasts flying in the same direction. Following the direction of the strange beasts' flight, Li Bufan saw a high mountain. A dazzling light is reflected from the mountains, like a mirror reflecting the sunlight. Fatty, what do you see on that hill over there? The fat man put one hand over his eyes, looked over, and asked doubtfully, Mirror? Mirror, your sister's mirror, look where those flying beasts are flying to. Is there something attracting these strange beasts? Li Bufan patted his shoulder and said, Go and take a look and you will know. If it had been before, the fat man would never have gone to die if he had known that groups of strange beasts were gathering in one place. Now that he had seen the scene where Li Bufan summoned the Gadoo statue to hunt down Thorn, he agreed without hesitation. The two ran all the way towards the high mountain and saw many traces left by strange beasts along the way. The traces all pointed towards the peak, and both of them realized that things might not be that simple. Fatty, if anything goes wrong later, run away immediately and don't worry about me. Clear. Having not encountered any strange beasts along the way, Li Bufan became more cautious. What on earth could have attracted all the strange beasts? At the foot of the mountain, there is a flat and wide area with a layer of stone bricks on the ground. Thousands of strange beasts were heading towards the top of the mountain, and above the mountain a group of flying strange beasts were circling the palace. Only then did Li Bufan see the mirror on the top of the mountain clearly. It turned out that the top of the mountain was a palace. The palace is covered with golden glazed tiles, which sparkle in the sunlight like a golden mirror. This must be because the rain washed away the dust on the golden glazed tiles, making them look like mirrors. Could it be that these strange beasts were attracted by the reflected light? Other students nearby were attracted one after another. Li Bufan looked around and estimated that there were about 40 or 50 people. In addition to students from Jiangnan Middle School, many people from other schools also gathered there. Li Bufan also saw the school beauty Shangguan Wanner in the crowd. She was wearing a tight short-sleeved t-shirt and dark tight jeans, which showed off her graceful figure to the fullest. Looking at the densely packed strange beasts on the mountain, no one acted rashly. Some students even turned pale when they saw thousands of strange beasts and turned away without looking back. Suddenly Li Bufan sensed that several people were walking towards him, their eyes fixed on him. He turned around and looked at the three people coming towards him. One of them stared at Li Bufan carefully, then looked down at his phone. He said excitedly, Yes, it's him. The young man holding the phone asked, Are you Li Bufan? Li Bufan looked a little surprised. Are these three people looking for him? He didn't know anyone in other middle schools in Jiangnan City. It's me. Who are you? What do you want from me? He smiled and said, My name is Deng Wushuan, the two next to me are Qin Kang and Li Zingli. We came here specifically to find you. Looking for me? What for? Li Bufan pointed at himself. Haha, the three of us came all the way from Kyoto, of course we want to borrow something from you. The other two smiled sarcastically. Kyoto, what do you want to borrow from me? Of course I'm borrowing your head, idiot, haha. Li Bufan's eyes turned cold. That he came all the way from Kyoto to kill me? He had never been to Kyoto, let alone offend anyone in Kyoto. After hearing his words, the other students looked over, looking like spectators. The fat man next to him immediately stood next to Li Bufan after hearing his words. Humph, I have no grudge against you three. Ha, there are helpers, just two pieces of trash. Deng Wushuan sneered. Wushuan, why are you wasting so much time talking to him? Let's kill them both first. There might be treasures waiting for us on the top of the mountain. This trip is really worth it, hee hee. Wushuan, Li Zingli is right. It looks like there must be some treasure on the top of the mountain. Li Bufan saw that the three of them were determined to kill him, so he turned to the fat man and said, "Fatty, please go aside first, I don't need your help this time." The fat man stepped aside without a second thought. He had absolute confidence in Li Bufan's ability, and if he went up to help, he might end up making things worse. Dang Wushuan glanced at the fat man and said, "You're smart." The fat man was not angry. Instead, he smiled and gave them a thumbs up. Li Bufan took out the black knife and inserted it in front of him with both hands. The stone bricks on the ground were like tofu and he inserted it easily. Dang Wushuan's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of greed. "Good knife, give me this knife, and I can consider giving you a quick death." Li Bufan said disdainfully, "What cat or dog, you still want to covet my black knife?" Dang Wushuan's veins were throbbing, he gnashed his teeth, and said viciously, "I will make him live a life worse than death later." Qin Kang, Li Zingli, you two stay at the side and keep an eye on him. Don't let this rubbish get away. Haha, don't worry, brother Wushuan. He won't be able to escape today. Qin Kang also nodded. In their opinion, Li Bufan was already a dead man. Okay, haha, I'll let you see the power of a genius. You can die without regrets if you die under my talent. Assimilation. Dang Wushuan's body began to gradually become transparent, as if he was invisible. This strange scene left the other students nearby dumbfounded. How could a living person suddenly disappear? What the hell? What kind of talent is this? It seems to be invisible. This kind of talent is at least an S-level talent. Then I don't know how Li Bufan died. He offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Dang Wushuan's talent was completely exposed by Li Bufan's rinnegan. He could clearly see that Dang Wushuan simply blended in with the surrounding environment. It was not invisibility, but rather a more advanced chameleon camouflage. This is assimilation, a mere trifle. Wheel 2, Border Prison. A transparent shadow suddenly appeared beside Li Bufan. Since Dang Wushuan wanted to launch a sneak attack, let's see who has better skills. Speaking of sneak attacks, Lun Nubianu is definitely a magical skill. Dang Wushuan quietly walked up to Li Bufan with a ferocious expression, as if he had seen Li Bufan kneeling down in front of him and begging for mercy. Just as he was about to make a move, Li Bufan glanced towards where he was and grinned. Dang Wushuan was wondering if Li Bufan had discovered him when suddenly a sharp pain in his abdomen revealed his figure. He covered his abdomen and looked around, but did not see the person who attacked him. Bang! The shadow punched him in the face again, and Dang Wushuan's nose immediately started bleeding. Bang! He was punched in the abdomen again, and Li Bufan stared at him coldly. Who is attacking me? Qin Kang was stunned. Li Zingli was also confused. The students watching nearby were even more confused and at a loss for words. Dang Wushuan, what's going on? Li Zingli yelled. Qin Kang carefully observed everything around him, but did not find anything unusual. Bang! Shadow kicked him to the ground without giving him a chance to speak. Dang Wushuan looked at Li Bufan in horror. How could he not understand at this moment? This was definitely Li Bufan's doing. He was about to speak when Shadow came up and kicked him hard in the crotch. He let out a scream, curled up on the ground, and pointed at Li Bufan with difficulty. Li Zingli and Qin Kang reacted immediately. So it was you who was causing the trouble? Haha, who's the idiot now? Li Zingli's face was grim. He pointed at Li Bufan and said, "Do you think you can defeat the three of us with your weird ability? Wishful thinking, you will die today." Qin Kang, let's take action. Good. Phantom Butterfly. Qin Kang immediately used his innate talent of Phantom Butterfly, and a semi-illusory butterfly appeared above his head. The butterfly spread out a pair of huge wings, on which there was a pattern similar to circles. With each flap of the butterfly's wings, the circle begins to rotate. Visual illusion? Hypnosis? Li Bufan suddenly found it a little funny. Both Dang Wushuan's assimilation and Qin Kang's illusion butterfly were restrained by his rinnegan. Although the talent of the phantom butterfly was useless to him, the others watching nearby were not so lucky. They all had dull eyes, staring at the wings of the phantom butterfly without blinking. Li Bufan noticed that Shangguan Wanner was the only one in the crowd who seemed unaffected. Could it be that the talent of the Angel of Light can also restrain visual illusions? The shadow walked up to Qin Kang and kicked him in the abdomen. He immediately covered his abdomen and took a few steps back. The phantom butterfly above their heads disappeared in an instant, and the other people around them woke up immediately in shock. Li Zingli, who was protecting him, immediately understood what had happened. It must be Li Bufan's doing. Usually when the three of them worked together, he would be the one protecting Qin Kang. After Qin Kang used his innate talent, Illusion Butterfly, he became unable to move and someone had to be by his side to protect his safety. Qin Kang covered his abdomen and stared at Li Bufan blankly. He swallowed and asked in a hoarse voice, "The illusion has no effect on you? It's not that illusions are ineffective against me, but your illusions are just rubbish in front of me." Qin Kang was speechless. His magic butterfly really had no effect on Li Bufan. However, Li Bufan's words were not very hurtful but extremely insulting, especially to the students watching nearby. They already knew that they had just been caught in an illusion, but Li Bufan was not affected at all. At this time, Dang Wushuan, who was curled up on the ground, seemed to have relaxed a lot. He stood up tremblingly and limped to Qin Kang and Li Zingli. He gritted his teeth and stared at Li Bufin fiercely, wanting to say something harsh. Suddenly he felt someone was grabbing his throat, and the shadow grabbed his throat and lifted him up. He wanted to speak but couldn't, and there was only fear in his eyes. Li Bufin, let Deng Wuxuan go. Li Bufin glanced at Li Zingli and said coldly, are you ordering me around? I advise you to let him go. Deng Wuxuan is not someone you can afford to offend. Then why did you three come to see me? Let him go. Li Bufin stared at Deng Wuxuan with a half smile. A click, the shadow directly broke Deng Wuxuan's neck. His head drooped down. The shadow threw his body to the ground and returned to its body. Time is up. This was the first time that Li Bufin saw a shadow return to its body on its own. This shadow could only last about 10 minutes now. If I could split into 4 shadows in the future, and then switch between the main body and the shadows at will, I would be truly invincible. Li Zingli looked at Deng Wuxuan's body with a tense expression, heavy breathing, and beads of sweat on his forehead. You really dare to kill him? Do you know who he is? Haha, who are they? Just dead people. Do you think you two can go back alive? Li Bufin glanced at them. What? You still want to kill both of us? Putting aside whether you have the ability to do so, do you know who we are? Li Bufin sneered. What identity? Is it important? If you three want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed by me. You are a. Qin Kang stared at Li Bufin with caution. At this moment, he had placed all his hopes on Li Zingli. The classmates who were watching around him were looking at him in shock. How could such a powerful and talented person be killed? And he kills so easily. Is he really someone without any talent? The classmate who was originally a joke in their eyes is now so powerful? Until now, none of them present knew what the talent Li Bufin displayed was. Only the fat guy next to him guessed what had just happened. Are you two coming together or one by one? Li Bufin, don't underestimate us. I will let you see my talent. Giant. Li Zingli's body suddenly swelled up and his height suddenly increased. Then the whole person seemed to swell dozens of times in size and turned into a giant more than 10 meters tall. The other students who were watching nearby were so frightened by this scene that they began to retreat. Oh my god, what kind of talent is this? This talent is simply invincible. Anyone who steps on him will be crushed to death. Looking at the giant who was more than 10 meters tall in front of him, Li Bufin was somewhat helpless. With so many people around, he really didn't want to use the summoning technique. Is this gigantic? I almost heard it wrong. Isn't this Akimichi-cha Ji's expansion jutsu? Li Zingli was very satisfied with his current look. He stared at Li Bufin cruelly and said, you still want to kill us now? You killed Deng Wuxuan, so you should die too. He took a step toward Li Bufin, and the ground began to shake. Since you are determined to die, don't blame me. Li Bufin immediately took out a willing pill and swallowed it. A summoning technique. Ki-14 Gadu statue, come out. Boom. The ground behind Li Bufin cracked open, and the Gadu statue was summoned once again. A body that was hundreds of meters tall looked up to the sky and roared. Large numbers of strange beasts on the mountain fled in all directions, leaving like a tide of beasts. Li Zingli looked up at the Gadu statue in front of him and slumped down on the ground. He seemed to feel his hair standing on end, his forehead was cold, and his eyes were full of stars. He was gripped by this nameless fear. He wanted to run, but his legs were trembling and he could not move them at all. Qin Kang's face turned even paler. He felt as if the blood in his body was frozen and could not flow. He opened his mouth but could not utter a word. The other students who were watching were so scared that they rolled over and crawled on the ground. It seemed as if their legs and feet were not their own. I ran a long way before I dared to look back at the Gadu statue. What the hell is this monster? It came out from underground. Could it be the devil from hell? It's so freaking scary. I was freaking pissed. Look, Li Bufin is still standing in front of the monster. Could it be that Li Bufin created the monster? The fat man stood nearby and tried hard not to run away. He knew that this was summoned by Li Bufin, but his legs and feet couldn't help but tremble. Li Bufin glanced at Li Zingli jokingly. At this moment, his body had returned to its normal size. Li Zingli, is your innate giantization more powerful, or is my Gadu statue more powerful? He looked at Li Bufin with horror in his eyes and remained silent. Since there is nothing to say, then both of you can go to hell. Li Bufin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have come to kill you. Please forgive me this time. Who sent you three to kill me? It's my brother Li Xingyun, but my brother was also instructed by Zujqi. Li Bufin now understood everything. It really was the Zuj family again. That's it, then go die. How could Li Bufin possibly let the three of them go? If he had fallen into their hands at the beginning, he would have been worse off than dead. Shangguan Waner, I am Li Nangsun's younger brother, save me. He shouted to Shangguan Waner in the distance. Li Bufin was also stunned. Who was this Li Nangsun? Why was he related to Shangguan Waner again? As expected, Shangguan Waner ran over, and Li Zingli seemed to have found a life-saving straw. Are you really Li Nangsun's brother? Yes, save me. Shangguan Waner was a little hesitant, not knowing for a moment whether she should speak up to plead for him. She saw the whole thing, but in the end she gritted her teeth. Li Bufin, can you let him go? I'll just consider it as a favor to you, how about it? No, will you let go of someone who wants to kill you? He is a descendant of the Li family in Kyoto. If you kill him, I'm afraid. So what? Shangguan Wanner didn't expect Li Bufan to be so decisive, and she showed a hint of displeasure. Her expression could not escape Li Bufan's rinnegan at all, and he didn't want to continue talking to Shangguan Wanner. Die! The Gadu statue grabbed Li Zingli with a giant hand and threw him into its abyssal mouth. Noah A. Shangguan Wanner was so frightened by this scene that her face turned pale. She stepped aside without saying a word. Li Bufan turned to look at Qin Kang again. Qin Kang was already at a loss at this moment. He said in a hoarse voice, Li Bufan, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have come to kill you. My uncle is the admissions officer of Suzaku College. If you can spare my life, I can arrange for you to enter Suzaku College. Li Bufan glanced at him in surprise. He didn't expect that Qin Kang was Qin Feng's nephew. At the beginning, people from 5 colleges came to recruit him and gave him a lot of benefits in the end. This was a favor. Besides, the 5 academies will continue to provide him with training resources in the future. Your uncle is Qin Feng, call him now. Qin Kang didn't dare to ask more questions, so he took out his cell phone and called. Hey, uncle, it's me, help. Qin Kang could no longer suppress his emotions and immediately burst into tears. Li Bufan walked over and took the phone. Qin Feng's anxious voice came from the phone. Nephew, what's wrong? Tell me, I'm so worried. Teacher Qin, it's me, Li Bufan. Li Bufan, why is it you? Why are you and nephew together? What happened to him? Qin Feng started asking a bunch of questions. Li Bufan smiled bitterly and said, Teacher Qin, it was me who wanted to kill him. Qin Kang and 2 other people came from Kyoto to Jiangnan City to kill me. What? Impossible. What is going on? Teacher Qin, I'm afraid I can't explain it clearly at the moment. You can ask Qin Kang later. I can spare his life, but I can spare his death sentence, but I can't escape his punishment while alive. He returned the phone to Qin Kang. Did you hear what I said to your uncle just now? Cut off one of your arms, or you will die. Qin Kang's face turned pale. He didn't expect that Li Bufan and his uncle knew each other and would also make him pay such a huge price. But it's better than dying, and you can buy pills to regenerate broken limbs later. The elixir for regenerating severed limbs is a bit expensive, but the Qin family can still afford it. He gritted his teeth, and a sharp sword appeared in his hand, and he cut off his left hand with one sword. He covered the broken end of his arm without saying a word, but beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Li Bufan took out a golden medicine and threw it to him, then turned and left. Looking at the golden medicine in front of him, Qin Kang picked it up and swallowed it in one gulp. The bleeding from the broken left arm stopped immediately. Thanks. He picked up his left hand and left without looking back. Phew, the Gadu statue has disappeared. The fat man then dared to approach Li Bufan and put his arm around his shoulders. Bufan, you were so handsome just now. Is he worthy of your sister? Go away, go away. You're always thinking about my sister. I told you she's only 16. Although Li Bufan seemed to be very impressive, he was not happy at all. His trump card was basically exposed today. Gadu statue. After the Zudge family's secret realm ends, you will know that it was he who killed Zudge Wu. Now they have killed the children of the Deng and Li families in Kyoto, and have made enemies again. The Qin family might not let him go. Li Bufan was helpless as a secret martial arts exam caused so much trouble. Fatty, let's go up the mountain and see what treasures there are. Hey, hurry up and go. Li Bufan and the fat guy walked towards the top of the mountain, followed by many other classmates. He turned around and said coldly to the students behind him, if anyone follows me again, don't blame me for being rude. The strange beast on the mountain was driven away by his Gadu statue. When he was bullied by 3 people, no classmate stood up for him except the fat boy. Want to get a piece of the pie now, don't he even think about it. The students behind were angry, but helpless, as all of them combined could not defeat one hand of Li Bufan's Gadu statue. Fatty, do you smell anything? Smell? He sniffed hard. Hey, there really is a fragrance, it smells so good. Let's go up and take a look. The 2 of them trotted up the mountain and saw an antique temple whose main entrance was already decayed. The Madara pattern walls and exposed blue bricks show that this temple is definitely a 1,000-year-old one. Pushing open the dilapidated temple door, the 2 walked in and saw a courtyard. At the back of the courtyard is a majestic main hall, with the golden glazed tiles above it shining with golden light. Bufan, look. The fat man excitedly pointed at a strange tree in the middle of the yard. The tree was about 5 or 6 meters tall and had golden leaves. There were also dozens of fist-sized golden fruits on the tree, and the fragrance they had smelled before was coming from these fruits. Fatty, what kind of tree is this? Hee, I'm rich. This is the golden leaf fairy vine, and the fruit on it is the golden leaf fruit. What a strange name. It's not surprising at all, just look at it. He picked up a palm-sized stone and threw it at the golden leaf immortal vine. Bang bang, dozens of vines immediately emerged from the ground, and one vine entangled the stone that had just been thrown over. Click, palm-sized stones were directly crushed into rice-sized sand. Fatty, what is this vine? The root system of the golden leaf fairy vine. You can also understand it this way. The vines that extend from the ground can entangle anything that comes close. It was just a stone just now. If it were a person or a strange beast, it would be pulled into the ground and become its nutrients. How weird. No wonder the flying beast I saw before was circling above the temple. So this is the reason. Fatty, what is the use of this golden leaf fruit? This golden leaf fruit contains extremely pure spiritual energy. After taking it, it can be directly converted into spiritual power in the body. Li Bufan's eyes widened, extremely excited. Normally, he could only slowly absorb the spiritual energy from the spirit stone into his body during his practice. And this golden leaf fruit does not need to be absorbed slowly. It can be converted directly after taking it, which is equivalent to eating the spirit stone directly. The fat man smiled obscenely. Bufan, it's up to you. Hey, it's settled. Wheel 2, Border Prison. A shadow walked towards the golden leaf immortal vine and didn't react at all until it reached under the golden leaf immortal vine. Haha, it really works. The shadow climbed up in no time, picked a golden leaf fruit and threw it towards the main body. Looking at the golden leaf fruit in my hand, the fruity fragrance filled my nose and I almost couldn't help but want to bite it. The fat man rubbed his hands and laughed. Bufan, let me have a look. He took the golden leaf fruit, sniffed it hard, and looked like a sage. Firsty 1-2. The fat man kissed the golden leaf fruit hard again. Nima. Hey, sorry, I couldn't help myself for a moment. Li Bufan rolled his eyes. Forget it, I'll give you this golden leaf fruit. The golden leaf fairy vine realized that it suddenly had one of its fruits missing. Dozens of vines broke out of the ground, dancing in the air and frantically attacking the surroundings. Shadow picked another golden leaf fruit and threw it over. Li Bufan quickly put this one into his storage ring. The vines of the golden leaf fairy vine swung towards Li Bufan and the others. Retreat quickly, this golden leaf fairy vine can sense that the fruit is here. The two men quickly retreated a few meters, and the vines missed their target, but continued to dance wildly in front of them. One golden leaf fruit after another was thrown over, and the vines whipped the air randomly, causing bursts of sounds of breaking through the air, but it was all in vain. In the end, they got 11 golden leaf fruits in total. Li Bufan took 6 and the fat man got the remaining 5. Fatty, we won't go to the main hall. We can't avoid this golden leaf fairy vine. He was already satisfied with getting 5 golden leaf fruits. Okay, but why don't you try to summon the Gadu statue? Li Bufan shook his head that if he summoned the Gadu statue, the golden leaf fairy vine might be uprooted. Those who plant trees will enjoy the shade, and it was worthwhile for him to get this golden leaf fruit. Forget it, let's go down. After coming down the mountain, neither of them had any interest in hunting exotic beasts. The fat man joined the Qinglong Academy, and the martial arts exam results were not important to him at all. He was in a hurry to take the golden leaf fruit, so he had no time to hunt exotic beasts. The same is true for Li Bufan. His main purpose of taking the martial arts exam is to hunt exotic beasts and earn points. Now his points are enough for the lottery, so there is no need to hunt exotic beasts anymore. It was getting dark when they reached the foot of the mountain, so they found a flat place and prepared to spend the night. The fat man took out an oversized tent from his storage ring, and then moved out 2 single beds and laid out Simmons mattresses. Master Wan, are you here to take the martial arts exam or to go on vacation? Hey, think about it. If you have a girlfriend in the future, you need to be prepared when you two go out together. Think about it carefully. Li Bufan, I-14. Climbing onto the bed, he sat cross-legged at system, start the points lottery. Select the 1000 points lottery option in the system interface. Ding, the 10th consecutive draw is in progress. Ding, dear you did not win the prize, please keep up the good work. Ding, dear you did not win the prize, please keep up the good work. Ding, dear you did not win the prize, please keep up the good work. Ding, dear you did not win the prize, please keep up the good work. Li Bufan, system, isn't your chance of winning a little low? Ding, dear this system is fair and just, and Tongzeo is honest. Okay, one more time. A ding, dear you did not win the prize, please keep up the good work. Ding, dear congratulations on winning, Primary Sword Skills Experience Ball. Primary Sword Skills Experience Ball, use it to gain the essence of primary sword skills. With a thought, a small red ball the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in his hand. Is this the basic sword experience ball? System, how do I use this experience ball? Ding, crush. Li Bufan crushed the small red ball in his hand, and a memory of basic swordsmanship appeared in his mind. At this moment he felt as if he was a swordsman who had been obsessed with swordsmanship for many years. There are 13 basic sword techniques: chopping, hacking, lifting, chopping, picking, pushing, stabbing, sliding, stirring, collapsing, tapping, pulling and cutting, and each one is well known by heart. This basic sword technique is pretty good, but compared with what was copied from the heavens and all realms before, it is still far behind in quality. Whether it is the Hongmeng breathing method or the Black Blade, one of the 12 great swords, they are at least comparable to SSS level. System, continue the lottery. Ding, dear you did not win the prize, please keep up the good work. Ding, dear you did not win the prize, please keep up the good work. The third draw came with nothing. The probability of winning is too low. There are 2 more draws left, so Li Bufan decided to save them for later to see if he can get 100,000 points. He took out a golden leaf fruit and took a bite. The flesh was sweet and melted in his mouth. He quickly finished all the fist-sized golden leaf fruit. A warm current came from the danchan, followed by a surging spiritual power that filled the entire danchan, and the spiritual power of the fruit pulp continued to flow into the danchan. Boom! The shackles in his body were broken once again, and he successfully broke through to the bronze 7-star realm. The spiritual power contained in the golden leaf fruit pulp seemed to have found an outlet and rushed into the danchan madly. After his danchan was once again filled with spiritual power, the spiritual power of the golden leaf fruit pulp completely dissipated and converted into pure spiritual power in his body. Li Bufan opened his eyes with a hint of joy in them. He didn't expect that a golden leaf fruit would allow him to break through to the 1-star realm. Personal attributes. Name: Li Bufan. Talent: rinnegan. Talented skills: Truth-Seeking Ball, Will Grave Prison, Kadu Statue, Shinra Tensei, Universal Pull, Planetary Devastation, Tenge Shinsei, Rhine Tensei Technique, Jo Huangshan Resound, Thousand Paper Crane Body Flicker Technique, Yomi Harasaka, Heaven's Hand Power. Realm: Bronze 7 stars. Kung Fu Hongmeng Breathing Method. Skills: None. Copy point: 0 points, 20,610. Bufan, have you broken through to the bronze 7-star realm? The fat man was awakened by the momentum of Li Bufan's breakthrough while practicing. Well, I had a breakthrough after taking a golden leaf fruit. This golden leaf fruit is really magical. Of course, the golden leaf fruit is a rare treasure for us. This time he experienced the magical effect of the golden leaf fruit, which means that there must be other similar treasures in this world. Ordinary people certainly cannot enjoy such natural treasures. Only wealthy nobles or powerful people can possess them. Because of this, people with higher status are destined to have a starting point that others cannot reach. Li Bufan did not take the golden leaf fruit again. Now that he had just broken through, the most important thing right now was to consolidate his cultivation. In a cave somewhere in Tian's secret realm, Qin Kang sat on the ground in a mess. He looked haggard, with some traces of tears still on his face. Uncle, this is roughly the situation. Qin Feng on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time. Nephew, I already know what happened. This incident is a lesson for you that you don't have to think about seeking revenge on him. Even if he kills you this time, I can't do anything to him. There are some things you don't understand yet, and I can't tell you. Qin Kang was struck by lightning when he heard this. His expression gradually stiffened, and Kaida said dejectedly, Uncle, I know. Well, that's it for now. I have other things to deal with. As for your left hand, let the clan find a way to get you a regeneration pill after it comes back. Thank you, Uncle. After hanging up the phone, Qin Kang was still at a loss. It would be fine if his uncle didn't avenge him, but what did he mean by kill me and his uncle wouldn't do anything to him? Who is Li Bufan? That's why my uncle would say such a thing. Oh, forget it. If you can't afford to offend me, can't you just hide away from me? In a room at Suzaku Academy in Kyoto, Qin Feng showed a bitter smile after hanging up the phone. He didn't expect that Li Bufan's words of no escape while alive would actually cost his nephew a hand. Suddenly he became excited again, as if he had discovered a new world. He took out his mobile phone, opened WeChat, and clicked on a group chat, the name of which was Very 6+1. Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy, shocking news, shocking news. Zhou Yufan from Qinglong College, can't you let me sleep at this late hour? What the hell is wrong with you? Zhao Bai from Yenqing College, Lao Qin, Wada S. The news? Zhu Shan from White Tiger Academy, +1 Lin Taran from Suamyu College, +1 Yang Huayuan from Jiangnan Middle School, +1 Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy. According to the latest news from my nephew, Li Bufan once created a giant hundreds of meters tall in the Tian Secret Realm martial arts examination. The giant had 9 eyes. Zhou Yufan from Qinglong College, how much fake wine did you drink last night? Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy, it is absolutely true. My nephew Qin Kang was forced to cut off his left hand in Tian's secret realm. Zhu Shan from White Tiger College, Qin Feng, please explain clearly, what is going on? Lin Taran from Suamyu College, +1 Yang Huayuan from Jiangnan Middle School, +1 Qin Feng told Qin Kang everything he had told him without reservation. A long time. No one in the group chat replied, as they were all trying to digest the shock this news brought to them. Zhou Yufan from Qinglong Academy, your nephew really deserves it, his illusion butterfly talent is useless to Li Bufan. Suzaku Academy Qin Feng, straight face. Zhu Shan from White Tiger Academy, is this giant who is hundreds of meters tall Li Bufana's new talent? Lin Taran from Suamyu Academy, it is really possible. Talent that surpasses SSS level is truly terrifying. Yang Huayuan from Jiangnan Middle School, +1 Zhou Yufan from Qinglong College, don't worry about it for now. If what Lao Qin said is true, once Li Bufan leaves Tian's secret realm, he will definitely be hunted down by the Zudge family in Jiangnan, the Deng family in Kyoto, and the Li family. Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy, Lao Zhou is right. Even if we don't kill Li Bufan, his talents might be fully exposed. These two risks are too great. Zhu Shan from White Tiger Academy, how about we go and give a warning to these 3 families? Lin Taran from Suamyu College, this is all caused by the Zudge family, I think they are tired of living. Lao Qin, aren't Zudge Qi and Li Xingyan still students of your Suzaku College? Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy. Yang Huayuan from Jiangnan Middle School. Now it's not a matter of assigning responsibility, we have to find a way to resolve this problem. Zhou Yufan from Qinglong College. Lao Yang, you have a sharp mind, do you have any ideas? Yang Huayuan from Jiangnan Middle School. First of all, you can't come forward together for this matter, otherwise it will arouse suspicion that 5 colleges are protecting the same student. It is best for one person to come forward, and this person must be able to suppress the 3 families. Yang Huayuan's suggestion was quickly agreed upon by others, so now it depended on who would come forward. This person must be very powerful in order to stabilize the 3 families, especially the Deng and Li families in Kyoto. Zhao Bai from Yenching College. Since Li Bufan is registered under the name of our Yenching College, it is reasonable for us to let Yenching College take action. Zhou Yufan from Qinglong College. Lao Zhao, I'm not mocking your Yanjing College, but if your Yanjing College steps in, it may not be able to suppress the Deng and Li families in Kyoto. The strength of Yanjing College is indeed not weak, but it is not much stronger than the wealthy nobles in Kyoto. And how can it suppress the 2 major families in Kyoto? Zhao Bai from Yenching College. Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy. Zhuzh Qi and Li Xingyun are both students of our Suzaku Academy. It was the 2 of them who caused this trouble, so let Suzaku Academy step in. Yang Huayuan from Jiangnan Middle School. Yes. Others also agreed that this might be the best solution at the moment. Qin Feng stood up and stretched. He looked at the time and saw that it was already 2 o'clock in the morning, so he called the principal anyway. Qin Feng, is there something urgent so late? Principal, it's like this. He told the whole story again from beginning to end and expressed their thoughts. Well, I understand that you did a good job, I will take care of this matter. Don't worry. Thank you, Principal. The next morning, Li Bufan and Fatty woke up from their practice. Fatty, today's martial arts exam is over, let's go back to the entrance to the secret realm. Good. The 2 of them returned all the way to the entrance, encountering more than a dozen strange beasts along the way, and they killed them all easily. When we arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, we saw that many classmates were already waiting there. Seeing Li Bufan and the fat man, they all made way for him and looked at him in awe. In the Jiangnan City teleportation array, a middle-aged man in a gray tang suit walked out. His eyebrows were sharp and raised like a sword, revealing a sharp and daring aura. The guard of the teleportation array was so frightened by his momentum that he lowered his head. But when he looked up again, he found that the man had disappeared. Who is this person? He is so powerful, yet he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The guard immediately took out his cell phone and said, "Hey, boss, a strongman just came out of the teleportation array and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xiao Lu, wait there, I'll be right over." Half an hour later, Fang Bo, the head of the Jiangnan City Defense Army, hurried over. "Xiao Lu, tell me what that person looked like." "Boss, I didn't dare to look at him carefully. He was estimated to be around 40 years old with a shaved head." Fang Bo pinched his chin, looking thoughtful. A middle-aged man in his 40s, with a buzz cut? He searched in his mind for a powerful human who met these conditions, but after a long while he still had no idea who this person was. Alas, what a troubled time. Who is it? In the Zhuzh family study in Jiangnan City, Zhuzh Zheng and Zhuzh Qi were studying a list of people leaving the city. Zhuzh Zheng frowned and pursed his lips. He had been studying this list for several days but still had no clue. "Father, most of the people on this list are from the City Defense Army. Why do they leave the city so frequently? Could my brother's death be related to the City Defense Army?" "Cheer, we are not in a position to inquire about the affairs of the City Defense Army. As for war, he should not provoke the City Defense Army." Zhuzh Zheng stared at the list again. In fact, he was also very curious why so many city defense troops left the city. Could it be that something happened outside the city? Otherwise, the city guards would not behave like this for no reason. At this moment, an abrupt voice sounded in the quiet study. "Are you the head of the Zhuzh family?" Hearing this voice, Zhuzh Zheng suddenly looked up and stared at the other party in disbelief. A middle-aged man stood expressionlessly in front of the father and daughter. The Central and South Chinese man looked at him and glanced at Zhuzh Qi next to him. Zhuzh Zheng pulled Zhuzh Qi behind him. This man was able to avoid the guards silently and easily come in front of him without even him noticing. This man must be a strong man. "I am Zhuzh Zheng, the head of the Zhuzh family. Who are you, senior?" "Yeah, Qingfeng, you were the ones who sent people to kill Li Bufan in the Tian's secret realm, right?" Zhuzh Zheng was confused. Tian's secret realm? Kill Li Bufan? He turned his head and looked at Zhuzh Qi behind him. "Cheer, what's going on?" Ye Qingfeng looked at Zhuzh Qi, his expression calm. When Zhuzh Qi heard Ye Qingfeng's words, he immediately understood what was going on and felt secretly delighted. It seemed that the 3 geniuses from Kyoto had already killed Li Bufan. At the moment, she didn't know who Ye Qingfeng was, and how he was related to Li Bufan. She was sure that he was here to call for revenge, but as long as she could avenge her brother, she didn't care about her own life. Ye Qingfeng is the vice president of Suzaku College. People of this level usually practice in seclusion for a long time and would never ask about school affairs. How could Zhuzh Qi know him? "Senior, Li Bufan killed my brother, and he deserved it. This matter was arranged by me alone, and has nothing to do with other people in the Zhuzh family. If you want to avenge Li Bufan, you can kill or chop me, Zhuzh Qi, as you wish." Ye Qingfeng sneered, revenge? 2 of the 3 people you sent over have died, and the remaining one survived by cutting off his own arm. Impossible, Zhou Qi shouted hysterically. If 3 geniuses take action, Li Bufan will definitely die. Zhou Zheng roughly guessed what was going on, but he pulled Zhou Qi and said, Senior, why did you come to the Zhou family this time? He knew that if Ye Qingfeng wanted to kill them, he would not say so much and would just do it directly. Fortunately, nothing happened to Li Bufan this time, otherwise you would still be standing here talking. At this time, Ye Qingfeng's aura was like a rainbow, and a powerful pressure burst out. Zhou Qi turned pale and fell to her knees. She couldn't even raise her head under such pressure. Zhou Zheng was holding on tightly and not falling to the ground. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and he was breathing heavily. Snort, bang! Ye Qingfeng stomped his foot, causing the ground tiles to break into pieces and an even more powerful pressure erupted. Zhou Zheng could no longer hold on, he knelt on his knees and spit out a mouthful of blood. This is just a warning to you. There are some people you cannot touch, otherwise no one can save you. At this time, a roar was heard from the sky. Who is it? How dare you come to my Zhou family and make trouble? Zhou Zheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with joy, Father. Outside the study, an energetic old man in his 70s walked in. His hair and beard were all white, and his face was covered with wrinkles. He walked into the study with an angry face, staring at Ye Qingfeng. After feeling Ye Qingfeng's aura, his heart skipped a beat. The king, my name is Zhou Xian. Who are you and why are you making trouble in my Zhou family? Ye Qingfeng's expression hadn't changed at all since the beginning. He said coldly, so what if I act wildly in your Zhou family? Are you going too far, sir? You are just an old dog in the Star Glory realm, stop putting on airs here. Zhou Xian's forehead was throbbing with veins, and he gritted his teeth and said, then let's see if your strength is as great as your words. Spiritual energy surged in his body, his muscles were tense, and he looked ready to strike. But Ye Qingfeng raised his hand and waved it, and an unmatched force instantly knocked him away and knocked him out of the study. Zhou Xian stood up, holding his chest with his hands. His heart was beating wildly, his throat was blocked, and there was a hint of fear in his eyes. The peak of the king. Zhou Zheng ran to him and said worriedly, Father, how are you? Zhou Xian waved his hand, Zhenger, I'm fine. Your Excellency's strength is amazing. I am ashamed of myself. I wonder how my Zhou family has offended you. Ye Qingfeng ignored him, stared at Zhou Zheng and said coldly, remember my warning, I won't be so easy to talk to next time. After saying that, he stomped his feet, flew into the air, and disappeared into the sky. Zhenger, what's going on? Father, I'll help you to the study and explain in detail. In the study, Zhou Zheng explained the whole story in detail from beginning to end. Zhenger, then it can be confirmed that it was Li Bufan who killed War. However, our Zhou family cannot afford to offend Ye Qingfeng, so let's put War's revenge aside for now. After hearing this, Zhou Qi immediately said, Grandpa, how can you ignore my brother's revenge? Zhou Xian's face turned cold. You two have no responsibility for War's death. Wasn't War's arrogant and domineering character fostered by you two? Grandpa, Li Bufan must be buried with his brother no matter what. Zhou Xian shook his head and sighed, Cheer, you asked someone to bring the 3 geniuses from Kyoto here, right? Now 2 of them are dead. Doesn't it have anything to do with you and our Zhou family? Will their family not come to our Zhou family to question us? As for Li Bufan, we don't need the Zhou family to intervene. The family that lost 2 geniuses will naturally not let him go. Zhou Zheng's eyes lit up. That's right. Without the Zhou family's intervention, how could the 2 Kyoto families let Li Bufan go after their genius children died? This way they wouldn't offend Ye Qingfeng, but he started to worry again. The 2 families would not let Li Bufan go and would definitely come to the Zhou family to demand an explanation. He sighed. What was coming would eventually come. Zhou Qi also realized the seriousness of the matter. All these consequences were caused by her. Father, don't worry, Cheer, your father and your grandfather are here to take care of everything. You don't have to worry. At the Jiangnan City teleportation array, Fang Bo, the head of the city defense army, sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He had been waiting here the entire time. Suddenly he opened his eyes, stood up, and stared sharply ahead. A middle-aged man in a tang suit appeared in his sight. Yet Qingfeng also noticed Fang Bo, and the two smiled at each other, and Fang Bo's tense expression relaxed. Haha, I said that the expert came to Jiangnan City. It turned out to be Vice President, yeah. Yet Qingfeng smiled slightly. Isn't this Lord Fang Bo Fang from the City Defense Army? Why are you waiting for me so specially? Fang Bo and Ye Qingfeng both graduated from Suzaku Academy, and they entered Suzaku Academy in the same year. The two had already known each other when they were in Suzaku Academy, but Ye Qingfeng stayed in the academy after graduation. However, Fang Bo joined the National Security Bureau and was assigned to the Jiangnan City Defense Force. When Ye Qingfeng approached, Fang Bo punched his shoulder and said, "Why did you come to Jiangnan City? You didn't even say a word when you came here. Just a small matter, come and take care of it." Fang Bo looked at him with a smile. Could it be a trivial matter that could make the vice president of Suzaku College come forward to handle it personally? Obviously Ye Qingfeng didn't want to mention it, but as members of the Jiangnan City Defense Army, if they wanted to find out what Ye Qingfeng had done in Jiangnan City, they could naturally find out clearly. Looking at Fang Bo's expression, Ye Qingfeng smiled bitterly. All right, the Zudge family did something they shouldn't have done, so I came here to warn them. Really? Oh, that's right, why are you guarding here? Fang Bo rolled his eyes. It's all because of you that I heard from down there that a strong man came to Jiangnan City, so I came here to guard. Ye Qingfeng frowned and asked in confusion, a strong man came from Jiangnan City, so you are so nervous, did something happen? Alas, the barbarians are probably going to take action. Fang Bo's face was extremely solemn. Barbarians? Could it be because of the one underground? Fang Bo nodded, and a character appeared between his eyebrows, as if carved by a knife or an axe. Has it been reported? There's no good solution up there. Either we deal with the barbarians or the one underground. I will report this matter to the dean personally. If possible, there is one more thing I need your help with. Fang Bo touched his chin, walked around Ye Qingfeng, and looked him up and down. Tisk tisk, is there anything you can't handle in Jiangnan City that you need my help with? Ye Qingfeng pulled the corner of his mouth and said casually, it's not a big deal. There's just a little kid in Jiangnan Middle School. Can you help me take care of him? Student? What's his name? Li Bufan. The reason why he asked Fang Bo to take care of him was because he was afraid that the Zudge family or other people would secretly assassinate Li Bufan. As the city defender of Jiangnan City, no matter how big or small the events in Jiangnan City are, they can escape his eyes. It is most appropriate for Fang Bo to take care of Li Bufan. Fang Bo was even more confused. Ye Qingfeng came to Jiangnan City to do a small matter? Now you ask him to help take care of a student? What's so special about a student that he deserves this? Ye Qingfeng smiled and said nothing, and Fang Bo did not continue to ask questions. Okay, I'll take care of him if conditions permit. Thank you. How long will it take for the teleportation array to open? I have to hurry back to Kyoto. You can start it now. Ye Qingfeng nodded and stepped into the teleportation array. Watching Ye Qingfeng disappear in the teleportation array, Fang Bo said to the guard next to him, Xiao Lu, go check for a student at Jiangnan Middle School. His name is Li Bufan. Don't worry, boss. I'll find out what color underwear he's wearing. Fang Bo knocked him hard on the head. Why do I need to know the color of his underwear? Go check it out, keep it confidential. Yes, in the Tian secret realm, Li Bufan and his companions have been waiting for the exit to open. Li Bufan glanced around and found that almost everyone who could come had already arrived, and those who had not come might have died in the secret realm. But suddenly, a ripple appeared behind him, and the exit of Tian's secret realm opened. The crowd rushed towards the exit one after another. After leaving the secret realm and looking around, they found that they were still in the school playground. After everyone came out, the teacher made a final count and found that there were 98 people who entered the Tian secret realm this time, but only 81 people have come out, and 17 people have stayed in the Tian secret realm permanently. Students, congratulations on successfully completing this martial arts exam. You may now submit your Beast Core statistical scores. A bronze 1-star Beast Core is worth 1 point, a 2-star Beast Core is worth 2 points, and so on. Li Bufan had no Beast Cores, so he gave them all to Fatty. The two of them only had a dozen Beast Cores in total. On the other hand, the fat man had no intention of handing over the Beast Core. Both of them stood there, unmoved. The other students turned their heads to look at Li Bufan. According to his ability, he could definitely get first place, but he just stood there motionless and had no intention of handing in his Beast Core. Soon, the Beast Cores submitted by all the students were counted. Shangwan Wanner submitted more than 50 Beast Cores of various levels, and she undoubtedly became the first place. The Beast Cores have been counted. Li Bufan, please wait for a moment. The other students can leave now. As other students left one after another, only Li Bufan and Yang Huayuan were left on the playground. Li Bufan, all 5 colleges know what happened in Tian's secret realm. In addition, Suzaku College will also send someone to come forward. I believe that the Zudge family, the Kyoto Deng family, and the Li family will not cause you trouble openly, but they may still attack you behind your back, so you have to be careful. Li Bufan was not at all surprised that the 5 colleges knew about the things in the secret realm. Qin Kang would definitely call Qin Feng to tell him. The only thing he didn't expect was that Suzaku Academy would send someone to come forward. Li Bufan didn't dare to be careless. The possibility that these 3 families would secretly attack him was very high. Thank you, Principal. I understand. Well, go back and be careful. He nodded, turned and left, got on his bike and rode away at full speed out of the school gate. He hadn't been riding for long when he saw a man blocking his way back. He wore a pair of sunglasses, his hands in his pockets, exuding an imposing aura, and slowly uttered a few words. Are you Li Bufan? It's me. Who are you? Li Xingyun. He still remembered that before Li Xingli died, he said that it was Li Xingyun who brought the 3 of them to Jiangnan City, and Li Xingyun was also instructed by Zudge Qi. Li Xingyun is Li Xingli's brother. Later, Li Xingli told Shangwan Wanner a name named Li Nangsun. It seems that Li Nangsun is also a member of the Li family in Kyoto, and seems to have a close relationship with Shangwan Wanner. Li Bufan stared at him with a sneer on his face. You are the one who brought 3 geniuses from Kyoto to kill me, right? Yes, it's me. Don't waste time. Tell me what you want to do here. Li Xingyun was stunned for a moment, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He squinted his eyes and said, you killed my brother Li Xingli, and ruined my good deeds, so of course I came to kill you. He wanted to kill me, and I killed him in return. It was his own fault. If you want to kill me, just go ahead and kill me. Let's see who will win. Li Bufan is now at the bronze 7-star level, and he believes that Li Xingyun is at the silver level at best. Even if you really can't defeat him, you can still use the summoning technique, and maybe even kill him. He is already invincible and has no need to be afraid of Li Xingyun. The only concern now is using the summoning technique in the city, as the impact would be too great. Then give it a try. Li Xingyun was ready to go, his clothes moved without wind, and a gust of air came towards Li Bufan. Li Bufan was calm and composed, without any sign of panic. Suddenly, he sensed that there was someone hiding next to him. The corners of his mouth turned up, revealing a hint of sneer, and he glanced at the hiding place of the man. Do you have help? Come out. Li Xingyun was stunned. What helper? Looking in the direction Li Bufan was looking, a man in his 30s walked out from behind a tree 20 meters away. He walked slowly towards Li Bufan, smiled slightly and clapped his hands. Awesome, awesome, you spotted me from such a long distance. No wonder you, a bronze-level person, can remain so calm when facing a silver-level opponent. Li Xingyun stared at the man with a serious expression. He could feel that the other person was definitely at the silver level as well. Li Bufan actually discovered this man hiding nearby, but he himself was unaware of it at all. He thought to himself that Li Bufan was indeed not a simple person. Noticing Li Xingyun's expression, Li Bufan was sure that this man was definitely not in the same group as him. Who are you? Will you first tell me how you found me? I saw it. The mysterious man stared into Li Bufan's eyes. Those red eyes seemed like an Uzumaki with infinite magical power, pulling his mind into the Uzumaki. He closed his eyes and opened them again. Your eyes are your talent, right? What level of talent is it? No levels. The mysterious man thought to himself, it is consistent with the information we have investigated that this is a spiritual eye talent without level. My name is Lu Shuangzi, and I'm from the Jiangnan City Defense Army. City Defense Troops? Li Bufan had never had any dealings with the city defense troops except when he registered to leave the city. Lu Shuangzi glanced at Li Xingyun and said, you are from Kyoto, right? I have seen you in the Jiangnan City teleportation array. I advise you not to cause trouble in the territory of our Jiangnan City Defense Army. That you can leave now. Li Xingyun stared at Li Bufan unwillingly. You are lucky. If you dare to kill a member of my Li family, just wait. I'm at your service any time. He turned to leave, and Li Bufan asked Lu Shuangzi, why are the city guards here? I just happened to be passing by. Passing by? What a coincidence? Li Bufan didn't believe him at all and just passed by and hid behind a tree to watch the show? In that case, I'll leave first. Lu Shuangzi didn't say much and just nodded. I got home safely, and as soon as I entered the door I saw Li Tian lying on the sofa watching TV. Ever since Li Bufan transferred 1 million to him, Li Tian has not gone to work. Hey, my son's martial arts exam is over. How was his score? Li Bufan rolled his eyes at him in anger. Dad, you don't worry about me, you are so careless, your cheap dad is really unreliable. Son, how can you say that about your dad? I've been worried about you these past 2 days. I didn't even go when Aunt John called me. Li Bufan, _ He originally planned to tell his father about the Zudge family, the Kyoto Li family, and the Deng family. Now seeing how heartless Li Tian is, I decide to just forget it. After dinner Li Bufan started practicing. Now anyone who came to kill him was already at the silver realm. He took out a golden leaf fruit and ate it, and a huge amount of spiritual energy was instantly converted into spiritual power in his body. His danshin was immediately saturated, and he took out another golden leaf fruit and ate it. Boom! His spiritual power broke through the limit of his danshin, and all the fatigue in his body was swept away, replaced by a feeling of comfort all over his body. He successfully broke through to the bronze 8-star realm. This time I used 2 gold leaf fruits to break through to the first star. If I break through to bronze 9 stars, I will probably need at least 2 or even 3 gold leaf fruits. Personal attributes. Name: Li Bufan. Talent: rinnegan. Talented skills: Truth-seeking ball, will grave prison, Kadu statue, Shinra tensei, universal pull, planetary devastation, Tenge shinsei, Rhine tensei technique, Jao Huangshan resound, thousand paper crane body flicker technique, Yomi Harasaka, heaven's hand power. Realm: bronze 8 stars. Kung Fu Hongmeng breathing method skills, none. Copy point, 0 points, 20,610. Still no new talents that can be used. No way. Then let's try the talents. Wheel 2, border prison. A shadow split apart, and then another shadow appeared. 2 shadows, not bad. He controlled a shadow and walked into the living room. At this moment, Li Tian was still lying on the sofa watching Duyan, and occasionally let out an obscene laugh or two. Exchange. Li Bufan seemed to have traveled to another world for a moment, and then appeared in the living room in an instant. Li Tian turned his head and said, "Son, why are you walking without making any sound?" Exchange. He returned to the room in an instant. Li Tian sat up as if he had seen a ghost, and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Am I dazzled? That's impossible. Those women must have squeezed me dry. They can suck dirt from the ground. It's better to go there less often in the future. Li Bufan in the room felt this kind of exchange. It was really amazing. If I split into 4 shadows, can I use the same imprisonment ability as Madara? I don't know what the name of that imprisonment talent skill is. Try again when there are 4 shadows next time. He sat cross-legged and began to stabilize his state. Jiangnan City has 2 city gates, the West Gate and the East Gate. Under normal circumstances, the West Gate can be used for entry and exit, while the East Gate is always closed. Zikan District, most of the people living in this area are city defense troops and their families. The city defense troops offices are also located in Zikan District. The city defense troops were set up in Zikan District to make it easier to guard the West City Gate. At this moment, in a luxurious villa in Zikan District, Lu Xuangzi was reporting Li Bufan's investigation results to Fang Bo, the head of the city defense army. Fang Bo was extremely shocked when he saw the investigation results. His expression was stiff and he slowly raised his eyes. Even the muscles on his cheeks were twitching slightly. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. The investigation results say that his spiritual eye talent has no level, but in the martial arts exam, a terrifying giant over 100 meters tall was created, and this giant also devoured an enemy who wanted to kill him. Boss, yes, I found it hard to believe when I first heard it, but there were dozens of students in Tian's secret realm who saw it with their own eyes, so it shouldn't be wrong. Also, I met a person in the Silver Realm this afternoon who wanted to kill him. Unexpectedly, he was not panicked at all and even found me hiding nearby. However, the person in the Silver Realm was completely unaware of me. Don't you think it's strange? Fang Bo leaned back in his office chair with his eyes closed, tapping the table with his hands. After a while, he opened his eyes and said excitedly, Xiao Lu, the information we know now is limited. The only thing we can be sure of is that this Li Bufan is definitely not simple. I didn't expect such a person to be in our Jiangnan city. But our city defense army didn't find it, and was discovered by the people in Kyoto first. But I am becoming more and more interested in him. What secrets does this little guy have? Even the vice president of Suzaku Academy is paying attention to him. Xiao Lu, please invite him to the city defense army tomorrow. I want to talk to him. Yes, boss. The next morning, Li Bufan received a strange phone call. Hello, who is this? Li Bufan, I am Lu Xuangzi, the city guard who met you yesterday afternoon. Li Bufan was stunned that he was right in his guess yesterday. This Lu Xuangzi was not just someone who happened to pass by. But why did this city guard suddenly notice me? Hello, what can I do for you? It's like this. The head of our city defense army wants to talk to you. Don't worry, we, the city defense army, have absolutely no ill intentions. If the city guards had any ill intentions, they would not have helped him out yesterday. Li Bufan was aware of this, and he also wanted to know what the city guards were trying to do. No problem. Thank you, I'll send the address to your phone. Ding, I received his message right after I hung up the phone, and the map showed that I was in Zikan District. He rode his bicycle towards the location address. He turned 4 or 5 intersections along the way, and each time he found 1 or 2 red G-Class vehicles following him. Humph, who is it again? The ghost is still haunting us. He took a detour into a small road, and the red G-Class followed him again. Li Bufan stopped his bike and squeezed into a small alley. Li Bufan hid on the right side of the alley exit. He wanted to know which family was following him. Sure enough, after a while, he sensed a man getting off a G-Class and entering the alley and walking towards him. The moment the man walked out of the alley, Li Bufan took decisive action, grabbed the man's chest with his right hand and pulled him to his side, and strangled the man's neck with his left hand. Ah! Li Bufan was stunned for a moment. Why did this voice sound a little wrong? These pectoralis major muscles are big enough? But why is it so soft? He pinched his right hand again. Ah, pervert. Only then did he realize that the person following him was actually a woman. Li Bufan quickly let go and pushed her out. Looking closely, the woman had a beautiful face and skin as white as snow. She was wearing an ivory long dress that trailed on the ground, and she looked otherworldly. She also had a white baseball cap on her head. At this moment, she covered her chest with her hands, staring at Li Bufan coldly with anger between her brows. Pervert. Li Bufan was a little embarrassed that he never thought that the person he was following was a woman. Who are you? Why are you following me? She did not answer Li Bufan, but gritted her teeth and blurted out, You rapist, die. A vine broke out of the ground and instantly wrapped around Li Bufan's body. The woman had a sharp sword in her hand and stabbed it towards Li Bufan's chest. Crazy bitch. Shinra Tensei. Bang. The vines were instantly bounced away, and the beautiful woman was about to stab Li Bufan, but was suddenly bounced away by an inexplicable force, and astonishment was written all over her beautiful face. Universal pull. Before she could react, another inexplicable force pushed her towards Li Bufan. She reacted quickly, and a vine sprouted out from under her feet, pinning her in place. Draw a line on the ground to make a prison. Hundreds of vines suddenly sprouted from the ground around Li Bufan and were about to surround him. Wheel 2, Border Prison. Two shadows split apart, one shadow quickly approached the beautiful woman, and the other shadow guarded beside him. These hundreds of vines formed a yurt, trapping Lee Bufin inside. Die, rapist. Strangle. The vines surrounding the yurt began to wriggle, and the space inside gradually compressed. Lee Bufin raised the corners of his mouth and smiled that he had at least several ways to deal with this kind of move. Sensing the shadow outside approaching the beautiful woman, he uttered two words softly. Exchange. He instantly appeared in front of the beautiful woman and grabbed her snow-white neck with his hand. Don't move, or I'll break your neck. The beautiful woman's pupils trembled. She stared at Lee Bufin blankly, still unable to believe how Lee Bufin suddenly appeared in front of her. How did you do that? Don't you understand the situation? Your life is in my hands now. Tell me, who are you? Why are you following me? She let out a sigh of relief and said slowly, my name is Xiao Menqi, and my grandfather said he would introduce me to you, so that I came to see who you are. Who is your grandfather? Lee Bufin was a little confused. President of White Tiger Academy. Lee Bufin finally understood what was going on. When the 5 colleges came to recruit him, they seemed to have mentioned that the school beauty of White Tiger College was the granddaughter of the principal. He quickly let go. So that's what happened. So you've been spying on me in my neighborhood, and you've seen my photo. Xiao Menqi nodded. I was just waiting for you at the prison opposite Xingqiu Community this morning. Go now. I believe your grandfather is joking with you. Besides, I don't know you. So I have something else to do and I'm leaving now. Returning to the roadside, he rode his bike towards Xiqin district. Xiao Menqi looked at his back as he left, and suddenly remembered that he had attacked her breast just now, and her beautiful face turned red. Half an hour later, Lee Bufin arrived in front of a villa. Lu Shuangzi was already waiting for him downstairs. Please follow me, our boss is waiting for you. Okay. Lu Shuangzi took him to a tea room on the 2nd floor and left. The tea room was furnished with chairs and coffee tables made of golden nanya wood, and a stick of sandalwood was burning in a corner of the tea room. A middle-aged man with a long face, about 40 years old, with dull skin and a few sparse wisps of beard under his chin. When he saw Lee Bufin, he stood up, looked at her, and said with a smile, come here, please sit down. Thank you. Lee Bufin sat down opposite him. I'm Fang Bo, the head of the Jiangnan City Defense Army. I hope you don't mind if I ask you to come here. Lee Bufin smiled slightly. The duty of the city guards is so great, why would I mind? I wonder what the senior wants to see me about this time. Fang Bo poured him a cup of tea and smiled when he heard Lee Bufin's comments about their city defense army. To be honest, a friend asked me to look after you. I was curious about you, so I wanted to meet you. Lee Bufin finally understood why Lu Shuangzi suddenly appeared and helped him out. As for the person who commissioned Fang Bo, according to Yang Huaiyuan, it should be someone from Suzaku Academy. Thank you, senior. It's been a great help. Ha, you're welcome. We in the city guard have gotten to know you a little better. I'm very optimistic about you. Are you interested in joining our city guard? Lee Bufin was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Fang Bo to invite him to join the city defense army so suddenly. He admired the duties of the city guard, but he still had to go to Yanqing College and had no interest in the city guard. Thank you for your kindness, senior. I'm sorry, but I have no intention of joining the city defense army yet. If there is anything I can do, please let me know. I will do my best. Haha, that's okay. Maybe my invitation was too abrupt. I have another question right now. Can you help me solve it? Senior, please speak. I heard that you created a weird giant that was hundreds of meters tall during the martial arts exam, and it swallowed up a person you wanted to kill. I wonder if this giant can swallow anyone. Lee Bufin smiled bitterly. It seemed that many people knew about the Gadu statue now. He now had no idea what Fang Bo meant by this, and there were many things he didn't know about the Gadu statue. The current Gadu statue seems to be somewhat different from the Gadu statue in the Hokage world. The Gadu statue in the Hokage world must devour 1 to 9 tails to become 10 tails, and its final form becomes the divine tree. Now, Gadu statue can slowly evolve into 10 tails by devouring corpses or living things. Senior, it is reasonable to say that it can devour any person or beast, but I have never tried it, so I am not sure. Fang Bo nodded, pinched his forehead, and seemed to be a little entangled. After a while, he said, Lee Bufin, if I give you a chance to try, would you be willing? Yes, of course I would. To be honest, I also want to know the answer. Lee Bufin's heart was pounding. He tried hard to control his excitement. If there was such an opportunity, he would certainly not give it up. Okay, before that, let me tell you a story. In the early days of Jiangnan City, a strong barbarian led the barbarians to invade Jiangnan City. That strong barbarian had reached the extraordinary realm. At that time, our human race also had an extraordinary strongman stationed in Jiangnan City, so a shocking battle broke out between the two. In the end, it was our human race strongman who sealed the barbarian extraordinary strongman at the cost of his life. Lee Bufin was shocked. The extraordinary realm, that was already the top powerhouse, the realms in this world ranged from bronze, silver, gold, to star glory, king, unparalleled, and then to the extraordinary, transcendent, and super god realms. It is also said that after years of exploration of secret realms by powerful human beings, they have learned from countless relics that there are 3 higher realms in the other world, namely domination, immortality, and eternity. There is basically no rival in this world for those at the extraordinary level, but I didn't expect that the only extraordinary and powerful barbarian who was sealed was at the cost of his life. The barbarians and humans have different ways of cultivation. Humans cultivate the spiritual power in their bodies, while the barbarians cultivate their physical bodies. Constantly temper the body with spiritual power to make it indestructible and immortal. Senior, you are not asking me to summon a giant to devour this sealed barbarian extraordinary strongman. Li Bufan swallowed his saliva. This idea was too shocking. Fang Bo sighed and said, "This is also a helpless move. According to our city defense army, the barbarians are preparing to gather a large army to attack Jiangnan City. It is to rescue their sealed extraordinary strongmen. Now the best way to avoid this war is to completely eliminate the extraordinary strongmen of the barbarian tribe." Li Bufan was speechless. If the barbarians invaded, who knows how many people would die. This was indeed the only chance to avoid a war. Senior, this extraordinary barbarian has been sealed for so many years. Is it possible that even the country can't kill him? Fang Bo shook his head and said, "You don't know that the barbarians cultivate their bodies, and the barbarians' extraordinary realm can be defeated and sealed, but it is very difficult to completely kill them. Even if one wants to completely kill the physical body of a barbarian extraordinary strongman in a transcendent state, it will cost a great price." Li Bufan took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect the barbarians to be so terrifying. He was not a saint. Now his relatives and friends were all in Jiangnan City. Besides, if the Gadu statue could really devour such a strong man, to what extent would it evolve? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. "Senior, I'm willing to try." "Good, if you succeed, you will be the greatest benefactor of our Jiangnan City Defense Army and the benefactor of all the human race in Jiangnan City." "Senior, I just want to do my part." "Haha, well said, come with me." After leaving the villa, Fang Bo drove Li Bufan to a warehouse-like building. The door was heavily guarded with dozens of guards. Li Bufan also sensed that there were many experts hiding around. Was this the place where the extraordinary and powerful barbarian was sealed? "This is the sealed place. Everything you are about to see must be kept strictly confidential." "Good." Boom! The heavy door of the warehouse slowly opened, and a gust of cold air blew in his face. Li Bufan couldn't help but shiver. The heavy doors were all opened, and what came into view was a room of over 100 square meters. There was a circle drawn in the center of the room, somewhat similar to a helicopter landing pad, with 4 old men sitting cross-legged around the circle. Fang Bo took Li Bufan in. The 4 old men stared at Li Bufan sharply, as if they wanted to see him thoroughly from inside out. Feeling the gazes of these 4 old men, Li Bufan felt as if he had fallen into an icy river in winter. He felt chilled to the bone. These 4 old men were definitely the strongest among the strong. Fang Bo said respectfully, "Please, for seniors, open the entrance to the sealed place." The 4 old men didn't say much. They shot a stream of spiritual power towards the sky above the circle. These 4 spiritual powers gathered above the circle on the ground, and then shot down to the ground. The circle on the ground instantly lit up with a dazzling light. Boom! The circle drawn on the ground split to the sides, revealing a teleportation platform. Fang Bo stepped on it first, followed by Li Bufan, and the transmission platform flashed with light. In an instant, they both appeared in an extremely huge cave. There are some other buildings in the cave, and there are many guards standing in all directions, and there is an altar in the center of the cave. Fang Bo led Li Bufan towards the central altar. When they got closer, they could see clearly that there was a figure on the altar, with his limbs bound by black iron chains. The figure on the altar was dressed in rags, without a single hair on his head, with many strange runes painted on his face, and his skin looked withered. Looking at Fang Bo approaching, he grinned. "The number of guards has increased a lot recently. I guess our barbarian people are coming, right? Haha." Fang Bo frowned, looked cold and said sternly, "Monkai, just give up on this idea that you can't escape while I'm here." Monkai sneered, "It's been hundreds of years, and you humans can't do anything about it, just you?" Fang Bo didn't speak, but nodded towards Li Bufan. At this time, only then did Monkai notice Li Bufan next to Fang Bo. He squinted his eyes, stared at Li Bufan, and then laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha ha, you wouldn't count on a bronze ant." He shook his head and sighed. "No wonder the human race is like ants in the universe. Now it doesn't seem strange at all." Li Bufan was stunned. The human race in all the worlds? From what he said, can we judge that there are human beings in other alien worlds as well? He couldn't help but ask, are there humans in other worlds? Monkai squinted his eyes and said sarcastically, "Ants, if our barbarian warriors hadn't come, you humans would have been extinct in this world long ago." Li Bufan's heart seemed to be gripped by a huge force. How could he be called a strong man even in the extraordinary realm? Fang Bo, who was standing next to him, put his hand on Li Bufan's shoulder. Only then did he come to his senses and try hard to suppress the shock in his heart. He turned to Fang Bo and said, "Thank you, Senior. I'm ready." "Well, just do your best and don't put too much pressure on yourself," Monkai said sarcastically. "Just him?" Li Bufan looked around, then walked down the altar and came to an open space in front of it. Fang Bo looked at him strangely. Summoning technique, Gadu statue. Boom! The ground began to tremble, the earth cracked, and the hundreds-meter-high Gadu statue broke out of the ground. It roared towards the sky, and its 9 eyes rolled around, looking extremely weird. The sudden noise startled the guards in the cave. Fangbo looked up at the Gadu statue. He was a little dazed, his eyes full of shock. When he investigated Li Bufan's information flow before, he knew that he could create giants hundreds of meters tall. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe his eyes. Monkai's eyes suddenly opened, he swallowed, and asked in a hoarse voice, What is this? The 9 eyes of Gadu's statue suddenly stared at Monkai. At this moment, he seemed to be stared at by a demon. His body seemed to be thrown into the boundless cold deep sea, and the blood in his body solidified. Crash! Several purple chains extended from the Gadu statue's mouth and wrapped around Monkai. Monkai shouted loudly, and his body seemed to be inflated. His originally withered skin instantly became saturated and turned black. Dark skin? Li Bufan showed a weird expression and said to himself, Isn't this armament haki? Could it be that the barbarians' cultivation of their physical bodies is similar to the armament haki in the Pirates King world? High-level armament haki is indeed invulnerable to swords and guns. No wonder the barbarians' bodies are so strong. The purple chain wrapped around Monkai and began to pull him towards the Gadu statue. Monkai was not willing to be outdone. A powerful force burst out from his body and he fought against the purple chain on equal terms. He roared, You want to destroy me, Monkai, with just this weird giant? You're dreaming. For a moment, Tylian and Monkai seemed to be evenly matched. Li Bufan was a little disappointed. Monkai had been sealed in this place for who knows how many years. His body looked emaciated, and his strength was probably only 1/10 of what it was, yet he was still so difficult to deal with. If he was in his prime, the purple chain wouldn't be able to wrap around him, and even if it did, he could probably break free with just one hand. Fang Bo's expression was gloomy. It seemed that it was impossible to devour Monkai with the help of this giant. Haha, you want to kill me? Dream on. Monkai's words seemed to have angered the Gadu statue, and more than a dozen black sticks protruded from the Gadu statue's body. It rushed towards Monkai. The barbarian with his limbs bound had nowhere to hide, and the black stick pierced directly into his body. Li Bufan was dumbfounded. Black stick? Where did the black stick come from? Could this be Nagato's chakra receiver? Monkai suddenly froze in place, a look of horror on his face, a completely different person from before. How is this possible? The barbarians had strong bodies, and ordinary weapons could not break their skin, but the black stick pierced his skin easily. The spiritual power in his body instantly passed into the Gadu statue along the black stick. Monkai felt dizzy and the spiritual power in his body was continuously drained. Monkai's face turned pale. He tried hard to pull the black stick out of his body, but his strength was visibly being devoured, and his body became as withered as before. Gradually, Monkai's expression became gloomy, and his face was filled with fear. He pointed at Li Bufan and didn't want to think about living for hundreds of years. The human race had no way to deal with him, but now he died at the hands of a bronze-level ant. Monkai knelt on the ground. His body was like a mummy, and his blood and flesh essence were completely devoured by the Gadu statue. After the Gadu statue devoured Monkai, it retracted its chakra, and a column on its back grew a little longer. Li Bufan smiled bitterly. This Gadu statue devoured a powerful person in the extraordinary realm who had been sealed for many years, but it didn't even grow a tail? Phew! The Gadu statue disappeared in a puff of smoke. Ding! Kill the extraordinary 2-star barbarian, weak, points plus 100,000. Hey! He didn't expect that killing Monkai would give him points, and the reward was 100,000 at once. This wave of huge profit. Fangbo slapped his cheeks violently with both hands. He had not yet reacted to this sudden scene. The moment he saw the black stick piercing into Monkai's body, he thought he was dazzled. This. Fangbo walked up to Monkai, squatted down, and examined him carefully. Except for the skin and bones, all the flesh and blood on Monkai's body had been devoured. Only after confirming that Monkai was dead did he believe that what had just happened was actually real. He stood up, still with a look of disbelief on his face. Trying hard to suppress the shock in his heart, he bowed deeply to Li Bufan. Li Bufan, this time you not only rescued the city defense army, but also saved tens of millions of people in Jiangnan City. Thank you very much. Li Bufan quickly said, Senior, you are too kind. I am just trying my best. Ha, that's the truth. You don't need to be polite. Monkai is dead. I am completely relieved now. Senior, I hope you can keep today's events a secret for me. Fangbo glanced at him in surprise. Who would refuse to become famous? But Li Bufan asked him to keep it a secret? He turned and shouted into the cave, What happened today must not be spread to anyone else, or you will be punished according to military rules. Haha, now that we're done here, let's go up. He was particularly happy at this moment. Stepping onto the teleportation array, they returned to the warehouse. The 4 old men opened their eyes, took a look, and then closed their eyes again. Fangbo smiled and said, For seniors, please stop guarding here. Monkai is already dead. What did you say? The 4 old men stared at him sharply. Monkai is already dead. The 4 seniors will go down and take a look and find out for sure. Fangbo took Li Bufan out of the warehouse, and the 4 old men behind them disappeared. Back at the villa, Fangbo wanted to keep Li Bufan for a while, but Li Bufan didn't dare to stay here any longer and arouse suspicion, so he left with the excuse that he had something to do. Okay then, call me anytime if you have anything in the future. Okay, thank you, Senior Fang. Looking at Li Bufen's leading figure, Fang Bo sighed, what a good seedling, it would be great if he could join the city defense army. Thousands of miles west of Jiangnan City, this place was originally Changle City, but now it has become a territory for barbarian activities. There are tens of millions of barbarians living in Changle City, and this is just one of the cities occupied by the barbarians. There are 9 statues standing in the central square of the city. These 9 statues are the 9 strongest barbarians on Blue Star. The barbarians believed in the strong, and as usual, they would go to the square every day to admire the 9 statues. Click. Suddenly the 9th statue cracked, and the crowd was horrified. The cracking of the statue meant that the person had died. Master Monkai has fallen? Revenge for Lord Monkai. Impossible, something must have gone wrong. Lord Monkai was sealed away by the human race for hundreds of years without any problems, so how could he suddenly die? Yes, our barbarians are invincible physically. Humans have no way to deal with us. It was not until a powerful barbarian came forward to confirm that Monkai had indeed fallen that these barbarians completely believed that their Lord Monkai had fallen. In a secret territory of the barbarians, 8 powerful barbarians gathered together. Leading them was a man wearing a black monk's robe, his entire face hidden in a hat. Boss, is this old 9 really dead? Yes, it has indeed fallen. That's strange. The human race has been helpless for so many years, why are they suddenly falling now? Boss, could it be that a powerful person from the human race who has transcended the realm has taken action? The man in the black monk robe shook his head. I don't know. The cost of transcending the realm to kill Lao Ju is too high, so the possibility is relatively low. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that humans have found a way to deal with the physical bodies of our barbarian warriors. This is exactly what I am most worried about at the moment. Impossible, the myriad worlds can't do anything to our barbarian bodies, let alone the human race. Alas, we have to be on guard against this situation. Lao Ju has already fallen. The plan to attack Jiangnan City has been cancelled. We must now find out the reason why Lao Ju fell. If the human race really has a way to deal with our barbarian bodies, it will be troublesome. Boss, what do you say we should do? 6th and 7th brothers, you two are responsible for investigating this matter. It is difficult for us to investigate in the human area. It is best to find a human insider. Understood. A group of uninvited guests came to the Zudge family in Jiangnan City at this moment. People from the Deng family and the Li family in Kyoto finally came. In the Zudge family's reception room, Zudge Zheng was sitting with his father Zudge Xian and Zudge Qi. Sitting opposite were Li Xingyun and 2 other middle-aged men. One was Deng Zhong from the Deng family in Kyoto, and the other was Li Qinfan from the Li family in Kyoto. Deng Zhong's face was cold. The one who died this time was a talented young man from their clan. Master Zudge, how do we solve this problem? Zudge Zheng had an apologetic smile on his face. At this moment he was facing 2 major families in Kyoto. If he was not careful, the Zudge family would be destroyed. Our Zudge family does have some responsibility for this matter, but the main responsibility still belongs to Li Bufend. He was the one who killed the genius of the Deng family. Bang! Deng Zhong slapped the table and shouted angrily, didn't your Zudge family arrange for Wushuan to enter the Tian secret realm? Are you trying to shirk responsibility? The Deng family in Kyoto also had their own grievances, so Ye Qingfeng personally visited the Deng family to try his best to protect Li Bufend. The strength of Kyoto Deng family is far inferior to that of Suzaku Academy, and Deng Wushuan wanted to kill Li Bufend but was killed instead, so there is no reason for the Deng family to attack Li Bufend openly again. Mr. Deng has misunderstood. Our Zudge family dares to take responsibility and will not shirk responsibility. Well, I won't beat around the bush. I only have one request. From now on, the Zudge family will become a vassal of our Kyoto Deng family. What? Zudge Xian, who was sitting nearby, stood up angrily. You want our Zudge family to become a vassal of your Deng family? Impossible. To put it nicely, it means being a vassal. To put it bluntly, it means becoming a dog of the Deng family in Kyoto. Deng Zhong sneered, I am just putting forward the request of our Deng family. Whether you agree or not is your business. Absolutely impossible. Zudge Xian said, gritting his teeth. Zudge Xian turned his head and looked at Li Qinfan again. What does the Li family of Kyoto think? Li Qinfan smiled slightly. Our Li family's request is very simple. If we lose a genius, then the Zudge family must compensate us with a genius. As long as Zudge Qi is betrothed to Li Xingyun, that's it. Li Xingyun had known about the family's decision for a long time, but now that it was announced he couldn't help but feel excited. Zudge Qi is one of the 3 most beautiful women in Suzaku Academy, and Li Xingyun is just one of her many suitors. Upon hearing this, Zudge Qi turned pale, his chest rose and fell violently, and he shouted, impossible. Li Xingyun's face suddenly darkened. Kakai, do you hate me so much? I don't have any feelings for you, just give up on this idea. So what you said back then, that as long as I help you find 3 geniuses, you'll give me a chance to pursue you after that's done, is also a lie? Li Xingyun stood up, his eyes red and flashing with uncontrollable anger. It's them who failed to complete the task, not me who broke my promise. Li Qianfan pulled him to sit down. Master Zudge, our Li family is the same as the Deng family. I just put forward our Li family's request that whether you agree or not is up to you. Faced with this blatant threat, Zudge Zheng was helpless. One party demanded that they become vassals, the other demanded that they hand over the only genius of the Zudge family. Any of these requests would lead to the decline or even destruction of the Zudge family, but how could they agree to it? Zudge Zheng said helplessly, how about this, you two, give us a few days to think about it. Deng Zhong and Li Qianfan looked at each other and nodded. Okay, we'll give you 3 days to think about it. After the three men left, Zudge was slumped in a chair, his two sunken eyes were empty and lifeless, revealing a look of despair. Zudge Xian sighed deeply. At this point he had no other options. In the face of absolute strength, he could only be slaughtered. Zudge Qi's eyes were red and with a hint of tears in them, he knelt down beside Zudge Zheng's knees. Father, Grandpa, it's me who ruined the Zudge family. Zudge Zheng stroked her hair and said softly, Qi'er, what's your fault? The fault is that our Zudge family is too weak. Qi'er, leave now, go somewhere and hide your identity. As long as you are alive, with your talent, your achievements in the future will definitely surpass your father's. The Zudge family will rely on you in the future. Her long eyelashes were covered with tears, and she said in a lost voice, Father, Qi'er is not going anywhere. Qi'er, you are the only hope of the Zudge family now. Do you really want to marry Li Xingyun? As long as you leave, what does it matter if we become a vassal of the Deng family? Father, Zudge Zheng could naturally see that she had no feelings for Li Xingyun, and even hated him immensely. How could he watch his daughter jump into the fire pit? Leave tonight, you don't have to tell me where you are going. I just hope you are safe. Qi'er, your father is right. You are the only hope of our Zudge family. Please leave, your father and I will be fine. Okay, Father, Grandpa, take care of yourselves. The Deng and Li families never expected that Zudge Qi would leave alone. Zudge Qi didn't expect that her departure would completely destroy the Zudge family. 3 days later, when Deng Zhong and Li Qianfan arrived at Zudge's house to get an answer, they learned that Zudge Qi had left alone. Li Qianfan was furious, and that night the Deng and Li families in Kyoto sent out experts to kill all the members of the Zudge family. Zudge Zheng and Zudge Xian did not resist for long before they were beheaded by Li family masters. The Li family and the Deng family in Kyoto completely divided up all of the Zudge family's savings, and from then on, there was no more Zudge family in Jiangnan City. This incident soon spread like wildfire in Jiangnan City. No one would have thought that the top family in Jiangnan City would be wiped out overnight. Li Bufan learned about this matter from Fatty, who called him. He also told Li Bufan that Zudge Qi had left in advance and asked him to be careful of Zudge Qi's revenge in the future. Fatty, how can Zudge Qi still have the heart to take revenge on me? She should be hating the Deng family and the Li family now. Bufan, I'm telling you the truth. I understand women better than you do. Once a woman becomes ruthless, there's really no chance for a man to survive. Li Bufan sneered, you know more about women than me, it's just that you've watched more movies than me. If you've watched a lot of movies, you know more than you do. By the way, Bufan, I heard there's a big auction going on in Kyoto this time, how about we go and take a look? Auction? Li Bufan became interested instantly. He had never attended an auction before, so his curiosity was piqued immediately. Okay, when do we leave? Let's do it tomorrow, see you at the teleportation array. OJBK. Suddenly he thought of what happened in the Zudge family, and couldn't help but worry about his father's safety. The Li family and the Deng family in Kyoto will not deal with him openly, but it would be troublesome if they deal with his father. He took out his phone and immediately called Fang Bo. Senior Fang, it's me, Li Bufan. Haha, I know it's you. What's wrong, little guy? It's like this. I want to ask you for a favor. I'm going to Kyoto tomorrow and I'm worried about my father, so I want you to take care of him for me. Fang Bo laughed and said jokingly, do you have enemies too? Li Bufan was a little embarrassed. Senior Fang, your guess is really accurate. The Li and Deng families who destroyed the Zudge family are actually my enemies. Good boy, you really know how to cause trouble, but don't worry, Jiangnan City is the territory of our city defense army. No matter who comes, it will be difficult for us. You can rest assured about this. I will keep an eye on your father. Thank you very much, Senior Fang. After hanging up the phone, Li Bufan told his father about going to Kyoto tomorrow. Unexpectedly, Li Tian was eager for him to leave, saying that he would be freer alone. Li Bufan shook his head unhappily and transferred another $1,000,000 for living expenses to his father. He had never used the nearly 1 million cash he got from Zudge Wu's storage ring after killing him. Haha, son, don't worry about going to Kyoto. Dad will take good care of himself at home. Dad, I'm not worried that you can't take care of yourself. I'm worried that your kidneys can't take it. Looking for a fight. Back in the room, Li Bufan began to practice. He still had 3 golden leaf fruits, so he could strive to break through to the bronze 9-star realm. After eating the first golden leaf fruit, his Danshin immediately felt full, and he ate another golden leaf fruit. Boom! The vast amount of spiritual power in Danshin was like a tide, constantly impacting the bronze 9-star realm. Not enough! After Li Bufan ate the last golden leaf fruit, it was as if a barrier opened up in his body, and he successfully broke through to the bronze 9-star realm. The last 3 golden leaf fruits can only help you break through to the 9-star realm. But he was already very satisfied. The effect of this golden leaf fruit was definitely 100 times stronger than the spirit stone. Personal attributes. Name: Leibufin. Talent: rinnegan. Talented skills: Truth-seeking ball, will grave prison, Kadu statue, Shinra Tensei, universal pull, planetary devastation, Tenge Shinsei, Rhine Tensei technique, Jao Huangshin resound, thousand paper crane body flicker technique, Yomi Harasaka, heaven's hand power. Realm bronze 9 stars. Kung Fu Hongmeng breathing method skills, none. Copy point, 0 points, 120,610. I glanced at my personal attributes with disappointment. My innate skills remained unchanged. The only difference is that as his strength increases, the power of each of his innate skills increases. Wheel 2, Border Prison. There were still 2 shadows that appeared, nothing changed. The next morning, Leibufin rushed to the Jiangnan City teleportation array, where Fatty was already waiting for him. Bufin, why are you here just now? If you come a little later, you will miss this teleportation array. Before Leibufin could speak, a familiar voice came from the side. Leibufin? He turned around and saw that it was Lu Shuangzi, a city guard. It's you. Why are you here? I'm here to guard the teleportation array. Leibufin nodded, and the fat man came over immediately, staring at him intently. When did you become familiar with the city guards? 2 days ago. Really? Let's go. Hurry up and pay the teleportation fee. Each person needs 10 spirit stones, which is quite a lot. The fat man kept complaining while pulling Leibufin forward. Lu Shuangzi suddenly said, Leibufin, you can teleport anytime for free. This is what the boss said. What? The fat man thought he had heard it wrong. Leibufin did not expect such treatment. He would not be polite if he could save spirit stones. Moreover, he could teleport at any time in the future, which was simply too great. Thank you very much. What about me? I'm his good brother, the fat man interjected. You can't. You have to pay to use the teleportation array. Fatty underscored. Leibufin kicked him in the ass. Do you still look like the heir to the richest man in Jiangnan City? Stop embarrassing yourself, okay? I can save as much as I can. The fat man wanted to argue again. Why can he not pay the teleportation fee and can teleport at any time? Lu Shuangzi knew that Leibufin had killed the extraordinary barbarian warrior, and he also knew that this matter needed to be kept secret and not told to anyone. Maybe. He looks more pleasing to the eye. What? I am the heir to the richest man in Jiangnan City, but I don't like my appearance? Fatty, are you going to leave or not? After taking him to pay the teleportation fee, the two stepped onto the teleportation platform. A flash of white light appeared, and they arrived in Kyoto. This is Leibufin's first time in Kyoto, and everything seems new to him. Kyoto, a place where every inch of land is worth a lot of money, and a place full of powerful people. Fatty, when does the auction start? Tomorrow. Where will it be held? He took out his phone, looked at the map and said, it's at the Tongtian auction house in the central area. Kyoto is divided into 5 regions: east, south, west, north, and center. The 4 major colleges are each located in a different area, and Yenching College and Suzaku College are both in the northern area. Fatty, let's go to the apartment assigned to me by Yanjing College first. What, you want me, the richest man in Jiangnan City, to? Before he finished speaking, Leibufin patted him on the back of his head. Come on, stop pretending, this is Kyoto. The two took a taxi and rushed to the apartment assigned to him by Yenching College. A building more than 30 stories high, with the words, couple apartment clearly written on the door. Leibufin and the fat man looked at each other and got goosebumps all over their bodies. Bufin, are you sure we want to stay here today? Why don't we just stay in a hotel? Just stay here. Yenching College assigned Leibufin apartment number 2603, a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, which was more than enough space for him. The two of them stayed there for the night and set off for Tongtian Auction House in the Central District early the next morning. Tongtian Auction House is the most powerful auction house in Kyoto. It is located in the central area of Kyoto and has an excellent geographical location. The auction venue is a building similar to a basketball court, with a huge display hanging in the center that can display the auction items to everyone in all directions without blind spots. The site can accommodate at least hundreds of thousands of people. Leibufin and Fatty arrived at the Tongtian auction house and were told that they needed to pay a ticket of 10 spirit stones to enter, and that they could only get seats at the back. The fat man paid the 20 spirit stones while cursing, and his extremely painful look made Leibufin laugh. How could the heir to the richest man in Jiangnan City be so stingy? After entering the auction hall, the two were seated in the last few rows near the exit and could only see the auction items clearly through the display screen above the center. There is also a small screen in front of the seat where you can enter the auction amount. Looking at the huge crowd, Leibufin couldn't help but sigh. The ticket revenue of Tongtian Auction House alone would not be less than 500,000 spirit stones. An hour later, a fat middle-aged man with a fat head, big ears, and a blessed face appeared on the auction table through the central screen. Dear friends present, welcome to this auction. I am the auctioneer of this auction, Wang Fugui. You can call me Fatty Wang. Puff Leibufin held his stomach and laughed. Fatty, your brother is the auctioneer of Tongtian Auction House, why didn't you tell me? The fat man had a dark face and gritted his teeth as he said, "It's not a good time to go out. This is 10,000 times more embarrassing than wearing the same clothes as someone else." Lee Bufin, everyone, there are a total of 100 items for auction this time. I hope everyone can find the treasures they are satisfied with. Now the auction officially begins. Wang Fugui lifted the red cloth covering a tray, revealing a book on it. Everyone, the first item of this auction is the S-level breathing method. The reserve price is 10,000 spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 500 spirit stones. 10,000 spirit stones are equivalent to 10 billion blue star coins, and this is just the base price. The first auction items were all S-level breathing techniques, which immediately aroused the enthusiasm of everyone present. S-level breathing method is hard to come by, and this is also the marketing strategy of Tongtian Auction House. People soon started bidding on the spot. Number 220 bids 11,000 spirit stones. Number 5 bids 14,000 spiritual stones. Number 62 bids 20,000 spiritual stones. Soon the price of this S-level breathing method dropped to 40,000 spirit stones, and fewer people competed for it. In the end, the S-level breathing method was sold for 58,000 spirit stones. Lee Bufin smiled bitterly that he originally thought that the 5 academies were very generous in giving him 10,000 spirit stones. But when he came to Kyoto, he found that 10,000 spirit stones might not even be enough to buy a decent treasure. Fortunately, Lee Bufin was not interested in these things. What he wanted most now was a natural treasure like the golden leaf fruit, which could quickly improve his realm. The next auction item was soon brought up, and it was an A-grade weapon. One by one, the auction items were auctioned, including martial arts, weapons, elixirs, and the like. However, to Lee Bufin, these were not worth mentioning. 2 hours had passed before they knew it, and Lee Bufin was getting a little bored. "Fatty, this auction is boring. There are too few interesting treasures. It seems like we wasted 20 spirit stones in vain." The fat man rolled his eyes and whispered, "Do you think everyone is like you, and that everything they sell is above SSS level? I still don't know where your treasures came from. I found it on the street." Seeing that he didn't say anything, the fat man didn't ask any further questions. If he knew about his relationship with Lee Bufin, he would have told him long ago. Everyone, the next auction item can be considered one of the highlights of today. Wang Fugui lifted the tray, revealing an object that looked like a bronze token. Lee Bufin's pupils shrank, and he said in shock, "What is this, the key to the secret realm?" The fat man was breathing rapidly and his eyes were burning. The last time the two of them got the golden leaf fruit in Tian's secret realm, they were full of desire for the secret realm. Everyone, I believe you have all figured out that this is a token for opening the entrance to a secret realm. Moreover, according to our understanding at Tongtian Auction House, the secret realm is still an undeveloped secret realm, and it is a gold-level secret realm. The starting price of the secret realm token is 1 million spiritual stones, and each bid must not be less than 10,000 spiritual stones. Lee Bufin and the fat man were dumbfounded. With a starting price of 1 million, who else could afford it except wealthy aristocrats and tycoons? Number 10 bids 1.5 million spirit stones. Number 24 bids 1.8 million spirit stones. Number 3 bids 2 million spirit stones. The auction price of the secret realm token level continued to rise and soon exceeded 3 million spirit stones. Number 1 bids 4 million spirit stones. The scene became boiling. No one expected the price to be raised by 1 million spirit stones at a time. Number 8 bids 4.5 million spiritual stones. Number 1 bids 5.5 million spiritual stones. The price was raised by another million spirit stones, and suddenly the image of number 1 appeared on the central screen. A stunning woman, wearing a white cartoon t-shirt, with a face as beautiful as jade and an otherworldly charm, raised her head and looked towards the screen, frowning. It's her. Xia Menqi, the granddaughter of the president of White Tiger College, is a typical fair, wealthy and beautiful woman. Bufin, do you know this beauty? I've met her once. She is Xia Menqi, the granddaughter of the president of White Tiger College. Fuck, she's white, rich, and beautiful. She's a perfect match for me. Lee Bufin sneered, do you still have some shame? Face is worthless, it doesn't matter whether you have it or not. Lee Bufin equals Omega equals. Many people present recognized Xia Menqi's identity, the most beautiful girl in White Tiger College. Is that Xia Menqi from White Tiger Academy? It's so damn beautiful. Okay, stop drooling, just fantasize for a while. Wang Fugui's smile on the auction stage was like that of Maitreya Buddha. The higher the price, the more commission he would get. 5.5 million spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Number 8 bids 6 million spirit stones. Number 1 bids 7 million spirit stones. Xia Menqi refused to give in and raised the price by 1 million spirit stones each time. She was determined to get the secret realm token. After a while, no one bid anymore, and Xia Menqi successfully bought the secret realm token for 7 million spirit stones. The auction ended not long after. Lee Bufin and Fatty spent 20 spirit stones to be spectators. 20 spirit stones are equivalent to 20 million blue star coins. Not to mention Fatty, even Lee Bufin felt a little distressed. Li Bufan was bored when he returned to the apartment. Suddenly he remembered that he had 20,000 points left. If he got another 100,000 points by killing Monkite, he could draw twice for 1,000 points and once for 10,000 points. System, points lottery, let's start with two 1,000 point 10 draws. Ding, the 10th consecutive draw is in progress. Ding, dear, you didn't win the prize, please keep up the good work. Ding, dear, you didn't win the prize, please keep up the good work. Ding, dear, you didn't win the prize, please keep up the good work. Ding, dear, congratulations on winning, Uchiha Obito mask. Uchiha Obito mask, just for show. Ha, Obito mask, only for show? With a thought, a white rinnegan-shaped mask appeared in his hand. It turns out to be the mask from the 4th Shinobi World War. One thought it would be the orange mask that Fei wore in the Akatsuki organization. System, continue the lottery. Ding, the 10th consecutive draw is in progress. Ding, dear, you didn't win the prize, please keep up the good work. Ding, dear, you didn't win the prize, please keep up the good work. Ding, dear, you didn't win the prize, please keep up the good work. Ding, dear, congratulations on winning, a set of Spirit Gathering Array. Spirit Gathering Array, after use, it can gather all the spiritual energy around. He took out the Spirit Gathering Array, which consisted of 8 small black flags. All the small flags had to be placed in certain positions to form the Spirit Gathering Array. A small black flag is placed in each of the 4 directions of east, south, west and north, and one is also placed in each of the northeast, southeast, northwest and southwest directions, thus forming a complete Spirit Gathering formation. After Li Bufan placed it according to the position, the small black flag that was originally lying on the ground immediately stood up. The spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth gathered continuously, and Li Bufan took out a dozen spirit stones and placed them in the Spirit Gathering Array. He could clearly feel the spiritual energy in the spirit stones being drawn away, white mist lingering in the Spirit Gathering Array, and rich spiritual energy permeating everywhere. Li Bufan took a deep breath, and his whole body felt relaxed. The spiritual energy in his danchan was immediately filled up. This is the Spirit Gathering formation. You are so damn powerful. This effect is almost comparable to the golden leaf fruit. His heart was like a pot of boiling water, so excited that it was about to overflow. The fat man who was practicing in another room also felt that the spiritual energy around him seemed to have disappeared. What's going on? This is unscientific. He stood up and walked out of the room. The closer he got to Li Bufan, the richer the spiritual energy in the room became. The fat man pushed open Li Bufan's room and saw him sitting on the ground, surrounded by mist. He could hardly believe his eyes, and stood there in amazement like a piece of wood. Li Bufan looked up at him and said with a smile, "Fatty, what are you daydreaming about? What's wrong with you? Why is the spiritual energy coming to you? Haha, see these 8 small flags? They can form a Spirit Gathering Array, gathering all the spiritual energy around. Even the spiritual energy contained in the spirit stones can be extracted. Spirit Gathering Array." He was no longer surprised by Li Bufan's sudden appearance of treasures. He rubbed his hands together and said with a grin, "Come out, let me try." After Li Bufan came out, he couldn't wait to get in. Fuck, this Spirit Gathering Array is simply invincible. Combined with the A-level breathing method, the speed of cultivation is so fast, it's also training speed. This Spirit Gathering Array is simply a spirit stone burning machine. Bufan, go play for a while and let me practice for a while. I ate 5 golden leaf fruits and now I am only bronze 7 stars. Li Bufan rolled his eyes at him unhappily. Okay, wandering, on the road. Are you leaving? Via. Just as I left the room, I received a phone call. It turned out to be Zhu Shan from White Tiger Academy. Teacher Zhu, what's wrong? Ha, of course there's something good coming to you. Our school has obtained a golden secret realm token. How about it? Are you interested in trying it out? Li Bufan understood instantly that it must be the secret realm token that Xiao Menki got at the auction. I thought there was no chance, but unexpectedly there was a silver lining. Of course I'm interested. I happen to be in Kyoto. When are we going to the secret place? You're in Kyoto, that's great. We can enter the secret realm tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. I had been planning to do 10 consecutive draws for 10,000 points, but now I'd better stay in the secret realm and draw the prizes later. After Fatty finished his training in the evening, Li Bufan told him about the golden secret realm of White Tiger Academy. Unexpectedly, he didn't care at all and was only interested in the Spirit Gathering Array and wanted to improve his realm as quickly as possible. Bufan, you are right. The Spirit Gathering Array is indeed a machine that burns spirit stones. I practiced for an entire afternoon, and more than a dozen spirit stones are gone. Then you are about to break through to bronze 8 stars. He scratched his head. Hey, that's a must. Li Bufan said solemnly, Fatty, you have to work hard to practice. I hope that if one day I can go to the heavens and all realms, I will still have a friend like you by my side. Otherwise, I am afraid I will be too lonely. A light suddenly lit up in his eyes. Don't worry, no matter where you go in the future, I won't hold you back. Okay, it's a deal. It's a deal. The next day, Li Bufan came to the White Tiger Academy alone, and he even wore the Obito mask. Not for anything else, just to show off. At the gate of White Tiger College, Li Bufan called Zhu Shan and told him that he had arrived at White Tiger College. Not long after, Zhu Shan ran out in a hurry, but he didn't see Li Bufin no matter where he looked. Teacher Zhu, I'm here. Zhu Shen saw a masked man waving at him. Li Bufin, why are you still wearing a mask? But this mask looks amazing with your eyes. Haha, keep it a secret. He took Li Bufin to an indoor basketball court where more than a dozen people had already gathered. Li Bufin saw that Xia Menqi was among them, and there were several flower protectors beside her. It turned out that beautiful women always have flower protectors around them wherever they go. When these people saw Li Bufin wearing a mask with only 2 red eyes showing, they just thought he was too weird. Xia Menqi took a glance and immediately recognized that it was Li Bufin. She was deeply impressed by this pair of eyes. Looking at these people, Li Bufin felt that they were about the same age as him, and their strength was probably at the bronze level, without the aura of those at the silver level. He was a little puzzled. Aren't these students from White Tiger College? Why are their strength only at the bronze level? Classmates, everyone is here. I will lead the team into the secret realm this time. Remember, follow my instructions. Yes. Zhu Shan took out the secret realm token and injected a stream of spiritual power into it. The secret realm token then opened the entrance to the secret realm, and he was the first to step in. The other dozen or so followed in one by one, with Li Bufin left at the back. After entering the secret realm, Li Bufin found that they were standing on a grassland. In the distance is a vast expanse of lush forest and rolling mountains, which is somewhat similar to the Tian secret realm that they entered at the beginning. Zhu Shen looked around and chose to head towards a high mountain in the southwest. After reaching the mountains, perhaps we can see the whole picture of the secret realm clearly. This is also Zhu Shan's idea. A dozen people started heading towards the mountains. Li Bufin was surprised that there was not a single exotic animal in such a large grassland. Half an hour later, they arrived at the border of the grassland. In front of them was a lush forest with towering trees that obscured the sunlight. Students, follow closely and don't get separated. It can be seen that most people look a little nervous. Li Bufin carefully senses everything around him. Everyone who entered the woods was extremely quiet. The only sounds in the air were the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional crackling of dead branches underfoot. Rebuke. Suddenly, there was a sound of flapping wings in the sky. Li Bufin looked up and saw a giant bird about 4 or 5 meters long landing on the big tree above their heads. Its body was covered with colorful feathers, and there were 2 long green feathers behind its tail. It tilted its head and stared at the people below with one eye. Zhu Shen raised his head and glanced at it and said, "This is the sky-covering skylark. It's a silver realm exotic beast. Everyone be careful." Seeing that sky-covering lark did not launch an attack, Zhu Shen led everyone to continue forward. Crackling before everyone could set off, the sound of a branch breaking was heard. The skylark immediately flapped its wings and let out a sharp cry. The student who stepped on the broken branch quickly said, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that." The wings of the skylark flapped faster and faster, and suddenly it was like a gust of wind blowing. The strong wind was like a sharp blade, hitting them fiercely. Upon seeing this, Zhu Shen immediately transformed into a beast. His body was covered with thick hair, his hands were as big as bear paws, and his sharp nails flashed with cold light. In an instant, Zhu Shan's strong and sturdy figure stood in front of everyone, like a hen encountering an eagle, protecting his chicks behind him. This is the innate skill of sky-covering skylark. Everyone, move closer and stand behind me. This was the second time Li Bufin had seen a beast transformed, the first time being Zhuzh Wu's servant Ah Fu. The beast transformed Zhu Shan in front of him was more than 2 meters tall, and his bulging muscles were full of explosive power. Skylark's talent did not cause him any harm other than cutting off a few tufts of hair. He punched the giant tree again and again, the trunk crackled and exploded, and in no time the trunk was broken by him. The skylark flew to a nearby tree and blew up another strong wind as strong as rain. "This beast," Zhu Shan said, gritting his teeth. He has no way to deal with the sky-covering lark now. On the one hand, he has to protect the people behind him, and on the other hand, the sky-covering lark can attack from a distance. "Come to cheat, come to sneak attack, I won't play close combat with you at all. Let's retreat step by step. Let's get out of here first." Zhu Shan stared at Zishan Yun Lark and began to retreat step by step. The others also began to retreat slowly. The sky-covering lark suddenly flew to a tree on their retreat route and began to use its innate magical powers again. Another cry was heard. Li Bufin looked up, and unexpectedly another skylark came, surrounding them on the left and right. Zhu Shan's face looked extremely ugly. Zishan Yunkui was only at the silver level, while he was already at the gold level, but there was nothing he could do. The others were even more trembling in their legs and feet. They were now in a dilemma. Li Bufin was also thinking about how to deal with these 2 skylarks. Suddenly, a sudden idea grabbed his heart like an iron hook. Li Bufin quickly walked to Zhu Shan and said, "Teacher Zhu, if the sky-covering lark comes down, can you kill it instantly?" Zhu Shan looked at Li Bufin, who came over suddenly and didn't understand what he wanted to do. Of course, sky-covering lark is only at the silver level. "Teacher Zhu, can you ask the others if there is any way to pull sky-covering skylark down about 10 meters? He estimated that the skylark was about 20 meters away from the ground. If he got closer, he might still have a chance." Zhu Shan's eyes lit up. Do you have a solution? He nodded. You can give it a try. Good. Zhu Shan looked at the people behind him and said, time is running out. Does anyone among you have the talent or skill to pull the sky-covering skylark down a little? Xia Menqi, my talent is Xiantian Immortal Vine, you can try it. Su Shuet, Teacher Zhu, you can also give my innate shadow demon spider a try. The others looked at each other, not knowing what Zhu Shan was trying to do. Okay, let's deal with this skylark in front of me first. Bang! Several vines broke out from the ground, wrapped around the tree trunk and rushed up to a height of 20 meters, entwining one of the skylark's claws. The skylark was frightened by the sudden appearance of the vines and let out a cry. It flapped its wings and struggled upwards, and the vines on the ground began to shrink downwards. Rebuked, the skylark struggled desperately, fanning out gusts of wind. Zhu Shan tried his best to protect everyone behind him. For a while, the vines and the skylarks were in a stalemate, and Xia Menqi was already panting and sweating profusely. At this time, Su Shui shot out a cluster of spider silk from her hand, which wrapped around the other claw of the Zishan Yun lark. She tried hard to pull the Zishan Yun lark down. Li Bufan was stunned. Oh my god, is this the female version of Spider-Man? The skylark, which was originally on par with the vines, now began to descend continuously with the addition of Su Shui. It struggled desperately, pecking at the vines that were entangled around its claws with its mouth, and its sharp beak cut the vines one by one. Try harder, Zhu Shan shouted anxiously. Looking at the vines breaking one by one, Li Bufan felt that he could not wait any longer, so he swallowed a pill of willing pill. Universal pull. Zishan Yun lark felt an inexplicable suction pulling him down, and three forces quickly pulled him down. Good. Zhu Shan now saw hope, and he was ready to give Zishan Yun lark a fatal blow at any time. Suddenly, another skylark flew over and began to peck at the spider silk on the other claw of the skylark. Oh no! Crackling, the vines and spider silk broke one after another. Now the skylark had descended to a distance of 7 or 8 meters. As a result, the descending skylark began to flutter upwards again. Kid, try harder, Li Bufan roared, get down here. In an instant, he burst out all his spiritual power, and the skylark was pulled down to a distance of about 4 or 5 meters. Seeing this, Zhu Shan no longer hesitated. He bent his legs and shot up like a bowstring, instantly leaping to a height of 4 or 5 meters and grabbing one of the claws of the sky-covering skylark. Landing with a skylark, Zhu Shan smashed its head with one punch. Seeing this, another skylark flapped its wings twice and flew away. It really is a scene where everyone runs away when disaster strikes. Li Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. It was very difficult for Universal Pull to attract a silver-level monster of such a large size. The spiritual power in his body was completely drained. With such a powerful innate skill, he couldn't even use 1/10,000th of the power of Universal Pull. Seeing Zishan Yun lark leave, everyone felt relieved. Zhu Shan patted Li Bufan on the shoulder and said, you three did a great job. Xia Menqi glanced at Li Bufan. She had experienced the Universal Pull he used just now when she fought with Li Bufan in Jiangnan City. Su Shui walked up to Li Bufan, stretched out her hand and said, hello, my name is Su Shui. Li Bufan shook her hand and said, hello, my name is Li Bufan. Cluck, she laughed like a silver bell and stared at Li Bufan's mask with great curiosity. Your mask and your eyes really match each other. Could it be that your red eyes with circles are your talent? Well, this is my gifted spiritual eye. He looks really impressive. Li Bufan was speechless. What does it mean to look awesome? It is awesome in the first place. Let's continue on our journey. We don't know if there are other skylarks here, so we should all be careful. Zhu Shan led the team forward again. After experiencing the sky-covering skylark, everyone was extra careful this time. They continued walking for another half an hour. Under such high mental pressure, everyone looked a little tired. Teacher Zhu, everyone is tired. How about we eat something and take a rest for a while before continuing? A classmate couldn't bear it anymore and spoke up. Okay then, everyone rest here. Yeah, as soon as we sat down, someone started to bring out various tools and started to prepare the barbecue. Lamb, beef and other ingredients were brought out, as well as cumin powder and chili powder. Suddenly the air was filled with fragrance. Li Bufan sat aside and watched them busy as if they were really on vacation. There was no trace of tiredness from before. He took out 2 loaves of bread, lifted his mask, and began to eat, feeling a bit like when Afei and Diodara were eating dumplings. Seeing someone sitting alone at the side, Zhu Shan came over and said, why don't you join in the fun? If you move closer to eat, you have to take off your mask. What's the difference between this and not wearing a mask? Shukushin, what you said makes so much sense that I can't refute it. Teacher Zhu, I see that the people who came this time are all at the Bronze Realm. Aren't they students from the White Tiger Academy? He had always wanted to ask this question, but there was no suitable opportunity along the way. Zhu Shan smiled slightly. You don't know, in fact, among these people, because their parents or relatives work in the White Tiger Academy, they have been trained by the White Tiger Academy since they were young, and they can also be considered students of the White Tiger Academy. I see. To put it bluntly, these people are the second generation of officials or the second generation of rich people. No wonder they, like the fat guy, treat entering the secret realm as if it were a vacation. Su Shui also came over at this time, and she seemed to be very interested in Li Bufan. she said with a sly look in her eyes. Lee Bufin, why are you going to eat there? He smiled and said, I've eaten, you guys eat now. What a bummer. He even said let's see what you look like under the mask. Lee Bufin smiled awkwardly and said nothing more. Xia Menqi glanced at Su Shui and showed a strange look. Zhu Shen suddenly frowned, stood up, and looked around with squinted eyes. Noticing something was wrong with Zhu Shan, Li Bufin also stood up and was about to ask him what was wrong. Suddenly he sensed that a group of bear-like beasts had surrounded them, at least 40 or 50 of them. There are strange beasts surrounding us, Li Bufin suddenly spoke. Sure, well, we are the same kind as you. Celebrations, I was wondering why I felt something was wrong, and it turned out to be true. Zhu Shan was now completely certain of his feelings, and he did not doubt what Li Bufin said at all. When the others heard the conversation between Li Bufin and Zhu Shan, they all stood up and looked around nervously, but they didn't see any movement. Teacher Zhu, what strange beast is there? Why can't I see it? I didn't see it either. Teacher Zhu, did you make a mistake? However, strange beasts soon appeared in their sight and surrounded everyone. With so many strange beasts, Li Bufin also felt a lot of pressure, and the others were even more terrified that they took out all kinds of weapons and gathered together. Really, there really are strange beasts. Teacher Zhu, what should we do with so many strange beasts? The crowd no longer looked relaxed as before, but facing a group of strange beasts, their legs and feet were shaking. Zhu Shan didn't have any good solution. He could kill all the strange beasts by himself, but the other students would not be able to resist for long. Except for Zhu Shan, who was in the gold realm, all others are in the bronze realm. Zhu Shan never expected that this time when he entered the secret realm, he would encounter silver-level beasts. Not even the shadow of the bronze-level beast was seen. This is a violent demon bear. It has the strength of a silver star, and its natural talent is violence. Zhu Shan quickly reminded everyone at this time. Ayahu, the violent demon bear growled and approached them step by step. Li Bufin quickly took out the black knife and prepared for battle. He had no other options at this time, unless he summoned the Gadu statue, which might scare off the group of violent demon bears. Li Bufin, can your giant protect others? It's possible, if the violent demon bear is not scared away, my giant will probably not be able to stop them all. Leave the rest to me. These people have backers in the academy, so nothing can happen to them. Okay, Li Bufin has found himself becoming more and more dependent on the Gadu statue, which is not a good sign. At this time, Zhu Shan shouted to the others, everyone come closer to us. After hearing Zhu Shan's words, everyone gathered around Zhu Shan unwillingly, and he nodded to Li Bufin. Li Bufin took out a soul-restoring pill and swallowed it, so that he wouldn't be left with little spiritual energy after summoning Gadu statue. Summoning technique, Gadu statue. Boom! The ground cracked and the Gadu statue emerged. The violent demon bear was frightened by the sudden noise and stood still. Others looked up at the Gadu statue and nearly collapsed on the ground with fright, their eyeballs bulging and their mouths big enough to fit a fist. Some even ran away in fear. Come back quickly, this is one of ours. Zhu Shen knew that Li Bufin could summon giants, but he didn't expect to be so shocked after seeing it with his own eyes that he swallowed. Anyone who saw such a huge creature would tremble uncontrollably. If he hadn't known that this was summoned by Li Bufin, he would have run away long ago. Teacher Zhu. Teacher Zhu, what is this? Someone asked tremblingly. What? He doesn't know either. Zhu Shen shook his head. Li Bufin now has 4 talents. His scalp tingles just thinking about it. Throughout the history of the human race, it has never been heard that someone's talent can awaken 4 innate skills. Xia Menqi's face turned pale. The strange appearance of the Gadu statue made her shudder. She never expected that Li Bufin's strength was so terrifying. Only then did she understand why her grandfather introduced her to Li Bufin. After hearing what Zhu Shen said, Su Shui looked at the Gadu statue, then stared at Li Bufin, her eyes shining. At this moment, her curiosity about Li Bufin increased exponentially. Ayahu, the violent demon bear's body seemed to be emitting steam, and its eyes were red. This is the violent demon bears activating their innate rage. Their strength has increased significantly. Be careful. Zhu Shen actually said this to Li Bufin. Li Bufin was a little surprised. This violent demon bear showed no fear towards the Gadu statue. Instead, it activated its talent and rushed over. Boom! 40 or 50 violent demon bears charged at him collectively. Zhu Shen roared and immediately transformed into a beast. Thick hair grew on his body and his nails grew longer, making him look like a giant human-shaped bear. Zhu Shen rushed forward first, and it was too late for Li Bufin to call out to him. He had to deal with the fish that had escaped the Gadu statue, but he didn't expect Zhu Shen to rush out and fight hand-to-hand with the violent demon bear. Li Bufin thought to himself, could it be that after people transform into beasts, their IQ also decreases? Everyone crowded in front of the Gadu statue, and the violent demon bears that rushed over were beaten into meat patties with 1 palm each. Ding, kill the silver 1-star violent demon bear, points plus 100. Ding, kill the silver 1-star violent demon bear, points plus 100. If there weren't so many people in front of him, using the wood-style technique would be the most appropriate. Or the chakra dragon is also fine, a definite killer weapon. A violent demon bear also rushed over from behind Gadoo's statue. Li Bufin blocked it with a black knife in his hand, performing various basic knife techniques with perfection. The others behind him were shocked. Is he still at the bronze level like them? Whether it's this 100-meter giant, or this swordsmanship that's 10 blocks ahead of them. Seeing that they were still standing there in a daze, Li Bufin became a little angry, as if it was natural for anyone to protect them. Go ahead and do it. Xia Menqi took the first step. Dozens of vines grew out of the ground and wrapped around the violent demon bears, slowing down their charge. The others then reacted and began to use various 8 Gates talents to kill the violent demon bear. After all, the group was only at the bronze level, not much different from Li Bufin, and it usually took 4 or 5 of them to work together to restrain one. Li Bufin was holding on at the front and it was extremely strenuous. He wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer if this continued. Damn it, it's not that these stupid teammates are getting in the way, this is something that can be solved with just a chakra dragon. He took another pill of willing pill, and the spiritual power in his body gradually recovered. Wheel 2, Border Prison. With 2 shadows in the front, Li Bufin suddenly felt a lot less pressure and could even support others occasionally. The situation is becoming more and more optimistic. Fortunately, Gadoo's statue and Zushin attracted most of the violent demon bears, otherwise Li Bufin would only be able to protect himself. Not long after, Zushin came back covered in blood, and with the help of Gadoo's statue, he quickly killed all the violent bears. The Gadoo statue disappeared in a wisp of smoke, and the shadow returned to its original form. After this battle, he checked his personal information and found that his points had increased by more than 2,000. This means that he and Gadoo's statue killed more than 20 bears together, nearly half of the violent demon bears. Looking at the others, most of them were slightly injured, and at this moment they all looked grateful for having survived the disaster. Zhu Shan regained his human form and patted Li Bufin on the shoulder. If it was Li Bufin this time, it was estimated that at least half of the dozen people here would have died. Su Shui walked up to Li Bufin immediately. She tilted her head and stared at him intently. Li Bufin, can you please take off your mask and let me see? Can you add me on WeChat? Su Shui was carefree and not shy at all. Her action attracted the attention of others. Li Bufin's face turned red. After being single for 18 years, this was the first time he was treated like this by a girl. Besides, Su Shui is a naughty and cute type of girl, not like those cold and beautiful girls, so Li Bufin doesn't dislike her. I won't take off the mask, just add WeChat and you can get it. Great. They took out their phones and added each other on WeChat. After adding WeChat, she left happily. Zushin came over and said, wow, you are so lucky in love. Just making friends. Zhu Shen raised his eyebrows, chuckled, and said teasingly, don't do it in bed. Li Bufin - have you seen Xia Menqi? She is the dean's granddaughter and the school's most beautiful girl. What do you think? Are you attracted to her? Teacher Zhu, please don't match people up with each other randomly, okay? She's a beautiful, rich lady, and I'm just a poor loser. He didn't have the time to tell Zhu Shen about the last time Xia Menqi came to Jiangnan City. Nonsense, your talent is more than enough for anyone. Okay, Teacher Zhu, I don't think too much now. Zhu Shen told everyone to rest for half an hour before setting off again. He also distributed healing medicine to those who were slightly injured. Half an hour later, the team continued on their journey, and did not encounter any more strange beasts until they reached the foot of the mountain. The group started climbing the mountain, and when they reached the top they found that the entire top was a concave structure. In the center of the concave shape is a sky lake with a radius of about 400 to 500 square meters. The area of the sky lake is not large, but it is bottomless. The whole sky lake is like a monster with a huge mouth opening into the abyss. The sky was gradually getting dark, and at this moment, even from the top of the mountain, the appearance of the secret realm could not be seen clearly. Classmates, we will stay here tonight. Everyone began to set up tents and prepare to spend the night. After a day of running around and fighting, everyone was obviously exhausted. It was already completely dark, and Li Bufin ate something in a hurry and prepared to lie down to rest. Look, what is that? He was just about to lie down to rest when he heard the sudden sound. He got out of the tent and looked in the direction of the sound. But they saw an extremely strange scene. There were suddenly more than a dozen fist-sized red dots lighting up opposite where they were. The red dot is particularly conspicuous in the dark night sky, swaying in the wind like a red lantern. Others came out of the tents one after another, looking at the red dot opposite in surprise. This strange scene made everyone break out in a cold sweat. Zhu Shen walked to the front and stared at the opposite side with squinted eyes. Due to the distance, he couldn't see clearly what the red dot was. Li Bufin walked forward and said, Teacher Zhu, what is that? Have you seen it before? He shook his head. I have never seen anything so strange. How about we go over and take a look? He looked at the others behind him and said, it's too dark now, and we don't know what it is yet. It's too dangerous to rush over. The darkness was nothing to Li Bufin, as his rinnegan could clearly sense everything around him. However, Li Bufin knew that Zhu Shan was worried about the safety of the others behind him. Li Bufin went into the tent to rest, tossing and turning in sleep. All he could think of was the image of the red dot swaying in the wind. Unable to sleep, he simply sat up and began to practice. Holding the spirit stone, he felt that the speed of practice was too slow. It's a pity that the spirit gathering array was left in the apartment for Fatty to use. After enduring a night, he crawled out of the tent at daybreak, and the red dot opposite had disappeared. But he didn't see anything red at the place where the red dot appeared last night. Lee Bufin looked out over the entire secret realm again, and saw another high peak looming in the distance. The entire secret realm seemed like a symmetrical structure. At this time, other people came out of the tents one after another. The first thing they looked at was the place where the red dot appeared yesterday, and then they looked puzzled. Strange, where is the red dot from yesterday? Look at the location where the red dot appeared last night. Apart from a few trees, is there anything else there? Zhu Shen looked across and touched his chin with one hand. Teacher Zhu, did you find anything? He glanced at Lee Bufin with his eyes slanted, and said with a half smile, well, there is a little bit, but I can't be sure yet. I have to go over and take a look to find out. At this moment, everyone's curiosity was aroused, and they couldn't wait to walk towards the location of yesterday's red dot. Lee Bufin followed behind the team. Judging from Zhu Shan's expression just now, he had obviously discovered something, which was why he brought everyone over. He estimated that there should be no danger, otherwise Zhu Shan would not have guessed it and led everyone there. The distance of 400 or 500 meters was reached in 10 minutes. I glanced around but didn't see any red light. There are only a few willow-like plants hanging upside down in the Tianqi Lake. The others were still unwilling to give up and continued searching in this area. Lee Bufin noticed Zhu Shan squatting by the Tianqi Lake, his eyes fixed on the water. Could it be that this red light spot came out of the water? He walked over and squatted beside it. He saw that the Tianqi was so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. He also didn't sense any red objects. Teacher Zhu, could it be that the red thing is in the water? I can't see anything here. Zhu Shen stared at Tianqi without turning his head and said, I once saw a book in a ruin that recorded a natural treasure called dragon blood fruit. Dragon blood fruit is the fruit of dragon bloodgrass. The books record that dragon bloodgrass was originally just an ordinary weed, and it became dragon bloodgrass because it was contaminated with dragon blood. Dragon blood is yang, and dragon bloodgrass is yin. The combination of yin and yang produces dragon blood fruit. During the day, when the yang energy is strong, the dragon blood fruit needs to hide in the water. At night, when the yin energy is strong, the dragon blood fruit will float to the surface. After hearing Zhu Shan's explanation, Lee Bufin discovered that the red light spots last night were indeed consistent with the characteristics of the dragon blood fruit that Zhu Shan described. Teacher Zhu, so what we had last night was really dragon blood fruit? Zhu Shan smiled slightly. When I woke up this morning and didn't see the red thing from last night, I thought it might be the dragon blood fruit. Dragon blood fruit. It sounded like a good thing, and it was related to a mythical beast. Lee Bufin became excited. He didn't care about other skills or spiritual techniques, but the natural treasure still had a great appeal to him. Teacher Zhu, how about we dive down and take a look? I don't know what dangers there are in the water, so I'll go down alone. You stay up there to take care of the other students. Don't worry, you'll definitely be there if there's anything good. Lee Bufin scratched his head, looking honest. Okay, Teacher Zhu, please be careful. Zhu Shan's face was filled with excitement, his eyes were burning, and his excitement was beyond words. It was obvious that the dragon blood fruit was very attractive to him. Plop, he jumped straight in, and the sound of him entering the water quickly attracted people. Su Shui patted Lee Bufin on the shoulder. Lee Bufin, what is Teacher Zhu doing? Zhu Shan went into the water without informing anyone else, most likely because he didn't want to tell anyone else. Of course, he would not take the initiative to say it. The more people who knew, the more people who would share the spoils. Teacher Zhu just went down to see if there were any other discoveries. Zhu Shan has the strength of the Golden Realm, so it should not be a problem for him to stay underwater for half an hour without breathing. All everyone can do is wait patiently. However, within 10 minutes, a ripple appeared in the center of the water. Then the movement became louder and louder, and an uzumaki formed in the center of the water. Zhu Shan suddenly jumped out from the fruit and shouted, retreat! The uzumaki in the middle of the water was getting bigger and bigger. Everyone immediately realized that something was wrong and ran away. Bang! The water surface in the uzumaki suddenly exploded. Lee Bufin suddenly looked back and saw a huge head exposed in the uzumaki, which looked like a snake but not a snake, and like a dragon but not a dragon. The dark red vertical pupils in the pair of bloodshot eyes were like two clusters of vigorous flames, followed by a body that looked like a snake and two front claws. Lee Bufin's scalp tingled. He knew what it was without Zhu Shan explaining it. A dragon. The dragon surfaced, staring at the departing people with its pair of red vertical pupils, and let out an unwilling dragon roar. Seeing that the dragon did not chase them, everyone stopped panting. The dragon roar just now was so terrifying that everyone was still frightened and sweating profusely. Teacher Zhu, how come there is a dragon under that pond? Zhu Shan wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, I don't know. After I went down, I felt that the Tianqi Lake was bottomless. Then I saw a pair of dark red eyes suddenly opened in the water. I was so scared that I quickly floated up. Luckily this is a young dragon, otherwise it would be in great danger. A young dragon has such a powerful aura, I can't imagine how powerful an adult dragon is. Teacher Zhu, have you seen the dragon blood fruit? Zhu Shen glanced around and saw that no one was paying attention to them. He whispered, yeah, but they were discovered before they could pick them. If I'm right, this dragon is guarding the dragon blood fruit. Teacher Zhu, why didn't the dragon eat the dragon blood fruit? Is it because the dragon blood fruit is not ripe yet? The dragon blood fruit is definitely ripe, otherwise it wouldn't glow at night. Also, the older the dragon blood fruit is, the better the effect will be. I guess this dragon needs an older dragon blood fruit, so it's guarding beside it. Li Bufan nodded. Zhu Shan's analysis made sense. At the beginning, Tongtian Auction said that this was just a gold-level secret realm. Now it seems that it is definitely more than just a gold-level secret realm. Teacher Zhu, is there any other solution? He shook his head and sighed. It seems that we can only ask other strong people in the academy to help. If other strong men take action, what role will they have? How could those powerful men let go of the natural treasures that even dragons silently guard? His mind was working quickly. This young dragon was beyond their ability to defeat. If they wanted to get the dragon blood fruit, they had to find another way. Li Bufan thought about all his talents and skills. If there was any way to get the dragon blood fruit, it could only rely on the wheel tomb and the Binyu. Another disadvantage is that the shadow cannot be too far away from the main body, otherwise you can definitely give it a try by letting the shadow dive. Looking at Li Bufan's expression, Zhu Shan asked in surprise, are you still trying to get the dragon blood fruit's attention? He did not answer. His thick eyebrows formed the Chinese character which trembled constantly and was as clear as if it was carved with a knife. Teacher Zhu, if you were on the shore, could you hold back the dragon? Zhu Shan frowned. Drag? What do you mean? If a dragon chases you out, can you hold it back and then shake it off? His eyes suddenly lit up. Do you have a way to get the dragon blood fruit? There is a dragon under the water. Hey, you can try it. Really? Great, I went to the ruins there before. Not only did I see records of dragon blood fruit, but I also got a treasure. You can try it. Then let's get started without further ado, etc. Zhu Shen gathered everyone and asked them to go down the mountain and wait there. After experiencing the scene of the dragon emerging from the water just now, when Zhu Shen said this, the others were no longer willing to stay here and immediately rushed down the mountain. Only Li Bufan stood there as if he had no intention of going down the mountain, and his behavior was seen by many people. Su Shui was the first to step forward and ask, Teacher, isn't Li Bufan going down with us? Others stopped and looked at Zhu Shen like spectators. If you think you have the strength of Li Bufan, you can choose to stay. Su Shui curled her lips and said nothing more. Let's go down quickly, it's too dangerous here. Zhu Shan couldn't wait any longer. After everyone left, Li Bufan was very excited. Hey, dragon blood fruit, here I come. Teacher Zhu, how deep is the dragon blood fruit located? 50 meters or so. Li Bufan estimated that the position of his shadow was about 100 meters away from his real body. If he swapped with the two shadows, he could move a distance of 200 meters. He nodded and said, Teacher Zhu, I can now split into two shadows. I will let the first shadow dive down to pick the dragon blood fruit, while I will stand about 50 meters away from the Tianqi Lake. The second shadow will be 100 meters behind me. When the first shadow picks the dragon blood fruit, my real body will switch places with the first shadow, and then I will switch places with the second shadow. Finally, I just need to take back the shadow. After exchanging with the first shadow, even if there is a distance of 200 meters between the second shadow and the second shadow will not disappear, and there is still time to exchange. Zhu Shan's eyes widened and he took a breath of cold air. Your real body can actually switch places with your shadow? Li Bufan remembered that when he showed the talents and skills to the 5 colleges, he did not mention the ability to exchange. Yes, your talents and skills are all so perverted. Li Bufan, I think your method is feasible. After getting the dragon blood fruit, you should go down the mountain immediately. I will take care of the dragon behind you. I should have no problem holding it back. Okay, let's get started. Wheel tomb, border prison. Li Bufan first controlled a shadow to move 100 meters behind him, and then controlled another shadow to dive into the water. Activating the rinnegan's shared vision, shadow slowly dived downwards. It was very strange. Li Bufan thought that the shadow swimming in the water would make noise, but something wonderful happened. The shadow seemed not to belong to this world, swimming silently in the water without stirring up a single ripple. Diving to a depth of about 50 meters, Li Bufan indeed saw the dragon blood fruit, emitting a faint red glow. Not far from the dragon blood fruit, there was a black figure floating. Dragon! It is like a curled belt, wrapped together in circles and suspended in the water. The dragon closed its eyes. Seeing the dragon's appearance through its shadow, Li Bufan felt its laziness, dignity, and power. It did not notice the existence of the shadow. Through the shadow, Li Bufan counted nearly 20 dragon blood fruits. Only one dragon blood fruit grows on a dragon blood grass, and it seems as if there is a little dragon swimming inside each dragon blood fruit. It was basically unrealistic for Li Bufan to pick them all off, as the dragon would notice him as soon as he made a move. He could only pick as many as possible and evacuate quickly, swimming to a place where 8 or 9 dragon blood fruits were gathered. Shadow held 4 dragon blood grasses in one hand and 5 dragon blood grasses in the other hand. With a decisive force, he pulled out the dragon blood grass with the dragon blood fruit still on it. The shadow immediately swam upstream desperately. The dragon suddenly opened its copper bell-like eyes and saw that half of the dragon blood fruit was missing, and the missing half was floating to the surface of the water. And the dragon emitted a sound wave in the water. Its first action was not to look for the thief who dived into the water, but to chase the floating dragon blood fruit. Looking at the chasing dragon, Li Bufin immediately used the book in shadow exchange. Exchange. Switch again. The moment his real body was swapped into the water, he immediately swapped with his second shadow. As the dragon blood fruit disappeared in an instant, the dragon vaguely saw a figure flash in the water, and then it disappeared in the blink of an eye. In a flash, the dragon opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of water towards the place where the dragon blood fruit disappeared, but it did not hit any enemy. Ashore! After Li Bufin exchanged with the second shadow, he immediately retracted his shadow and ran down the mountain without looking back. Teacher Zhu, we got the dragon blood fruit. Now it's up to you. Haha, good boy, wait for me at the foot of the mountain. He took out a palm-sized bronze bell and threw it into the sky. The bronze bell quickly grew larger, covering the sky above him, and then he immediately transformed into a beast. Li Bufin muttered, "Oh my god, it turns out to be a turtle shell." Shadow returned to his body, and he put the dragon blood grass and dragon blood fruit into his storage ring. At this moment, when the dragon jumped out of the water, Li Bufin immediately saw the scene of putting the dragon blood fruit into the storage ring. Bye! He ran down the mountain madly, and the rest could only be left to Zhu Shan. Ang ding. From time to time, bursts of dragon roars and bell sounds were heard from the mountain, and the people at the foot of the mountain looked up at the mountain in horror. It was obvious that Zhu Shan was fighting with the dragon. They looked at each other, wondering why Zhu Shan would provoke the dragon again. Then I saw Li Bufin running down the mountain. Go! Hearing Li Bufin's voice, everyone ran away. Su Shui said as she ran, Li Bufin, why did Teacher Zhu fight with Jiaolong? I don't know, I saw Teacher Zhu washing his feet in Tianqi, and the dragon suddenly rushed out, and then the two of them started fighting. Hearing this, the others ran away with such joy that they almost choked. Teacher Zhu, how long has it been since you washed your feet? I heard that Mr. Zhu used to be the captain of the college football team. Li Bufin, they ran all the way back to the grassland where they had just come in, and then stopped to rest. Several people glanced at him from time to time. It was obvious that few people believed what he had just said, but he didn't care. An hour later, Zhu Shen hurried over. Li Bufin saw that he looked pale and was panting. He also changed into a new set of clothes. It seemed that even with the treasure to protect himself, this battle between man and dragon made him look miserable. The others looked at Zhu Shan and smiled secretly, looking at him strangely. Zhu Shan was confused, but he didn't care too much. He walked to Li Bufin and whispered, "How many dragon blood fruits did you pick?" 9. Hiss, there are so many, I thought it would be good to pick 2 or 3. Teacher Zhu, what is the specific effect of this dragon blood fruit? Li Bufin now only knows that dragon blood fruit is extremely precious, but he is still unclear about its specific uses. Dragon blood fruit can be used with other materials to refine dragon blood pills, and dragon blood pills can not only be used for cultivation, but more importantly, they can break through bottlenecks. Bottleneck? Is this the first time Li Bufin has heard that cultivation can encounter bottlenecks? He has not encountered any bottlenecks since he started practicing. You don't know that when you reach the Golden Realm, you will encounter bottlenecks every time you break through a star, especially when you break through a major realm. It is easier to encounter bottlenecks. Is this also why people with high talent often achieve high achievements? It's not just because they are more talented, but more importantly, people with high talent rarely encounter bottlenecks, or the bottlenecks they encounter are very small. So that's how it is. If one has high talent, he will rarely encounter bottlenecks. This means that he will not encounter any bottlenecks in his future practice. Teacher Zhu, which one is better for cultivation, the dragon blood pill or the golden leaf fruit? Zhu Shen glanced at it in surprise, smiled slightly, and said jokingly, "You also know about the golden leaf fruit. It seems that you were lucky. The effect of dragon blood pill is certainly stronger than that of the golden leaf fruit." Stronger than golden leaf fruit? Li Bufin's eyes suddenly widened with excitement, and his breathing became a little rapid. Noticing Li Bufin's excitement, he curled his lips and said, "Don't be too happy too soon. The other materials for refining the dragon blood pill are also extremely precious. Teacher Zhu, do you have any ideas?" Zhu Shen chuckled and said with a sly look in his eyes, "The alchemy technique of Yanjing College is second to none, hee." He raised his eyebrows, and Li Bufin immediately understood what he meant. He wanted to take advantage of Yanjing College. One dragon blood fruit combined with other materials can be used to refine 10 dragon blood pills. As long as we give up some of the dragon blood fruits to Yanjing College will naturally get the rest of the materials. Besides, if you come forward, Yanjing College can only charge a symbolic fee at most. As expected, the old ones are the most experienced. Zhu Shen not only set his sights on Yanjing College, but also included him in his plan. Li Bufin wouldn't mind either. He urgently needed dragon blood pills to practice, and then he could use the spirit gathering array to practice. Just thinking about it made him excited. "Okay, I'll go find Teacher Zhao." Zhu Shen nodded with satisfaction. "Just give me 15 dragon blood pills when the time comes." Li Bufan then turned his gaze to another symmetrical mountain, which was likely to also contain natural treasures. Seeing Li Bufan's gaze, Zhu Shen naturally knew the value of the high mountain opposite. Right now, they are the only two who know something about the entire secret realm. Others will not gain any benefits from entering the secret realm this time except for broadening their horizons. Of course, there should be other opportunities in this secret realm, and it is impossible for them to set foot in the entire secret realm in a short time. If you go to another high mountain someday, it won't be able to escape there. Teacher Zhu, you won't inform the academy about the dragon blood fruit, right? Haha, of course not, otherwise what good would another high mountain do us? Teacher Zhu is indeed very thoughtful and has no omissions. Zhu Shen rolled his eyes. Kaido said unhappily, are you talking about me, the old fox? Li Bufan eyes. The others had almost rested and saw Zhu Shen and Li Bufan whispering something to the side. Xia Menqi has been confused since she entered the secret realm. Her grandfather knows Li Bufan and wants to introduce her to him. Why is Zhu Shen also very familiar with Li Bufan, and why did he invite him into the secret realm? And I don't know what the two of them were mumbling along the way. Su Shui didn't think too much about it and ran straight to Li Bufan and the others. What are you talking about? Zhu Shen quickly said, nothing, we are discussing whether to go out now or continue exploring the secret realm. Then what else is there to discuss? No one wants to continue exploring the secret realm. Teacher Zhu, let's go back. Okay then, tell everyone to pack up, we'll be back soon. After leaving the secret realm, Li Bufan said goodbye to Zhu Shan and prepared to look for Zhao Bai from Yanjing College. Unexpectedly, Su Shui pulled him aside and asked, Li Bufan, aren't you a student of our White Tiger Academy? Li Bufan didn't know how to answer. Strictly speaking, he was now a student of 5 colleges. I am a student of White Tiger Academy. Really? That's great, maybe we'll see each other more often in the future. Li Bufan smiled bitterly. She didn't know whether Su Shui was curious about him or had a crush on him. Besides, he will spend most of his time in Yanjing College in the future, and he will probably have few opportunities to come to White Tiger College. When Xia Menqi saw this scene between the two of them, she felt inexplicably lost for some reason. After leaving White Tiger Academy, Li Bufan called Zhao White Hits. Li Bufan, what's wrong? Teacher Zhao, I'm in Kyoto now. I want to meet you to talk about something. Do you have time? Haha, of course, come to Yanjing College and call me when you get there. Good. White Tiger College is in the eastern district of Kyoto, and Yanjing College is in the northern district. Li Bufan took a taxi and arrived at Yanjing College in 40 minutes. It was getting dark when I arrived at Yanjing College. I called Zhao Whitehits at the gate of Yanjing College and he came over soon after. Teacher Zhao. Zhao Bai looked at Li Bufan and was curious to see that he was wearing a mask. Why are you wearing a mask for no reason? Li Bufan took off the mask and said, I went to the White Tiger Academy. I wore the mask to keep it secret. You went to White Tiger Academy, no wonder, come in with me. Zhao Bai took him directly to his office. Are you going to White Tiger College? Li Bufan briefly told him about the secret realm of White Tiger Academy, and then he took out 9 dragon blood fruits and placed them on the table. Zhao Bai's eyes lit up, and he picked up a dragon blood fruit and looked at it carefully. Is this a dragon blood fruit? Teacher Zhao has good eyesight. Li Bufan exclaimed. As expected of an academy famous for alchemy, he recognized the dragon blood fruit at a glance. This is a good thing. Legend has it that the dragon blood fruit is a fruit that is contaminated with dragon blood. Do you want us to refine the dragon blood fruit into dragon blood pills? Li Bufan smiled. He didn't expect that Zhao Bai would guess his intention without him saying anything. Yes, you can give a few of the 9 dragon blood fruits as compensation for Yanjing College's provision of auxiliary materials in alchemy. Zhao Bai glanced at Li Bufan with a half-smile, and said teasingly, you not only know about dragon blood pill, but also know that auxiliary materials are needed. It seems that old guy Zhu Shen told you, right? He nodded awkwardly. He didn't expect to hide these things from Zhao Bai. Zhu Shen led the team into the secret realm. How could he not know about the dragon blood fruit? That old man is really calculating. The academy should have the auxiliary materials for the dragon blood pill. In that case, we will take 4 dragon blood fruits as compensation. Yeah, okay. Yanjing College took 4 dragon blood fruits, and finally distributed 15 dragon blood pills to Zhu Shan, so he could also get 35 dragon blood pills. Guaranteed profit. Teacher Zhao, I should be in Kyoto recently. You can call me any time when the dragon blood fruit is ready. Well, you are living in the apartment provided by the college now? Yes. Zhao Bai nodded and said that the dragon blood pill would be delivered to the apartment as soon as it was refined. After leaving Yanjing College, it was already completely dark and he looked at the map. The couple's apartment was only about 10 minutes away from Yanjing College, and Li Bufan walked towards the couple's apartment. At this time, all the colleges in Kyoto have already started their summer vacation, and there are very few people on the streets. Turning into a 2-lane road, there were extremely dense towering trees planted on both sides of the road. The branches on both sides grow intertwined with each other, and the orange lights on the roadside make the road look particularly deserted. Li Bufan looked up and saw a figure blocking his way, staring at him with a cold expression. You again, Li Xingyun. He put his hands in his pockets and smiled evilly. I don't know why the vice president of Suzaku College vouched for you, but you are not naive to think that our Kyoto Li family will let you go so easily. Of course not. I know how domineering your Li family is. But how do you know my whereabouts? Li Bufan was very puzzled because few people knew that he was coming to Kyoto. Fatty, Fang Bo, Lu Shuangzi, Zhu Shan, and Zhao Bai, it is basically impossible for these people to reveal his whereabouts. Moreover, he didn't sense anyone following him just now, so how did Li Xingyan know his whereabouts? His eyes were filled with hatred and resentment, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Do you think I would tell you? I have let you live in vain for so many days. Today I will avenge my brother." Li Bufan sneered. Li Xingyan's realm was at most 1 or 2 silver stars. With his ability, it would be easy to kill him. You are at most at the silver 1 or 2 star level. Do you think you can be my opponent? Tell me why you know my whereabouts. Ha ha ha, how shameless. You are only at the bronze level. Do you think I will give you a chance to display your talent? Li Bufan was stunned for a moment. Not giving himself a chance to display his talent? What's the meaning? As soon as he finished speaking, he whispered 2 words to Li Bufan, "Seal." Instantly, an inexplicable force swept through his body. Li Bufan raised his hand and looked at his body, but there was nothing abnormal. He asked doubtfully, "Seal, that's it? Haha, what an idiot." Li Bufan remembered what Li Xingyun had just said, not giving him a chance to display his talent? Could this be a sealing talent? But his rinnegan was no different from before, and it was not sealed. He quickly took a look at his personal attributes and found that the talent skill columns Gadu's statue and Shinra Tensei had turned gray. Li Bufan finally understood that Li Xingyun had sealed his 2 innate skills. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, only 2 of his innate skills were sealed. If all of them were sealed, how could he, a bronze level master, deal with those at the silver level? Li Bufan sighed. The strange talents in this world are really hard to guard against. So you can seal my innate skills? Li Xingyan smiled coldly, and then said, "Yes, it's a pity that you know it too late. My talent is the sealing gate, which can be equivalent to sealing. You have at most 2 talent skills, and now they are all sealed by me. Ha! Equivalent seal, so you also have 2 innate skills, and they are both sealed?" Li Bufan understood his idea. If both of them had their innate skills sealed, then if he is at the silver level and I am at the bronze level, wouldn't he be able to easily defeat him? So what? The silver realm is enough to deal with you. Prepare to die. His spiritual power burst out, and a precious sword appeared in his hand. He rushed towards Li Bufan quickly. Li Bufan looked at him with pity, and said with a half-smile, "You are asking for death, you can't blame others. Wheel 2, border prison." He took out the black knife again and stood in place. Li Xingyan rushed over and relied on his silver realm to chop him down with the knife. Li Bufan held the knife with both hands and attacked back with his backhand. He wanted to try out the difference in strength between the bronze realm and the silver realm without using his talent. Ding! The black knife and Li Xingyun's sword collided, sparks flying. The black knife sent a recoil force, and Li Bufan secretly thought that the strength of the silver realm was indeed much stronger than that of the bronze realm. Realizing that Li Bufan's strength was much inferior to his, Li Xingyun showed a happy expression. "Haha, you really only have 2 talents. You will definitely die today. So much nonsense. Looking for death," Li Xingyun said with a ferocious look on his face and gritted teeth. Suddenly, the precious sword in Li Xingyun's hand disappeared, and a fireball appeared in his hand instead. Li Bufan was speechless and asked, "Is this a spiritual skill? Haha, you didn't expect that, right? So what if I can't use my innate skills? I still have spiritual skills." He waved his hand, and a ball of fire flew towards Li Bufan at high speed. "Do you think you are the only one who has a backup plan? How naive." Seeing the fireball approaching, he slowly used his innate skills. Exchange. Li Xingyun rubbed his eyes. How could a person suddenly disappear? However, before he could react, a cold black knife was placed on his neck from behind. "You actually have more than 2 talents. Haha, what do you think?" Feeling the cold breath coming from the black knife, Li Xingyan's heart rose to his throat, making it difficult for him to breathe, and cold sweat soaked the back of his clothes. "Tell me, how do you know my whereabouts?" Li Xingyan seemed to have grasped the hope of survival. "Li Bufan, I can tell you, but you must swear first, and let me live after I tell you." Li Bufan sneered, "Are you still qualified to negotiate with me now? If you don't, you will die. He will not show any mercy to his enemies, so why would I negotiate with him? If you don't swear to spare my life, I won't say a word even if I die. If you don't want to tell me, then go and die." Li Xingyun was trembling with fear. His body couldn't stop shaking. He shouted, "Wait a minute, I'll tell you. Sky Eye, it's Sky Eye." Sky Eye, it was the first time that Li Bufan heard of this term, and he had no idea what it was. What is the Sky Eye? The name of a satellite. You were discovered by the Sky Eye as soon as you arrived in Kyoto. Then you disappeared for 2 days. When the Sky Eye discovered you again, you were at Yenching College. Li Bufan understood that once he entered the secret realm, the Sky Eye would no longer be able to detect him, so he kept wearing a mask when he left the secret realm. Finally, when he met Zhao Bai at the gate of Yenching College, Li Bufan took off his mask. It was probably at this time that he was discovered by Sky Eye again. Does the Sky Eye belong to your Li family or the country? Li Xingyun didn't dare to hide anything. His only hope now was that Li Bufan would let him go after knowing about it. The Sky Eye belongs to the country, and our Li family has connections, so, haha, the Li family really is everywhere. I've told you everything I know, can you please? Puff. Before he could finish his words, Li Bufan wiped his neck. He fell to the ground, covering his throat with both hands, his eyes full of unwillingness. Li Bufan ignored him, frowned, and said coldly, "You've been watching for so long, why don't you come out?" Pa, wonderful, wonderful. A man walked out of the dark shadows, clapping his hands. He was wearing a gray monk's robe and his entire face was hidden in a hat. Who are you? From which family? This person should not be from the Li family in Kyoto, otherwise he would not have just stood there and watched. All the members of the Zudge family except Zudge Chi are dead. Is it possible that only the Deng family in Kyoto is left? He sneered and said, "Family, not even that. Then what are you waiting for me here for, and how do you know my whereabouts? You have so many questions, come with me and you will know the answers to these questions." Li Bufan sneered, crossed his arms and said, "I don't even know who you are, and you still want me to go with you?" The man in the gray monk's robe said in a cold voice, "This is not up to you." He immediately pounced towards Li Bufan, with powerful spiritual power bursting out of his body. Li Bufan's pupils shrank. This man's explosive spiritual power was much stronger than Li Xingyun's. After Li Xingyun died, his seal automatically disappeared. Wheel 2, Border Prison. Using his innate skills once again, Li Bufan did not dare to confront him head-on. The man in the gray monk robe rushed to Li Bufan and slapped him. At this time, the shadow went around behind him again, just like when he killed Li Xingyun. Exchange. He instantly moved behind the man in the gray monk's robe and saw the person who was so close to him suddenly disappeared. He immediately realized something. The man in the gray monk robe witnessed with his own eyes the scene when Li Bufan suddenly appeared behind Li Xingyun during the battle between Li Bufan and Li Xingyun. It was too late to withdraw, so he shouted loudly, and his monk's robe fluttered without wind. The moment Li Bufan appeared behind him, he immediately chopped at his back with the black knife in both hands. Ding! Li Bufan felt as if he had hit a piece of extremely hard iron body, and his hands were numb from the shock. The monk's robe was cut open, revealing the black skin underneath. Li Bufan was stunned on the spot. Black skin? Barbarians. It turns out that this man in the gray monk's robe is a barbarian who has infiltrated the area. No wonder his entire face is hidden in his hat. So you are a barbarian. You were so bold as to sneak into Kyoto. The man in the gray monk robe no longer hid himself. He took off his hat and looked to be in his early 20s. His face was covered with strange black runes. He smiled and said, "My name is Mania. So you have seen our barbarian tribe before?" "No. The books record that you barbarians cultivate your physical bodies." Li Bufan roughly guessed why this barbarian was looking for him. It was most likely related to the sealed extraordinary barbarian in Jiangnan City. "Do you think I will believe it? According to what I know, when our barbarian master Monkai died, you went to the place where he was sealed." "I don't understand what you're talking about." "Haha, tell me the cause of Lord Monkai's death, or I will have to invite you to go." As expected, he came for Monkai. Li Bufan wondered how the barbarians knew that he had been to the sealed land. "Then how did you know that I had been to the sealed land, and how did you sneak into Kyoto?" "No comment." Li Bufan laughed, "Then I have no comment." This barbarian not only knew that he had been to the sealed land, but was now blocking him. How could the barbarians know so much about human territory? "Humph, you don't know what's good for you if you don't accept my toast." He quickly rushed towards Li Bufan and slapped him again, but Li Bufan moved behind him and swung at him with a knife. "Ding! Want to break my body? That's just wishful thinking." Li Bufan was speechless. The barbarian's body was flawless and he was now helpless. "It seems that I can only rely on the black stick of the Gadu statue, otherwise the spiritual energy in my body will be exhausted if I delay any further." He swallowed a soul-restoring pill and decisively used the summoning technique. "Gadu statue, come out." Boom! The powerful movement made Mania freeze in place. He looked up and stared at the Gadu statue in horror. Crash, crash! Several purple chains shot towards the bull. He was horrified and lost all his initial confidence, and retreated frantically. How could Li Bufan let him escape? He made a switch and went around behind him. Mania noticed that Li Bufan had disappeared, and slapped back without hesitation. Shinra Tensei! Bang! The bull's body flew away, and the purple iron chain of the Gadu statue tightly wrapped around him in midair. Then, several black rods extended from the Gadu statue's body and pierced into his body, and began to frantically devour his spiritual power and physical essence. At this moment, he finally understood the cause of Monkai's death. He used up the last bit of his strength and shouted, "We, the barbarians, will not let him go." Phew! The Gadu statue disappeared, leaving only 2 corpses on the ground. Li Bufan took another soul-restoring pill. Ding! Kill a 3-star silver barbarian, points plus 300. Most of his spiritual energy was used up in the act of sending the wild bull flying. Suddenly, he sensed someone coming and immediately turned around and left. Soon, several teachers on duty at Yenching College rushed over. The noise made by the Gadu statue was so loud that they couldn't help but notice it. Zhao Bai also came here. They found Li Xingyun's body and saw a shriveled barbarian corpse. This is the barbarian tribe. They actually sneaked into our human territory? Several people looked heavy-hearted. The fact that the barbarians could sneak in meant that there were loopholes in Kyoto's defense, or maybe there was a traitor among the human race who let the barbarians in? No matter which point it is very serious. Zhao Bai looked at the two bodies on the ground and pondered for a long time. He knew that Li Bufan had just left Yenching College not long ago, and this road was also the only way for him to return to the couple's apartment. In addition, the huge noise just now could also be caused by Li Bufan's giant. Combining these points, he immediately guessed that the situation here was most likely related to Li Bufan. He was relieved to see that Li Bufan was nowhere to be seen. Soon, the teachers from Yenching College brought the two bodies back to the college, while Zhao Bai walked towards the couple's apartment. Back at the couple's apartment, Fatty woke up from his practice when he noticed Li Bufan coming back. His face was filled with excitement, and he danced with joy as he said, "Haha, Bufan, I have now broken through to the Bronze 8-star realm. This spirit gathering formation is amazing, but it costs a little bit of spirit stones." Li Bufan was also happy for the fat man. "Fatty, I still have some spirit stones. If they are not enough, you can use them." "Hey, then I won't be polite." Boom boom boom, there was a knock on the door. Li Bufan was a little confused and he thought that the only person who knew that he lived here should be Zhao Bai from Yenching College. When I opened the door, it was indeed Zhao Bai. "Teacher Zhao, why are you here? Please come in." As soon as he came in, he saw the fat man. "Who is this?" "Teacher Zhao, he is my good friend Wang Sikong, and he is also a student at Qinglong College." "I see, Li Bufan, I want to talk to you alone." He glanced at the fat man. "It's okay, Mr. Zhao. He basically knows everything about me." "Okay then, was the commotion that happened on your way home just now related to you?" "Sure enough, Zhao Bai guessed it after all. It's definitely related to me." Li Bufan briefly recounted what happened on the road, and Zhao Bai's face showed a hint of anger and confusion. "The Li family is really going too far. They even monitor your every move through the Sky Eye." Li Bufan really had no way to deal with the Sky Eye issue, and all he could do now was wear a mask. According to his judgment, Sky Eye should be facial recognition technology, and as long as he wears a mask, Sky Eye will have no way to do anything to him. "Strange, why did the barbarian tribe look for you?" Li Bufan then told the story of the extraordinary and powerful barbarians from Jiangnan City taking action. He was still very confident about the people from these academies. If they wanted to harm him, they would have done it long ago and there would be no need for such calculations. After listening to this, Zhao Bai's eyes were filled with an indescribable emotion, which was surprise, deep shock, and disbelief. He said in a hoarse voice, "You actually killed all the extraordinary barbarians. Even if they are extremely weak barbarians in the extraordinary realm, we humans don't have a good way to take their bodies." Li Bufan smiled bitterly. "Teacher Zhao, to be honest, I was also very surprised to see the barbarian extraordinary powerful man destroyed. Besides, if he had not been sealed for many years, his strength had weakened, and he could not move. How could I have killed him? That's heaven-defying too. No wonder the barbarian corpse on the road just now looked like a mummy." The fat man on the side listened to these exciting and shocking things. He was as dazed as a piece of wood and didn't know what to say. He remembered that in Jiangnan City, Li Bufan could teleport for free at any time. So that's how it was. Li Bufan felt extremely depressed. The Li and Deng families in Kyoto had already been replaced by a barbarian tribe. Troubles really come one after another. If the barbarians knew that his talent could restrain the barbarians' physical bodies, they would probably kill him at all costs if he stayed in the human area. "Teacher Zhao, how did these barbarians know my whereabouts? How did they know that I had been to the sealed land? How did they sneak into Kyoto?" Zhao Bai pinched his forehead and said nothing. It seemed that he was thinking hard as if he was doing a math problem in his mind. After a while, he said solemnly, "Li Bufan, I guess the barbarians know your whereabouts because of the Sky Eye. Of course, it may be other methods that we don't know. If it is the Sky Eye, then it means there is a traitor among our human race. This also explains why the barbarians also know that you have been to the sealed land." "Traitor?" Li Bufan clenched his fists. The traitor who could access the Sky Eye must be of a high level. There was an invisible hand controlling everything he experienced today. "You don't have to worry too much now. I will inform the people in other colleges. Also, if the matter of the Sky Eye is not resolved, you'd better wear a mask when you go out, or just don't go out at all." "Teacher Zhao, I understand." After Zhao Bai left, Li Bufan took a deep breath. He was under so much pressure. The fat man came over, put his arm around his shoulders and said, "Don't worry, if the barbarians dare to come, I'll be the first to go." "Fatty, the barbarians are really strong. We need to practice harder." Li Bufan called Fang Bo, the Jiangnan City Defense Army, and briefly told him about the encounter with the barbarians today. "Li Bufan, according to what you said, it is very likely that there is a traitor in our city defense army, but don't worry, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Well, I'd also like you to keep an eye on my father. The traitor might come looking for my father. This might be an opportunity to catch him." "Okay, I understand." After hanging up the phone and putting aside all distracting thoughts, Li Bufan immersed himself in cultivation. He now wanted to break through to the Silver Realm as soon as possible. After Zhao Bai returned to Yenching College, he thought for a long time and sighed quietly. None of the problems he encountered were easy to solve. He took out his mobile phone and opened the WeChat 6+1 chat group. Zhao Bai from Yenching College. Everyone, don't fall asleep, wake up quickly, something important has happened. Zhu Shan from White Tiger Academy, what's the matter? Zhou Yufan from Qinglong College. Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy. Lao Zhao, tell me what's going on? Zhao Bai from Yenching College. Li Bufan came to see me at Yenching College today, and then Zhao Bai recounted in detail how Li Bufan was hunted by the Li family and the barbarians, and finally added that he had killed a super powerful barbarian in Jiangnan City. A long time. No one in the 6+1 chat group spoke. Li Bufan once again gave them a huge shock. Qin Feng from Suzaku Academy. Lao Zhao, what you said is too shocking. Zhao Bai from Yanjing College. I suspect there is a traitor among the human race, otherwise, how could the barbarians sneak into Kyoto quietly? Yang Huaiyuan from Jiangnan Middle School. This possibility is indeed very high. Zhou Yufan from Qinglong College. Ladies and gentlemen, both the matter of Li Bufan and the matter of the traitor are too big. We must report to the dean first before making a decision. J.J. Lin from Suanyu College. I agree. Zhao Bai from Yenching College. Good. Deep inside the White Tiger Academy, there is an area of quaint retro buildings, Jiangnan courtyards, and unique pavilions. This is the retreat place for the White Tiger Academy's president and several vice presidents. At this moment in his study room, a stunningly beautiful woman was looking at the old man in front of her with a face full of resentment. The old man was about 60 years old. He had silver hair and a white beard. His weathered black face was glowing with rosy luster. His bright eyes flashed a kind smile under his thick eyebrows. This person is Xiao Wuji, the dean of White Tiger Academy and the strongest person in White Tiger Academy. Xiao Wuji smiled and teased, Meng Qi, aren't you not interested in him? Are you in love with him? Xiao Mengqi's fair face blushed involuntarily, and she said angrily, Grandpa, don't talk nonsense. Who likes him? If you don't like him, why are you asking so many questions? She pulled Xiao Wuji's arm and shook it, saying coquettishly, Grandpa, I'm just curious, what kind of talent is that? Why does Teacher Zhu seem to be very familiar with him? Xiao Wuji smiled bitterly, girl, stop shaking. My old arms and legs can't stand your tossing and turning. Xiao Mengqi pulled his beard and said, Grandpa, you are in the Transcendent Realm. People in the Transcendent Realm can live for more than 300 years. The Extraordinary Realm, as the name suggests, has transcended the limits of mortals. When one's cultivation reaches an extraordinary level, one's lifespan will also be greatly increased. Cheer, even if there are some things about Grandpa, I can't tell you too much. You just need to know that he is unique. Xiao Mengqi stared at his eyes carefully and did not detect any lie. Even Grandpa couldn't tell her. Xiao Mengqi felt like a cat's claw in her heart. Suddenly she thought of the intimacy between Li Bufan and Su Shui in the secret realm, and complained, Grandpa, he is very popular now. Xiao Wuji looked at her and smiled without saying anything. He could guess what his granddaughter was thinking to some extent. Ding-ailing, he glanced at the cell phone on the table. It was Zhu Shan calling. Hey, Zhu Shan, what's wrong? Zhu Shan's excited voice rang out over the phone. Dean, I have something important to report to you today. Zhu Shan carefully recounted everything he knew. Xiao Wuji's face was shocked, angry, and worried. Xiao Mengqi, who was standing by, looked at his expression and immediately became curious. Okay, Zhu Shan, I know about this matter. Your judgment is very likely. I will find someone to handle the matter of the Sky Eye. Also, since the barbarian's body was discovered by Yanjing College, they should report it to the National Security Bureau. Let the National Security Bureau investigate how the barbarian sneaked into Kyoto. Dean, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Wuji leaned back in his office chair with his eyes closed in thought, one hand tapping rhythmically on the table. After a while, he opened his eyes, and suddenly a jade-like face was less than 20 centimeters away from him, staring at him. Cheer, is there a flower on Grandpa's face? Grandpa, I saw your face change just now. What traitor? What's the matter? Nothing. It's so late, go back and get some rest. Seeing that Xiao Wuji was unwilling to say anything, she said coquettishly, Grandpa, just tell me a little bit. Xiao Wuji couldn't do anything to her. He touched her head and said with a smile, I can only say that this matter is related to Li Bufan, and I can't say anything else. She pouted and said, it's him again. Okay, the Li family in Kyoto. In the living room of the Li family, there were two men in their 40s sitting on one side. One was Li Zikan, the head of the Li family, and the other was Li Zikan's younger brother Li Zifei. Sitting opposite them was Zhao Bai from Yenching College. I wonder what Mr. Zhao from Yenching College has to offer by visiting so late at night. Zhao Bai nodded and smiled, then said, I'm very sorry to bother you so late at night. Tonight, a murder case occurred not far from our Yanjing College. It is related to Li Xingyan of your Li family. I wonder if you two know about it. The head of the family, Li Zikan, looked a little surprised. He turned his head and glanced at Li Zifei next to him. I wonder if teacher Zhao is mistaken. Li Xingyun is my son, he has never gone out today and there is absolutely no way he is related to this matter, Li Zifei said calmly. Li Zifei had two sons, Li Xingyun and Li Xingli. Li Xingli was killed by Li Bufan in Tian's secret realm. He has always held a grudge, even though Ye Qingfang, the vice president of Suzaku College, came forward to vouch for Li Bufan. But he had to avenge his son no matter what, which led to Li Xingyun ambushing Li Bufan not far from Yanqing College. Oh, didn't you go out? That's strange. Look who this is. After Zhao Bai finished speaking, he took out a corpse and placed it on the ground. Li Xingyun was completely bloodless and had a fatal wound on his neck. Li Zifei looked at the corpse on the ground, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. He stood up suddenly and roared like a tiger, "Who is it? How dare you kill my son?" He fell to the ground and hugged Li Xingyun's body. Now his only remaining son was also dead. His teeth were chattering and his eyes were red. "Yuner, you died so tragically." The head of the family, Li Zikan, had a pale face and his eyes were wide open with anger. As geniuses in his family died one after another, he uttered a few words with difficulty. "Zhao Bai, who killed Li Xingyun?" Li Zifei suddenly rushed to Zhao Bai, grabbed his collar and yelled, "Tell me, did Li Bufan kill my Yuner?" Zhao Bai pushed Li Zifei away with his backhand. He calmly straightened his clothes and said calmly, "What does this have to do with Li Bufan from our college?" "Your college?" Li Zikan narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Bai steadily. "Wasn't it the vice president of Suzaku College who guaranteed Li Bufan? How come Li Bufan is now a student of Yanqing College?" "Of course, Li Bufan has been with us at Yanqing College since the beginning." "Really? Then why did Suzaku Academy guarantee him when he killed Li Xingli from our Li family?" "Then I don't know. Maybe he has some other relationship with Suzaku Academy." Zhao Bai looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, as if he knew nothing. "It must be Li Bufan who killed my Yuner. This beast not only killed my Leer, but now he has killed my Yuner too. Li Zifei will not be a human being if I don't cut him into pieces." Zhao Bai suppressed his anger, glared at Li Zifei and said, "Li Zifei, watch your words. Students of Yanqing College are not so easy to bully." Li Zifei was about to say something when Li Zikan grabbed him and shook his head at him. "Zhao Bai, since you returned Li Xingyun's body, do you know who killed him?" "I don't know. When several teachers from our academy arrived at the scene, only two bodies were left. One was Li Xingyun, and the other was a barbarian." Li Zikan's pupils shrank and he was extremely surprised. "Barbarian? Die together with Li Xingyun? Zhao Bai, are you sure they are barbarians?" Zhao Bai laughed. "Of course, I'm curious." Li Zifei said that his son Li Xingyun never went out today, but he died with the barbarians. Tisk tisk tisk. Could there be something going on between Li Xingyun and the barbarians? Li Zikan was startled and said sternly, "Zhao Bai, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Collaborating with the barbarians is equivalent to betraying the human race. Once discovered, you will definitely become the public enemy of the human race. Even if there is no evidence to prove that he is colluding with the barbarians, or even if there is only a hint of suspicion, all those who are related to him will be skinned alive if not killed." "Did I say anything false? Isn't it obvious?" Li Zifei said in person that Li Xingyun did not go out, and the time interval between the deaths of Li Xingyun and Manzu was no more than 10 minutes. Li Xingyun and Manzu were definitely together at the time. Li Zikan shouted at Zhao Bai, "Stop slandering me. Our Li family is upright and honest. How could we possibly collude with the barbarians?" "Yes, it must be Li Bufan who killed my Yuner and killed the barbarians and put the blame on our Li family." Li Zifei echoed. At this moment, he also realized the seriousness of the problem. If not handled properly, the Li family in Kyoto would be wiped out. Zhao Bai took a sip of tea and sneered, "Our academy has carefully examined the body of the barbarian. It is at the silver 5-star level. Master Li, you are not going to tell me that Li Bufan, a bronze level, can kill the silver level barbarian, right?" Li Zikan was speechless. The barbarians were physically strong, and it was unlikely for someone at the same level to kill them. Not to mention the realm lower than that of the barbarians, he would never believe that the bronze realm could kill the silver realm barbarians. Li Zifei was even more confused at this moment. He knew that Li Xingyun was going to ambush Li Bufan, and he was the one who told Li Xingyun the information about Sky Eye. He was even more aware of Li Xingyun's talent Seal Door, so it could be said that this ambush was absolutely foolproof. Li Bufan, with his seal talent, could never be a match for Li Xingyun. But now his son is dead, and he died with a silver-level barbarian. If Li Bufan killed his son and the barbarians, how could he believe it? "Zhao Bai, I believe there must be something else going on here. Didn't you say your son didn't go out at all?" This. Maybe I remembered it wrongly. Li Zikan added, "Zhao Bai, Yuner would never collude with the barbarians. As for the fact that he died with the barbarians, our Li family will thoroughly investigate it." "Ha, that's the best. If your Li family targets are Yanqing College Li Bufan again, our college will not be polite. Goodbye." Watching Zhao Bai leave, Li Zifei gritted his teeth. It was all because of Li Bufan. Now that both of his sons were dead, how could he swallow this? Zifei, what's going on with Yuner? "Brother, Li Bufan killed my Leer, and now Yuner is dead because of him. I must tear him into pieces to vent my hatred." Li Zikan sighed. He understood, it must be that Li Xingyun tried to ambush Li Bufan but failed, and he died inexplicably. At this time, a servant came into the living room and said, "Master, someone from the National Security Bureau is visiting." NSA, Li Zikan murmured, then looked at Li Zifei. "Zifei, you work for the National Security Agency, what's going on?" At this point, Li Zifei had nothing to hide, so he confessed everything. "Brother, I privately mobilized Sky Eye to track Li Bufin. The Security Bureau probably came because of this." Zifei, hey, please let the National Security Bureau come in. Yes, the servant bowed and left, and a staff member from the National Security Bureau came in a moment later. The man brought a suspension investigation document against Li Zifei and left in a hurry. Li Zifei slammed the suspension investigation document on the table and gritted his teeth and said, "Brother, this matter must be related to the beastly Bufin. Could it be that someone from Yenching College went to the National Security Bureau? It's possible. It's also possible that Suzaku Academy did it. What's the relationship between Li Bufin and Suzaku Academy? Brother, I must skin him alive with my own hands." Zifei, this matter still needs to be considered carefully. Right now, we must first find out how Yuna died with the barbarians. If someone insists on this, you should know what the consequences will be for our Li family. Li Zifei glanced at the corpse on the ground and said coldly, "Brother, I know. The National Security Bureau is located in central Kyoto. An iconic building with hundreds of floors in central Kyoto is the office of the Security Bureau." After leaving Li's house, Zhao Bai went straight to the Security Bureau. When he arrived at the National Security Bureau, although it was late at night, the building was brightly lit. As soon as he entered the Security Bureau, he was stopped by the staff. "Hello, what can I do for you? I'm Zhao Bai from Yanjing College. I need to report the matter regarding the barbarians immediately." As soon as he mentioned the barbarians, the staff's faces changed drastically. "Please follow me." The staff took him on an elevator to an office on the top floor. Sitting in the office was a man in his 50s, with three-dimensional and regular features, revealing a sense of righteousness, and a large, black and thick head. His eyebrows slanted into his temples, and his eyes revealed a calmness as steady as a rock. This person is CAO Renchinj, the top official of the National Security Bureau. "Director CAO, this is Zhao Bai from Yanjing College. He said there is something about the barbarians that needs to be reported." CAO Renchinj frowned and said, "Well, you go down first." After the staff left, CAO Renchinj smiled and said, "Please take a seat. I wonder if Mr. Zhao has anything to report about the barbarians." Zhao Bai immediately took out the barbarian bull's body and put it on the ground. CAO Renchinj's pupils shrank, and he was slightly surprised looking at the mummy-like barbarian corpse. "Director CAO, there was a fight not far from our college tonight. When we arrived, there were only two bodies left at the scene. One is Li Xingyun from the Li family in Kyoto, and the other is this barbarian. When we arrived, the two of them had been dead for no more than 10 minutes. CAO Renchinj's body suddenly froze, and he gasped and said, "Are you saying that some barbarians have sneaked into Kyoto?" Good. With the facts before him, CAO Renchinj's face immediately calmed down. The barbarians sneaked into Kyoto quietly, and as the head of the National Security Bureau, he knew very well what this meant. Loophole. Traitor. Both are possible. "Teacher Zhao, do this barbarian and the other person know who killed him?" Zhao Bai looked hesitant. He believed CAO Renchinj, but Li Bufin's whereabouts were known to the barbarians, and he had reason to suspect that there was a traitor inside the National Security Bureau. Apart from the Sky Eye, he couldn't think of any other way to clearly know a person's whereabouts. "Director CAO, I can't say who this person is, but I can guarantee that there is absolutely no problem with this person." CAO Renchinj was stunned on the spot. It wasn't that he didn't know, but he couldn't say it? What mysterious person deserves such secrecy? "Teacher Zhao, why can't you tell me? Why? I have already said that I cannot tell you, so why are you asking why?" Zhao Bai suddenly had an idea and said, "The person involved doesn't want others to know. Also, I suspect there may be human traitors within the Security Bureau. Director CAO can investigate carefully." Zhao Bai did not mention the matter of the Sky Eye explicitly, otherwise Li Bufin would have been exposed directly. "Is there a traitor in the Security Bureau?" CAO Renchinj was stunned at first, his eyes were a little confused and a little bit unbelievable. "Okay, I'll investigate thoroughly." Inside the couple's apartment, Li Bufin was immersed in cultivation when suddenly a voice sounded in his mind. Ding, all heavens and myriad worlds copy points +1. He opened his eyes and showed a hint of joy. The replication point of all heavens and worlds has finally arrived. System, start copying. Ding, the myriad worlds are being copied. In front of him, a turntable appeared, with various worlds written on it. Shinigami World, Hokage World, Pirates King World, Duluo World. Ding, Pirates King World Primary Armament Haki, upgradable, copied successfully. Primary Armament Haki can be applied to a certain part or the entire body to increase defense and attack power, and can also cause damage to non-corporeal creatures. This isn't too different from the Pirates King World, it's pretty good. Conditions for upgrading the primary armament Haki: refining crystal, dreamstone, and gang essence. Li Bufin was stunned when he saw the armament Haki upgrade conditions displayed by the system. Refining crystal? Dreamstone? Gang essence? He has never heard of these three things. These three things look like they should be some rare treasures such as mineral materials. System, how many levels are there of armament hacking in this world? Ding, 4 levels, divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top. Phew, 4 levels aren't too many, I can just upgrade them slowly in the future. Armament hacking. His hands immediately turned black, like black metal. Ding ding ding, the hands touched each other, making a series of metal collision sounds. This really looks like the barbarian's flesh. I wonder if I can arm this place, hee. He accidentally glanced down. A subway station somewhere underground in Central Ward, Kyoto. Before alien beasts and alien races invaded Blue Star, Kyoto's subway had extensive transportation. Ever since alien beasts invaded human territory, some of the beasts that lived underground have been constantly invading Kyoto through the subway lines. In order to prevent the monsters living underground from continuing to invade Kyoto on a large scale, the National Security Bureau closed all subway networks. The once abandoned subway station has now become Kyoto's famous ghost market. After so many years of operation and expansion, the ghost market has become a fairly large underground city. Some people hide in the ghost market to avoid revenge, while others come to the ghost market to make a living due to the pressure of life. Various Jayaki snake gods and lawless outlaws live here. Inside a 2-story house in Ghost Market, 3 barbarians wearing monk robes were kneeling on the ground. Right in front of them stood an illusory figure, like a projection. 7th Master, the barbarian bull has not returned yet. It must have been lost. Humph, you're useless that you can't even defeat a bronze-level human that you deserve to die. 7th Master, what should we do next? The human race now knows that someone from our barbarian tribe has infiltrated Kyoto. Don't act rashly now. Wait for my next instruction. Yes, sir. The next morning, he then received a call from Zhu Shan, informing him that Sky Eye had been dealt with and the Li family would no longer monitor him. As to why the barbarians knew his whereabouts, it is still under investigation. Li Bufan walked out of the room and knocked on the fat man's door, waking him up from his practice. Bufan, what's wrong? Fatty, do you know about refining crystal, dreamstone, and Gengjing? He tilted his head and thought carefully. No, I have never heard of it. Then do you know where I can buy rare treasures in Kyoto or get relevant information? He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, you have asked the right person. As far as I know, the largest trading company in Kyoto is Tongtian Trading Company. They not only buy and sell all kinds of natural treasures, but also sell all kinds of information. Okay, I'll go there right away. The fat man did not go with him, but ran to the spirit gathering array in his room to practice. Li Bufan took a taxi directly to Tongtian Commercial Bank. After arriving, he found that Tongtian Commercial Bank was very close to the Tongtian auction house he had visited before. It is also located in the core area of Kyoto's central district. Under a 6-story office building, the 4 big words Tongtian Trading Company are clearly written. As soon as I entered Tongtian Trading Company, a female service staff member came over and said, Sir, please come in. What can I do for you? I want to ask if you have any refining crystals, dreamstones, and gang essence. Okay, please wait a moment. She walked to the counter, took out an iPad, and started operating it. Then he said, Sir, the system shows that the 3 items you are looking for are not available at the moment. No, Li Bufan was a little disappointed. Tongtian Trading Company was the largest trading company in the country, and even they didn't have it, let alone other trading companies. Is there any information about this? She operated on the iPad again, and then said, Sir, the system shows information about refining essence. A light suddenly lit up in his eyes, and he finally saw a glimmer of hope. Oh, what's the price for this information? 5,000 spirit stones. What? Li Bufan thought he had heard wrongly. Just one message cost 5,000 spirit stones. You have to know that he only has about 9,000 spirit stones in total now. Are you kidding me? Why is it so expensive? Sir, the more valuable the information our Tongtian Trading Company provides, the more spirit stones we will receive. Finally, Li Bufan had no choice but to spend 5,000 spirit stones in tears to buy this information. The service staff quickly sent all the information about crystal refining to his mobile phone. Refining crystal, a rare refining material that is accumulated in the bellies of mining ants after they devour or over the years. Mine-eating ants, they feed on various minerals that they can secrete a highly corrosive gastric juice in their bodies to digest the minerals. Adult mine-eating ants have the strength of a silver 2-star. Talent: when the eating ant is threatened, the stinger on its tail will spray gastric juice to attack the enemy. This information is really comprehensive, even the innate skills of the mine-eating ants are clearly described. The mine-eating ants appeared in the Qingming secret realm, and the information also marked the entrance location of the Qingming secret realm. Every secret realm in this world has an entrance, and some secret realms even have multiple entrances. There are generally 2 ways to enter the secret realm. The first is to find the entrance to the secret realm, the second is to obtain the secret realm token corresponding to the secret realm. Of these 2 methods, the secret realm token is undoubtedly more convenient. With a secret realm token, you can freely enter the secret realm anytime and anywhere. No wonder this piece of information is so expensive. This piece of information is like giving away the location of a secret place. Li Bufan opened the map on his phone and compared the locations. The entrance to the Qingming secret realm was 300 kilometers north of Kyoto. 300 kilometers, that's not a short distance. According to my current strength, it will probably take at least a day to reach the entrance of Qingming secret realm. I sent a message to Fatty telling him that I had to go out of town for something. Then he went straight to the north gate. Kyoto has 4 gates in the east, south, west and north, and each gate can be used for entry and exit. In addition, entering and leaving Kyoto is the same as Jiangnan City, that you need to show your identity and register when entering and leaving the city. He noticed that there were 2 guards standing on each side of the north gate, and there was a military barracks not far from the north gate. He suddenly thought that it would be impossible for the barbarians to register after sneaking in. After all, as long as they took off their hats, the runes on their faces would reveal their identities. And if he entered Kyoto without registering, then the guards were too lax, which was obviously unlikely. After leaving the city, he headed north, killing any low-level beasts he encountered on the way. It was almost dusk when he hurried to the entrance of the Qingming secret realm. Unexpectedly, whether it was the entrance to the Tian secret realm or the White Tiger Academy's gold-level secret realm, after the secret realm token was activated, the entrance seemed to be an obvious wormhole in time and space. However, the entrance to the Qingming secret realm seemed transparent, without even a ripple at the entrance. If the information provided by Tongtian Trading Company had not marked the specific location of the entrance, it would have been difficult to find even if you passed by the entrance to the secret realm. Is this the difference between the 2 entrances to the secret realm? When we entered the secret realm, it was already dark inside, exactly the same time as the outside world. He set up his tent on the spot and prepared to go looking for mining ants tomorrow morning. The next morning, Li Bufan walked out of the tent and what came into view was an endless stretch of bare mountains. There was no green vitality, and the entire secret realm was gray-brown except for the sky. Li Bufan walked forward. The ground was covered with granular sand. After walking for nearly half an hour, Li Bufan did not see any strange beasts. Mine-eating ants, are they underground? After walking for another 10 minutes, he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looking up, the entire mountain range looked like a giant ant nest. The mountains are densely covered with holes of various sizes, like a honeycomb. It looks like the holes were bitten by mining ants. He found a hole that was more than 1 meter high and crawled in. A sour and smelly smell came from the hole. There were holes everywhere inside the mountain, and he could only try to find some big holes to get into. Crunchy! Suddenly he sensed movement coming towards him. Crunchy! This kind of sound came from all directions, and Li Bufan felt his scalp tingling for a moment. Once surrounded in such a small space, there was no place to retreat, so he retreated quickly. We cannot be surrounded in this place, otherwise we won't even be able to use the Gadus statue to save our lives. Soon he looked at the strange beasts surrounding him, and they were indeed mine-eating ants. The mining ant is about the size of an adult dog, has a pair of large black pincers in its mouth, is silver gray all over, and has a stinger more than 10 centimeters long in its tail. After seeing Li Bufan, the pair of large pincers in their mouths clamped back and forth, making a squeaking sound. Li Bufan decisively retreated quickly, and suddenly, mining ants appeared on his retreat route. Fuck, we're blocked. He immediately took out the black knife and prepared to strike. Suddenly, the needles of the mining ants all around him were aimed at him. Oh no, the mine-eating ants were about to activate their innate skill to spray gastric juice. He was surrounded and had no way to retreat. Puff puff puff! One by one, the mining ants sprayed gastric juice at him. Armament hacky. Sizzle! The clothes on Li Bufan were immediately corroded, and he was completely naked. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the armament hacky resisted the corrosion of the gastric juice of the mining ants. He looked at his body, which was naked and covered with sticky, sour, and smelly gastric juice. Fuck, I was shot all over by a bunch of beasts today. He was filled with rage, and immediately rushed towards the mine-eating ant with a black knife and slashed it with one blow. Ding! The black knife only left a shallow mark on the mine-eating ants and did not cause any harm to them at all. Such a strong body, could it be that after consuming the minerals, the body of this ant has become extremely hard? Ding! He chopped again, but still couldn't do anything to the mining ants. Even though the mining ants used their large pincers to clamp onto Li Bufan, they were unable to break his armament hacky. For a while, the whole hole was filled with clanging sounds. Then let's try wrapping the armament hacky around the black sword. The black knife was instantly dyed completely black by armament hacky, and the pitch-black black knife flashed with cold light. Sniff! He chopped at a mine-eating ant with his knife. With a swish sound, a wound was left on the mine-eating ant's body, and the ant was almost cut in half. A dark green thick liquid flows out of the mine ant's wound, which is a mixture of the mine ant's blood and gastric juice. Sizzle! The rocks on the ground were corroded and turned black, and a sour smell came out. Ding! Kill a silver 2-star level mine-eating ant, points plus 200. Hey, this trick really works. Li Bufan continued to attack other mining ants, and the situation soon became one-sided. The mining ants could not break his armament hacky at all. Ding! Kill a silver 2-star level mine-eating ant, points plus 200. Ding! Kill a silver 2-star level mine-eating ant, points plus 200. Phew! After hunting for half an hour, the mine-eating ants finally dispersed. Finally left. We don't have the energy to keep killing. He cut open the abdomen of a mining ant, and a pool of thick liquid flowed out, but no refining crystal was found. After cutting open more than a dozen mining ants, no refining crystals were found. He continued to cut open the abdomens of the remaining mine-eating ants, and suddenly a fist-sized, silvery-white, irregular substance flowed out of the abdomen of one of the mine-eating ants. Could this be the refining crystal? Held in the hand, the fist-sized refining crystal actually weighs more than 10 pounds. Kyoto, Aniaki. In a two-story house, an illusory image suddenly appeared in front of three barbarians. The three of them quickly bowed and knelt on the ground. Seventh Master, I have received news that the man has left the city and headed north of Kyoto. The three of you must immediately bring him back to the barbarian territory. Only success is allowed. Yes, Master 7, if we leave the city. Don't ask questions that you shouldn't ask. I will arrange everything. Just do as you did when you entered the city. Yes, I understand. The three men pulled down their monk robes and hats, hid their entire long faces inside the hoods, and then put on monkey head masks. The monkey head mask was given to them by the seventh master before they came to Kyoto. The three of them also easily sneaked into Kyoto wearing this mask. After leaving the ghost market, the three of them took a taxi all the way to the north gate of Kyoto. At this moment, the three of them were extremely nervous and their palms were full of sweat. They didn't dare to disobey the orders of the seventh master, so the three of them gritted their teeth and walked towards the north gate exit. However, when they thought they were being stopped, the guards at the city gate simply glanced at their masks. They let them leave as if they hadn't seen them. After they walked out of the north gate, the three of them finally let go of their worries. Seventh Master is truly powerful. I never thought we could leave Kyoto so easily. Yeah, my legs were shaking with fear just now. Look at what you two have done. We must find a place to ambush Li Bufan as soon as possible and bring him back to the tribe. Don't worry, I've studied the map. We have to pass through Revolving Heaven Pass to return to the north gate of Kyoto. We just need to ambush at Revolving Heaven Pass. Revolving Heaven Pass is the only way back to the north gate of Kyoto. There are steep cliffs on both sides of Revolving Heaven Pass. The fastest way to get back to Kyoto is to pass through the middle. If you go around the cliffs on both sides and then return to Kyoto, the time required will be several times longer. Li Bufan rested in Qingming's secret realm and prepared to return to Kyoto. Judging from the time, Yanjing College should have finished refining the dragon blood pill by now. With the dragon blood pill, it would be easy for Li Bufan to break through to the silver realm, and he couldn't help but start looking forward to it. As soon as Li Bufan entered the Revolving Heaven level, he saw three people wearing monk robes and monkey head masks standing in front of him. I thought he must have passed by here. You are Li Bufan, right? Li Bufan recognized at a glance that these three people should be barbarians, and felt that their realms were almost the same as those of barbarians. They should all be around the second or third silver level, and it seems like they are waiting for him here on purpose. Zhu Shan had already told him yesterday that Sky Eye had dealt with it and would no longer monitor him. How did these three barbarians know that I was leaving the city, and how did they know exactly that it was the North Gate? No one else knew that he had left the city except the fat man. In addition, he did not sense anyone following him when he left the city, so the only person who knew he was leaving the city was the guard at the North Gate. Li Bufan showed his identity card for registration when he left the city. He is now certain that the guard at the North Gate betrayed his whereabouts. But he still has a question that if these three people did not kill him, and then waited for him to return to Kyoto, wouldn't the behavior of the North Gate guard be an admission of guilt? Are they so sure that three barbarians can capture me? Yes, it's me. You found out my whereabouts through the guards at the North Gate, right? We don't understand what you are talking about. Do you want to take the initiative to go with us, or do you want the three of us to break your limbs and then take you back? He sneered and said contemptuously, just the three of you. Now that he has armament haki, his physical body is not weaker than that of the barbarians. You think you can deal with the three of us by killing a barbarian bull? Wishful thinking? So much nonsense. If you want to fight, then fight. The villain is so talkative. You're looking for death, let's go. The three of them immediately rushed towards him, Li Bufan holding a black knife, his spiritual power bursting out. Wheel 2, Border Prison, Armament Haki. The black knife was instantly wrapped by Armament Haki, and the skin of his hands turned gray and black. The pupils of the three barbarians shrank as they saw with their own eyes that Li Bufan's hands turned black, exactly the same as their barbarian bodies. He controlled the two shadows to rush towards the two people next to him, while he himself pounced on the barbarian in the middle. The two shadows took the lead in the attack, and the two barbarians on the left and right were punched hard in the face for no apparent reason. Click, both of their monkey head masks shattered. They both break suddenly, and their whole bodies swayed with dazed looks. Shadow's powerful punch did not cause any actual harm to either of them. What's going on? Be careful around you. I guess this is his innate skill. Ding! Li Bufan's black knife intersected with the weapon of the barbarian in the middle. This was the first time Li Bufan saw a barbarian using a weapon. His weapon looked like a black iron rod. I don't want to waste my time with you three. Humph, how shameless of you to say that. It would be difficult to kill these three people in a head-on duel, and the spiritual power in the body would not be able to sustain it. Since a head-on fight is not possible, a sneak attack is the only option. Exchange. The barbarian in the middle noticed that Li Bufin had disappeared in an instant, and he shouted to the two people next to him, "Be careful." However, it was too late. As soon as the barbarian on the left heard the voice of his companion, Li Bufin appeared beside him. The barbarian saw from the corner of his eye that Li Bufin was slashing at him with a knife, and his skin immediately turned black. Too late. Pa-fa. Li Bufin did not kill him, but cut off his legs with a knife, making him lose his fighting ability immediately. The black knife wrapped with armament haki broke through the body of the silver-level barbarian, and the effect was very significant. It was too late for the barbarian in the middle to come to support, and he watched helplessly as his companion's legs were chopped off. How can you, at the bronze level, break through my barbarian's silver-level body? This is impossible. There are many impossible things, such as the fact that all three of you will die here today. Li Bufin sneered when he saw him swinging the stick down with a sound of breaking through the air. Exchange. His pupils shrank, and Li Bufin in front of him disappeared in an instant. He realized something and quickly turned around and swung the stick. Li Bufin was also a little surprised at how could the barbarian in the middle react so quickly. He just exchanged positions with the shadow and the other party turned around and swung the stick. Seeing this, the barbarian on the right rushed over and slapped Li Bufin on the back. Shinra Tensei. Bang! The two were flung away in an instant. Li Bufin took a deep breath. After continuously using his talent, he had little spiritual power left. He quickly took out a pill of willing pill and swallowed it, determined to end the battle quickly. What kind of talent is this that is so strange? It was actually bounced away by an unknown force. The two barbarians widened their eyes, their faces full of shock. Li Bufin commanded two shadows to attack the barbarians on the right, while he confronted the barbarians in the middle. He needed time to recover some spiritual power. As for the barbarian on the far left, he had no fighting power at all after his legs were cut off, and he was still wailing in pain on the ground. The barbarian in the middle saw him take the pill and realized that he was running low on spiritual energy. Want to delay the time to recover your spiritual power? Dream on. He rushed over at high speed. Li Bufin grinned. He not only wanted to delay time to recover his spiritual power, but more to find an opportunity to sneak attack the barbarian on the right. Exchange. Be careful, he shouted the moment Li Bufin disappeared. He swapped places with the shadow again and moved behind the barbarian on the right. He just turned half his head and saw Li Bufin behind him. He swung his sword and chopped down with a smile on his face. His eyes suddenly became dull and his face turned pale, as if his soul had been taken away and he had even forgotten that his body had turned black. Puff the barbarian in the middle yelled, "Stop." Li Bufin cut off his head with a knife and said lightly, "Oh, you are too late. Who are you? I am the person you are looking for. Tell me how you sneaked into Kyoto, and I can spare your life." He looked up to the sky and laughed loudly, with a rather crazy tone, "Ha ha ha, spare my life. We barbarians only know how to die standing, not live on our knees." After saying this, his face turned cold and his round eyes were filled with hatred. He didn't say any more extra words, but rushed forward at high speed with the black stick in his hand and the intention of dying. Looking at the barbarians rushing towards him, Li Bufin remained calm and swung his sword to meet them. Ding! Exchange. He appeared behind him instantly, and the barbarian reacted promptly. The moment Li Bufin disappeared, he rolled forward. Li Bufin raised the corner of his mouth. He had two shadows, and he once again switched with his shadow to go behind the barbarian. He didn't expect that Li Bufin disappeared again just after he stood up. What? Not good. Realizing that something was wrong, he immediately swung his weapon backwards, and his skin immediately turned black. Li Bufin knew that he was strengthening his body, so he bent down to avoid the black stick and prepared to cut it horizontally with a knife. Puff! There was a huge wound on his abdomen and blood gushed out. Cough cough! He knelt on his knees, coughing up blood, looking at the fatal wound in his abdomen. His clothes were stained with blood and his face was pale. Unexpectedly, the physical body that the barbarians were so proud of was now easily broken by someone who was at a lower level than themselves. What kind of ability do you have? There was no fear in his eyes, as if he had already recognized his fate. There was only deep reluctance and disbelief. Armament haki. He nodded and fell to the ground. 3 people ambushed him, and now 2 are dead and 1 is seriously injured. Li Bufin walked towards the man on the far left whose legs were chopped off. He witnessed his 2 companions being killed one after another. He could no longer hold back and screamed loudly, his face full of crazy hatred and despair, tears streaming down his face, and he was almost on the verge of collapse. "Devil, you devil." Li Bufin stood in front of him and sneered, "Devil, aren't you barbarians the ones who have been causing trouble for me? What will happen to me if I fall into your hands?" He said in a hoarse voice, "You kill me." No. Tell me, how did you barbarians sneak into Kyoto? Besides the guards at the north gate, who else betrayed my whereabouts? Ha 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 ha, you'd better give up on this idea." Li Bufin was a little annoyed. The current rinnegan had not awakened the memory-reading ability of Pain's human world, otherwise why would he need to talk to him so much? He is now certain that the guards at the north gate must have been involved, but how could a single guard dare to do this? Really, then I can only hand you over to the security bureau. I think they have some way to make you speak. You underestimate us barbarians. After saying this, he slapped his forehead. In a flash, Li Bufan's black knife flashed and cut off his 2 arms. Ah, want to commit suicide, haha. His face was hideous, and he shouted hysterically, Li Bufan, you will die a horrible death. Li Bufan ignored him and put the other 2 barbarian corpses into the storage ring. Unfortunately, the storage ring can only hold inanimate objects, not living things. He took out his phone and called Zhao Bai at Yenching College. Hey, Li Bufan, what's wrong? I think the dragon blood pill will be ready later today. He smiled awkwardly, Teacher Zhao, I'm not here to ask about the dragon blood pill. There is something I need your help with. Li Bufan told him everything about how he left the city yesterday and how he was ambushed by the barbarians today. Zhao Bai's incredulous voice came from the phone, what? Doesn't this mean that the guards at the North Gate betrayed your whereabouts when you left the city? Well, the North Gate guards must have been involved, but I don't know about the others. Okay, now take that barbarian and wait for me outside the North Gate. I will ask the National Security Bureau to come over immediately. After hanging up the phone, he glanced at the barbarian lying on the ground with his limbs chopped off. At this moment, he had fainted from excessive blood loss. Li Bufan stuffed a golden medicine into his mouth and told him to take it, otherwise he would die before reaching the North Gate. He carried the unconscious barbarian towards the North Gate of Kyoto. On the other side, Zhao Bai hung up the phone and immediately called Cao Rencheng of the National Security Bureau. He quickly recounted the time that Li Bufan had told him. Inside the top-floor office of the National Security Bureau, bang! Cao Rencheng slapped the desk, and the whole desk broke into pieces. It seems that there really is a traitor in the National Security Agency? He said angrily, Teacher Zhao, please wait for me at the North Gate, I will be there soon. Yenching College is located in the northern district of Kyoto, and Zhao Bai hurried to the North Gate. He stared at the guard on duty today with a cold look on his face. In less than half an hour, Cao Rencheng also arrived at the North Gate. They both restrained their aura and looked like passers-by. The 2 looked at each other, and Zhao Bai immediately took out his phone and called Li Bufan. At this time, Li Bufan had been waiting outside the North Gate for a long time. Li Bufan, you can enter the city now. The National Security Bureau and I are already at the North Gate. Good. A quarter of an hour later, Li Bufan carried the barbarian with his limbs cut off to the North Gate. When the guard at the North Gate saw that he was carrying a person with runes all over his face, his pupils shrank and he looked incredulous. Barbarians, they personally released 3 barbarians today. The guards looked at Li Bufan again, and they froze, their breathing becoming rapid. Isn't the person in front of them the target of the 3 barbarians they released? The 4 of them recognized Li Bufan at a glance. After all, they were the ones who revealed the news of his leaving the city to the barbarians. What about the other 2 barbarians? Are they all dead? There was no time to think about it. If Li Bufan was allowed to enter Kyoto, their identities would be immediately exposed. The guards immediately shouted at him, stop, how dare you bring the barbarians into Kyoto, surrender immediately. The other 3 guards immediately surrounded him. Li Bufan sneered, humph, are you desperate? The 4 of you actually colluded with the barbarians. You deserve to die. Not only did he bring the barbarians into Kyoto, but he also dared to slander our Kyoto guards. He is courting death. The 4 of them were ready to strike, determined to kill Li Bufan on the spot to prevent any future trouble. Stop! A deep and majestic voice came. The 4 guards looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man in his 50s walking towards them. Who are you? Don't interfere with our duties. Cao Rencheng. Who is Cao Rencheng? Get out of here. One of the guards suddenly remembered something. He swallowed, his Adam's apple rolling up and down, and asked in a trembling voice, the head of the National Security Bureau, Cao Rencheng? Cao Rencheng was intimidating without getting angry. That's right. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange scene suddenly appeared. One of the guard's eyes suddenly became dull, and then the guard's shadow began to wriggle like mud. A gray shadow jumped out from the wriggling shadows, and this gray shadow stuck to the ground like a shadow and moved away from the North Gate at a high speed. The remaining 3 guards did the same thing. A gray shadow suddenly jumped out of the shadows and also quickly left towards the North Gate. Cao Rencheng seemed to have finally reacted. His eyes were red and he roared angrily, Shadow Clan. Zhao Bai and Li Bufan were stunned by this strange scene, and stood there like a piece of wood. Shadow Clan. This extremely strange clan was only briefly mentioned in the textbooks. Cao Rencheng burst out with an astonishing momentum at lightning speed. He took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of the first gray shadow. You still want to escape from me, Cao Rencheng? You are dreaming. He snapped his fingers, and the sky suddenly became bright, with beams of light visible to the naked eye shooting down from Amaterasu. The 4 gray shadows on the ground seemed to be fixed, unable to move at all. Cao Rencheng's momentum alarmed the nearby military camp, and rows of guards came out from it. A man in military uniform ran out in a hurry and recognized Cao Rencheng at a glance. His eyes were filled with fear and he trudged forward step by step, then slowly stood in front of Cao Rencheng as if he was exhausted. Director Cao. Cao Renchinge raised his eyes, glanced at him and said, "Are you the person in charge of the north gate of Kyoto?" "Yes." "Open your eyes and see what this is." He pointed to 4 gray shadows on the ground. The man in military uniform looked at the ground in the direction of Cao Renchinge's finger. His pupils shrank and he blurted out 4 words in shock, "Is this the Shadow Clan?" "Humph, you didn't even notice that a Shadow Clan had sneaked into the military camp, you rubbish." Li Bufin looked at the scene where Cao Renchinge froze the 4 Shadow Clan members, and the blood in his body seemed to boil. Cao Renchinge just snapped his fingers, and the 4 Shadow Clan members on the ground were completely powerless to resist. "Teacher Zhao, what realm is this Cao Renchinge in?" Zhao Bai swallowed his saliva, shook his head and said hoarsely, "I don't know either. The dean of our Yanjing college is in the extraordinary realm. The momentum Cao Renchinge showed just now is definitely stronger than the dean. Beyond the extraordinary realm. That is at least a transcendent realm, possibly even a super god realm." "Teacher Zhao, what is Cao Renchinge's talent? It seems that he can control light?" "I've heard the dean say this before. The dean once said that the head of the security bureau has a rare talent, Logia, light." "Light, isn't this Kizaru's sparkling fruit ability?" Cao Renchinge stretched out his hand and grabbed the gray shadow on the ground, and a figure was slowly lifted up from the shadow. The Shadow Clan being mentioned looks no different from ordinary humans. The only difference is that his eyes have no eyeballs and no whites. The entire eye was gray, as if it were carved out of stone. However, the moment the Shadow Clan was captured, the guards who lined up outside the military camp were in chaos. Dozens of gray shadows quickly left Kyoto City. The man in military uniform looked disheartened when he saw this. He hadn't noticed a single one of the many Shadow Clan members sneaking in. Cao Renchinge didn't expect that there were so many Shadow Clan members in the military camp. He snorted coldly, took a step forward, and flew above the gray shadows that were fleeing towards Kyoto City. Holy light is coming. Beams of light were cast from the sky, like arrows, shooting towards the gray shadows below. Whether the gray shadows were hiding under trees or inside buildings, the light penetrated through layers of obstacles and shot them accurately. After the gray shadow was hit by the light, a stream of blood seeped out from the ground. Then the gray shadow on the ground disappeared, and was replaced by a Shadow Clan corpse. Cao Renchinge glanced down and sensed that there were no more Shadow Clan members below. He stepped out again and returned to the 4 imprisoned Shadow Clan members. He glanced at the 3 remaining gray shadows on the ground and said indifferently, "Will you 3 show up on your own initiative or do you want me to catch you?" Among the 3 gray shadows on the ground, a member of the Shadow Clan slowly emerged from each of them. Cao Renchinge flicked his middle finger, and 4 rays of light shot out, binding the 4 members of the Shadow Clan respectively. It looks like Cao Renchinge is going to take these 4 Shadow Clan members back for interrogation. Cao Renchinge walked up to Li Bufin, he smiled slightly, his face looked very kind. "You have done a great job in catching the Shadow Clan this time. I can give you some rewards. Is there anything you want?" His eyes lit up. "There was also such good news. I want the Dream Stone and Gang Essence." Zhao Bai tugged at Li Bufin's clothes. He didn't expect that Li Bufin would actually ask Cao Renchinge for a reward. He is a powerful human being who has surpassed the extraordinary realm. Cao Renchinge laughed. "Dream Stone and Gangjing, you have a good eye." Suddenly, a crystal clear gem appeared in his hand, emitting colorful light. "This is the Dream Stone. As for the Gang Essence, I don't have any." Li Bufin took the Dream Stone and asked, "Director Cao, do you know where to find Gangjing?" He glanced at Li Bufin, nodded and smiled. Genjin is also known as the treasure of sharp gold. When refining weapons, just adding a trace of Genjin can double the sharpness of the weapon. To be honest, our security bureau is also looking for Genjin. But it is said that a piece of Gangjing once appeared in the ghost market in Kyoto. Maybe you can try your luck. Li Bufin nodded, his face slightly disappointed. If he had more Gangjing he could raise his armament haki to the intermediate level. "Thank you, Director Cao. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first." After saying that, he pointed his finger and 4 members of the Shadow Clan flew up. Then he stomped his feet, soared into the air, and disappeared in the blink of an eye with the Shadow Clan. Zhao Bai looked at the direction where Cao Renchinge left with a face full of admiration, and couldn't help but sighed. "Strong, damn it, too strong." "Teacher Zhao, that's enough, everyone has left. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you wanted an autograph?" "Hee, there's a chance. By the way, come back with me to Yanjing College. I think the dragon blood pill has been refined." "Good." Li Bufin was in a very good mood. This time when he went out of the city, he not only got the refining crystal, but also the Dream Stone. Now the dragon blood pill has been refined. It's triple happiness. After arriving at Yanjing College, not long after, someone sent me 50 dragon blood pills. With this dragon blood pill, you should be able to break through to the silver realm soon. "Yeah, I think I can break through to silver tonight." Zhao Bai nodded with satisfaction. He had high expectations for Li Bufin. After returning to the couple's apartment, it was already dark. When he opened the door, he saw the fat man lying on the sofa watching Duyan. "Fatty, you're not practicing?" Ever since the spirit gathering array came into being, Fatty wanted to stay in it to practice 24 hours a day. How could he have time to do anything else? Hey, Bufin, you've finished your work. It's time to combine work and rest. I'm not far from the Bronze 9-star realm. Wow, your speed is pretty good. After they chatted for a while, Li Bufin returned to his room. He had many things to deal with urgently. He knew that today he seemed to have captured the Shadow Clan who betrayed his whereabouts, but he still had many questions in his mind. How did Maniou outside Yinqing College know his whereabouts? Also, how did the barbarians know that he had been to the sealed place of Monkai? He didn't get any answers to these questions. Li Bufin smiled and said, "This world is really becoming more and more interesting." Putting these questions aside, he took out a dragon blood pill. The bright red dragon blood pill looked like a sakura peach. As soon as he swallowed it, the dragon blood pill melted in his mouth. In an instant, spiritual power filled his entire danchan. The spiritual power of the dragon blood pill was still pouring into his danchan continuously. Boom! Li Bufin successfully broke through to the silver 1-star realm, and the danchan in his body seemed to have doubled in size. The spiritual power of the dragon blood pill seemed to have found a place to vent and continue to fill his entire danchan. He did not expect that the spiritual power contained in the dragon blood pill would be so surging. After the danchan was saturated again, the spiritual power of the dragon blood pill was completely absorbed. Phew, finally broke through to the silver realm. Personal attributes. Name: Li Bufin. Talent: rinnegan. Talented skills: red memory, truth-seeking ball, will-grave prison, Gadu statue, Shinra tensei, universal pull, planetary devastation, Tenge shinsei, Rhine tensei technique, Jao Huangshan resound, thousand paper crane body flicker technique, Yomi Harasaka, heaven's hand power. Realm: silver 1-star kung fu. Hongmeng breathing method. Skills: none. Copy point: 0 points, 105,710. He took a look at his personal attribute panel and his face suddenly became excited. A green memory reading skill appeared in the heavenly skill column. Haha, whatever you want comes true. You can actually awaken Pain's human way and read his memory. Nice. He now regretted that when he went to Yanjing College with Zhao Bai in the afternoon, he casually threw the 2 barbarian corpses and the barbarian with severed limbs to the person in charge of the North Gate. It seems that next time we encounter barbarians, we must capture them alive. Having just broken through the silver realm, he spent another night consolidating his realm. The next morning, Li Bufin called Zhu Shan and told him that the dragon blood pill had been refined. I sent him a location and he rushed to the couple's apartment in less than an hour. Teacher Zhu, there are 15 dragon blood pills inside, please keep them. Zhu Shan clenched his hands excitedly, staring intently at the pill bottle that Li Bufin handed over. Taking the dragon blood pill, he opened the bottle cap and looked at the bright red dragon blood pill inside with an intoxicated look. Li Bufin smiled and said jokingly, "Teacher Zhu, it's just dragon blood pill, is it necessary to be so exaggerated?" Zhu Shen rolled his eyes and said, "What do you know? I have been stuck at the gold 9-star realm for many years. Now that I have this dragon blood pill, do you think I cannot be excited?" All right. After getting the dragon blood pill, Zhu Shen couldn't wait to start taking it and practicing. He thought for a moment and said, "Li Bufin, when I go back and break through to the Star Glory realm, how about we go to the secret realm again?" "Haha, that's great. We must get the remaining dragon blood fruits this time." Zhu Shen said angrily, "If you take away all the remaining dragon blood fruits, won't the dragon fight me to death?" "Okay, wait until I break through to the Star Glory realm first, wait for my call." Good. After Zhu Shen left, Li Bufin prepared to go to the ghost market in Kyoto. Cao Renchen said that Geng Jing had appeared in the ghost market. He didn't expect to get Geng Jing in the ghost market, and even if he did, he couldn't afford it now. He would be satisfied if he could get information about Geng Jing in the ghost market. The fat man was still practicing, and Li Bufin did not disturb him. He took a taxi to the central area of Kyoto alone. The ghost market was a hodgepodge of good and bad people, so he took out the Obito mask and put it on. Wearing a mask in the ghost market was normal, and no one would notice him. The entrance to Kyoto Ghost Market is the original subway terminal. The elevators on both sides of the entrance have been abandoned, and you can only go down the middle stairs to enter the ghost market. Li Bufin took a deep breath and walked down the stairs step by step. There was an orange tungsten filament lamp every 10 meters or so on both sides of the stairs. After walking down for a distance, he felt a chill coming over him and couldn't help shivering. After walking diagonally downwards for about 200 meters, he arrived at the original subway entrance, and then entered the next floor from the entrance. Li Bufin was shocked by the sight that came into view. There was an enormous parking lot below. There are hundreds of trains parked inside, and each carriage is decorated as several shops, with various shop signs hanging outside the carriages. So this is the ghost market. Li Bufin walked forward and saw many houses and buildings. These buildings were probably built after the subway station was abandoned. At this time, a boy about 12 or 13 years old came towards them. The boy had disheveled hair and ragged clothes. "Hello, do you need a guide?" Li Bufin was stunned. It was his first time to visit the ghost market and he really needed a guide. "Well, how much is the fee?" "1 spiritual stone." A spirit stone is nothing to him, but 1 spirit stone can be exchanged for 1 million blue star coins, which is a lot. "Okay, sure." He laughed happily, gesticulating with joy. "My name is Xiao. what do you need to come to the ghost market? I grew up in the ghost market, and I am familiar with everything here. I need to get some information. If you want to get information, then it's best to go to Bake Xiao Pavilion. Please follow me. Li Bufan smiled. By Xiao Pavilion, this name is really interesting. Xiao brought Li Bufan to a shop of about 40 square meters. Above the shop hangs a plaque handwritten with a brush, with 3 large characters by Xiao Ge inscribed on it. Xiao Wu ran into the store and shouted, Grandpa Bai, I've brought you a guest. Li Bufan walked into the store and saw an old man in his 70s. His dark face was full of the vicissitudes of life and his forehead was covered with ravine-like wrinkles. He touched Xiao's head with one hand, his face full of smiles. When he saw Li Bufan come in, he looked up. I wonder what news the guest wants to know. Old man, I want to know more about Gengjing. He smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with energy, emitting 2 rays of light. Haha, to be honest with you, I do know some information about Gengjing. Li Bufan's eyes lit up, and an unexpected sense of excitement instantly filled his body. Old man, please name a price. Gengjing's information is extremely valuable. How can it be measured with spirit stones? So what are you doing? The old man smiled mysteriously, and uttered 4 words, equivalent exchange. Equivalent exchange? Li Bufan frowned, not understanding what he meant. We exchange information of equivalent value, so that's how it is. Li Bufan smiled bitterly. How can I know information that you don't know? The old man's expression did not change at all, as if everything was expected. No, you must know the question I asked. Oh, really? Tell me, old man, what's the level of your talent? Li Bufan's pupils shrank, and he seemed to stop breathing at this moment. No one had asked him this question for a long time. Time seemed to stand still for a few seconds before he whispered, no level. Xiao Wu on the side widened his eyes. Grandpa Bai, are there any talents without levels? The old man touched Xiao's head and said without raising his head, no level. Haha, my dear, you didn't lie, but you didn't tell the truth either. According to the equal exchange, I can't tell you the information of Gengjin, but since you answered my question, I won't let you suffer any loss. You can ask me another question. Li Bufan was struck by a bolt from the blue, and stood there in a daze like a clay or wooden sculpture. Old man, who are you? He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fang. Me, haha, just an old guy who is about to become a numb old man. Young man, you should ask your questions. I don't want to take advantage of you. He tried hard to suppress his inner shock. This old man was unfathomable to him, and there was a weirdness in his bones. And from what the old man said, it seemed as if he already knew Li Bufan's talent level. But this was Li Bufan's first time to come to the ghost market, and also the first time he saw this old man. Li Bufan took a deep breath and said, What's your name, old man? I am a man of many talents. By Xiao Sheng, by Xiaoj. He nodded and decided to find some time to ask Zhao Bai and the others about this know-it-all. Senior Bai, my question is what kind of abilities does the Shadow Clan have? Shadow Clan? Bai Xiao Sheng muttered to himself, closing his eyes as if recalling something. A long time. He opened his eyes, with a gleam of light in them. Do you know why we humans were able to resist the invasion and not be exterminated when the alien beasts invaded us? Li Bufan didn't know why Bai Xiao Sheng suddenly asked this question. Senior Bai, doesn't the book record that it was the strong men of the human race who fought back the alien beasts? Bai Xiao Sheng glanced at him with a smile, then he picked up the cigarette box on the table, lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and blew out smoke rings. You're only talking about one of them. Are there other reasons? Li Bufan was even more surprised by his words. It is well known that the barbarians cultivate their bodies. Their talent is that they can make their bodies indestructible. When they cultivate to the highest level, they can even become immortal. But the Shadow Clan cultivates their spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the stronger the Shadow Clan will be. As for us humans, we cultivate our danshin. The larger the danshin is, the more spiritual power it can hold. If we want to make our danshin bigger, we need to constantly break through realms to expand our danshin. Li Bufan has clearly felt this since he broke through the Silver Realm. The danshin of the Silver Realm is indeed twice as large as that of the Bronze Realm. Senior, what is spiritual power? This was the first time he had heard the word spiritual power. The Shadow Clan actually cultivated spiritual power. You can think of spiritual power as intention or willpower. It is a mysterious power. We humans cannot cultivate spiritual power. Li Bufan seemed to understand, but not quite. He quietly waited for Bai Xiao Sheng to continue. All the alien races or beasts that invaded our human race back then, the talents of each race of people or beasts were actually the same, but there were differences in strength. But we humans are completely the opposite. Although we are one race, each of us has different talents. It is precisely because of the diversity of our talents that we can fundamentally resist the invasion of alien races and beasts. After hearing what Bai Xiao Sheng said, Li Bufan suddenly understood that everyone in the human race has different talents, some are strong and some are weak. The talents of members of each race of alien beasts are exactly the same. Among the various talents of the human race, there are always people who can restrain or counter the talents of other races. Senior Bai, I think I understand a little bit. Bai Xiaosheng nodded and continued, in fact, the diverse talents of our human race also give the alien races a headache. Without understanding our talents, if they act rashly, they will suffer a great loss. Li Bufan also had a deep understanding of this. When he fought with Li Xingyun, his talent was equivalent to sealing the talents and skills of others. If he had not awakened more talents and skills than Li Xingyun, he would have suffered a great loss at that time. The Shadow Clan is just one of the races that invaded our human race back then. Most of us only know that the Shadow Clan has two innate skills. Point 1 is that they can blend into the shadows of other people. People with weak mental strength will be easily controlled by the Shadow Clan. Another innate skill is that the Shadow Clan can transform into a shadow and move quickly, especially for the Dark Knight. This innate skill is even harder to defend against. Li Bufan had already seen these two talents when he was at the North Gate. He still remembered that when the Shadow Clan left the controlled North Gate guards, the guards all had dazed expressions. However, it was daytime at that time, and the Shadow Clan turned into a shadow and left. A gray shadow could be clearly seen on the ground. If it were night, the gray shadow on the ground would probably be difficult to detect. Senior Bai, from what you said, could it be that the Shadow Clan has a third innate skill? Bai Xiaosheng raised his eyebrows and smiled at him mysteriously, revealing the cunning and shrewdness of an old fox. That's right, very few people know about the Shadow Clan's third talent, and it is also the most easily overlooked talent skill. They can use their mental power to mark people. As long as the marked person is within a certain range, they will not be able to escape the perception of the Shadow Clan. But as far as I know, this kind of mark can only be made when it touches the person he wants to mark. It cannot be made out of thin air. After being marked, it is basically impossible for others to detect it except for those who practice spiritual power. The Shadow Clan's actual combat capabilities are not good, so they usually rely on other powerful races. After hearing what Bai Xiaosheng said, he understood. Isn't this mark similar to the Namikaze Minato Flying Thunder God mark? It's just that you can't teleport to the marked location. Li Bufan was even more curious about how Bai Xiaosheng, who looked to be around 70 years old, knew so much about these things. Thank you for clearing up my confusion, Senior. No need to thank me, we are just an equal exchange. He originally came to the Ghost Market to look for information about the Geng Jing, but unexpectedly, he ended up learning about the Shadow Clan's innate abilities. He also didn't want to continue exchanging Geng Jing's information with Bai Xiaosheng. Now that we don't know where Bai Xiaosheng came from or what his purpose is, we naturally won't tell him anything about his talent. Li Bufan took out 10 spirit stones and handed them to Xiao Wu, saying, Xiao Wu, this is your reward. Senior Bai, I'm leaving now. Bai Xiaosheng nodded and smiled. If you figure it out, you can come find me again. Li Bufan knew what he meant, but did not say anything in response. Instead, he turned and left. Xiao Wu glanced at the 10 spirit stones in his hand and looked at Bai Xiaosheng excitedly. Grandpa Bai, this. Haha, Xiao, keep it. After leaving, Li Bufan had no interest in staying in the Ghost Market. On the way back, he passed by a shop and saw an extremely strange scene. There was a man sitting in the shop. His left hand was like an eagle's claw, while the other hand was a human palm. He turned his head and glanced at Li Bufan. His expression was extremely ferocious and his eyes were light yellow vertical pupils. They were definitely not human eyes. There was a heavily made-up woman standing at the door of the store, posing and attracting customers. She saw Li Bufan wearing a mask with 2 red jade pupils, and smiled slightly. Hey, where did you get these eyes, little brother? They're not bad. Our store has just received a batch of long-armed monkey limbs. Do you want to exchange them? Li Bufan's scalp tingled. There was actually a shop in the Kyoto Ghost Market that replaced people's organs with those of other animals. He didn't know if the organs of other animals would give people the abilities of other animals. He walked quickly towards the exit of the Ghost Market, and the woman's giggles could be heard behind him. After leaving the Ghost Market and reaching the ground, his depressed mood seemed to have improved a lot. This Ghost Market is really not a place for ordinary people to stay. Li Bufan took a taxi back to the couple's apartment. It was unrealistic to obtain Geng Jing in a short period of time, so he had to think of another way. Wandering, on the road. Are you leaving? Via. I took out my phone and saw that it was Fang Bo from the Jiangnan City Defense Army calling. Senior Fang, are you looking for me? Well, Li Bufan, are you still in Kyoto? Do you have time to go back to Jiangnan City? Your father is missing. What? Like a bolt from the blue, he stood up with a buzzing sensation in his head. Father missing? Could it be the barbarians who did it, or the Shadow Clan or some other enemy? Senior Fang, I'm going back to Jiangnan City right now. He immediately went downstairs, took a taxi and rushed to the Kyoto teleportation array. After paying 10 spirit stones, he waited quietly for the teleportation array to open. At this moment he has calmed down. No matter who the target is, it should be him, which means that his father's life will not be in danger in the short term. Half an hour later, the teleportation array was opened. Li Bufan returned to the teleportation array, and as soon as he came out of the teleportation array, he saw the city defense soldier Lu Xuanzi. Li Bufan, here. Lu Xuanzi waved and called out to him, and Li Bufan walked towards him. Li Bufan, the boss asked me to wait for you here, let's go. Good. We got in the car and sped all the way to the west district of Jiangnan City. It was the first time we saw Fang Bo's villa. Li Bufan went up to the tea room on the second floor with ease. Fang Bo pinched his forehead, looking worried. Hey, you're back. Sit down first. Senior Fang, what is going on? Why did my father disappear? He sighed and said, since you went to Kyoto, I have sent people to keep an eye on your father at all times. Your father is usually at home in Kyoto and only goes out once or twice. After your father left the house yesterday, a dozen people suddenly appeared and blocked the people I sent, and then kidnapped your father. After your father was kidnapped, I immediately ordered the teleportation array and the city gate to be strictly guarded. Your father must still be in Jiangnan City. But we have basically searched the entire Jiangnan City from yesterday until now, and we haven't found your father yesterday. Li Bufan was silent. Yesterday was exactly when the Baimen Shadow Clan was captured. Could it be related to the Shadow Clan? Senior Fang, have the dozen or so people who blocked your way been captured? Well, those guys were all Deadpools. After being caught, they immediately bit the poison hidden in their teeth and committed suicide. However, there was one who was knocked unconscious by my men and didn't have time to commit suicide. Li Bufan saw a glimmer of hope and hurriedly said, Senior Fang, please take me to see that Deadpool. It's no use. We tortured him severely and used every possible means, but he just wouldn't talk. Senior Fang, believe me, I have a way to make him speak. Fang Bo knew that Li Bufan was extremely talented, so maybe he had some solution. Okay, come with me. Fang Bo took Li Bufan out of the villa, and after walking for more than 10 minutes they arrived at a tent. After walking through the military camp and reaching a basement, Li Bufan saw the captured Deadpool. He was tied to a cross, his body covered with wounds from various torture instruments. When he saw Li Bufan and the others coming over, he showed no expression and said nothing. This is the Deadpool. Ever since we caught him, no matter how we tortured him, he never said a word. Li Bufan nodded. He was too lazy to ask this Deadpool anything else. He walked in front of Deadpool and raised his right hand to press on his head. Red memory. Memories came flooding back, and Li Bufan finally saw the man who had captured his father. Who was she? Why did she kidnap my father? It took him a while to let go of his right hand, his mind constantly searching for the person who had kidnapped his father. Fang Bo looked at his previous actions, and now he looked thoughtful. He couldn't help but ask, how is it? Senior Fang, I already know the person who kidnapped my father, but I don't know her. What, you know that now? Fang Bo opened his mouth, took a deep breath, and just put his hand on Deadpool's head. Did he know that? Li Bufan didn't want to explain too much to him. He already had some guesses, so he said, Senior Fang, I already know where they are. Let's go over there. Fang Bo swallowed and tried to suppress his inner shock. Since Li Bufan didn't say anything, he didn't feel comfortable asking any further questions. Okay, I'll take a couple of people there myself. Fang Bo quickly assembled a team of 20 people, and in order to conceal their whereabouts, everyone got on an ordinary truck. Li Bufan sat in the co-pilot's seat, his face as calm as water. Li Bufan, do you know where they are? Well, the original location of the Zudge family. Fang Bo's face flashed with surprise. Zudge family? No wonder he couldn't find it after searching all over Jiangnan City. Who would have thought that the person was hidden in the ruins of an extinct family? Wandering, on the road. Are you leaving? Via. At this time, Li Bufan's cell phone rang. He took a look and saw it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Haha, Zudge Chi, it's indeed her. Li Bufan saw in Deadpool's memory that his father was kidnapped to the Zudge family, and he already had some guesses. The entire Zudge family was exterminated, and the only one who survived was Zudge Chi. He pretended to be calm and asked, what's the matter? Zudge Chi's cold voice came from the phone. Li Bufan, your father is in my hands. I never thought you would have this day. Humph, so it was you who did it. Just tell me what you want. Humph, I also think you will experience the pain of losing a loved one. And if you want to save your father, come to the abandoned cement factory in the southern district of Jiangnan City. The time limit is 2 hours. No one will be allowed after the time limit. Remember, you can only come alone, otherwise you know the consequences. Her voice was extremely ferocious, and Li Bufan could deeply feel her hatred for him. Beep beep beep. Zudge Chi hung up the phone after he finished speaking, and Li Bufan sneered. The abandoned cement factory in the South District was originally a state-owned enterprise in Jiangnan City. After the invasion of alien beasts, it has been idle and abandoned. Humph, the abandoned cement factory in the South District, 2 hours? It will take at most 20 minutes to reach your hiding place. Senior Fang, when we get to the Zudge family, don't act rashly. I'll sneak in and see what's going on inside. Fang Bo said solemnly, wouldn't it be too dangerous for you to go in alone? Don't worry, Senior. I have my own way. Fang Bo said no more. He was becoming more and more confused about Li Bufan's talent. I thought his summoning of a giant was shocking enough, but which of the talents and skills he displayed now were not shocking? Good. 10 minutes later, the car arrived outside the Zudge family manor, and no one got off the car. The gate of Zudge family had collapsed long ago, and the scene inside was in ruins, with dried bloodlines still remaining everywhere. It seems that the Li family and the Deng family in Kyoto really wiped out the Zudge family, leaving no one alive. Wheel 2, Border Prison. Shadow quickly entered the Zudge family, passed through a garden, and a 3-story villa came into view. There were 2 Deadpools guarding the door of the villa, and Shadow walked straight into the villa. Lee Bufin saw a surprising scene through rinnegan vision sharing. This is the entrance to the secret realm. There is actually an entrance to a secret realm here, and judging from the appearance of the entrance, it should be opened by a secret realm token. The Shadow turned around but didn't see any other figures. It seemed that they all entered the secret realm. In the car, Lee Bufin opened his eyes, turned his head and said to Fangbo, Senior Fang, there is an entrance to a secret realm in the Zudge family. There are only 2 Deadpools guarding the entrance to the secret realm. I think the others should be in the secret realm. Fangbo took a deep breath. Lee Bufin had been sitting in the car from beginning to end. How could he know everything that was going on inside? He calmed himself down and said, then let's deal with the Deadpool at the entrance to the secret realm first. Senior Fang, Deadpool is not very strong. I can easily deal with him. Let's go in. Everyone got off the truck and prepared to enter the Zudge family ruins. Senior, I'll go take care of the 2 Deadpools first and wait for you at the entrance to the secret realm. Lee Bufin took out the black knife and said 2 words, switch. Seeing Lee Bufin disappear in front of him in an instant, Fangbo rubbed his eyes hard in disbelief. This. How is it possible? On the other side, Lee Bufin appeared behind one of the Deadpools instantly after the swap, and he and another Shadow attacked at the same time. The 2 Deadpools were easily dealt with, and after a while, Fangbo arrived with his team. He glanced at the 2 bodies lying on the ground. Lee Bufin had already given him enough shocks today. Fangbo arranged 6 people to guard the entrance to the secret realm outside, and the rest of the people entered the secret realm together. As soon as he entered the secret realm, a cold wind blew. Lee Bufin glanced around the secret realm and found that the entire secret realm was a glacial world. The scope of the secret realm is not large, and there are several tents set up not far away. As soon as Lee Bufin came in, he sent 2 shadows to look for his father. He had no time to waste, as the time in the tomb prison was limited. He had to rescue his father as soon as possible before the shadow returned to his body. As soon as they entered the secret realm, they were discovered by Deadpool not far away. Lee Bufin saw a dozen Deadpools and a young man and woman walking out of the tent. The young man was wearing a black casual suit. His facial features were delicate and he had an arrogant and noble look. He was obviously the son of a wealthy family. Zudge Chi was stunned for a moment when she saw Lee Bufin. Her body suddenly froze and she stared at Lee Bufin in disbelief. How is it possible? How do you know this place? Lee Bufin grinned, his voice very low but full of contempt. You'll have to ask the Deadpool you brought here. Zudge Chi turned his head and glanced at the man next to him. Impossible, Deadpool will never betray us. Chi, you have to believe me. The young man immediately stared at Lee Bufin, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he smiled disdainfully. Are you Lee Bufin? It's me. You brought these Deadpools here, right? Lee Bufin had already sentenced him to death in his heart. All he had to do now was to buy as much time as possible for Shadow. Fangbo and his men did not act rashly, as they knew the most important thing now was that Lee Bufin's father was still in their hands. Yes, I brought him here. Don't fool yourself. The Deadpool I brought here will never betray us, Lee Bufin sarcastically said. Are you so sure? Zhang Jun from the Zhang family in Fengda City. Hearing this, Zhang Jun was struck by lightning as if from a blue sky. His eyes widened and even his breathing began to slow down. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Zudge Chi immediately realized that something was wrong. Lee Bufin had brought so many people with him that they were no match for him at all. She immediately ran to another tent where their amulet was. Get started, Lee Bufin shouted. Zhang Jun also realized something. The current situation was completely different from what they had planned. He also turned around and immediately rushed to the tent next to him, shouting to Deadpool, stop them. Unfortunately, no matter how fast they are, they can never be faster than Lee Bufin. Exchange. Lee Bufin instantly appeared in the tent with 4 Deadpools inside. Li Tian was tied to a chair and his mouth was stuffed with cloth. When the 4 Deadpools saw a stranger suddenly appear in the tent, they immediately rushed towards him. He grabbed Li Tian with one hand and shouted, Shinra Tensei, bang! The 4 Deadpools were blown away along with the tent, and Lee Bufin immediately took out a soul-restoring pill and swallowed it. Zudge Chi and Zhang Jun, who had just arrived outside the tent, were stunned by this sudden scene. Looking at the blown-away tent, Lee Bufin unexpectedly appeared inside, and the 2 of them suddenly stopped, as if they were nailed there, as if the ground was about to crack in front of their feet. How is it possible? At this moment, Fangbo and others had killed all the Deadpools and surrounded the 2 of them. Seeing this, Zhang Jun suddenly had a whistle in his hand. Beep beep beep. The whistle made a sharp sound that spread throughout the secret realm. Lee Bufin didn't know what Zhang Jun meant. Suddenly, a deep and loud voice came from a distance. Who dares to bully our Zhang family members? A figure appeared in the distance. Zhang Jun showed a happy expression and waved while shouting, Second uncle, I'm here. Fangbo narrowed his eyes and stared at the figure. Lee Bufin took this opportunity to untie his father's body. Son, they're going to deal with you. Lee Bufin nodded. Dad, I know, I've implicated you this time. Fortunately, Li Tian was not mistreated after being arrested, otherwise Li Bufan would have felt extremely guilty. Son, look at what you said, that we are of one mind. Li Tian patted Li Bufan on the shoulder. When the figure came closer, Li Bufan could see his appearance clearly. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was thin, and his frail body looked like a bamboo pole supported by his clothes. When the wind blew, it seemed as if he would be blown away by the wind. He saw Fang Bo at a glance and was stunned for a moment. Fang Bo gave him the feeling that his strength was not inferior to his. Fang Bo also looked carefully at the thin man in front of him. The other party was quite strong. I am Zhang Bosun from the Jiang family in Fengda City. May I know your name? Jiangnan City Defense Army. Fang Bo. City Defense Troops? Zhang Bosun's pupils shrank. It was obvious that he was afraid of Fang Bo's strength and background in the City Defense Army. He glanced at the corpses on the ground, his eyes were cold and without any emotion. General Fang, I don't know why you killed so many of our Zhang family's dead servants. Fang Bo stared at him and said in surprise, don't you know, your Zhang family's Deadpool kidnapped the people guarded by our City Defense Army? Why do you think this happened? Zhang Bosun frowned and glanced at Zhang Jun coldly. He looked at Zhuzh Qi next to him and could roughly guess what had happened. General Fang, it is our Zhang family who is at fault in this matter. How about we just let it go? Fang Bo glanced at Li Bufan. This time it could be said that the people he sent failed to protect Li Bufan's father. In addition, he became more and more optimistic about Li Bufan, and all the abilities demonstrated by Li Bufan shocked him. Li Bufan, what do you mean? I respect your decision this time. Zhang Bosun narrowed his eyes and glanced at him diagonally. Sensing his cultivation level, he smiled contemptuously. Zhuzh Qi and Zhang Jun also looked over. Li Bufan had no expression on his face. His deep eyes were as cold as ice, piercing his bones. Senior Fang, please leave them all here. What, leave us all behind? Zhang Bosun's eyes were blazing with rage, his violent black eyes flashing with a beast-like fierce light. He wished he could tear Li Bufan to pieces and kill him. Humph, you kidnapped my father and you think you can just walk away? You're looking for death, kid. He rushed over with a quick step, and Fang Bo immediately stood in front of Li Bufan and started fighting with him. Li Bufan stared at Zhang Jun and Zhuzh Qi coldly, as if he was looking at dead people. Wheel 2, Border Prison. Two shadows rushed towards Zhuzh Qi, while he himself pounced towards Zhang Jun with a black knife in his hand. Seeing Li Bufan coming to kill him, Zhang Jun looked horrified. He quickly said, Li Bufan, this has nothing to do with me. This was all Zhuzh Qi's idea. Die. Zhang Jun seemed to have lost his soul. He kept retreating without even a thought of resisting. He shouted, second uncle, save me. Zhang Bosun and Fang Bo are equally strong and neither can do anything to the other, so Zhang Bosun is simply unable to escape. Boy, if you dare to touch a hair of Zhang Jun, I will kill you no matter where you are. Universal Pull. Zhang Jun's retreating figure was actually approaching Li Bufan. His face turned pale with fear. He tried to retreat desperately, but his legs and feet seemed to be paralyzed. Laugh. Puff on my legs. Li Bufan cut off his legs with a knife, and Zhang Jun fell down, wailing in pain. Looking at Li Bufan walking towards him step by step, like a Shinigami descending, don't kill me, boy, you dare. Zhang Bosun was still threatening him. Li Bufan walked up to Zhang Jun, grabbed him by the neck, lifted him up, took back the black knife, and put his other hand on his hand. Red memory. Zhang Jun felt himself gradually losing consciousness, his eyes dull. Memories flooded into his mind, and Li Bufan stood there in a daze. He looked at Zhang Jun in disbelief, then turned to look at Zhang Bosun. Senior Fang, don't let him go. The Zhang family in Fengda City is actually colluding with the Ghost Clan. What? Fang Bo's eyes suddenly widened, full of excitement. He had seen Li Bufan's ability with his own eyes before, so there was no doubt about it. Zhang Bosun simply couldn't believe his ears. It was as if he was hit on the head by a bolt from the blue, or as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over him from head to toe. He no longer had the energy to care about Zhang Jun. He fled towards the exit of the secret realm without looking back, with Fang Bo chasing him closely. The unconscious Zhang Jun was thrown to the other city defense soldiers. At this moment, Zhuzh Qi was also subdued by two shadows. Seeing Li Bufan coming towards her, she stared at him with resentful eyes, her pupils almost popping out. Logically, your biggest enemy should be the Li and Deng families in Kyoto. I didn't expect you to come and cause trouble for me. She gritted her teeth and said, if you hadn't killed my brother, how could our Zhuzh family have gotten into trouble with the Li and Deng families in Kyoto? To put it bluntly, you just think that compared to the two families in Kyoto, I am the easiest to control. I was indeed the one who killed your brother Zhuzh. I didn't provoke him, but he provoked me again and again, and even brought servants to kill me. Don't you think I should have killed your brother? Her eyes began to dim, her beautiful face seemed to be completely bloodless, and her heart was filled with despair. Shadow let her go at this time, and Li Bufan said lightly, do it yourself. Li Tian came over and pulled Li Bufan's sleeve, and asked tentatively, son, how about forgetting it? I'm not hurt. Li Bufan shook his head, father, no, her hatred for me is deep in her bones and it is impossible to resolve it. Haha, Li Bufan, thank you for giving me a decent death. The Li family and the Deng family in Kyoto will not let you go either. Li Bufan sneered, so what, it doesn't matter if they don't come to provoke me, but if they dare to provoke me, I'm not afraid. You killed Li Xingyun, didn't you? I killed him. Li Bufan was a little surprised that she knew all about this. Thanks. Puff. She took out a dagger and stabbed it into her chest, and the Zudge family completely disappeared from this world. Ah. Li Bufan didn't even look at what was in her storage ring. He buried her here intact and even erected a tombstone for her. Soon Fang Bo came back panting. I didn't keep Zhang Bosun. He escaped through another entrance. Senior Fang, there is another one. He pointed at Zhang Jun. Haha, I didn't expect that I would encounter something like this when I came to rescue your father. Reporting this matter to Kyoto will definitely earn him a lot of rewards, so Fang Bo was in a good mood. Zhang Jun's storage ring was taken by Li Bufan, and there were only more than 1,000 spirit stones and a secret realm token in it. After he took it, Fang Bo didn't say much, and then everyone left the secret realm. Senior Fang, did you know that a guard at the north gate of Kyoto was controlled by the Shadow Clan? Fang Bo nodded. The headquarters has issued an order requiring all places to thoroughly investigate whether there are any Shadow Clan members who have infiltrated. Senior Fang, have you found out how the barbarians knew that I had been to the Monkai Seal place? I'm sorry, but I haven't found out yet. Li Bufan felt a little regretful that this problem had troubled him for a long time. Senior Fang, do you know what specific innate abilities the ghost race has? He raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, I know something about this. The name of the ghost tribe is actually just a term used by us humans. The ghost tribe themselves call themselves the ghost tribe. The ghosts have 3 innate abilities. Point 1 is that they call their bodies spirit bodies, which are immune to all physical damage. Another thing is that the ghosts' bodies can penetrate most objects, such as walls, trees, and other obstacles. However, this talent also has some limitations. Ghosts cannot penetrate obstacles that are too thick. The last one is the most bizarre soul attack, which is simply impossible to defend against. Li Bufan was shocked after hearing this. The 3 innate skills of the Ghost Clan were extremely powerful. It could be said that they were not worse than his innate abilities. Immune to all physical damage, he counted his awakened talents and skills, which were basically physical damage skills. Armament Haki can cause damage to incorporeal creatures. I don't know if it will work against ghosts. Senior Fang, physical damage has no effect on the ghosts, so what is effective against them? Except for physical damage, other spell skills and spiritual skills are also fine, especially the talents of fire, light, and lightning attributes, which are very effective against ghosts. Li Bufan smiled bitterly. The rinnegan can automatically control the 6 chakra attributes and can also control yin and yang. Fire and thunder are also among the 6 attributes, and as long as you have the corresponding spiritual skills, you should be able to learn them. Alas, it seems that I still need to hunt exotic beasts to earn points for the lottery. Senior Fang, what about the Ghost Clan's soul attack? Fang Bo sighed and said with a slightly frustrated look on his face, we don't know much about this either. We only know that if a ghost attacks your soul, your body will be weak for a short period of time. Li Bufan nodded. The soul is mysterious and unpredictable. The chakra dragon of the Gadu statue can also devour souls. It should be the ability of Pain's human world to extract souls. Senior Fang, we know that the Zhang family of Fengda City has colluded with the Ghost Clan. Zhang Bosun has escaped again. I believe that he will inform the Zhang family of his escape as soon as he leaves the secret realm. Fang Bo nodded that he had thought of this ever since Zhang Bosun escaped from the secret realm, but he was also helpless. The 2 men were equally strong, and it was almost impossible to keep Zhang Bosun at that time. Indeed, but I have already notified the Kyoto Security Bureau to go to Fengda City immediately, and I don't know what the result will be. Li Bufan frowned and sighed softly. There were a lot of enemies that had not been dealt with yet, and today there was one more family, the Zhang family, and even the Ghost Clan. After the team returned to the West District, Li Bufan arranged for his father to live in the West District as well so that the city guards could better protect him. Li Tian didn't want to live in the West District, but in order to reassure Li Bufan, he had to endure it temporarily. After dealing with his father's affairs, Li Bufan immediately rushed back to Kyoto. It was already dark when we returned to Kyoto. When we arrived at the couple's apartment, we found that the fat man was not there. He took a bath and suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. After a while, the fat man came back. Fatty, where have you been? You're back so late. The fat man showed a helpless expression. The teacher of Qinglong College informed me today that the school will start early and asked me to report to the school. Starting school early? No way. Li Bufan was extremely surprised that he had not received any notice from Yenching College about the start of school. I'm wondering too. Qinglong Academy is in the western part of Kyoto, which is a bit far from where you are. I was planning to use the spirit gathering formation to reach the Silver Realm in the next few days. Li Bufan rolled his eyes. Is it possible that you can't bear to part with my spirit gathering array? Suddenly, a pill bottle appeared in his hand and he handed it to the fat man. Bufan, what's in here? Inside are 3 dragon blood pills, which are made from dragon blood fruit. These dragon blood pills are much stronger than the golden leaf fruit we ate before. He now has a total of 31 dragon blood pills, so it doesn't matter if he gives 3 to the fat man. The fat man's eyes widened with excitement, and he moved closer to Li Bufan and made a hugging gesture. Get lost, this elixir is hard to come by, you need to practice well. It's a must. Wandering, on the road. Are you leaving, via? At this time, his phone rang. He took a look and it was Zhu Shan from White Tiger Academy calling. Li Bufan smiled slightly and thought, could it be that he has broken through to the Star Glory realm? Sure enough, as soon as the call was connected, his excited voice came from the other end. Haha, Li Bufan, I successfully broke through to the Star Glory realm. Congratulations, teacher. Hey, do you have time tomorrow? Let's go to the secret realm again. Li Bufan was waiting for this sentence. Teacher Zhu, of course I have time. I will go to White Tiger College to find you tomorrow. Li Bufan was full of expectations for the secret realm of White Tiger Academy. He had been coveting the treasure on the other mountain for a long time. He returned to the room and sat cross-legged in the spirit gathering array. System, draw a lottery. This time he chose the lottery option with 10,000 points each time. Ding, the 10th consecutive draw is in progress. Ding, dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep up the good work. Ding, dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep up the good work. Ding, dear, you didn't win the prize. Please keep up the good work. Ding, dear, congratulations on winning Ninjutsu Impure World Reincarnation. Impure World Reincarnation. Li Bufan felt like his heart had stopped beating at this moment. His mouth opened as wide as the mouth of a box and he was stunned for a moment. Then he swallowed twice, as if his throat was dry. Impure World Reincarnation, an S-rank Zen-world summoning forbidden technique invented by Senju Tobirama of the Hokage world. This technique can summon the souls of long-dead ninjas back to the human world and revive them in physical form. He was a little confused. The caster of Impure World Reincarnation had to collect a large number of dead bodies in advance. Then he extracts a certain amount of flesh from the dead and uses the body of a living person as a container for the soul of the dead. Does this mean that he can only collect corpses in this world? System, so I can only reincarnate into people from this world. Ding, Impure World Reincarnation can only revive characters who died in the Hokage world. Then how can I collect the bodies of the people that need to be resurrected in the Hokage world in this world? Ding, you can use your points to redeem a resurrected character. Suddenly, the system panel displayed a list of characters that could be resurrected by redeeming points. Hoshigaki Kisame 1 million points exchange. Deodara 1 million points exchange. Scorpion of the Red Sand exchange for 1 million points. Kakuzu 1 million points exchange. Haiden 1 million points exchange. Nagato 1 million points exchange. Uchiha Itaka 2 million points exchange. Uchiha Obito 2 million points exchange. Uchiha Madara 5 million points exchange. Senju Hashirama 5 million points exchange. The system panel shows that there are a total of 10 characters who can be resurrected by redeeming points. Most of them are members of Akatsuki. Are they going to form an Akatsuki organization in this world? System, according to this, can I revive up to 10 characters from the Hokage world? Ding, congratulations host, the answer is correct. Li Bufan system, what about the strength and autonomous consciousness of the resurrected characters? He remembered that in the Hokage world, whether or not to retain emotional will was entirely up to the caster. Ding, the strength of the resurrected character is related to the host. The stronger the host is, the stronger the resurrected character will be. The resurrected character has independent consciousness and will never be out of the host's control. Li Bufan breathed a sigh of relief. If there was a possibility that he could get out of control, how could he dare to resurrect those characters? But this requires too many points, and we have to wait until the end of time to redeem and revive these characters. He took out Impure World Reincarnation from the system warehouse, which was a small black ball. After crushing it, he learned Impure World Reincarnation, which was extremely convenient. Let's improve our realm first before hunting the strange beasts. He took out dozens of spirit stones and placed them in the spirit gathering array, then took a dragon blood pill. The abundant spiritual power swept over, and after all the dragon blood pills were absorbed, Li Bufan felt that the barrier of the Silver 2-star realm began to loosen. He tried hard to suppress it. It was not long before he broke through to Silver 1-star, so he was not in a hurry to break through to the next level. After training all night, Li Bufan hurried to White Tiger Academy the next morning wearing an Obito mask. Zhu Shen came out not long after I called him. He brought Li Bufan to the indoor basketball court where they had been last time. Li Bufan saw that there were already 2 people there, one was Xiao Menqi and the other was Su Shui. He glanced at Zhu Shan and surprised that it was clearly the 2 of them who were planning to sneak in and look for treasure this time. But what did these 2 people mean? Zhu Shan gave a bitter smile and whispered in his ear, "There's nothing I can do. The secret realm token is not in my hand. I asked Xiao Menqi to get it for me." Xiao Menqi is the granddaughter of the dean of White Tiger Academy, so it is indeed easy for her to take out a gold-level secret realm token from the academy. What about Su Shui? He muttered, "I don't know how this girl got the news that we were going to enter the secret realm, and she insisted on coming with us. In the end, I had no choice but to bring her here." All right. Su Shui recognized Li Bufan immediately when she saw him wearing a mask. She came forward with her Sakura-like mouth and ears slightly pouting. "Ha, Li Bufan, you're here too. Aha." Xiao Menqi was wearing a beige dress and her face was calm. The 2 looked at each other but didn't say anything. "All right, everyone is here, let's go." Zhu Shen opened the entrance to the secret realm, and the four of them entered one after another, and they appeared on the same grassland. This time, Li Bufan and Zhu Shen had a clear destination and headed straight to the northeast. All the low-level beasts along the way were killed by Zhu Shan, and Li Bufan had no chance to gain points. Xia Menqi and Su Shui behind him were a little confused. Zhu Shen killed his way through without having any impact on them at all. It was as if they were here for tourism, and Zhu Shan's move was too obvious, as he headed straight for the mountains in the northeast. Li Bufan was speechless. It seemed that Zhu Shan had tasted the sweetness before and was now more impatient than him. He walked up quickly and said, "Teacher Zhu, aren't you being too obvious? Is there?" Li Bufan he quickly changed the subject. "Teacher Zhu, I heard that Qinglong College is going to start school early. What about your White Tiger College?" Zhu Shen turned his head and glanced at him with a trace of worry in his eyes, and sighed, "All the colleges in Kyoto should start school early." "Will all colleges start early?" Li Bufan was extremely surprised, and frowned. "Teacher Zhu, why is this?" Su Shui saw Li Bufan and Zhu Shen whispering something in front, so she came over. Xia Menqi didn't want to be left behind alone, so she quickly followed. Zhu Shen looked back at the two of them and said solemnly, "It's okay to tell you about this. It is said that the barbarians, shadows, and ghosts have already infiltrated our human territory. There are even some other alien races sneaking in, but we haven't discovered them yet. The alien races are making such a big fuss, and the higher UPS speculate that this should be a precursor to their invasion, so the academy will start classes early. In addition, each academy will receive cultivation resources from above to be distributed among the students in the academy for cultivation." Li Bufan was stunned. He stared at Zhu Shan in a daze, as if he still couldn't believe what Zhu Shan said. There was a look of fear in Xia Menqi's eyes, as if she was being hunted. Her lips were tightly closed, suppressing the scream that was about to come out. Su Shui's expression did not change much, but a barely perceptible smile flashed across the corner of her mouth. "Your current strength is too low, so don't think too much. You should practice hard, otherwise when alien beasts invade, you may not even be cannon fodder. The Silver Realm is indeed not even qualified to be cannon fodder, and it is likely that it will not even be able to create a wave on the battlefield." Li Bufan also roughly understood why Zhu Shan was so anxious to enter the secret realm. "I think he is like this because he is in a hurry to improve his strength. The alien beasts are like a mountain pressing on the hearts of all human beings." "Teacher Zhu, I understand what you said. Well, let's keep moving forward." The four of them continued to move forward. Li Bufan felt a little heavy in his heart. Xia Menqi looked absent-minded, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Only Su Shui still looked careless, asking questions here and there. "Oh, right, Mr. Zhao, I want to ask you about someone. Do you know Bai Xiaosheng?" He thought for a moment, then said, "Bai Xiaosheng, I've never heard of this person. Who is he?" Li Bufan shook his head, thinking that this Bai Xiaosheng was really mysterious. An hour later, the four of them arrived at the foot of the mountain, and Li Bufan's mood calmed down a lot. "There is no use thinking so much now. Only by continuously increasing your strength can you have a chance of survival. When we got closer, we found that the mountain in front of us was actually a dead volcano. The mountain was bare and had no other vegetation. The entire extinct volcano is gray-brown in color, and traces of lava flowing from volcanic eruptions are still visible all over the mountain. They could also feel waves of heat coming. It seemed that this was not a real extinct volcano. The four of them climbed up with difficulty, and what came into view was a huge pit. The huge pit is like a spoon. In the center of the pit is a crater more than 10 meters wide, and bursts of heat waves can be vaguely seen erupting. Li Bufan and Zhu Shan were dumbfounded. Where was the treasure they had promised? Nothing, only a volcanic crater spewing out high temperatures. Xia Menqi and Su Shui were even more puzzled. They didn't understand why Zhu Shan brought them to a volcano. "Teacher Zhu, what's going on? It's not what we imagined." Zhu Shan looked extremely embarrassed and stammered, unable to explain himself. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he leaned over and whispered to Li Bufan, "The dragon blood fruit we picked on another mountain before was under the water, you say?" "Yes. The dragon blood fruit was picked before under the Tianqi Lake. If there are any treasures in this volcano, there is a high probability that they are inside the volcano." Li Bufan was suddenly excited, as if a new world had suddenly appeared in his eyes. "Teacher Zhu, but what should we do if we are inside a volcano?" The temperature of the high-temperature magma inside the crater is at least over 1,000 degrees, and ordinary people simply cannot withstand such high temperatures. Zhu Shen stared at the crater with his eyes, holding his chin with one hand, with a thoughtful look on his face. At this time, Su Shui and Xia Menqi came over. "What are you doing? Is there something here?" Su Shui stared at Li Bufan in confusion and asked. Li Bufan glanced at Zhu Shan. Zhu Shan's purpose was too obvious along the way. Xia Menqi and Su Shui should have guessed it long ago, but neither of them said it directly. "Teacher Zhu and I suspect there are treasures inside the crater, and we are trying to figure out how to go down and take a look." Su Shui smiled slyly. "Great, you two are indeed planning something." Xia Menqi's Sakura-like lips slowly curved into an arc, and Li Bufan was a little dazed. Ever since he met Xia Menqi, she has always looked cold. This is the first time he has seen her smile. Zhu Shan's thoughts were exposed, and his face turned red as he said it was all because of Li Bufan that he insisted on coming over to take a look. Li Bufan, carrot, teacher Zhu, thank you. He rolled his eyes. Cough cough cough, well, I figured out a way to get down there. A small bell suddenly appeared in his hand. Li Bufan remembered that he had used it the last time he held back the dragon. Li Bufan laughed and said, Teacher Zhu, your tortoise shell is quite useful. What turtle shell? This is my lifeblood. It's called Qianyuan Bell. It can not only protect me, but also trap the enemy. It has many uses. Lifeline, Li Bufan said with a half smile. Zhu Shan glared at him fiercely and pulled the corner of his mouth. What are you thinking about, kid? After saying this, he did not forget to glance at Xia Menqi and Su Shui beside him. Teacher Zhu, can your Qianyuan Bell block high temperatures? Of course, this kind of volcanic magma is only about 1,000 degrees. The Qianyuan Bell is a treasure I got in the secret realm, so it can handle the magma. But my treasure can only hold me. Caught. Li Bufan couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, and he also wanted to go down and see what was going on inside. I also have treasures to go down with. A sudden voice came, and Li Bufan looked at Xia Menqi in surprise. She had it too? I saw a red bead the size of a ping-pong ball in her hand, emitting a faint light. Zhu Shan also looked at the bead in his hand in surprise, his eyes bulging, and said in a trembling voice, Xia Menqi, could this be the Dean's fire-avoiding bead? Yes, this is the fire-avoiding bead that my grandfather gave me. Zhu Shan looked at the fireproof bead with envy. He knew that the fireproof bead was made from the core of a strange beast that lived in magma and was killed by the Dean. Fireproof beads can be immune to most fire damage and lava burning, but I don't have enough spiritual power. I'm afraid I can only take one person down with me at most. Su Shui looked at Li Bufan, smiled and said, then I won't go down. Li Bufan, you and Meng Qi go down. Thank you very much. You're welcome. She gave Li Bufan a sly smile. Looking at Su Shui's smile, Li Bufan always felt something was wrong. At this time, Zhu Shan threw the Qianyuan Bell into the sky. The Qianyuan Bell quickly grew larger, and the mouth of the bell fell upwards. Then he stepped forward and jumped in. Teacher Zhong, your Qianyuan Bell has turned into a Qianyuan bucket. Maybe you can use it as a pot to cook next time. Zhu Shan sneered, you are jealous, I will go first. Qianyuan Zhong flew towards the crater, Xia Menqi also walked towards the crater, and Li Bufan followed closely behind. Behind him, Su Shui shouted with a smile on her face, be careful. Li Bufan looked back at Su Shui and nodded slightly. When they reached the crater, Xia Menqi held the fireproof bead and glanced at Li Bufan. She took a deep breath, her cheeks burning like fire, and shyly lowered her head and said, come closer to me. Li Bufan looked at her in confusion, what's wrong? The fireproof beads can only protect a limited space, so, I see. He didn't know exactly how big the protection space of the fireproof bead was, so the two of them were basically standing next to each other. Li Bufan could smell a faint virgin fragrance coming from Xia Menqi, and suddenly he felt a little distracted, and he chuckled. Xia Menqi's face suddenly turned red, and a rouge-like redness appeared on her fair face. Her spiritual power exploded, and a stream of spiritual power poured into the fire-avoiding bead. The fireproof bead rose above the two of them, emitting a ray of light and forming a transparent film circle around them. At this moment, the two of them seemed to be standing inside a transparent glass ball. Xia Menqi continued to inject spiritual power, and the fire-avoiding bead carried the two of them down to the crater. Entering the crater, Li Bufan saw a sea of fiery red magma beneath his feet, with bubbling continuously on the surface. Although the fireproof beads blocked most of the temperature, he could still feel some residual heat coming from them. At this moment, Zhu Shan was standing in the Qianyuan Bell. The Qianyuan Bell was like a fireproof bead, forming a transparent cover above to protect him. Teacher Zhu, have you found any clues? No, I guess if there is a treasure, it should be in this magma. Without further delay, let's go down and take a look. He shook his head and said, no, we will go down into the magma, and our vision will be limited. We can only see what is in front of us. In addition, this magma sheet is not small in area, and we don't know how deep it is. Don't act rashly. Li Bufan thought about it and thought what Zhu Shan said made sense. Then he smiled and said, Teacher Zhu, vision is not a problem for me. How about you support us from up there? Zhu Shan's eyes lit up. That's right. He almost forgot about Li Bufan's talent. His eyes can not only see but also perceive. Well then, be careful, both of you. Well, let's go down. Xia Menqi was even more curious about Li Bufan's talent at this moment. She controlled the fire-avoiding beads and continued to dive downwards. When she reached the magma, the residual temperature became even higher and Li Bufan began to sweat. In the magma, the scene before your eyes is like a fiery red world, and you can clearly see the magma constantly stirring. Li Bufan carefully sensed everything around him, but found nothing unusual except magma. Let's dive deeper. Xia Menqi controlled the fire-avoiding bead to continue moving downwards. At this time, she was sweating profusely, and her off-white dress was stuck to her back by sweat. A black was clearly visible on the back, and Li Bufan couldn't help swallowing. Hearing the sudden swallowing sound, Xia Menqi couldn't help but look back, only to see Li Bufan staring at her back. Xiao Menqi immediately realized something. Her face turned red, her whole body went numb, and she wished she could find a rat hole to crawl into. She said in a mosquito-like voice, "Asshole, don't look." Li Bufin then scratched his head in embarrassment and began to sense it carefully. The fire-avoiding bead continued to dive downwards. He estimated that it had dived at least nearly 100 meters. He thought that this trip was in vain, but suddenly he felt that he was about to dive to the bottom. The temperature of the magma here is even higher, and the two people inside the fireproof bead can hardly bear it. We're almost at the bottom, hold on a little longer. Xiao Menqi struggled to input spiritual power into the fire-avoiding bead. There was not much spiritual power left in her body. Li Bufin hurriedly took out a soul-restoring pill and handed it to her. "This is the soul-restoring pill, take it quickly." The fire-avoiding beads finally brought them to the bottom of the magma, and suddenly Li Bufin sensed something. "I seem to sense something ahead. Go a little further ahead." "Good." The fire-avoiding bead moved forward a distance, and this time he clearly sensed some unknown lumps at the bottom of the magma. The appearance of the blocks at the bottom of the magma seems very abrupt, just like a green plant suddenly appearing in the endless desert. It can't be rock or something, otherwise it would have melted over the years. Also, even if it hadn't melted, it wouldn't be so angular. Could it be or melted from magma, or something exposed from the mantle? But how can we get this thing? It is impossible to open the protection of the fireproof beads at the bottom of the magma. Looking at Li Bufin's frowning face, Xiao Menqi asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" "Well, there is something underneath, but we don't know what it is yet." "Then hurry up, I don't have enough spiritual energy." Li Bufin nodded. Not to mention that they didn't have enough spiritual power. If they stayed any longer they would be roasted. Wheel 2, Border Prison. Two shadows split out and filled the entire fireproof bead protection space. Xiao Menqi felt someone sticking to her body. She looked a little uneasy, her heart beat faster, and her face felt like it was on fire. "Don't get so close to me." Li Bufin wanted to explain something, but suddenly smiled awkwardly. The shadow was also him, so there was no way to explain it. Seeing that the wheel of the tomb was useless, he was a little discouraged. Suddenly, an idea came like a bolt of lightning that broke through the sky, instantly illuminating the vision of his mind. "Got it." Universal pull. He sucked towards a football-sized piece of ore, which was attached to the protective film of the fireproof bead. The entire piece of ore is pitch black, and it is impossible to tell what it is. "What is this?" At this moment, the entire ground seemed to shake, and Xiao Menqi almost fell down. She leaned back and the two of them stuck together. Li Bufin had no intention of feeling the softness coming from his body, when suddenly he felt a scene that made his scalp tingle. The originally uneven bottom of the magma actually moved, and then a pair of eyes opened on the ground at the bottom of the magma, and a giant humanoid creature slowly sat up. It looked towards where they were. At this moment, Li Bufin felt as if he was thrown into cold deep water, and the blood in his body was about to solidify. He shouted, "Get up there." Xiao Menqi saw that Li Bufin's face was extremely solemn and realized that something was wrong. She tried her best to control the fire-avoiding beads to float to the surface of the magma. At this moment, Li Bufin has sensed that the giant at the bottom has stood up. It is at least 30 meters tall, and its body seems to be made of stone. "What the hell is this monster, lying at the bottom of the magma?" The giant looked at the two of them, then bent its legs and kicked them, swimming towards them as if swimming in magma. Li Bufin's heart was stuck in his throat and his mouth was dry. "Hurry up, there's a giant swimming towards us below." Xiao Menqi could feel it without Li Bufin's reminder, as if the entire magma was stirred by something. Her face turned pale, her spiritual power was running low, and the speed at which the fire-avoiding bead rose gradually slowed down. He suddenly had an idea and took out a dragon blood pill and handed it to Xiao Menqi. "Take it quickly." As soon as Xiao Menqi took the dragon blood pill, a burst of spiritual power burst out from her body and her dantian was instantly filled with spiritual power. Boom! Her face lit up with joy, and not only did her spiritual energy recover, she also broke through to the silver one-star realm with the help of the dragon blood pill. Turning her head, she glanced at him gratefully. She knew that the pill she had just taken must be very precious, otherwise it would not have helped her break through so easily. "Thank you. Well, let's go up first." Li Bufin felt extremely painful, as every dragon blood pill was extremely precious. Xiao Menqi had plenty of spiritual energy at the moment, and soon the two of them emerged from the surface of the magma. Li Bufin immediately shouted to Zhu Shan, "Run!" There was no time to explain. The fire-avoiding bead carried the two of them towards the crater at a high speed. When Zhu Shan saw a black stone stuck on the fireproof bead film, he pursed his lips, as if thinking about something. Suddenly, the magma under his feet rolled, and a gray-black head popped out, with two scarlet eyes staring at Zhu Shan. His pupils suddenly and violently contracted, his face turned pale, his eyes were nervous and uneasy. He tried desperately to suppress his breathing, not daring to breathe, and he felt as if a chill was running down his back. Li Bufin looked back and saw the giant's head. A chill ran up his spine, making his hair stand on end and his whole body tremble uncontrollably. Zhu Shan stood there in a daze. Li Bufin took a deep breath and shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Run!" He reacted and controlled the Qianyuan bell to rise rapidly, surpassing the two of them in the blink of an eye. Fuck! Li Bufin sneered, and Zhu Shen dropped them both and flew straight out of the crater. The fire-avoiding beads followed closely behind and also rushed out of the crater. However, the scene they saw as soon as they rushed out of the crater made them dumbfounded. A dozen barbarians in monk robes appeared before them. Suddenly, he was stunned for a moment, exhaled briefly and convulsively, and stood still as if rooted. Xia Menqi put away the fire-avoiding beads at this time, and Li Bufin also put away the black stone. Su Shui stared at the three of them with a sly smile on her face and said, "Haha, you didn't expect that, did you?" Zhu Shan and Xia Menqi were both shocked by her words. They originally thought that Su Shui was captured by the barbarians, but they didn't expect that Su Shui was in cahoots with the barbarians. The two of them seemed to be awakened from a dream and could not believe what they saw. Li Bufin didn't have the mind to think about what was going on. He felt that the giant in the magma seemed to be weightless and was actually standing on the surface of the magma. It looked up at the crater with its legs bent, as if it was about to jump out of the crater. He was horrified. There was a tiger in front of him and a wolf behind him. Compared with the barbarians, the lava giant behind him was more dangerous. "Run!" he shouted. Xia Menqi and Zhu Shen naturally knew that he was definitely talking about the giant in the lava. Su Shui sneered, "I let you run away last time, where do you want to run to this time?" The three of them didn't bother to pay attention to her and rushed down the mountain towards the southwest exit. "Go, don't let them get away." In a flash, a 30-meter-tall lava giant rushed out of the crater, with some magma hanging on its body and flowing down, and its skin looked like magma rock. Roar! The sudden scene made all the barbarians present freeze in place, their legs shaking uncontrollably. Su Shui stared at the lava giant and trembled all over, her lips and face were pale and stretched. As if using up the last bit of his strength, he shouted, "Run, it's a lava monster." The barbarians no longer had the energy to deal with Li Bufin and his group. They turned around and ran towards the entrance they came from. Roar! The lava monster roared, and its mouth was like a crater, spewing a large amount of hot magma towards everyone present. Like a volcanic eruption, the entire sky was covered with magma. Suddenly, there were continuous screams. No matter how fast they ran, they could not escape the area covered by the magma. Li Bufin looked back at the sky, which was filled with high-temperature magma as densely packed as locusts, and his hair went numb. Upon seeing this, Zhu Shen immediately held up the Qianyuan bell to protect him. He glanced at Li Bufin and Xia Menqi, a trace of guilt showing on his face. Qianyuan bell can only protect one person. He is powerless against Li Bufin and Xia Menqi and can only choose to protect himself. Xia Menqi's face turned pale and she was at a loss, like a clay or wooden sculpture. Li Bufin shouted at her, "Quick, prepare the fire-avoiding beads." Only then did she come to her senses and took out the fireproof beads to activate the protection. Bang, bang, bang! The high-temperature magma fell from the sky like a meteorite, hitting the protective film of the fireproof beads. Ding ding ding! Zhu Shan, who was standing by, held the Qianyuan bell upside down on his head, and the magma hit it with a clanging sound. Bang, bang, bang! The magma continued to fall, and the protective film of the fireproof beads was about to collapse. When Zhu Shan saw the state of the fire-avoiding bead, he became a little anxious, and a look of struggle appeared on his face. Bang! The protective film of the fireproof beads was cracked, and Xia Menqi looked at the falling magma with disheartened heart. Suddenly, a strong hand grasped her waist. She turned her head and saw Li Bufin was not at all flustered. His calm face showed a bit of determination. "Shinra Tensei!" Bang! All the falling lava was bounced away. Xia Menqi's eyes were dulled. The tall and strong figure in front of her gave her a full sense of security. Wheel 2, Border Prison. The shadow quickly rushed down the mountain, and countless magma fell from the sky, as if to bury everyone. The spiritual energy in his body was quickly consumed, and Li Bufin immediately took out a dragon blood pill and swallowed it. Boom! The slack silver 2-star barrier avoidance was instantly shattered, and he broke through to the silver 2-star realm. Zhu Shen looked at all this with a dry mouth, as if his throat was blocked by something, and he wanted to say something but couldn't. Looking at the falling magma and casting Shinra Tensei again, he turned his head and shouted to Zhu Shan, "Run! Replace!" Li Bufin and Xia Menqi instantly appeared 100 meters away. Zhu Shan was stunned for a moment, then ran down the mountain. He looked back at the barbarians present. Most of them were dead or injured, and the rest were struggling. Roar! The lava monster roared again, and it kicked its feet, and the crater behind it seemed to be on fire. Boom! Magma erupted from the crater, the whole mountain shook, and billowing black smoke covered the entire sky. The volcanic magma erupted like a huge cloud covering the sky, and the entire secret realm was like a purgatory on earth. Li Bufin and the other two ran towards the exit of the secret realm without looking back. Now the only way to survive was to escape from the secret realm. Roar! Another roar was heard, and Li Bufin saw another figure flying in the sky. Dragon! Li Bufin's eyes widened and his brows furrowed. Why did the Jiaolong come here? And it was heading towards the lava beast. The lava from the volcanic eruption covered the sky and the sun, and Li Bufin gasped. Countless magma fell down, and with his current level, it was impossible for Shinra Tensei to bounce off so much magma. What should I do? What should I do? He gritted his teeth and decided to try to see if the Gadoo statue could block it. Summoning technique, Gadoo statue. Boom! The Gadoo statue emerged from the ground, and its huge size immediately attracted the attention of the dragon and the lava beast. Li Bufin and his companions hid under the Gadoo statue. Lava fell from the sky. After the Gadoo statue took on most of the lava, it disappeared with a puff. Nimrod, this guy is good looking but useless. Looking at the few drops of magma falling, Li Bufin once again used Shinra Tensei to bounce them off. The dragon and the lava beast saw the Gadoo statue disappear in smoke in the blink of an eye, and they stood there in confusion. Run! The three of them continued to run towards the exit. The magma in the sky was like a wave, and soon it fell down again. Li Bufin sighed helplessly. He didn't have any better solution at the moment and could only do his best and leave the rest to fate. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them as if teleporting. Looking at the lava falling from the sky, he waved his hand, and the lava was blown away by the wind like a leaf. He looked back, and a smile appeared on his weathered black face. Boy, you dare to take advantage of my granddaughter, but you must be responsible. Hearing this, Li Bufin immediately knew the identity of the visitor, Xiao Wuji, the dean of White Tiger College. He awkwardly withdrew his arm from Xiao Menqi's waist. He scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Dean Xia, this happened suddenly, and I had no choice but to do this. Xiao Menqi's face suddenly turned red to her ears, as if she had done something immoral. She threw herself on the old man and choked with grievance. Grandpa, I thought I was almost going to die here. Xiao Wuji stroked her head and said softly, it's okay now. You three go out first. After saying that, he looked up at the volcano in front of him. Dean Xia, there is something wrong with Su Shui from your academy. I don't know how she brought the barbarians in. Su Shui, yeah, I know. Xiao Wuji's face showed no ripples, as if he didn't care at all, as calm as a windless lake. His attitude surprised Li Bufin. How could White Tiger Academy remain so calm when there was a traitor? Li Bufin looked at the mountain, wondering what had happened to the barbarians. Did Su Shui die in the volcanic eruption? Roar! A beast roar came from the mountain, and Xiao Wuji said to them, you three, get out quickly. The three of them filed out. Li Bufin frowned. Too many things happened in the secret realm that made him confused. Who is Su Shui? How could she be colluding with the barbarians? How did the barbarians enter the secret realm? Why was Xiao Wuji not surprised at all when he heard about Su Shui's story? Su Shui is obviously not from the barbarian tribe, so she is most likely from the Shadow tribe. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that he is a traitor to the human race or some other alien race. If she was from the Shadow clan, and she had been lurking in the White Tiger Academy for so long, wouldn't anyone have noticed? Why did the Jiaolong come out again? It seems he was going after the lava beast. He pinched his forehead. He couldn't figure out any connection between these things. Each mystery troubled him like a fog. Suddenly he thought of something. Li Bufin remembered that Bai Xiaosheng had mentioned to him in the Ghost Market that the Shadow Clan had a natural ability that was rarely known to others. That is, the Shadow Clan can use their mental power to mark other people, and can also sense the location of the marked person within a certain range. When he and Su Shui entered the secret realm for the first time, Li Bufin still remembered being patted on the shoulder by her. Li Bufin's pupils shrank. The first thing he did when he came out of the secret realm was to go to Yanjing College. At this time, the barbarians happened to appear not far from Yanjing College. If Su Shui is from the Shadow Clan, then that makes sense. He must have been marked by her mental power, and then the barbarians were informed of his whereabouts. The thought was so terrifying that Li Bufin almost broke out in a cold sweat. What are you thinking about? Xia Menqi said suicidal. Li Bufin glanced at her, calmed down and said, nothing. Zhu Shen looked at the two of them, his face slightly guilty. He took a deep breath and said, Li Bufin, Xia Menqi, I just. Before he could finish, Li Bufin interrupted him. Teacher Zhu, this is nothing. Human nature is to seek benefits and avoid harm. You are not obliged to sacrifice for us. This is human nature. He was speechless, his face was a little confused, and the scene fell into awkwardness. Li Bufin suddenly had a black stone in his hand. He handed it to Zhu Shan and said, Teacher Zhu, take a look at what this is. Zhu Shan took the black stone, weighed it in his hand, then took out a small knife and scraped off the black skin on the outside. After the black skin was scraped clean, its true appearance was revealed. The outside looked like crystal, and the inside emitted a flame-like light. His pupils shrank, and his face was full of excitement. I know, this is the fire stone, it is definitely a king-level material. Flame stone? Li Bufin was a little disappointed. This flame stone was of no use to him at the moment. What he wanted was Gangjing. Teacher Zhu, aren't the materials divided into grades from SSS to G? No, the natural treasures are divided according to realms. I see. What should we do with this flame stone? Li Bufin had no interest in the flame stone, so this trip to the secret realm was in vain for him. Zhu Shan's eyes flashed with desire, but this flame stone was obtained by Li Bufin and Xiao Menqi at great pains, so he was embarrassed to take it himself. Xiao Menqi looked indifferent and had no interest. As the granddaughter of the dean of White Tiger College, she had nothing to lack. Zhu Shan finally handed the flame stone to Li Bufin. After the matters in the secret realm were dealt with, he made an excuse to leave. Looking at his leaving figure, Xiao Menqi seemed to want to say something but hesitated, and in the end, she said nothing. It was already evening when we left White Tiger Academy and returned to the couple's apartment. The fat guy has moved to the villa given to him by Qinglong Academy. At this time, his cell phone rang. He checked the phone and it was Zhao Whitehits from Yanqing College. Teacher Zhao, what's wrong? You know about the other colleges starting school early, right? Well, I already know. Is Yanqing College going to start school early as well? That's right, come to school tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Li Bufan washed up and went into the spirit gathering formation to practice. He just broke through to Silver 2-star today, and now he needs to consolidate his realm. The next morning, Li Bufan hurried to Yanqing College. When he arrived at Yanqing College, he saw that many people had already reported in. After entering the school gate, you will see a huge bulletin board with the student list of each class posted on it. Next to the notice board, there were some teachers arranging accommodation for the students. Yanqing College had already provided independent accommodation to talented students. For other ordinary students, the college will also arrange a separate room for each of them. Li Bufan saw Zhao Bai in the crowd and walked over. Teacher Zhao. Zhao Bai looked him up and down and said, "Hey, you really have broken through to the silver realm, not bad. By the way, you are assigned to class 3, grade 1. Li Bufan was very confused. How could things still be the same as in high school even though he was already in college? Teacher Zhao, why does the academy still assign classes? Zhao Bai's face was solemn. He leaned over and whispered, in fact, the purpose of assigning classes now is to make it easier to carry out tasks in the future. Li Bufan's pupils shrank. Execute the mission? What does this mean? Teacher Zhao, did something happen? Zhao Bai looked around and said, you still remember the 4 Shadow Clan members who were captured at the North Gate, right? Of course he remembered that the last 4 members of the Shadow Clan were taken away by Cao Renchinj. According to the 4 Shadow Clan members, the alien beasts that have been silent for a long time are preparing to invade our human race again. Li Bufan was so surprised that it was as if thunder had exploded above his head. Are the alien beasts really going to invade again this time? The human race and alien races and beasts have enjoyed a brief peace for nearly 100 years, but now this situation is about to be broken? Today's generation has never experienced war. If this war breaks out, the consequences will be unimaginable. Looking at Li Bufan's shocked expression, Zhao Bai patted him on the shoulder and said, actually, you don't have to worry too much. The invasion of alien races and beasts will not start a full-scale war at the beginning. It will definitely be a small-scale war at the beginning, with both sides testing each other's strength. Li Bufan nodded. This meant that he still had some time. As long as he became stronger, he could use impure world reincarnation to resurrect 10 people, plus himself. He would not be afraid of any war at all. The war would only be an opportunity for him to gain points. Li Bufan clenched his fists, lamenting that his strength was still too low. You and I just said that, so please don't tell anyone and cause panic. He smiled. He certainly understood this. If you shouted that the Imperial Army was coming before the Japanese even set off, wouldn't that cause chaos? Teacher Zhao, I know. How are the classes divided? It's divided into talent categories, such as Beast, Logia, Earth, Water, etc. Your Spirit Eye talent is classified into the ordinary talent class to keep a low profile. He didn't really care what class it was, but dividing the classes according to talent categories was indeed a good idea. In this way, to carry out missions in the future, only one person from each class will be needed to form a team with all talents. No matter what alien races or beasts they encounter, they will at least have the corresponding talents to fight against them. Zhao Bai raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, besides, because of you, I am the counselor of grade 1 class 3. Li Bufan nodded. Zhao Bai was indeed the most suitable person to be the counselor of his class. Otherwise, if it were someone else, they would have to explain the talent again. Teacher Zhao, have you ever heard of Bai Xiaosheng? He frowned, thought for a moment and said, I have never heard of this name. Li Bufan frowned. Zhu Shen didn't know, and Zhao Bai didn't know either. Could it be that Bai Xiaosheng was really an unknown person? If he was really such an ordinary person, how come he seemed to know Li Bufan's talent when he first met him? Li Bufan, who is this Bai Xiaosheng? He rolled his eyes. Teacher Zhao, if I knew, I would still ask you. Zhao Bai scratched his head awkwardly. That's true. By the way, I heard from Zhu Shan from White Tiger College that training resources have been distributed to each college? You are really well informed. The guy told you everything. This time, the higher UPS did send us a batch of cultivation resources. However, there are also requirements for our academy. That is, we must obey the orders from above in the future. Isn't it only natural to obey orders? Otherwise, where can the human race escape to if it is defeated? Moreover, if it weren't for the support of the Security Bureau and the city defense forces from all over the place, the human race would have been destroyed long ago. Teacher Zhao, I don't have enough spirit stones and spirit pills, he said hesitantly. Haha, this is a small matter. Our academy has refined a lot of spiritual pills. I have to ask those old guys for spiritual stones. In fact, Li Bufan has always been curious about where these academies in Kyoto get their training resources from. Teacher Zhao, are the cultivation resources for each academy all distributed by higher UPS? Of course not. The country has to support the National Security Bureau, so how can it have so many resources for other colleges? In fact, each college has been developing secret realms for many years, and each has its own independent secret realm resources. I see. The National Security Bureau has to support the army and the city defense forces of each city, so other colleges can only be self-reliant. At this time, Zhao Bai's phone rang. He looked at the incoming call number and said, "It's the dean's call. Wait for me for a moment." After saying that, he walked aside to answer the phone, and suddenly his expression, which had been calm originally, became extremely solemn. He hung up the phone a few minutes later, his face gloomy and a hint of worry between his brows. "Teacher Zhao, what happened?" Zhao Bai looked at him and sighed. "Perhaps we don't have much time left. The dean just said that the strange beasts are gathering outside Jiangnan City and Fengda City. The strange beasts have finally started to move." "What?" Li Bufan's chest heaved violently, as if he felt it was extremely absurd and the incident happened too suddenly. His face turned gray in an instant. "The National Security Bureau has already begun sending people to Jiangnan City and Fengda City. Other colleges have also begun organizing students to go to Jiangnan City and Fengda City." Li Bufan's throat was dry. Jiangnan City was his hometown and his father was still living in Jiangnan City. "Teacher Zhao, I want to go to Jiangnan City." Zhao Bai nodded. Jiangnan City and Fengda City were similar in terms of where to go, and Li Bufan was more familiar with Jiangnan City. "Okay, I'll go to other classes and recruit people to form a team." "Teacher Zhao, I'll leave first. I'm quite familiar with the Jiangnan City Defense Army." Zhao Bai knew about his situation, and then said, "Well, be careful. I will bring you the spiritual pills and spiritual stones you want." After leaving Yanjing College, Li Bufan went straight to the teleportation array. At this moment, the teleportation array in Kyoto was surrounded by people, and a large number of people were waiting to be teleported. Li Bufan followed the crowded crowd and moved towards the teleportation array at a snail's pace. Most of the people waiting to be teleported here were troops sent by the National Security Bureau to the two cities. Suddenly, the person behind him patted him on the shoulder and said, "Brother, which military unit are you from?" He turned around and saw a man in a black vest looking at him with a smile on his face. "I'm not from the military. I'm a student at Yanqing College." He tilted his head. "Student? No way. Where are you going?" "Jiangnan City." "Hee, our troops are also heading to Jiangnan City." Li Bufan nodded and stopped talking, feeling a little heavy in his heart. If alien races and beasts invade in large numbers, what will he do given his current strength? "Brother, my name is Wang Dehong. What's your name?" "Li Bufan." "Okay, haha, if you meet me on the battlefield, I will take care of you." He smiled softly and said, "Thank you very much." 2 hours passed unknowingly and Li Bufan was teleported to Jiangnan City. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array, he felt the atmosphere was extremely solemn. All the guards were standing at their posts with serious expressions. Li Bufan saw a familiar person again, Lu Xuangzi from the City Defense Army. "Hey, Li Bufan, why are you back in Jiangnan City?" He smiled bitterly and said, "When something like this happens, how can I not do my part?" He was stunned for a moment, and the corner of his mouth curled up. "Okay, but I can't leave for the time being. You go to the City Defense Army by yourself." He took a taxi to the two-story villa where he lived before, and was told by the guard that Fangbo and the people from Kyoto were in a meeting. He left the villa and came to a residential building not far away. After his father was kidnapped last time, he was arranged to live here. "Haha, son, why are you back?" Li Tian's face was full of smiles, but he looked like he was bored. Li Bufan raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Dad, are you uncomfortable living here?" "That's not the case, it's just that I'm too frustrated." "Hey, you didn't go out much, did you?" He smiled bitterly and sighed, "After being kidnapped last time, how could I dare to go out easily?" Li Bufan felt sad. His father used to lead a carefree life, but he dragged him down. "Dad, if you don't go out, can't you ask those ants to come over to your house and sit with you?" He looked around, looking guilty. "This is the territory of the City Defense Army." "What's wrong with the City Defense Army's territory? You're not soliciting prostitution." Boom! Hiss! Li Tian hit him hard on the head. "What are you talking about, you bastard?" He covered his head, pulled the corner of his mouth, and said jokingly, "Dad, isn't this for your sexual happiness? Get lost. By the way, son, why did you come back so suddenly?" Li Bufan originally didn't want to tell his father about the gathering of the strange beasts, but he changed his mind. He would rather his father live in Kyoto. People are selfish. If you were to ask where the human race is safest, it would have to be Kyoto. After simply explaining the matter to his father, Li Tian could hardly believe his ears. It was like a bolt from the blue. Then he said with a worried look, "Son, isn't it dangerous for you to come back to Jiangnan City this time?" Li Bufan's heart warmed up, and he touched his nose. "Dad, we are just here for training. The real main force is still the City Defense Army of Jiangnan City and the army from Kyoto." The two chatted for a while, and Li Bufan suggested that his father move to Kyoto, but Li Tian was determined not to go there. saying that he was unfamiliar with the place and it would be better to live happily and freely in Jiangnan City. Li Bufan smiled that he knew a little about his father's thoughts, so he said nothing more. He left an hour later, and on his way to find Fang Bo, he happened to meet Zhao Bai from Yanqing College. He brought a team of 20 to 30 people, all of whom should be freshmen who had just entered the college. Li Bufan, I was just about to call you. Zhao Bai pulled Li Bufan aside, blocking the view of others behind him with his body, and secretly handed Li Bufan a storage ring. The spirit stones and the soul-restoring pills are all inside. He nodded and smiled, then said, Thank you, Teacher Zhao. What are you thanking me for? This is what our 5 colleges should do. Teacher Zhao, where are you going? Zhao Bai smiled helplessly and said self-deprecatingly, The city guards only arranged for us to watch the battle on the city wall. Li Bufan, okay, I'll go with you. He originally wanted to go find Fang Bo, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Fang Bo must be extremely worried at the moment. Besides, someone has also come from Kyoto, so he probably has no time to see him. Zhu Xin led the team towards the west gate of Jiangnan City. Along the way, everyone glanced at Li Bufan from time to time, as if they were extremely curious about him. After arriving at the west gate, Li Bufan was stunned to see a dense crowd of people standing on the city wall. They seemed to be students from other colleges. Teacher Zhao, do you know how many people from various colleges in Kyoto have come this time? He shook his head and said, I don't know the details, but we have 10 teams from each grade of Yanqing College, and each team has 30 people. This means that there were 40 teams from Yanqing College alone, with a total of 1,200 people. Together with other colleges, there are probably at least 10,000 students coming from Kyoto to Jiangnan City this time. In addition, some students went to Fengda City, and the number is estimated to be almost the same as that of Jiangnan City. When the group climbed up the city wall, they found that the entire wall was like the Great Wall, dozens of meters wide. Li Bufan also found 2 familiar figures in the crowd, Shangguan Wanner and the man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He still remembered that the man with gold-rimmed eyes drove a BMW X6 to pick up Shangguan Wanner from school at the gate of Jiangnan City School, and later met him again at the gate of Xingqiu Community. Noticing Li Bufan's gaze, the man with gold-rimmed eyes turned his head and looked over. His face was gloomy, and a sneer flashed across the corners of his mouth. Shangguan Wanner also followed the gaze of the man with gold-rimmed glasses. When she saw Li Bufan, she frowned and turned her head to continue looking outside the city. Isn't that Shangguan Wanner from your Jiangnan Middle School? Zhao Bai asked softly in his ear. Teacher Zhao, how do you know Shangguan Wanner? He smiled and said, At that time, I went to recruit her on behalf of Yanqing College. Of course I remember that the person next to her seemed to be Li Nangsun from the Li family in Kyoto. Li Bufan's pupils shrank. So he was Li Nangsun? When Li Zingli was being killed in Tian's secret realm, Shangguan Wanner even pleaded for Li Zingli because of Li Nangsun. No wonder his eyes were so cold. It turned out he was from the Li family in Kyoto. He really is haunting us. Li Bufan took a deep breath and looked out of the city. He saw swarms of strange beasts in the distance, covering the sky like locusts. All kinds of strange beasts gathered together, like a well-trained army. His scalp was tingling and his heart was beating wildly. It was the first time he had seen such a scene, and it was as if a dark cloud was covering the sun, making it hard for him to breathe. He took a deep breath and let go of the depression in his heart, while others turned pale when they saw this scene. They kept swallowing, some people even had trembling legs, and they almost cried out in uncontrollable fear. Li Bufan was very confused, because each kind of exotic beast had its own sense of territory. Now so many kinds of exotic beasts have gathered together, but are all safe and sound? Teacher Zhao, how did these strange beasts gather together? Won't there be conflicts between them? Zhao Bai glanced at him, with a hint of admiration on his face. You have made a good observation. In fact, alien beasts are just like other alien races. They can also practice. The strongest among them can become leaders. The leader is their king, who can restrain and manage the other members. In fact, alien beasts are just the name we humans give them, just like we call the barbarians and the shadow tribe alien races, and the alien races have always called the alien beasts the demon race. Can they cultivate monsters? Li Bufan had always believed that all the same beasts would be at the same level when they reached adulthood, but he had never expected that beasts could actually cultivate. Teacher Zhao, why do the strange beasts I encountered before seem to have the same strength? He nodded and said, It's normal. Exotic beasts are demons. Demons can also be divided into low-level demons and high-level demons. For example, the 4 major colleges in Kyoto are named after the 4 god-tier beasts. Divine beasts are actually demons. Strictly speaking, they are the highest level of demons. Zhao Bai paused and continued, It is difficult for low-level monsters to awaken their spiritual intelligence. They often do not practice, and their strength levels are the same after they grow up. But the high-level demons are different. They awaken their spiritual intelligence very early and possess the same wisdom as us humans. They start practicing from childhood. The ones you encountered before were just low-level demons. After listening to this, Li Bufan felt as if he had opened a new world. The strange beasts turned out to be demons, even the divine beasts were demons? The demon race can actually awaken their spiritual intelligence? Doesn't that mean they have become spirits? Teacher Zhao, so the reason why those strange beasts outside the city can coexist peacefully is because they are restrained by their leader? Zhao Bai smiled and said, that's not necessarily true. Do you know what the demon race practices? Li Bufan heard by Xiao Sheng say at the ghost market in Kyoto last time that the barbarians cultivate their bodies, the humans cultivate their danshin, and the shadows cultivate their mental strength, but he never mentioned the demons. He shook his head and thought, is it possible that every race has a different way of practicing? In fact, the demon race cultivates the power of blood. Their blood is just like the talent of us humans. The purer the blood, the higher the upper limit, and the stronger the strength will undoubtedly be. Bloodline power, can this be cultivated? Teacher Zhao, what is the power of bloodline? I don't know exactly what blood power is. I only know that the closer the demon race's blood power is to reverting to its ancestral form, the purer its blood is. Li Bufan didn't quite understand now, but he kept in mind everything Zhao Bai said. The blood of high-level demons naturally suppresses the blood of low-level demons, forcing low-level blood beasts to submit. This is blood suppression. Li Bufan understood, Teacher Zhao, that is to say, these strange beasts gathered outside the city. It is possible that they were restrained by their leaders, or it is possible that there is a high-level demon bloodline suppressing them? That's right. In fact, in the eyes of high-level demons, low-level beasts are not of the same kind as them at all, they are just wild beasts. Moreover, when the demon race reaches a certain level of cultivation, they can also transform into human form, just like us humans. Beast? Transformation. His throat was dry, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He couldn't calm down for a long time. Isn't this just a legend? Just at this moment, troops came into the city in rows, led by the city guard Fang Bo and a woman in her 40s. She was wearing a dark green military uniform and had a murderous look on her face. She looked like a tough character who had been through many battles. Rows of troops were arranged in neat rows. Fang Bo and the women in military uniforms climbed up the city wall and looked sharply at the strange beasts in the distance outside the city. Fang Bo suddenly saw Li Bufan. He smiled gently and nodded at Li Bufan. Seeing this, the woman in military uniform glanced at Fang Bo in the direction he was looking, then continued to look outside the city. Fang Bo, there are more than 30,000 monsters gathered outside the city. If we only defend the city wall, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out for long. Well, this is not a solution. We must take the initiative to defend the city wall. Good. The two men went down the city wall again and stood in front of the army. Fang Bo shouted, open the city gate. Rumble, the heavy city gate slowly opened. Fang Bo turned his head and looked at the city guards and the army from Kyoto behind him. He said solemnly and in a loud voice, brothers, the alien beasts are invading our homeland and want to kill us all. Behind us are your relatives, friends, compatriots, my brothers. In your eyes, I see the same fear that occupies my heart. Perhaps one day, alien beasts will break through human cities and the fate of mankind will end completely, but it will definitely not be today. Today we must fight to the death. For everything you own and cherish on this beautiful land, brothers, charge with me. Anyone who offends our human race will be punished no matter how far away they are. The city guards and the army behind him shouted in unison, anyone who offends our race will be punished, no matter how far away they are. Fang Bo rushed out first, followed by rows of troops. On the city wall, many people were also excited by Fang Bo's words, and seemed to have forgotten the fear in front of them. Li Bufan stood on the city wall, his blood seemed to be boiling. He suddenly imagined what would happen if Impure World Reincarnation resurrected 10 people. What a scene it would be if the Gadu statue, Susanoo, and True several thousand hands appeared together. It would be so explosive. After the city guards and the army left the city, the strange beasts in the distance began to become restless, but order was soon restored. The strange beasts began to move towards the city gate. The total number of humans and strange beasts was at least 70,000 to 80,000. Moreover, a war of this scale is just a test between the two sides, and even the alien races have not yet taken action. As the distance between the two sides got closer, Li Bufan could hear the heavy breathing of the others around him, which sounded like the roar of a warhorse before charging. Boom! The strange beast began to run, the ground shook slightly, and bursts of roars were heard. The human race's city defense army and Kyoto army were also rubbing their hands and rushing towards the strange beasts. The war is about to begin. Fang Bo took the first step. He slapped the ground with both hands, and a huge crack appeared on the ground. A large number of strange beasts fell into it unexpectedly. The strange beasts moved around the crack, and the city guards and the strange beasts collided head-on, and the two sides began to fight. Suddenly the entire battlefield was filled with the sound of fierce fighting, with punches hitting flesh and swords drawing blood. Strange beasts fell from time to time, and the human race also suffered continuous casualties. It was like hell on earth. The battlefield was filled with blood, and there was endless blood-colored fog lingering. The smell of the fishy wind made people want to vomit, and the scarlet blood gathered into a stream. When everyone on the city wall saw this scene, they deeply felt the cruelty of war. Some people looked pale and weak, some had legs shaking uncontrollably, and some even held onto the city wall and vomited continuously. Smelling the strong smell of blood in the air, Li Bufan felt his adrenaline surge. It seemed as if countless ants were crawling on his face. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and the muscles on his cheeks were clearly visible. Zhao Bai, who was standing next to him, had veins throbbing on his forehead and wished he could rush up and fight the monster immediately. On the battlefield, humans and alien beasts continued to fight, and both sides were in a stalemate. Roar! A beast roar came from a distance. Fang Bo was covered in blood on the battlefield. He looked up at the direction where the roar came from, his face extremely solemn. On the other side, the woman in military uniform also looked in the direction of the beast's roar. Her light green uniform had been dyed dark red by the blood of the strange beast. I saw a leopard-like beast slowly walking towards me from a distance. It had light blue fur mixed with black Madara dots, and lightning flashed across its body from time to time. It looks calm, with a hint of sarcasm at the corners of its mouth, and its expression is quite human. Gudong Zhaobai beside him swallowed, his chest heaving violently, and his eyes widened in horror. Teacher Zhao, what kind of strange beast is this? He stared at the strange beast intently and said in a hoarse voice, "This is a thundercloud leopard, a high-level demon. High-level demon race." Previously, I had speculated that there might be high-level demon blood suppressing the gathered monsters, but I didn't expect it to actually appear now. But why is Zhao Bai so frightened? Teacher Zhao, is this thundercloud leopard very powerful? What level of demon is it? He shook his head. High-level demons have the same wisdom as us humans, which is not comparable to other low-level beasts. Moreover, I think this thundercloud leopard is at least at the king level. The lowest level is the king level? Fang Bo is at the king level, so presumably the woman in military uniform from Kyoto should also be at the king level. In a 2-on-1 situation, even if the opponent is at the peak of the king level, they should be able to fight. The moment the thundercloud leopard appeared, Fang Bo and the woman in military uniform quickly left the battlefield. They stood side by side, but their faces were extremely solemn. Lei Yunbao stopped about 20 or 30 meters in front of the two of them, with a look of disdain in his eyes. Two humans at the king level actually lowered themselves to fight a group of low-level beasts. It's really embarrassing. Buzzley Bufin couldn't believe his ears. There was a buzzing sound in his ears, as if he was pricked by a needle, and his whole body felt numb. Teacher Zhao, this thundercloud leopard actually spoke. Zhao Bai looked numb and mechanically said, "It is definitely a high-level demon of the king level, and it may even be in the extraordinary realm." Extraordinary realm? Teacher Zhao, isn't this a test? How could a demon from the transcendent realm come? He shook his head and remained silent, staring straight at the thundercloud leopard. Fang Bo sneered and said sternly, "You demons invaded our human territory, and now you are saying that we are disgraced? How funny." "Oh, really? Why don't you let me play with you too?" Fang Bo and the woman in military uniform were on high alert. They could both sense that Lei Yunbao was much stronger than them. Sizzle so fast. The thundercloud leopard disappeared in the blink of an eye like a flash of lightning. Seeing this, Fang Bo immediately formed a round shield made of sand around his body and wrapped the two of them. Li Bufin was stunned for a moment. Wasn't the sand shield that Fang Bo was using Garrus? Bang! A corner of the sand round shield cracked, revealing the figures of the two people inside, and also exposing the position of the thundercloud leopard. The soldier swung out a long whip that wrapped around one of the thundercloud leopard's claws like a rope. "Got you!" The thundercloud leopard sneered. "Really?" Lightning flashed on its claws, and the long whip crackled and exploded. "The peak of the king," the woman in military uniform said in surprise. The thundercloud leopard flashed away again, and when it reappeared it was already above the two of them. A bolt of lightning spurted out of its mouth and transformed into a thundercloud leopard, pouncing towards the two people below. Fang Bo shouted, "Get out of the way!" Bang! The ground was covered with rubble, and the thundercloud leopard transformed by lightning was too fast. The two men managed to dodge it with difficulty, but were still affected by the residual power of the lightning. Fang Bo's face was burnt gray, and the woman in military uniform on the other side was not much better. The thundercloud leopard was so fast that it was difficult for both of them to catch sight of it. "Ha, you're pretty quick in reacting. I'll play with you too for a while." Roar! It suddenly roared, and the strange beast not far away became excited as if it had been injected with chicken blood, and fought even harder. Hey, will you two finish me off first, or will the beasts behind me kill all of you humans first?" The human race lacks the support of Fang Bo and the woman in military uniform, and now the alien beast seemed to have received orders and rushed towards the human race without hesitation. The situation was precarious. Fang Bo and the woman in military uniform looked at each other, and both of them showed a hint of worry. "Fang Bo, I'll hold it back, and you go and support the others." "No, you will die. I will drag it while you go to support the others." Lei Yunbao looked disdainful and sneered, "You two should just give up on this idea." It opened its mouth and spewed out two bolts of lightning that shot towards the two people at high speed. Everyone on the city wall became extremely anxious when they saw this scene. Zhao Bai's eyes were red and his fists were clenched. He looked at the teachers from other colleges and said, "Everyone, we must go out of the city to provide support, otherwise the situation will be irreversible. Yes, we must take action, otherwise it will be difficult for the city guards and the troops from Kyoto to stop the monsters." Zhao Bai's words were quickly recognized by the teachers from other colleges. They quickly organized themselves into teams, went down the city wall and headed straight for the city gate. Li Bufin found that most people still had a trace of fear on their faces. Everyone witnessed the cruelty of the war with their own eyes, and this was also the first time everyone experienced war. Zhao Bai rushed to the front and shouted loudly, "Kill!" Li Bufin followed behind him and killed the group of strange beasts. The city defense army saw the reinforcements as if they saw hope and began to fight back continuously. Wheel 2, Border Prison. With the participation of teachers and students from various colleges, the situation on the battlefield gradually began to reverse. Lei Yunbao was restrained by Fang Bo and the woman in military uniform, and the two of them saw hope for the human race's victory. As long as the Thunder Cloud Leopard can be successfully held back, the strange beast will definitely be defeated. Lei Yunbao has been paying close attention to the situation on the battlefield. The sudden change has put it in a dilemma. Li Bufin had also been sensing the battle between Fang Bo and the other man and the Thunder Cloud Leopard. The two of them were evenly matched in their efforts to contain the Thunder Cloud Leopard. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind like lightning in a stormy night, grabbing his heart like an iron hook. At this moment, Fang Bo and the woman in military uniform were staring at the Lei Yunbao opposite them, and neither side took action. Since the two sides are restraining each other and are evenly matched, what will happen if the balance of one side is broken? Li Bufin did it right away, controlling a shadow to approach the Thunder Cloud Leopard. This Thunder Cloud Leopard is at the peak of its power, so it is basically unrealistic for Shadow to cause any damage to it. Li Bufin raised the corner of his mouth, revealing an obscene smile. 1,000 years of death. Oh, the Thunder Cloud Leopard suddenly jumped up from the ground, his anus tightened, and he felt a burning sensation. It turned around and looked, but didn't see any enemy who might attack it. The Thunder Cloud Leopard's pupils suddenly shrank. What was going on? Fang Bo and the woman in military uniform stared at the Thunder Cloud Leopard in confusion, fearing that it might play some tricks. Li Bufin was delighted when he saw the scene that it really worked. No matter how high your cultivation level is, your chrysanthemum will be in danger today. The Thunder Cloud Leopard observed its surroundings vigilantly, its pair of light yellow eyes rolling around. Exchange. I stab. Oh, puff! The Thunder Cloud Leopard let out a cry of pain, and blood oozed out of its anus. It turned its head and shot out a bolt of lightning behind it. Boom! The ground was covered with rubble and Lei Yunbao only saw a figure flash by. Li Bufin immediately swapped places with another shadow after stabbing. Thunder Cloud Leopard roared, "Who is it? Get out here!" Fang Bo's face lit up with joy. He was familiar with this scene. At the beginning, in the Zudge family, Li Bufin disappeared in front of him in the blink of an eye. Wasn't this the scene in front of him? The woman in military uniform nearby was completely confused and didn't understand what was going on. She only saw a figure suddenly appear behind Lei Yunbao and then disappear in the blink of an eye. Fang Bo, what on earth is going on? Did a strong man from our human race take action? Fang Bo raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "No, it should be just a student." "What did you say?" She couldn't believe her ears. Students, how could it be possible? Fang Bo did not explain any more. In fact, he himself did not know clearly. He only knew that all this must be related to Li Bufin. This is a rare opportunity, take it. He took the lead and a stream of sand attacked the Thunder Cloud Leopard like a tentacle. Lei Yunbao didn't know who the enemy hiding in the dark was. Now the two people opposite were rushing towards it, so it immediately thought of retreating. Roar! It let out a roar and moved away at a very fast speed. The strange beasts behind it moved away like the receding tide, as if they had received an order. Fang Bo did not chase after him. It was basically unrealistic for him and the woman in military uniform to stop Lei Yunbao. Li Bufin felt a little regretful that he had originally planned to fish in troubled waters and reap the benefits, to see if there was a chance to kill the Thunder Cloud Leopard. He is in urgent need of points now. Whether it is in pure world reincarnation or spiritual skills, points are needed to redeem or draw. Fang Bo walked up to Li Bufin and nodded at him with a smile. Then he glanced at everyone present and said, "Dear brothers, this time we were able to defeat the monster thanks to everyone's concerted efforts. On behalf of the tens of millions of human beings in Jiangnan City, I would like to thank you all." After saying this, he bowed to everyone. This time, the human race paid a heavy price to repel the alien beast. Except for a part of the city defense army who stayed behind to deal with the bodies of the victims, everyone else returned to the city. Everyone's face looked extremely heavy, without any joy at all. They had watched their companions fall one by one with their own eyes. And this is just a test by the alien beast. What will happen if the alien race and the alien beast come together? For students died in Zhao Bai's team. He said nothing, his eyes full of hatred for the monsters. After the matter of the strange beasts was resolved, Li Bufin and his team returned to Kyoto. At this moment, the news that the strange beasts were besieging Jiangnan City and Fengda City spread throughout Kyoto. Kyoto's troops were sent to these two cities on a large scale, and it was impossible for others not to pay attention. For a time, the people of Kyoto were in a panic. It was already late at night when they returned to the couple's apartment. After washing up, Li Bufin sat down to practice. This time he deeply felt that his strength was too low. He took out a dragon blood pill and swallowed it. A huge amount of spiritual power filled his danshan. With the help of the spirit gathering formation, he once again touched the threshold of the silver 3-star realm. In one go, he took out another dragon blood pill and swallowed it, and felt a sense of expansion in his danshin. Boom! With the help of 2 dragon blood pills and the spirit gathering array, he successfully broke through to the silver 3-star realm. Feeling the expansion of his danshin, Li Bufin revealed a satisfied smile. Personal attributes. Name: Li Bufin. Talent: rinnegan. Talented skills: Susanoo, Red Memory, Truth-Seeking Ball, Willgrave Prison, Gadu Statue, Shinra Tensei, Universal Pull, Planetary Devastation, Tenge Shinsei, Rhine Tensei Technique, Jao Huangshin Resound, Thousand Paper Crane Body Flicker Technique, Yomi Harasaka, Heaven's Hand Power. Realm: Silver 3 stars. Kung Fu Hongmeng Breathing Method. Impure World Reincarnation. Copy point: 0 points. 8620. Li Bufin thought he had seen it wrong, then his eyes suddenly widened, his eyes full of excitement. Susanoo? He also thought that the rinnegan was incapable of activating Susanoo, the Sharingan being the product of a union between the Atsutsuki clan and the people of Earth, and Susanoo being the ultimate move of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Mangekyo Sharingan is like a key. Once Susanoo is opened, this skill will always exist in the eyes. According to his conjecture, it must be the Mangekyo Sharingan that evolves into the rinnegan, and this rinnegan can activate Susanoo. Otherwise, why haven't we seen any of the Atsutsuki clan who possess the rinnegan activate Susanoo? Could it be that my rinnegan evolved from the Mangekyo Sharingan? Haha, this is really a fortune. I wonder what form this Susanoo will take after it is activated. However, the Susanoo in this talent skill block is still in a gray state and cannot be used yet, which inevitably makes him a little disappointed. After calming himself down, he took out the storage ring that Zhao Bai had given him. He didn't have time to check it at that time, but when he probed his spiritual power into it, he saw 5 boxes inside. There are 4 boxes filled with spirit stones, and each box contains 1 million spirit stones. Li Bufin's pupils shrank, his heartbeat accelerated, his face was full of surprise. A full 4 million spirit stones. This time he was really generous. The last box contained 3 pill bottles. He opened one of the pill bottles and found that it contained Willing Pill, which was no different from the Willing Pill he had before. When I opened the second pill bottle, a fresh fragrance wafted to my face, and inside were a number of light green pills. What kind of medicine is this? After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out what kind of medicine this was. He put the second bottle of medicine down, and then opened 3 more bottles of medicine. A bloody smell rushed towards him. There were only 3 pills in it. He poured out one and examined it carefully. The color of the pill was as bright as blood, and it smelled of blood. Could it be that this elixir is made from some kind of blood? After practicing all night, he rushed to Yenching College early the next morning and arrived at Zhao Bai's office with ease. After what happened yesterday, Zhao Bai's face was still depressed. After seeing Li Bufin, he forced a smile on his face, which was uglier than crying. Li Bufin didn't know how to comfort him for a moment and patted his shoulder gently. "What's the matter with you coming to see me? Teacher Zhao, there are 2 kinds of elixirs in the storage ring you gave me yesterday that I don't recognize." He slapped his head and said, "I almost forgot about this. That light green pill is Pei-Yuen pill. Every time you break through a realm, you can take one to stabilize your realm. The red one is the explosive spirit pill. You must use this pill with caution. Taking the explosive spirit pill can increase your strength by 30% in a short period of time, but the side effects are also great. Increase your strength by 30%, it might save your life at this critical moment." "Teacher Zhao, are there any side effects?" "The effect of the explosive spirit pill only lasts for half an hour. After half an hour, all the spiritual energy in your body will be drained." Li Bufin took a deep breath after hearing this. This meant that if he didn't kill the opponent within half an hour, he would be at the mercy of others after half an hour. "I understand, Teacher Zhao. Do you know the situation in Fengda City yesterday?" "Well, it is said that there are no king-level monsters in Fengda City, which is much better than the situation in Jiangnan City." Li Bufin nodded. He suddenly thought of the collusion between the Jiang family in Fengda City and the Ghost Clan. He didn't know what the result was at that time. "Today happens to be the first day of school. Come with me to the classroom to meet the other students." He almost forgot that Zhao Bai is now the counselor of his class. "I took Li Bufin to class 3, grade 1. When I entered the classroom, there were already about 40 people sitting inside. He chose a seat in the last row and sat down. Zhao Bai stood on the podium, glanced at the students below and said, "Students, you all already know about what happened in Jiangnan City and Fengda City, and you may have participated in them yourself. The college has considered this carefully. Each of you has one chance to go to the school's library and receive a spiritual skill book for free." As soon as he finished speaking, the others in the audience immediately cheered. "You know, they can basically only awaken 1 or 2 talents and skills. Now is a good opportunity to learn spiritual skills." Li Bufin sat in the last row with a calm expression. He didn't know what spiritual skills Yanjing College would provide, but he thought it should be a spiritual skill below SS level, and he had no interest in spiritual skills of this level. Cough cough. Zhao Bai coughed and said on the podium, spiritual skills are not necessarily more powerful the higher the level. The spiritual skills you choose must first match your own talents, so that you can exert the greatest power of the spiritual skills. Others naturally understood what he said. Wouldn't it be twice as effective for a person with a fire element to practice water element skills? Moreover, he couldn't bring out the advantages of his talent. At this time, Zhao Bai's cell phone rang. He took out his phone, took a look at it, and walked out of the classroom. In less than a moment, he returned to the classroom. Students, you can now go to the school library to choose your spiritual skills. Remember what I just said. The crowd in the classroom dispersed in an instant, and Li Bufan was the last one walking slowly. Zhao Bai walked over to him, leaned over and said, "The dean is looking for you." "Dean? Well, follow me." It happened so suddenly that Li Bufan was a little overwhelmed. He was still in the gold-level secret realm last time among the 5 colleges. He had met Xiao Wuji, the dean of White Tiger College, by chance, and he didn't even know the name of the dean of Yanjing College. Zhao Bai took him deeper into Yanjing College. There were no other students coming and going here, and 2-story villas came into view. This is the retreat for the strong men in the school. No one else is qualified to come in, Zhao Bai said proudly, with a look of longing on his face. A hermitage? Could it be that the surroundings were so quiet? They came to a villa at the deepest part, and there was a strange beast lying on the ground at the door. The beast had the shape of a dog, but its claws were as sharp as an eagle's claws. "Teacher Zhao, what kind of strange beast is this?" he said in surprise. "Haha, it has been rumored for a long time that the dean has a hybrid beast, and it turns out to be true." "What hybrid beast?" "This strange beast is a new breed that is a cross between a hellhound and a pit bull." Li Bufan was stunned that the alien beasts could interbreed with the native creatures of this world. So could humans and other races also interbreed? "Teacher Zhao, doesn't that mean that we humans can also combine with other races?" "Indeed, we can, but the alien races have always regarded us humans as an inferior species." The strange beast at the door stared at the two of them with a horse grin, and at this time a low voice was heard. "Come in." After hearing the voice, the strange beast immediately prostrated itself on the ground, squinting its eyes as if it was asleep. The two entered the villa and saw a living room in front of them. Sitting on the sofa was an old man in his 60s with broad shoulders, a thick waist and half-white hair. His eyes were bright and revealed a majestic light, and he had a tuft of Madara white beard under his chin. "Sit down," he waved his hand. Zhao Bai and Li Bufan sat down on his left and right respectively. Zhao Bai looked quite reserved. The old man glanced at Li Bufan sharply, and said with a smile, "Well, silver 3-star realm, not bad. I am Lu Yunshan, the president of Yanjing College." Li Bufan nodded slightly. He didn't know why Lu Yunshan asked him to come here. Lu Yunshan continued, "You two have personally experienced the small-scale war in Jiangnan City. What do you think?" Zhao Bai spoke first, his face solemnly saying, "Dean, this time Jiangnan City is just a small-scale test, and we have suffered heavy casualties. If the alien beasts and alien races unite, I am afraid that our human race will be powerless." Lu Yunshan nodded, but did not say anything, and looked at Li Bufan. "Dean, with the strength we humans have shown so far, it would be difficult for us to compete with the alien beasts, let alone other alien races." In fact, he was also very curious, what about the strong men of the human race? It is impossible for them to have the strength they are showing now, otherwise the human race would have perished long ago, not to mention repelling the alien beasts. Lu Yunshan smiled slightly. "What you said is indeed true. If the alien races and alien beasts unite, our human race will be in danger." "Dean, where are our human race's strong men?" Li Bufan couldn't help but ask. Alas, he sighed and said, "You all know that after the unparalleled realm is the extraordinary, transcendent, and super-god realms. When you reach the extraordinary realm, you are no longer an ordinary person. In addition to the significant increase in lifespan, another point is that you can sense the heaven and earth. As for the state of transcendence, as the name suggests, it is to transcend this world. Most people who reach this state pursue eternal life. They often leave this world and go to the outside world to look for opportunities. They no longer care about the survival of the human race, but are more concerned about the pursuit of personal strength." Leaving this world, eternal life? Li Bufan's ears were buzzing and his brain was blank. For a moment, it seemed that he could not hear any sound. Zhao Bai on the opposite side kept swallowing, his mouth wide open with a look of disbelief on his face. "Dean, according to what you said, all the powerful people in our human race who have reached the transcendental realm have gone to outer space?" "Most of them, of course. There may be some powerful hermits left behind." He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. Lu Yunshan's words were too shocking. "Dean, why did you ask me to come here? As I just said, if the alien beasts and alien races unite, we humans will have no chance of winning, so we must take the initiative and not give them the opportunity to unite." "Take the initiative?" Li Bufan was very surprised. Logically, this kind of thing should be taken care of by the City Defense Army or the National Security Bureau. Why did Lu Yunshan suddenly bring it up? He didn't say anything, but waited quietly for Lu Yunshan to continue. Zhao Bai on the side was also unusually quiet, as if he had not yet recovered from Lu Yunshan's words just now. This time, the National Security Bureau has notified all the deans of Kyoto's colleges that they are currently short-staffed and asked each of our colleges to recommend suitable students to assist the National Security Bureau in scouting the enemy. Lee Bufin, from what I understand, your gift is the ability to perceive. Lee Bufin was very surprised. Just because he had the gift of perception, was he allowed to assist the National Security Bureau in scouting the enemy? This is my fucking rinnegan, a talent beyond SSS level, not some rubbish ordinary reconnaissance spirit. Don't you, Lu Yinshin, know this? People from the National Security Bureau usually choose to go out for reconnaissance at night, so your talent is the most suitable. Of course, it's okay if you don't want to go. Lee Bufin thought about it and decided to go. Lu Yinshin had already proposed it, so it would be difficult for him to refuse. Secondly, compared to charging into battle, scouting the enemy would be much safer. He is also quite curious about alien races and exotic beasts. This time, by assisting the National Security Bureau in scouting the enemy, he can also learn more about alien races and exotic beasts. Dean, I am willing to assist the National Security Bureau. Lu Yinshin smiled slightly. Okay, Zhao Bai, you take Lee Bufin to the National Security Bureau. In addition, if you encounter any danger, saving your life is the first priority, and everything else is secondary. Do you understand? Dean, I understand. The two left the villa, and Zhao Bai still looked dazed and depressed. Teacher Zhao, what's wrong with you? He turned his head and glanced at Lee Bufin, shook his head and said hoarsely, nothing, I was just extremely shocked by what the dean said, and I am worried about the situation of our human race. Oh right, you haven't received your spiritual skills yet, how about we go to the National Security Bureau after receiving your spiritual skills? Lee Bufin didn't expect Zhao Bai to be so worrying, since the human race's transcendental masters had gone outside the sky to look for opportunities. Then why would the powerful people from other alien races and beasts who have reached a transcendent level stay on Blue Star? And Lee Bufin still doesn't know why alien beasts invaded Blue Star. He smiled bitterly. Teacher Zhao, no need, let's go directly to the National Security Bureau. Zhao Bai was a little surprised. He saw that Lee Bufin's expression seemed to show that he had no interest in spiritual skills at all. After leaving the school gate, the two took a taxi and went straight to the National Security Bureau. An hour later, they arrived downstairs of the National Security Bureau. After entering, Zhao Bai stated his purpose, and a staff member took the two of them to a conference room. After they came in, they saw that there were quite a few people sitting in the conference room, probably about 20 to 30 people, and they seemed to be students recommended by other colleges. Lee Bufin saw three familiar figures again: Qin Feng, the admissions officer of Suzaku Academy, Shangguan Wanner, and Li Nangsun from the Li family in Kyoto. Qin Feng smiled slightly when he saw Zhao Bai and Lee Bufin, while Li Nangsun next to him had a sinister look on his face. Combined with his golden glasses, he looked like a lion majesty. Shangguan Wanner frowned and then returned to normal. There was another young woman in a beige sweatshirt, looking at him with a grim expression. He glanced at the woman in the beige sweatshirt in confusion. He had no recollection of having seen this woman before, so why did she look so hostile? Lee Bufin sat down with Zhao Bai. He leaned over and asked Zhao Bai, Teacher Zhao, do you know the woman in the beige sweatshirt? Zhao Bai glanced at him, shook his head and said, I don't know him. This is the first time I've seen him. The two waited for half an hour, and then a man came into the conference room. He was about 40 years old, tall and strong. His handsome facial features exude an unshakable aura of righteousness. He glanced at everyone sitting in the conference room, smiled and said, I am Lu Ming from the National Security Bureau's Reconnaissance Department. Thank you for coming to assist our Reconnaissance Department. There are a total of 24 students coming this time. You can freely form teams of 4. Each team will be assigned a person from the National Security Bureau's Reconnaissance Department as your team leader. Do you have any questions? After a while, no one asked any questions, and Lu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Very good, then you can each start forming teams freely. Lee Bufin didn't know any of these people, so he didn't really care who he teamed up with. He would just wait until the last team joined. Soon, the others formed teams of 4, leaving only the last team with 3 people. There were 2 men and 1 woman. Lee Bufin smiled and walked over and said, your team is just short of 1 person, right? Yeah. The 3 nodded. Seeing that everyone had formed their teams, Lu Ming nodded towards the outside of the meeting room. 6 people immediately came in from outside the meeting room, 4 men and 2 women. They were all wearing uniform, gray-black military uniforms that looked like night clothes. These 6 are from our National Security Agency's Reconnaissance Department. Each of them will lead one of your teams. The 6 people quickly chose their own teams. The person in Lee Bufin's team was a dark-faced man in his 30s. If you look closely, you can see a finger-long scar on his face. Hello, my name is Gao Zhong. Please introduce yourselves. Lai Yuting, Lu Yan, Chen Wenjun, Lee Bufin. Hearing the first 2 names, Lee Bufin looked a little surprised. These 2 names sounded like they were siblings. Gao Zhong also glanced at the 2 of them meaningfully, but did not ask any further questions. Well, the four of you come with me. The four followed Gao Zhong to a military supply office, where he gave them a set of military uniforms identical to the one he was wearing. This is the special uniform worn by our reconnaissance personnel. It can effectively absorb light, so that we can hide our bodies more perfectly in the dark. From now on, you must wear it every time you go on a mission. Gather at the Kyoto teleportation array at 8 o'clock tonight. After leaving the National Security Bureau, Li Bufan learned that Zhao Bai had left first, so he did not return to Yanqing College, but returned to the couple's apartment. He was still wondering who the woman in the beige sweatshirt in the conference room was. It was normal for Li Nangsun to show hostility towards him, but today was the first time he met the woman in the beige sweatshirt. He took out his cell phone, found Qin Feng's number and called him. The admissions officers of the 5 colleges had exchanged contact information with him. "Ha, Li Bufan, why did you call me suddenly?" "Teacher Qin, I want to ask you something. Do you know who the woman in the beige sweatshirt sitting across from me in the National Security Bureau meeting room today is?" "The lady in the beige sweatshirt, I don't know her, but I remember she seemed to be brought here by someone from Qinglong Academy. Wait a minute and I'll ask for you." Li Bufan felt warm in his heart. Qin Feng didn't ask him anything, but took the initiative to help him go to Qinglong College to inquire about the news. Qin Feng called back in less than a quarter of an hour. "Li Bufan, I found out that the woman's name is Deng Wengzhen, and she is from the Deng family in Kyoto." "Okay, I understand. Thank you, Mr. Qin." "Kyoto Tiike?" A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he murmured, "I hope you guys don't come to provoke me." It was still early before 8 o'clock in the evening, and Li Bufan filled the spirit gathering array with spirit stones. Now that he had obtained 4 million spirit stones, there was no need to save them. Li Bufan took out another dragon blood pill and swallowed it, then began to practice meditation. Now he only has 25 dragon blood pills in his hand, and Li Bufan doesn't know how long these pills can support his cultivation. If the dragon blood pill runs out and there are no other substitute pills, he will have no choice but to ask the 5 academies for training resources. He practiced until night, then opened his eyes to check the time. He then changed into the reconnaissance uniform and headed for the teleportation array. When they arrived at the teleportation array and saw that everyone else had already arrived, Gao Zhong nodded to everyone and said, "Everyone is here, follow me." When they arrived at the teleportation entrance, Gao Zhong took out a silver token and handed it to the guard. The word detective was engraved on the front of the token, and a silver dragon was engraved on the back. The guard took the token, looked at it carefully, and returned it to Gao Zhong, saluting him respectfully. Gao Zhong led the other 4 into the teleportation array. He did not say where they were going, and Li Bufan and the other 4 did not ask any further questions. When I came out of the teleportation array again, the environment in front of me was extremely familiar. That's right. He returned to Jiangnan City again, and there was a business car parked outside the teleportation array. 5 people got into the car one after another. Gao Zhong sat in the co-pilot seat. After Li Bufan got in the car, he found that the person sitting in the driver's seat was Lu Shuangzi from the City Defense Army. Lu Shuangzi was also stunned when he saw Li Bufan, then he said with a smile, "Haha, we meet again." Li Bufan smiled slightly and raised his hand to touch the tip of his nose. He did not expect to return to Jiangnan City so soon and meet Lu Shuangzi again. Gao Zhong asked in surprise, "Lu Shuangzi, do you two know each other?" Lu Shuangzi started the car and sped towards the west gate of Jiangnan City. He turned his head and glanced at Gao Zhong, then said with a smile, "Of course, Li Bufan is from Jiangnan City, so how could I not know him?" "Lao Gao, don't say I'm not honest. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't underestimate Li Bufan, he's very capable." As soon as Lu Shuangzi finished speaking, Gao Zhong turned around and glanced at Li Bufan, and even the other 3 people next to him and behind him looked at him. Li Bufan smiled bitterly and said, "Don't flatter me, I know my own weight very well." Hearing what Li Bufan said, he smiled and said no more, and the car drove all the way to the west gate. Everyone got off the car. The city gate was closed at this moment. Lu Shuangzi went up and talked to the guard for a while, and the guard opened the city gate and let them out of the city. Lu Shuangzi looked at them and said, "I can only take you so far. I wish you a safe journey." Gao Zhong nodded and took the 4 people out of the city. After leaving the city, Gao Zhong turned back to introduce the mission to them. "Our mission this time is to investigate a barbarian stronghold on the Changle City front line and find out the number and defense lines of the barbarians in the stronghold. Changle City is tens of thousands of kilometers away from Jiangnan City. Even one of their frontline strongholds is at least several thousand kilometers away. Captain Gao, Jiangnan City is at least several thousand kilometers away from the barbarian frontline stronghold. How can we get there?" Li Bufan asked puzzledly. Gao Zhong waved his hand, and a black warship suddenly appeared in front of him. The black battleship is about 10 meters long, with angular shapes that are very sci-fi, like alien technology. When the 4 of them saw the warship suddenly appear, their eyes widened suddenly, and they rubbed their eyes hard in disbelief, and then they couldn't help staring at the warship. This is the latest Blackbird battleship developed by the National Security Bureau. It uses an anti-gravity design. The battleship is driven by spirit stones and can reach a maximum speed of Mach 10. Li Bufan swallowed his saliva. It would take less than an hour to reach the destination at Mach 10,000 kilometers. This speed is simply invincible, and this battleship actually appeared out of thin air. Captain Gao, can this Blackbird battleship be stored in the storage ring? Gao Zhong raised his lips and said, of course you can, but if you don't have a peak gold level, it's impossible to store a warship like this in a storage ring. In order to fit such a large warship, first of all, there must be enough space in the storage ring, and also the body must have enough spiritual power to support it. Okay, let's get on the battleship first. Boom! The deck at the rear of the battleship slowly dropped, and Gao Zhong and 4 others boarded the battleship. The Blackbird battleship flew at high speed towards the west, like a ghost in the dark night sky. The warship flew for half an hour before it slowly landed, and all 5 people got off the warship. Li Bufin sensed the surrounding environment that they were currently in a valley, and the outline of a high mountain could be vaguely seen in the distance. Gao Zhong took out his cell phone to locate the location and said, we are not far from the barbarian stronghold. Just in case, we will walk the last distance to hide in plain sight. Follow me. The 4 of them followed Gao Zhong and climbed towards the mountain in the west. Roar! A beastly roar came from above them. Oh no, this is the iron-feathered griffin. In a flash, he sensed Gao Zhong rushing up at lightning speed, leaving a trail of shadows behind him. Li Bufin was dumbfounded. What kind of ability was this that was so fast? Was it a natural skill or a spiritual skill? Gao Zhong rushed to the front of the iron-feathered griffin at lightning speed. In an instant, a dagger appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it hard into the neck of the iron-feathered griffin. Then he turned clockwise again and cut off the head of the iron-feathered griffin. Li Bufin and the other 3 quickly followed. When Lu Yan, Chen Wenjun and the other 3 saw the body of the iron-feathered griffin on the ground, they were immediately stunned, as if they had been hit on the head with a stick. In the pitch-black night, they had no idea how Gao Zhong acted. Gao Zhong looked quite solemn, and he looked around carefully. Everyone, be careful. We don't know if the roar just now has alarmed the barbarians in the stronghold. The faces of several people changed instantly. They were already close to the barbarian stronghold here. If they were discovered, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. Chen Wenjun was extremely frightened. He asked in a hoarse voice, Captain Gao, what should we do now? Gao Zhong frowned, thought for a moment and said, we don't know if we have alerted the barbarians yet. Let's continue up the mountain. Let's see what happens first. If the barbarians notice anything, everyone should run for their lives immediately. Li Bufin didn't say anything. He was thinking about what to do if he encountered barbarians. In fact, he could let the shadow explore the way first, but the shadow's existence time is limited. If by that time he really encounters the barbarians and has no shadow to use, his strength will inevitably be greatly reduced. After Gao Zhong said this, the other 3 people turned pale, especially in such a dark environment, which made people feel even more depressed. Keep going up the mountain. Gao Zhong led the way, followed closely by Li Bufin, and Chen Wenjun and the other 3 were at the back. The 3 of them inadvertently moved closer to each other, as if this could bring them a little sense of security. The team had only been walking for less than 10 minutes when Li Bufin sensed 2 more iron-feathered griffins appearing ahead. He hurried forward, grabbed Gao Zhong and said, Captain Gao, there are 2 iron-feathered griffins 50 meters ahead. For a moment, Gao Zhong stared at Li Bufin's face. Are you serious? Absolutely true. Chen Wenjun and the other 3 behind him couldn't believe their ears. How is this possible? Is there an iron-feathered griffin 50 meters away? In such a dark night, it is difficult to see clearly even 10 meters away, let alone 50 meters away. Gao Zhong suddenly remembered what Lu Shuangzi had said to him in the car, telling him not to underestimate Li Bufin. He calmed himself down and said in a deep voice, okay, you guys wait here, I'll go up and take a look. Li Bufin saw that his steps were as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, without making any sound, and he was 50 meters away in the blink of an eye. His pupils shrank, and he saw 2 iron-feathered griffins. Without time to be too shocked, he quickly took action to deal with the 2 iron-feathered griffins. Facing Gao Zhong, who was at the peak of the gold realm, the 2 iron-feathered griffins were defeated without any resistance. Captain Gao has dealt with 2 iron-feathered griffins. Let's go over there. The 3 of them looked at each other, wondering whether what Li Bufin said was true or not. Seeing this, Li Bufin no longer cared about the 3 of them and walked forward alone. When Chen Wenjun and the others saw Li Bufin leaving, they dared not stay where they were and hurriedly followed him. Gao Zhong killed 2 iron-feathered griffins and prepared to go back after confirming that there were no more iron-feathered griffins around. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to go back, he saw 4 people coming over. He looked slightly surprised, but when he saw Li Bufin walking in front, he immediately understood. Since Li Bufin could spot the iron-feathered griffins 50 meters away, he could naturally see that he had already dealt with 2 of them. Seeing the 2 corpses of iron-feathered griffins on the ground, Chen Wenjun and the other 3 were completely dumbfounded. Nothing Li Bufin had said so far was wrong. Instantly, Li Bufin's status was raised to a higher level in their hearts. There was a flash of surprise in Gao Zhong's eyes. He didn't expect to find a good talent during this mission. Alright, let's continue up the mountain. Li Bufin, please make sure there are no other strange beasts ahead. Good. The journey was uneventful and Li Bufin discovered several strange beasts in advance, which were all easily dealt with by Gao Zhong. Li Bufin felt his eyes were a little sore from the continuous high-intensity use of rinnegan. After climbing over the hill, everyone saw a barbarian stronghold suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain in front of them. The entire stronghold was lit up with torches everywhere, and judging from its appearance, it should have been a small human village in the past. The village is surrounded by stone walls, with a total of 7 or 8 houses scattered inside. There were 4 barbarian guards at the entrance of the stronghold, and they were wearing monk robes as usual. The only difference is that they did not pull up their hats, and the runes on their faces were clearly visible. Except for the barbarians seen at the entrance, no other barbarians were seen in the entire stronghold. "Captain Gao, what should we do now?" Chen Wenjun asked softly. It seems that the roar of the iron-feathered griffin did not alarm the barbarians. Let's go down the mountain and get closer. The 5 people sneaked towards the barbarian stronghold at the foot of the mountain and stopped when they were about 200 meters away from the stronghold. Gao Zhong frowned. It seemed that there were no other barbarians in the entire stronghold except the 4 barbarians at the entrance. However, this does not rule out the possibility that there are no barbarians resting in the houses. Their mission this time was to investigate the defense lines of the barbarian stronghold and the number of barbarians. And if there are still barbarians hiding in 7 or 8 houses, they have no way of counting how many barbarians there are in the entire stronghold. Gao Zhong was caught in a dilemma for a moment, and retreat would mean mission failure. Now, the only way to find out the number of barbarians is to sneak into their stronghold. He might be able to deal with the barbarians at the entrance, but if there are more barbarians in the stronghold, their entire team might have to die here. Our mission this time is to investigate the stronghold's defenses and the number of barbarians. It looks like we can only take the risk and sneak into the stronghold. What? Chen Wenjun screamed. Lu Yan, who was standing beside him, quickly covered his mouth. Chen Wenjun then realized something, his legs trembled, and his face was filled with fear. Everyone immediately turned their heads and looked at the stronghold 200 meters away, fearing that Chen Wenjun's voice would alarm the barbarian guards. Fortunately, the guard of the stronghold just glanced in their direction. Everyone then breathed a sigh of relief, their whole bodies covered in cold sweat. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that." Li Bufin sighed in his heart. If all humans are like this, it would be wishful thinking to want to fight against alien races and beasts. No wonder there are traitors within the human race. Now it doesn't seem strange at all. Their generation has never experienced a real war, and there has been peace for nearly 100 years. It even made many people begin to forget the pain that alien beasts brought to human beings. Gao Zhong looked quite disappointed. As a member of the reconnaissance department, he often traveled to various fronts against alien races and exotic beasts, and he knew well how terrifying alien races and exotic beasts were. But at the moment, he was not more afraid of alien beasts, but was extremely disappointed with the younger generation of humans. He sighed and said, "I can understand the fear in your heart. Not to mention you, even I feel extremely afraid of alien races and beasts. But can fear help us defeat them? Can fear make them let us humans go? Wake up. Blind fear will only bring you one step closer to death." Gao Zhong stopped talking and looked up at the stronghold ahead. A long time. Seeing that the others had calmed down a lot, he said, "The 4 barbarian guards at the entrance of the stronghold don't seem to be at a high level. I will sneak over and try my best to kill them. If there are more barbarians rushing out of other houses at that time, the 4 of you should run for your lives." Gao Zhong's voice was full of tragic and heroic meaning, just like a warrior before his death. Li Bufin sighed softly and said, "Captain Gao, why don't you let me try?" He looked up at Li Bufin with a smile on his face. "You, stop messing around, the barbarians are not so easy to kill." "Captain Gao, I don't need to kill them. My talent allows me to sneak in quietly." Gao Zhong's dull eyes suddenly lit up, as if 2 small flames were lit in the darkness, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Real?" Li Bufin nodded and said, "Of course, I can't joke about my own life." "Okay then, just go ahead and do it. I'll help you if things go wrong." Wheel 2, Border Prison. He split into 2 shadows, one shadow stayed where it was just in case, and the other shadow ran towards the stronghold. The shadow moved forward about 100 meters and hid behind a giant tree. Gao Zhong, Chen Wenjun and the other 3 saw Li Bufin standing there in a daze, showing no signs of moving, and they all looked at him in confusion. Suddenly, Li Bufin in front of him disappeared in the blink of an eye. Gao Zhong's eyes popped out and his chin hit his foot with a bang. The other 3 people's brains had lost the ability to direct their actions, and they stared blankly at the place where Li Bufin disappeared. Lu Yan swallowed and asked in a hoarse voice, "Where is this person?" "Quiet." The 4 of them were so quiet that they could hear each other's breathing. The scene before them seemed to be beyond their comprehension. After Li Bufin exchanged positions with the shadow behind the tree, he was now only about 100 meters away from the stronghold. He saw that there was nothing unusual about the guards at the entrance of the stronghold, so he took back the 2 shadows with peace of mind. After taking back the 2 shadows, he left another shadow there just in case. The other shadow continued to move towards the stronghold, but after reaching the stone wall outside the stronghold, the shadow leaned against the stone wall and took a deep breath. Exchange. After exchanging with his shadow again, Li Bufin leaned against the stone wall and dared not breathe. If the barbarian guards made any unusual movements at this time, he would exchange them back without hesitation. Fortunately, the barbarian guards at the entrance of the stronghold did not find anything unusual. He continued to retrieve the two shadows, and then imitated the previous method again, controlling one shadow to enter the stronghold openly. Through the shadow's vision, Li Bufin discovered that the entire stronghold was not large, with 7 or 8 houses scattered around. Shadow walked to the window of a private house and saw that there were no barbarians inside. He continued to check 2 or 3 private houses, but they were all empty. Li Bufin frowned. Could it be that this stronghold was guarded by only a few barbarians at the entrance? This was too strange. There was not much time left, and Li Bufin had no time to think too much as he continued to control the shadow to check. When he came to the window of a slightly larger house in the middle, the scene inside surprised him and he widened his eyes in disbelief. Li Bufin saw a familiar face. It turned out to be Su Shui, whom he met at White Tiger Academy. I didn't expect Su Shui to survive. How could she be here? At this moment, she was lying on the bed with her eyes closed, her body wrapped in white bandages, and it seemed that she was seriously injured. There were 2 beds in the corner next to it, and 2 barbarians were lying on them to rest. Li Bufin was still frightened. If Su Shui was awake, she would have realized that he had come. After what happened in the secret realm last time, he guessed that Su Shui was most likely a member of the Shadow clan, and had even left a mental mark on him. Shadow's time was running out, so Li Bufin did not act rashly. He quickly checked the remaining houses, but they were still empty. The situation of the stronghold has been clarified. Li Bufin took control of the shadow and went back the same way he came. When Gao Zhong saw Li Bufin return, he hurried forward and asked Li Bufin, "Why did you suddenly disappear just now?" Li Bufin didn't want to explain too much, so he said, "Captain Gao, I just went into the stronghold to check it out. Except for the slightly larger house in the middle, no barbarians were found in other houses. And in the slightly larger house in the middle there are 2 barbarians, and another." For a moment, he didn't know whether to say that Su Shui was from the human race, the shadow race, or some other race. Now we can only guess that Su Shui is most likely from the Shadow clan, but we cannot confirm it 100%. After all, Li Bufin had never seen Su Shui display any Shadow clan talents before, and Su Shui's eyes were completely different from those of the Shadow clan. Li Bufin paused and continued, "There is also a woman whose race is currently unknown. She used to be a student at White Tiger College." Gao Zhong was completely stunned, as if he had lost his voice. He could neither speak nor had the strength to do anything. He couldn't figure out how Li Bufin got into the base no matter what. How did they detect it so clearly, and the barbarian guards didn't respond at all? What shocked him even more was that there was a student from White Tiger Academy inside. Chen Wenjun and the other 3 were extremely shocked. Li Bufin in front of them was like a god in their eyes. Entering the barbarian stronghold was like entering an empty land, and bringing back such shocking information. Li Bufin, from what you said, do you know the person from White Tiger Academy? Could it be that she was captured here by the barbarians? Well, I've seen her twice. As for why she is here, I don't know. He did not explain too much about Su Shui to Gao Zhong, and Li Bufin himself was not very clear about many things. Gao Zhong nodded, thought for a while and said, "Since the barbarian stronghold is so empty, and a student from the White Tiger Academy has inexplicably appeared here, we can just wipe out the barbarians in this stronghold. There are 6 barbarians in total. We must quickly deal with the 4 barbarians at the entrance. The 4 of you hold 2 of them back. I will deal with the other 2 barbarian guards as soon as possible." Li Bufin had just sensed that the guard level of the entrance was actually not very high. They should also be at the silver level, but their physical bodies are more difficult to deal with. Even Gao Zhong, who was at the peak of the gold level, would have to put in some effort. The 4 of them nodded and began to sneak towards the stronghold. Li Bufin's shadow time had expired and needed some time to cool down. Otherwise, it would still be possible to use the shadow to launch a sneak attack on 1 or 2, but now that there is no shadow, I can only wait for other opportunities. It is basically impossible to launch a sneak attack using other talents and skills. As they got closer to the entrance of the stronghold, Gao Zhong turned around, winked at them, and then quickly rushed forward. The barbarian guards at the entrance soon spotted a figure coming towards them at a very fast speed. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Gao Zhong rushed in front of the 4 people in the blink of an eye, and the 4 barbarian guards immediately prepared to meet the enemy. Suddenly they saw 4 more people rushing towards them, and their faces turned ugly. 2 of the 4 barbarians rushed towards Gao Zhong, and the other 2 attacked Li Bufin and the other 3. Gao Zhong held a dagger in his hand and moved between the 2 barbarians at lightning speed. Seeing that Li Bufin and the other 4 had arrived, he immediately burst out with all his strength and hit the barbarians fiercely with the dagger. Gao Zhong's dagger cut through the barbarian monk's robes, leaving a series of flesh-wrenching wounds on their black skin. After all, they are only at the silver level, and their physical strength is not enough to withstand the power of the peak gold level. When Li Bufin saw the barbarian guards rushing towards him, he immediately took out his black knife. Armament Haki. His hands turned black, like a barbarian, and Armament Haki attached to the black knife. The oncoming barbarians couldn't believe their eyes when they saw this scene. When Chen Wenjun, who was standing next to him, saw Li Bufin like this, he was stunned where he was. It was as if he had seen a ghost. Li Bufan's actions completely refreshed his understanding of the human race. Li Bufan held the knife in both hands and chopped at the oncoming barbarian guards. Facing such a strange opponent, the barbarian guard did not dare to be careless at all, and a shield suddenly appeared in his hand. Facing the black long sword coming towards him, he raised his shield with his left hand to try to block it. Snap! The shield cracked and the black knife cut off his left hand directly like cutting tofu. In a flash, a scream was heard, and Chen Wenjun, who was behind Li Bufan, came to his senses after hearing the scream. He saw the barbarian guard drop his shattered shield in one hand. Chen Wenjun couldn't help swallowing, and his whole body seemed to be struck by lightning. When Gao Zhong heard the scream, he glanced over and saw the severed barbarian's arm on the ground. He gasped, as if his heart was about to stop beating. Each of his sword strikes would leave a wound on the barbarian guards, but he could not kill them with one blow. But Li Bufan cut off the barbarian's arm with a clean and neat knife? The barbarian whose arm was cut off kept retreating, covering the broken arm. Li Bufan's weirdness had already frightened him so much that he didn't have the courage to fight on. Want to leave? Dream on. Li Bufan chased after him and shouted, "Universal pull!" The armless barbarian felt an inexplicable force pushing him towards Li Bufan. He shouted in fear, "Save me!" The other three barbarians looked over and saw a scene that terrified them. Li Bufan slashed the barbarian guard's body with his sword, cutting him in half, and his internal organs spilled all over the ground. Ding! Kill a 5-star silver barbarian, points plus 500. Ugh. Upon seeing this, Lu Ting vomited directly, Lu Yan turned pale, and Chen Wenjun collapsed to the ground. Time seemed to stand still for a few seconds, and no one took any action. After Li Bufan killed this barbarian, he immediately attacked the barbarians who were fighting against Lu Yan and the others. Gao Zhong's scalp tingled, but he quickly came to his senses and used all his strength to completely eliminate the two barbarians who were covered in wounds. Then he immediately joined Li Bufan and his men in the battle. With Gao Zhong's joining, the last barbarian guard was quickly killed. At this time, the two barbarians in the house heard the noise and rushed out, just in time to see the last companion being killed. They looked at each other, turned around and ran away without hesitation. Chase! Li Bufan and Gao Zhong quickly chased after them. Gao Zhong was faster and caught up with the barbarian in the blink of an eye. The two began to fight. Li Bufan looked at the barbarians fleeing in front of him, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Universal pulled. The fleeing barbarian could not believe his eyes that he was being pulled backwards by an unknown force. Seeing Li Bufan getting closer and closer, he made up his mind, gritted his teeth, turned around and killed Li Bufan. Seeing the fleeing barbarians in front turn around and kill him, Li Bufan smiled. The barbarians' bodies, which they were so proud of, were like tofu in front of him. The barbarian punched at him from 5 meters away. His fist seemed to burst the air, making a series of crackling sounds. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, as if he saw the end of Li Bufan being killed. Sensing a strong airflow coming at him at high speed, Li Bufan's pupils shrank. Is this a spiritual skill? He didn't know what kind of spiritual skill this was, so he didn't dare to be careless at all. He just bounced it off first without thinking. Shinra Tensei, bang! Seeing the attack was sure to hit him, there was no reaction at all. How is this possible? What on earth did you do? Li Bufan taunted. You don't need to know this, you're going to die anyway. Humph, how shameless of you to say that. I was too lazy to waste time talking to him. The strength this barbarian just displayed was no more than 3 levels higher than his. He rushed forward with the knife in both hands, but the barbarian still refused to believe in evil and punched Li Bufan again. Wheel 2, Border Prison. The shadow's cooldown period had just expired, with one shadow standing in front of him while the other was ready to go around behind the barbarian. The barbarian was delighted when he saw that Li Bufan did not dodge or evade his punch. However, he was soon dumbfounded. He felt that the punch he threw was blocked by something in front of Li Bufan. He stared, trying to see what had blocked his punch. Suddenly, Li Bufan in front of him disappeared in the blink of an eye. He broke out in a cold sweat and immediately realized that something was wrong. Li Bufan suddenly appeared behind him. When he noticed someone behind him, his skin immediately turned black. Will darkening your skin work? You're just dreaming. Li Bufan taunted him and chopped at his head. A bald head was chopped off and fell to the ground. His eyes opened as big as copper bells, filled with deep fear and unwillingness. Ding! Kill a 6-star silver barbarian, points plus 600. Li Bufan had just dealt with this barbarian when Gao Zhong on the side also successfully killed another barbarian. He walked over and looked at the head that had been chopped off by a knife on the ground, and didn't know what to say. If a barbarian was cut in half with one strike before, it was because the barbarian was too weak. Then the current scene was definitely not due to luck. He believed that Li Bufan definitely had the ability to break the barbarian's body. At this time, Chen Wenjun, Lu Yan, and the other three rushed over, their eyes showing deep shock and their hearts filled with awe. Gao Zhong calmed himself down and asked Li Bufan, "How did you do it?" Li Bufan didn't want to explain too much to Gao Zhong's question. The fewer people knew his secret, the safer he would be. Captain Gao, we were just lucky. Let's go check on the last person as soon as possible. Gao Zhong touched the tip of his nose and realized that his question might have been too abrupt. This was Li Bufan's secret. Seeing that Li Bufan didn't want to explain too much to him, he didn't say anything more. Good. The other three also showed a trace of regret. They also wanted to know how Li Bufan broke the barbarian's body. Li Bufan came to the slightly larger private house with ease. He pushed the door open and saw Su Shui lying on the bed, turning her head to look at him. Her eyes were calm, without any trace of fear or panic. Seeing Li Bufan, she smiled and said, "You're here." Her tone was as if she was meeting an old friend. Li Bufan sneered and said, "Didn't you know this a long time ago?" Gao Zhong and the other three people behind them were dumbfounded. What was wrong with these two people? It sounds like they are friends, but also like there is some conflict? Su Shui bit her lip and said softly to Li Bufan, "I know you misunderstood me, but things are not what you think." "Oh, really? But I don't believe you. I'd better go and see the truth of the matter myself." He walked over, and Su Shui only then showed a hint of fear in her eyes. "What do you want to do?" Li Bufan put his hand on her head and said, "Nothing, just to see who you are." Red memory. Wisps of memories flooded into his mind, and Li Bufan's expression kept changing. Su Shui felt her consciousness being gradually pulled away. She wanted to scream, but it was as if she had lost her voice and could not utter a single word. A long time. Li Bufan took his hand back and looked at Su Shui with a heavy expression. It wasn't long before Su Shui regained consciousness. She suddenly stared at Li Bufan. Her mental state seemed to be in a state of semi-craziness and semi-daze. She swallowed and said, "You read my memory." Gao Zhong, Chen Wenjun and the other two behind him were shocked. In their ears, Li Bufan's voice sounded as loud and terrifying as the horn of Judgment Day. Reading memories, they had never heard of this ability before. It was like being a god. Li Bufan turned around and said to Gao Zhong and the others, "Captain Gao, can you give us some time to talk alone?" Gao Zhong nodded like a machine, then he took the other three people out of the house. After the four people left, Li Bufan looked at Su Shui and said, "So you are the offspring of the human race and the shadow race." Su Shui smiled bitterly, "You really did read my memory." "That's right. My mother is from the Shadow Clan, and my father is from the Human Clan." "That means you now not only have the talents of the human race, but also the talents of the shadow race." She raised her eyes and sighed, "I have half human blood, so I have human talents. You have also seen my talent, the shadow demon spider. However, I am not a pure-blooded Shadow Clan, so I only inherited one of the Shadow Clan's talents, the spirit mark." Li Bufan only read Su Shui's memory roughly. He couldn't read all of Su Shui's memory, otherwise his own brain would not be able to bear it. "So you did leave a spiritual mark on me, and you were the one who notified the barbarians to come outside Yanjing College, right?" "That's right, but I have no ill will towards you. I know the barbarians will not be able to kill you. Moreover, the location I told the barbarians is very close to Yanjing College. The teachers of Yanjing College will definitely rush over if they notice any movement. You will definitely not be in danger." Li Bufan nodded. Su Shui also knew that he could summon the Gadu statue. He also finally confirmed how the barbarians knew his whereabouts. This question that had troubled him for a long time finally had a clear answer. How did the barbarians get into the White Tiger Academy's gold-level secret realm? Su Shui shook her head and said, "I don't know that either. I just sent them a location. I don't know how the barbarians found the entrance to the secret realm." Li Bufan couldn't believe his ears. It was like a bolt from the blue. The barbarians found the entrance to the secret realm with just one location. What kind of ability is this? She continued, "When I notified the barbarians, I also notified Dean Xiaowuji, so none of you will be in danger of your lives. But I didn't expect a giant lava beast to appear in the crater. I almost died on the spot." No wonder Xiao Wuji showed up so punctually, and when Li Bufan told him that Su Shui was a traitor, Xiao Wuji's expression remained calm. "So that's it." Wrong. Li Bufan suddenly realized that something was wrong. Xiao Wuji should have arrived a long time ago. He must have been hiding in the dark, observing their every move, until they were at their wits' end, when he took action. So, Xiao Wuji saw all the talents and skills that he used in the secret realm to avoid the lava? It's terrifying when you think about it. Li Bufan's face suddenly turned extremely ugly, and he was shocked as if struck by lightning. Now he doesn't understand why Xiao Wuji did this? Do you want to test him, or do you want to know his limit, or do you want to find out his trump card? Whatever the reason, we have to say that Xiao Wuji succeeded. Seeing Li Bufan's ugly expression, Su Shui didn't speak for a while. After a moment, Li Bufan asked, "So, Xiao Wuji already knew your true identity and knew that you had dealings with the barbarians?" "Yes, the dean has always known about it, and I have never revealed any inside information of the human race to the barbarians." "Then why are you here?" Her eyes dimmed. "The dean also saved me at that time. He wanted me to act as a human insider among the barbarians." "Acting as a human insider? Are you trying to repay the dean for saving your life?" Su Shui pursed her lips and nodded. Li Bufan didn't know why Xiao Wuji had such an idea to let a girl under 20 years old take risks alone. He could sense that Su Shui was not actually willing to do this in her heart, but she still chose to come to the barbarians in order to repay her gratitude. What would she do if she was discovered by the barbarians by accident? Whether it was secretly observing him in the secret realm or letting Su Shui act as an insider for the human race, Li Bufan was shocked by Xiao Wuji's actions. Perhaps Xiao Wuji had guessed it correctly. Su Shui would not refuse his request out of gratitude. Moreover, Xiao Wuji had known for a long time that Su Shui had connections with the barbarians, but he did not stop him. One reason was probably because he knew that Su Shui would not betray the human race. Secondly, Xiao Wuji should have had the idea of letting Su Shui act as an insider for the human race a long time ago. Compared with their intelligence, Li Bufan felt that he was still too immature. For a moment, Li Bufan felt a little bit of awe for her, as all the barbarians in the stronghold had been killed. If she continues to stay here, the barbarians will inevitably become suspicious of her. Su Shui, why did you start interacting with the barbarians? Was it because of your mother? She nodded and said, my mother's union with the humans was considered a disgrace by the Shadow Clan, and they have imprisoned her ever since. If I don't interact with the barbarians, my mother will be executed by the Shadow Clan. Li Bufan also had a general idea of this aspect in her memory. What about your father? Why don't I see any information about your father in your memory? Su Shui bit her lip, looking unwilling to mention it. Forget it, I won't ask about your father. You have been dealing with the barbarians for so long. Do you know how they targeted me? Li Bufan did not directly mention the matter of the sealed place in Jiangnan City. He knew that the barbarians had targeted him because of this incident. I only know that the barbarians got you from one person. One person? Who? I don't know him. This person is called by Xiao Shang. What did you say? Li Bufan's eyes suddenly widened, his heart seemed to stop beating. Su Shui's words hit his heart like a thunderbolt. No matter what, he would never have thought that it was Bai Xiaosheng who told the barbarians that he had been to the sealed land. So how did Bai Xiaosheng know that he had been to the sealed place? No wonder when he first met Bai Xiaosheng in the ghost market, the other party seemed to have known his talent. So that's it, know it all. Li Bufan murmured. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Today, Su Shui helped him solve many doubts that had troubled him for a long time, and also brought up new questions. Li Bufan went out and called Gao Zhong and the other three in, and briefly told them about Su Shui. After listening to her, Gao Zhong also had some respect for Su Shui. Captain Gao, I suggest that Su Shui be brought back to the National Security Bureau. As for how to deal with her, it's up to your National Security Bureau. Gao Zhong thought for a moment and nodded, then he said to Su Shui, we can take you back to the human race, but your matter still needs to be reviewed by our National Security Bureau. If you really have no problems, our National Security Bureau will not make things difficult for you. I understand, thank you very much. After carrying Su Shui, the group boarded the warship and flew towards Jiangnan City. Half an hour later, the warship arrived at the west gate of Jiangnan City and slowly descended outside the city gate. Li Bufan was confused. Why didn't the warship fly directly into the city? Captain Gao, why don't the warships go straight into the city? Gao Zhong raised his lips and said, if warships can enter the city at will, what if enemy warships sneak into the city? How can we distinguish between enemy ships and our own warships? So the National Security Bureau stipulates that warships are not allowed to enter the city during non-war time. Understood. Gao Zhong took out his cell phone and called Lu Shuangzi. In less than a moment, Lu Shuangzi came over and opened the city gate. Haha, congratulations on your safe return. Chen Wenjun and his friends smiled happily, as if they had escaped death. After entering the city, Li Bufan did not return to Kyoto with Gao Zhong and his men, but returned to the residence arranged for his father by the city defense army. Arriving at the door, Li Bufan was about to knock when he vaguely heard some noise from inside. He was shocked at how come there were other people in the house besides his father. Boom boom boom. Li Bufan knocked on the door, and suddenly the voices of Li Tian and the strange woman were heard from inside. Oh no, are the city guards here to check the room? What should I do then? Then there was a rustling sound of someone putting on clothes. Don't be afraid, my son is very familiar with the city guards, I'll go and say hello. Li Tian opened the door and took a closer look. He was completely stunned and an extremely embarrassed look immediately appeared on his face. Hey, son, why are you back in the middle of the night? Li Bufan understood what was going on instantly. He chuckled and tilted his head to look inside. Dad, I just left for a mission and I was going to come see you. Li Tian quickly blocked the crack in the door with his body, forced a smile and said, what's there to see for an old man like me? Son, study hard, you don't need to come back to see me so often. I'm fine on my own, that's it, you go back. Bang. After saying that, he immediately closed the door. Li Bufan could still vaguely hear his words. I was so scared, I thought it was the city guards coming to check on me, but it turned out to be my son. Don't be afraid, let's continue, hee hee. Li Bufan he had no choice but to return to Kyoto overnight. Fortunately, he could teleport to Jiangnan City for free at any time through the teleportation array. Back at the couple's apartment in Kyoto, the sky was gradually getting brighter, and Li Bufan was not planning to go to Yenching College today. He entered the spirit gathering array and took out spirit stones to cover the entire array. He took out another dragon blood pill and swallowed it, using the Hongmeng breathing method to frantically absorb spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in the spirit gathering array continuously flowed into the Danshin, and the spiritual power contained in the dragon blood pill was directly transformed into spiritual power in the body. Not enough. Li Bufan took out another dragon blood pill and swallowed it, using the Hongmeng breathing method at full power. Boom! He successfully broke through to the silver 4-star realm. Feeling the surging spiritual power in his Danshin, Li Bufan raised the corners of his mouth. I took a look at the personal attribute panel and found that there were still no new talents or skills available. Alright, now the first task is to find a way to earn points. I currently have 5 and 8 skills which are enough to use. It would be perfect if I could combine them with some other ninjutsu. Suddenly, there was a bottle of pills in his hand. It was the Pu1 pill that Xiaobai gave him last time. Now that he had just broken through the realm, it was just right for him to take it. The light green Pu1 pill melts in your mouth, which is different from the warm feeling you get from taking the dragon blood pill. After taking Pu1 Dan, Li Bufan felt a cool sensation, as if someone had poured a basin of ice water over him from head to toe in the hot summer. After breaking through the realm, the Danshin expanded, and the spiritual power in the Danshin became extremely active, just like the small fish in the fish tank being put back into the pond. After taking Pu1 Dan, Li Bufan indeed felt that the spiritual power in his Danshin had stabilized. This Pu1 pill is truly miraculous. It stabilized my realm so quickly. Li Bufan practiced until the afternoon before he ended his practice. The spirit stones in the spirit gathering array had become dim. He did some calculations and found that if he practiced with all his strength in the spirit gathering array, according to his current state, he would need at least 2,000 to 3,000 spirit stones a night. Fortunately, these colleges gave me 4 million spirit stones, otherwise I really don't know what to do. He finished his training and headed for Yenching College, where he arrived at Zhao Bai's office with ease. Li Bufan, your mission to assist the National Security Bureau in scouting the enemy is over? Well, it's over. He didn't know whether the National Security Bureau's reconnaissance department would ask him to assist in reconnaissance of the enemy situation again. So what's the matter with you coming to see me? Li Bufan smiled awkwardly. It seemed that every time she came to see Zhao Bai, she really had something to ask him. Teacher Zhao, I want to ask you, where is the best place to hunt exotic animals? Zhao Bai raised his head and asked in confusion, are you going to hunt exotic beasts? Well, it's best if there's no one around. This time he wanted to use his ultimate move to gain points, so it was impossible for him to go to a crowded place. Let me think. That's right. I remember there is a Liulai secret realm, a silver level secret realm. It is said that there are hordes of strange beasts in it. Ordinary people in the silver realm don't dare to go in, and people in the gold realm don't bother to kill silver realm beasts. This place meets your requirements, but it's too dangerous for you. Li Bufan's eyes lit up. The secret realm that Zhao Bai described was indeed very suitable for him. As for danger, Li Bufan was not worried. He had a strong ability to protect himself and had armament haki to protect him, so there should be no problem. Teacher Zhao, I want to try it. Seeing that Li Bufan still wanted to go, Zhao Bai didn't say much. Okay, I'll send the entrance to the secret realm to your phone right away. Well, thank you, Mr. Zhao. As soon as he left Yanjing College, Zhao Bai sent the entrance location of the Liulai secret realm to his mobile phone. I opened my phone and checked the location. The entrance to the secret realm is northeast of Kyoto. It is at least 1,000 miles away from the east gate of Kyoto, which is really not close. Let's set off for the Liulai secret realm tomorrow morning. Li Bufan took out the Obito mask and put it on. He took a taxi and headed straight to the Kyoto Ghost Market. An hour later he arrived at the entrance of Kyoto Ghost Market. As soon as he entered the Ghost Market, he saw a group of teenagers about 12 or 13 years old surrounding him, chattering non-stop. Hello, do you need a guide? 1 spirit stone a day, you won't suffer any loss or be cheated, it's really worth it. Hello, Ghost Market is my home, you can't go wrong by choosing me. Choose me, no one knows the Kyoto Ghost Market better than me. If you want to watch a young lady take a bath, I can do it. Li Bufan was overwhelmed when a thin young man in the crowd squeezed forward. Big brother, it's me, Xiaowu, do you still remember me? Ha, it's you, of course I remember. When the teenagers heard what Li Bufan said, they looked at Xiaowu enviously and then dispersed. Big brother, where are you going this time? I'll be your guide for free today. Li Bufan touched his head and said with a smile, I'll come to see Senior Bai again this time. Haha, let's go there quickly. I haven't visited Grandpa Bai for a long time. The two of them headed towards Bai Xiao Pavilion. On the way, Li Bufan suddenly had an idea and asked, Xiao Wu, did Senior Bai stay in the Ghost Market for a long time? Xiao Wu scratched his head and said with an embarrassed look on his face, Big brother, I don't know how long Grandpa Bai has been in the Ghost Market, but you are the second person to ask me this. Li Bufan's pupils shrank. The second one? The other person was definitely the same as him, coming here to find out about Bai Xiaosheng. He pretended to be nonchalant and said casually, who is it? What a coincidence that you asked me the same question. Well, I don't know what that person's name is. But I heard Grandpa Bai call him a ghost. Li Bufan suddenly stopped, as if he was nailed to the spot, and then he swallowed 2 or 3 times, as if his throat was dry. Ghost? Ghost tribe? Xiaowu looked up in front of him, tilted his head and said, Big brother, what's wrong with you? Phew, he took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Nothing, Xiao, you said that Senior Bai called that person by a single word, ghost. Xiao looked up, as if trying hard to recall the scene. That's right, Grandpa Bai just called him a ghost. Everything happened so suddenly and unexpectedly that Li Bufan was a little confused for a moment. Bai Xiaosheng had connections with the barbarians before, and he also revealed himself to the barbarians. Who would have thought that he also had connections with the ghost tribe? Even Li Bufan is not sure whether Bai Xiaosheng is a human. The two of them arrived at Baixiao Pavilion unknowingly. When they walked into the pavilion, Bai Xiaosheng was holding a book and reading it carefully. Grandpa Bai, I'm here to see you. He raised his head, and a smile appeared on his face full of wrinkles. Good, it's rare that you still care about an old man like me. He reached into his pocket and took out a few candies and handed them to Xiao. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, full of excitement. Thank you, Grandpa Bai. He glanced at Li Bufan again and nodded slightly at him. You are here again. Bai Xiaosheng saw that there was no change in his expression, which was not the reaction of a normal person at all. Are you here to ask me about Gengjing or something else? Senior Bai, I heard that you once disclosed my affairs to the barbarians? He put down the book in his hand, his eyes flashed with two sharp rays, and then he laughed. It is true, I will open my door to do business. As long as you can enter this ghost market, I will treat you equally regardless of your race. Li Bufan suddenly remembered the words of Lu Yunxian, the president of Yanqing College. The powerful people of the human race who have reached the transcendent realm do not care about the life and death of the human race. What they value is the improvement of personal strength and longevity. Isn't this the same as Bai Xiaosheng in front of him? For his own benefit, Bai Xiaosheng treats all races equally in the ghost market. Isn't it that he doesn't care about the survival of the human race? Otherwise, why would he interact with the barbarians and ghosts, and treat them equally? Li Bufan knew that Bai Xiaosheng must have some unknown purpose. A person like him would never do this for just a few spirit stones. Senior Bai, I just want to confirm with you that I don't have any other intentions. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and said, You don't blame me at all? Li Bufan pulled the corner of his mouth, smiled faintly and said, It would be a lie to say that I don't mind at all, but I don't have any reason to stop you, right? Bai Xiaosheng smiled strangely and said nothing more. Thank you for letting me know, Senior Bai. Goodbye. He took out 10 more spirit stones and handed them to Xiao Wu, then turned and left the ghost market. Li Bufan didn't know what Bai Xiaosheng was trying to do. He now felt that Bai Xiaosheng was becoming more and more dangerous. You can work with anyone and do anything to achieve your goals. Li Bufan decided to try not to go to the ghost market in the future. After leaving the ghost market, Li Bufan went straight back to the couple's apartment. The next morning, Li Bufan got up and rushed to the east gate of Kyoto. After registering at the city gate, he went straight to the Liulai secret realm. According to Zhao Baifa's location, it was already the second night when he arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Damn it, I'm really tired and want to throw up. If only I had a blackbird battleship. At the entrance to the secret realm, he set up a tent and prepared to enter the secret realm after dawn. At dawn the next day, Li Bufan entered the secret realm. Fuck! Li Bufan found that as soon as he entered the secret realm, he appeared among a group of lion-elk beasts. No wonder those at the silver realm generally don't dare to enter this glazed secret realm. If you're not careful, you'll really die here. In an instant, dozens of lion-elk beasts bared their teeth, growled, and pounced on him. Shinra Tensei! Bang! The lion-elk beast in the front flew backwards, knocking the other lion-elk beasts behind it to the ground. Li Bufan seized an opportunity and rushed madly into the depths of the secret realm. He did not intend to clear out the lion-elk beasts at the entrance of the secret realm. This way, there would be very few people who could enter the Liulai secret realm, making it easier for him to use his ultimate move to kill monsters. The lion-elk beast behind him chased after him. The lion-elk beast in this position was equivalent to the guard of the secret realm. But how could Li Bufan let them leave their post without permission? Wheel 2, Border Prison. As he ran forward, Shadow followed behind him to fend off the pursuing lion-elk beast. Only after he ran about 100 or 200 meters away did the lion-elk beast slowly stop chasing him. After getting rid of the lion-elk beast, Li Bufan carefully observed the entire secret realm. The entire secret realm was shrouded in a layer of light gray mist, and the mountains in the distance seemed to have no end in sight. Waves of beast roars came from afar, and the entire secret realm gave people an extremely depressing feeling. Li Bufan did not dare to be careless, as 2 shadows were exploring the way about 100 meters ahead. Crossing a swampy area, Li Bufan saw groups of 2-headed demon wolves, at least 300 or 400 in number. It has brown and black hair all over its body and 2 forked heads on its neck, as if it had been upgraded. The strength of the 2-headed demon wolf is not high, it is just a low-level silver 5-star monster. Hey, is that you guys? Li Bufan's only worry now is that the 2-headed wolf will be scared away after the Gadoo statue comes out. Summoning technique, Gadoo statue. Boom! The rubble flew everywhere, the ground cracked, and the Gadoo statue looked like a devil emerging from the ground. Roar! The 2-headed demon wolves bent their hind legs and clamped their tails, looking like they were ready to escape at any time. The two-headed demon wolf king grinned hoarsely at the Gadu statue, as if his throne had been seriously challenged. Although the wolf pack's morale seemed to be ignited, and all the two-headed demon wolves growled at the Gadu statue. Although the two-headed demon wolf king howled once more, and the two-headed demon wolves swarmed forward. Wood-style pole inserting technique. The Gadu statue shot out wooden spikes, knocking the oncoming two-headed wolf to the ground. Ding, kill the silver 5-star two-headed demon wolf, points plus 500. Ding, kill the silver 5-star two-headed demon wolf, points plus 500. Ding, kill the silver 5-star two-headed demon wolf, points plus 500. Listening to the pleasant sound of the system, Li Bufen's mouth curled up. This feeling was really beyond reach. Chakra Dragon. A purple illusory dragon emerged. The purple dragon seemed to have a spirit and was able to move freely among the pack of two-headed demon wolves. One by one, the two-headed demon wolves had their souls extracted by the Chakra Dragon, their eyes rolled back, and they died inexplicably. Although the remaining two-headed demon wolves seemed to have no fear and continued to pounce fearlessly towards the Gadu statue. Li Bufen hid aside and was secretly frightened. The two-headed demon wolf was just like a shark that smelled blood, rushing forward one after another. At this moment, the legs of the Gadu statue were full of two-headed demons, which began to bite hard. Gadu's statue raised his foot and stomped down hard. The two-headed wolf under his feet was like an ant, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. Ding, kill the silver 5-star two-headed demon wolf, points plus 500. Ding, kill the silver 5-star two-headed demon wolf, points plus 500. The points soared rapidly, and Li Bufen was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. Looking at the two-headed demon wolves falling one by one, the two-headed demon wolf king's eyes turned red. Although the two-headed demon wolf king seemed to have received an order, and scattered like a swarm of cocoons, starting to retreat into the distance. The Gadu statue rolled up all the two-headed wolf corpses, and they disappeared in a wisp of green smoke. The first tail grew a little longer. Li Bufen took a look at his personal attribute panel. Taking into account all the points he had earned along the way, his total points were nearly 120,000. This time, Gadu's statue has killed at least 200 two-headed demon wolves. Hee cool. System, let's have a lottery with 10,000 points each. Ding, the 10th consecutive draw is in progress. Ding, dear, you didn't win the prize, please keep up the good work. Ding, dear, you didn't win the prize, please keep up the good work. Ding, dear, you didn't win the prize, please keep up the good work. Ding, dear, congratulations on winning, ninjutsu fire style great fireball technique. Holy crap, finally another ninjutsu comes out, this trip was not in vain, haha. Li Bufen suddenly became full of energy and continued to walk deeper into the secret realm. After climbing over a hill again, Li Bufen saw an extremely strange scene. There was smoke rising from the distance in the secret place. Fuck, someone else actually came into this secret realm? He didn't know whether the person in front of him was an enemy or a friend. Was he an alien or a human? What was the purpose of coming to this Liyulai secret realm? For a moment, Li Bufen hesitated whether to go over and take a look, or take a detour to hunt the exotic beast somewhere else. In the end, curiosity overcame reason, and he decided to go and see who was in front. Wheel 2, Border Prison. Shadow was exploring the way ahead, and along the way he could see corpses of recently dead strange beasts everywhere. Based on the traces left on the ground, Li Bufen judged that there should be 3 people in front. The entrance to the secret realm was clearly guarded by a group of lion-elk beasts. How did the 3 people in front enter the secret realm safely? How did these 3 people break through the lion-elk beast? The shadow was getting closer and closer to where the smoke was rising, and it passed through a forest. Li Bufen's pupils shrank, and he finally saw who the 3 people in front of him were. The 2 women and 1 man were Li Nangsun, Shangguan Waner and Dang Wengzhen. My goodness, why are all my enemies gathered together? What is their purpose in coming to Liyulai's secret realm? The 3 of them sat around a campfire, with some kind of meat skewers roasting next to the fire. The 3 of them chatted idly, and Li Nangsun took 2 skewers of barbecue and handed them to Dang Wengzhen and Shangguan Waner respectively. Dang Wengzhen took a bite of the barbecue and said, Li Nangsun, you said there are ancient ruins in this secret realm, why haven't we seen them yet? Li Nangsun pushed his glasses, stared at Dang Wengzhen and said, of course, the last time we assisted the National Security Bureau in scouting the enemy, the leader told us in private. How could it be false? If you don't believe me, you can ask Waner. Shangguan Waner nodded and said softly, Wengzhen, the team leader did tell us that there is a relic in the Liyulai secret realm. Haha, in that case, he must have given you this information under certain conditions, right? Of course, otherwise, why would he tell me? Actually, it doesn't hurt to tell you that he speculates that there may be Gang Jing in this relic. His only condition is Gang Jing that he won't take any other benefits. Gang Jing. Dang Wengzhen licked her lips, a trace of greed flashed in her eyes, and she took a fist-sized piece of Gang Jing to the market. It is definitely worth millions of spirit stones, and is in short supply. Dang Wengzhen tilted her head and said doubtfully, actually, I have always had a question. Since there are ruins in the Liyulai secret realm, why don't the National Security Bureau come in to investigate? Li Nangsun sneered and said, first of all, the ruins in this secret realm were discovered by an individual. If he reports it to the National Security Bureau, He can only get a small part of the reward from the National Security Bureau. How could he be so stupid? Then why doesn't he come in and explore by himself? I remember that the last time we carried out the mission, the leaders were all at the gold level. With his strength, wouldn't it be easy for him to come in and explore? Haha, I'm afraid you don't know yet. The National Security Bureau has a rule that whoever discovers the ruins must report it to the National Security Bureau. How dare he explore the secret ruins privately? Deng Wengzhen suddenly understood that this was the first time she knew about these internal rules of the National Security Bureau. Li Nangsun, I didn't expect you to know so much about the internal rules of the National Security Bureau. Of course, don't forget, my uncle also used to work for the National Security Bureau. Deng Wengzhen raised his eyebrows, smiled slightly and said, I've heard about your uncle Li Zifei. One of his two sons was killed by Li Bufan, and the other died in an unclear manner. He himself was also suspended from the National Security Bureau because of Li Bufan. Boom! Li Nangsun's spiritual power burst out, causing a wave of air to spread in all directions. He had a cold expression, his eyes were full of hostility, and there was a chilling sense of danger. Deng Wengzhen, watch your words. If it weren't for your talent, do you think we would tell you about this relic? Deng Wengzhen's expression did not change at all, as if she didn't care at all about Li Nangsun's outburst. Haha, don't get excited. Li Bufan also killed our Deng family genius. We must settle this account, Li Nangsun. How about we work together to deal with him? Li Nangsun narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with a chilling meaning. Cooperation? How do we cooperate? It's simple, Li Bufan's only weakness is his father. He sneered, a disdainful smile appeared on his face, and said in a mocking tone, Is this what you came up with? Li Bufan's father lives with the Jiangnan City Defense Army? How can you? Suddenly his expression changed. Do you want to use your talent? Deng Wengzhen smiled, her face full of confidence. Not bad. Li Nangsun's eyes lit up, he clapped his hands and said with a smile, Great, great. How about this? Okay, I will cooperate with you. This account should be settled. Li Nangsun gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred. Shangguan Wanner frowned and said softly, Nangsun, isn't this too despicable? Wanner, my cousin Li Zingli was killed by Li Bufan, and even Li Zingyan might have been killed by him. This hatred is irreconcilable. When dealing with enemies, any means are justified. Shangguan Wanner nodded. She knew very well the hatred of Li Bufan and the Li family in Kyoto, so she said nothing more. The shadow time has come, and returning to the main body, Li Bufan's original excitement instantly calmed down. He heard every word of the conversation between the three people. A cold light flashed in front of his eyes, and the temperature around him seemed to drop a few degrees. Li Bufan did not rush out impulsively. For one thing, the shadow needed some time to cool down. On the other hand, he still needs three people to help him find the location of the ruins. Gang Jing is determined to get it this time. After Li Nangsun and the other two finished their meal, they continued to move deeper into the secret realm. Li Bufan followed behind them, always keeping a distance of about 200 meters from them. An hour later, the three of them came to a valley. The valley was full of ruins, piled together in a disorderly manner. These collapsed buildings all rolled down from the mountain. Looking up, some ruined buildings could be vaguely seen on the top of the mountain. Looking at this scene, the three of them smiled happily. Li Nangsun's face was filled with excitement. He said excitedly, Haha, Wanner, there really are ruins here. Shangguan Wanner also nodded excitedly. The three of them had gone through so much hardship and finally found the ruins. 200 meters away, Li Bufan's mouth curled up. He was more excited than Li Nangsun and the other two. Armament Haki is only one level away from the second level. It is impossible for him to exchange the Gangjing information from Bai Xiaosheng at any time. Gangjing, here I come, he. Li Bufan's face turned cold. Now that the destination had been found, it was time to settle the grudges. Wheel 2, Border Prison. Two shadows moved towards them quickly, and Li Bufan lurked past them quietly. Currently, the shadow can only be about 100 meters away from him, so Li Bufan must get closer to the three of them. About 100 meters away from the three people, Li Bufan crawled on the ground, completely hiding his figure. He controlled the two shadows to quickly approach the three people. Shangguan Wanner turned around and looked in his direction. Li Bufan's heart was in his throat. Could it be that she had discovered it? Li Nangsun followed Shangguan Wanner's gaze and said softly, Wanner, what's wrong? Shangguan Wanner retracted her gaze, shook her head and said, Nothing. Li Bufan lay on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief. Shangguan Wanner seemed to have some sense of him, but she was not sure. He didn't know how Shangguan Wanner felt, and Li Bufan didn't care. One shadow went behind Deng Wengzhen, and the other shadow went behind Li Nangsun. Shangguan Wanner frowned and said to Li Nangsun, Nangsun, I can sense a dangerous atmosphere. How about we go? Deng Wengzhen sneered, Danger? There are only three of us here, how can there be any danger? Ah! Before she could finish her words, she let out a scream of pain and became a head shorter. Li Bufan and the shadow switched places behind her and cut off her legs in an instant with one knife. Deng Wengzhen slumped on the ground, covering her legs. She turned around and looked up to see Li Bufan looking at her with a half-smile, like a Shinigami. Why are you here? Everything happened so suddenly and unexpectedly that Li Nangsun widened his eyes in horror and stood there motionless like a wooden chicken. Li Bufan ignored Dang Wengzin and said to Shangguan Wanner, "Are you going to step aside or stay with them?" Shangguan Wanner's heart was beating wildly and her eyes were filled with shock. She hesitated to speak. He glanced at Li Nangsun, then looked at Li Bufan and said, "Can you?" "No." Li Bufan interrupted her directly. "If you hadn't thought that their behavior was too despicable just now, I wouldn't have asked even a single question, and you would still be dead." After hearing Li Bufan's words, a trace of anger appeared on Shangguan Wanner's face. Li Bufan said expressionlessly, "Don't doubt what I say. Your SSS level talent that you are so proud of is nothing in front of me. You." At this moment, Dang Wengzin in front of him suddenly disappeared, as if she had evaporated from the face of the earth. Li Bufan's mouth curled up. In his perception, Dang Wengzin's body was wrapped in a transparent bubble. The bubbles carried her far away. Li Bufan sneered, "Is this your talent? I have to say that using this talent to catch my father is a really good choice. God knows nothing, ghosts know nothing. No wonder the three of you were able to enter the Liulai secret realm safely. So that's how it is." Hearing Li Bufan's words, the skin on Dang Wengzin's face contracted and her lips closed tightly, suppressing the scream that was about to come out. She calmed herself down, still not believing that Li Bufan could see through her talent, and continued to control the bubbles to move away. Stubborn. Universal pulled. Dang Wengzin was pulled back by an unknown force. She couldn't stop the fear in her heart, but she still held on to a glimmer of hope. The transparent bubble was sucked in front of him. Li Bufan stretched out his hand into the air and his palm easily passed through the transparent bubble and grabbed Dang Wengzin's neck. Her figure also fully revealed, with a look of deep fear on her face. "Impossible, how could you possibly see me? Your rubbish talent is useless in front of my eyes." Shangguan Wanner and Li Nangsun were shocked, as if they had received an electric shock, and their mental state was in a state of semi-dementia. They both experienced Dang Wengzin's talent personally and it was impossible for them to discover it. However, Li Bufan knew Dang Wengzin's position accurately, which only showed that her talent was useless in front of Li Bufan. "Let me go, I can do anything for you," Li Bufan said disdainfully. "A woman with a heart of a snake and scorpion like you are just a piece of rotten meat, die." Click. He broke Dang Wengzin's neck with one hand and threw her away like garbage. Then he looked at Shangguan Wanner and said, "What is your choice? Don't challenge my patience. If you say one wrong word again, I will kill you without hesitation." At this moment, Li Nangsun's face was pale and he stood there motionless, feeling cold sweat running down his spine. He knew that begging for mercy was useless. Li Bufan would never let him go. His only hope now was to join forces with Shangguan Wanner. Perhaps he could fight his way out. "Wanner, as long as we work together, we can definitely get out alive." Shangguan Wanner looked at Li Nangsun and then glanced at Li Bufan. At this moment, she was extremely conflicted, as if she was facing the most important decision in her life. "Wanner, we can definitely do it if we work together." She sighed and said, "Li Bufan, can't you just let Li Nangsun go?" Li Bufan sneered, "Since you have made your choice, let's show it with your hands." She walked to Li Nangsun with a frown on her face, and Li Nangsun was very excited. With Shangguan Wanner's joining, his chances of survival increased. Li Bufan walked towards them step by step with a knife in hand. At this moment, Li Nangsun suddenly laughed out loud and said with a ferocious face, "Li Bufan, do you think I, Li Nangsun, am so easy to control?" Exchange. Looking at Li Bufan who was walking towards him and disappeared in the blink of an eye, Li Nangsun's pupils shrank. Wasn't this the same move he used to sneak attack Dang Wengzin? Shangguan Wanner also realized something, and she immediately waved her hand behind Li Nangsun. In an instant, white blades of light shot towards Li Bufan behind Li Nangsun. Li Bufan still remembered that Fatty had mentioned to him that Shangguan Wanner had a talent skill called Blade of Light. This must be this skill. Shinra Tensei. Bang! Both Guang Ran and Li Nangsun were bounced away, and the direction in which Li Nangsun was bounced away was exactly the position of his second shadow. Exchange. Seeing Li Bufan disappear again, Li Nangsun, who was bounced away, turned around hurriedly, thinking that Li Bufan would appear behind him again. Li Bufan laughed. "Do you think I would only appear at the back every time? Or do you think that my talent skill can only appear behind me?" It would have been fine if he hadn't turned around. As soon as he turned around, Li Bufan, who had originally appeared in front of him, instantly appeared behind him. Fire-style great fireball technique. Li Bufan spewed a fireball from his mouth, and at the critical moment, Shangguan Wanner appeared behind him. Holy shield of light! A white translucent light shield covered both of them. Bang! The fireball and the light shield collided with each other, and the light shield shattered. The two men rolled to the side, and the fireball passed by them. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Shangguan Wanner's forehead and she was breathing heavily. Li Nangsun's face turned pale. If Shangguan Wanner had not appeared in time, he would have become a charred corpse. Li Bufan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Shangguan Wanner to have awakened her third talent skill. Li Nangsun looked at Shangguan Wanner beside him, he took a deep breath, and suddenly a bright red pill appeared in his hand. Li Bufan's pupils shrank. He knew this pill, it was exactly the same as the one Zhao Bai gave him before. Explosive Spirit Pill. It seemed that Li Nangsun was going to fight to the death. Shangwan Wanner glanced at the pill in his hand and showed a trace of worry. Li Nangsun swallowed the explosive spirit pill, then his eyes turned red, veins on his forehead bulged, and a powerful spiritual power wave burst out from his body. He shook his hands, there was a crackling sound, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Now let me show you my talent. I saw his hands suddenly stretched out, and then became extremely huge, grabbing towards Li Bufin. Li Bufin was stunned for a moment. Haha, heavenly hand? Isn't this part of Akimichi Koji's expansion jutsu? The huge hand reached out to grab Li Bufin, and Li Bufin sneered, let's see which is bigger, your tin can hand or my Gadu statue. Summoning technique, Gadu statue. Boom! The earth trembled, rocks flew everywhere, and two giant hands rose up from the ground. Nine eyes were staring at Li Nangsun. For a moment, his whole body was as tense as a stone and his heart sank as if it was filled with cold lead. Roar Gadu statue grabbed Li Nangsun's two giant hands, threw them into the sky, and opened its mouth to swallow them. No! Shangwan Wanner looked at the Gadu statue and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. This was the second time she had seen the Gadu statue. Her face was still filled with fear. Any of Li Bufin's talents and skills were enough to crush her. No wonder Li Bufin said that SSS talent is nothing in front of him. If she were given another chance to choose, she would step aside without hesitation. Suddenly, a pair of white feather wings grew out from her back, sacred and holy, like an angel. Puff puff she flapped her wings and gradually rose higher. The appearance of the Gadu statue made her lose the courage to fight. For innate skills, no wonder you are so confident, but it's a pity that it still can't change the outcome. If you want to get close to the rich and powerful, don't use me as a stepping stone. Isn't it too late to run away now? Universal pull. As Shangwan Wanner continued to rise, she felt an inexplicable force pulling her down. Her face was filled with anxiety and her eyes contained a fear of being hunted. Shangwan Wanner shouted, Li Bufin, do you really want to kill us all? It's your own choice. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so stupid. I've already given you a chance. I was confused for a moment, and I didn't cause you any harm. Li Bufin sneered, if I am defeated by you too, will you let me go? Crash! The Gadu statue spewed out several purple chains, wrapping around Shangwan Wanner. No, Li Bufin, you can't kill me. I am an SSS level talent and a huge help to the human race. You can't kill me. Your SSS level talent is just a joke in front of me. The Gadu statue dragged her directly into the abyss, and a generation of SSS level talented school beauty fell. Suddenly, a purple iron chain wrapped around Deng Wengzhen's body and dragged it into the huge mouth. Damn it, at least leave the storage ring to me. Phew, the Gadu statue has disappeared, and no one knows when the Gadu statue will grow a complete tail. After dealing with the three people, Li Bufin sighed. Shangwan Wanner and he were high school classmates and lived in the same community. I didn't expect that he would die at his hands now, which is inevitably a bit sad. Alas, Li Bufin looked up at the top of the mountain, where dilapidated buildings were vaguely visible. He walked towards the top of the mountain, and along the way he saw broken tiles exposed on the ground from time to time. An hour later, Li Bufin arrived at the top of the mountain and saw a pile of ruins. There wasn't even a single intact building, the place was overgrown with weeds, and the collapsed buildings had long since decayed. Remains? That's it. Where's the Gangjing? Do you want me to search the entire ruins? Li Bufin was very confused. How did the person who told Li Nan to find them know that there might be Gangjing here? He continued to move towards the ruins, but there were only ruins. Not to mention Gangjing, there was not even a hair left, and he continued to move forward for a distance. What appeared before my eyes was a deep pit, with waves of residual heat coming from the pit. Is this also a crater? It doesn't look like it. Li Bufin jumped into the big pit, and a cave appeared on the wall of the deep pit. Waves of residual heat came from this cave. He entered the cave and saw a winding stone staircase inside, which he walked down. The temperature got higher the further down he went. After walking down the stairs for a quarter of an hour, Li Bufin arrived at an empty hall. There was a thick layer of ash on the floor of the hall, and it was obvious that no one had been there for many years. In the center is a deep hole that looks like a wellhead, from which heat waves are constantly gushing out, as if it were a small crater. There is also an ancient bronze tripod with 3 legs and 2 handles placed above the wellhead. Li Bufin was amazed when he saw this scene. He didn't know what material the tripod was made of. It was so intact after so many years of roasting. Is there something being refined in the cauldron? Li Bufin rubbed his hands. Regardless of what was inside the bronze tripod, the bronze tripod alone should be a rare treasure. Wheel 2, Border Prison. He controlled the 2 shadows to lift the bronze tripod away from the wellhead. Boom! As soon as the bronze tripod left the wellhead, the entire cave began to shake. Shit, this place is going to collapse. Li Bufin didn't have time to check what was inside the bronze tripod. He put it away and ran away. Boom! Huge rocks fell in the cave and Li Bufin ran out quickly. Looking at the deep pit collapsing, Li Bufin was still frightened and he took out the bronze tripod. There was a fist-sized gold nugget inside, and he reached out to pick it up and take a look. However, before he touched the gold nugget, he felt a sharp pain and quickly pulled his hand away. Li Bufan looked at his palms, and saw a few tiny wounds oozing blood. He was extremely surprised. How could he be cut without even touching the gold nugget? Suddenly his face was filled with ecstasy and his eyes were full of excitement. Gang Jing, this is definitely Gang Jing. He remembered that Cao Renchinge of the National Security Bureau once said that Gang Jing was also known as the treasure of sharp gold. As long as a trace of Gang Jing was added to the weapon, the sharpness of the weapon could be increased exponentially. He was cut before he even touched the gold nugget. What else could it be except Gang Jing? Moreover, the person who had previously revealed the information about the ruins to Li Nangsun also said that there was Gang Jing here. Li Bufan can be sure that the gold nuggets in this bronze tripod are definitely Gang Jing. Strange, how could Gang Jing appear in the bronze tripod? Could it be that Gang Jing was refined? Armament Haki. Li Bufan's hands turned black. He reached out and grabbed the Gang Jing. The Gang Jing, which was as big as a fist, was extremely heavy. Li Bufan took out the refining crystal and dreamstone, and the 3 items for upgrading armament Haki were all collected. System, increase armament Haki level. The 3 items in my hands suddenly disappeared, and the voice of the system came from my mind. Ding, armament Haki has been upgraded successfully, and the current level is intermediate. Breakthrough like this? Armament Haki. Li Bufan discovered that his armament Haki was no longer black, but had turned dark purple. Both the attack and defense capabilities have been improved to a higher level. At this time, the system panel displayed the intermediate armament Haki upgrade conditions. Intermediate armament Haki upgrade, Gangian Sand, Blood Phoenix Wood, Flame Stone. There were 3 more items. Li Bufan had never heard of Gangian Sha and Swafengmute. He got a piece of flame stone from the volcanic magma last time. He originally thought it was useless, but he didn't expect it could actually be used to upgrade the intermediate armament Haki. He was extremely glad that he still kept this firestone. This trip to the Liulai secret realm not only allowed me to obtain a ninjutsu, but I also completed the upgrade of armament Haki. Li Bufan was in a good mood. There was no need for him to stay any longer, so he returned to the exit of the secret realm along the same route. After reaching the entrance to the secret realm, summon the Gadu statue directly to kill all the lion elk beasts at the entrance. 2 days later, Li Bufan returned to Kyoto smoothly. Back at the couple's apartment, he took a comfortable bath and fell into a deep sleep. This trip to the secret realm was extremely rewarding, but I also discovered a drawback, which is that it was too inconvenient to travel. He didn't know how long he slept. In a daze, he heard his cell phone ringing. He took a look and saw that it was Zhao Whitehits. Teacher Zhao, what's wrong? Li Bufan, have you returned to Kyoto? Yeah, I just got back. Zhao Bai's laughter came from the phone. That's great, Tonkian Auction House will hold an auction tomorrow. Are you interested in going to see it? Auction? Li Bufan was stunned for a moment. He had participated in the Tonkian auction once before, but he was short of money last time and didn't buy anything. Right now, he needs 2 things, Gangiansha and Swafengmu, to upgrade his armament Haki, so he might as well try his luck. With spiritual stones in your pocket, you can stand firm. Of course I'm interested, Mr. Zhao. When is the auction tomorrow? The auction will start at 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Okay, then we'll see you at the entrance of the auction house tomorrow. He glanced at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening and he was not sleepy at all. Li Bufan simply entered the spirit gathering array and took out 3,000 spirit stones to cover the entire array. Then he took out a dragon blood pill and swallowed it, then used all his strength to practice the Hongmeng breathing method. The spiritual power in Danshan gradually began to become abundant as the realm continued to improve. Li Bufan now feels that the effect of the dragon blood pill is becoming less and less. At the beginning, 1 dragon blood pill can basically saturate the spiritual energy in the Danshan. But now he was only at the silver 4-star realm, and after taking 1 dragon blood pill, he felt that his Danshan was not even 1/3 full. Alas, with a sigh, he simply took out 2 more dragon blood pills and swallowed them. With the help of the spirit gathering array, the spiritual power in his Danshan began to saturate. When the spiritual power in his Danshan reached a critical value, boom! Li Bufan successfully broke through to the silver 5-star realm. He immediately took a look at his personal attribute panel and found that he still had not awakened any new talents or skills. Wheel Tomb, Border Prison. There are still 2 shadows, and the number of shadows in the Wheel Tomb and prison has not increased. Li Bufan was not discouraged, as he had just learned the fire-style Great Fireball technique in Liulai's secret realm. He took out a Pu1 pill and swallowed it to stabilize his realm as quickly as possible. Li Bufan practiced until the next afternoon, then he got up and headed for Tongtian Auction House. Arriving at the auction house, I saw Zhao Bai at the entrance, and he waved to Li Bufan. I've already bought the tickets, let's go right in. Zhao Bai brought Li Bufan directly to the front row. Li Bufan looked a little surprised. The first row of tickets is very expensive and not affordable for most people. Teacher Zhao, do we need to sit in the first row? In his opinion, what else can one do with being in the first row except to show off and waste spirit stones, and this is not like Zhao Bai's style. He raised his eyebrows, chuckled and said, I'm here to auction some items on behalf of the college this time, so of course I need to be more high profile, otherwise the people sitting in the back will think our college is poor. It turned out that Xiao Bai came with a huge sum of money, and he was representing Yanqing College. Li Bufan smiled bitterly and said, okay. Only then did he realize that his seat number was 8, and there was a small screen on the armrest where he could enter the auction price. Teacher Zhao, what are you auctioning on behalf of the college this time? Xiao Bai smiled slightly. Our Yanjing College is different from the other 4 colleges. The students we recruit have 5 kinds of talents and 8 gates. However, there is one thing that our Yanjing College is second to none, that is, alchemy. Li Bufan also knew that the students admitted by Yanqing College were different from others, and that the alchemy techniques of Yanqing College were well known in Kyoto. He continued, I'm here to buy a few spiritual herbs on behalf of the academy. I see, I understand. As time went on, more and more people flocked to the auction. Li Bufan turned around and took a look, and the entire auction was already full. At this time, a fat man walked up to the auction table. Li Bufan was happy. Wasn't this the auctioneer Wang Fugui from last time? Wang Fugui looked around and said with a smile, thank you all for coming to this auction. I am your old friend Wang Fugui, also known as Fatty Wang. We have prepared a variety of rare treasures for everyone at this auction. I hope everyone here can have a satisfactory harvest. Now I declare this auction officially open. As Wang Fugui finished his words, the first auction item was presented. Wang Fugui lifted the tray and a bottle of pills came into view. This is a bottle of explosive spirit pills. There are 10 in total. I'm sure everyone is familiar with explosive spirit pills, so I won't repeat its function. The starting price for the explosive spiritual pill is 100,000 spiritual stones. Each bid must not be less than 1,000 spiritual stones. The auction begins. Wang Fugui's eyes narrowed as he watched the auction prices continuously being received on the iPad in his hand. Number 223 bids 130,000 spirit stones. Number 1068 bids 134,000 spiritual stones. Number 16,658 bids 140,000 spiritual stones. Soon the price of this bottle of explosive spirit pill was pushed up to 150,000 spirit stones, and was finally sold for 156,000 spirit stones. Wang Fugui was all smiles and continued to launch the second auction item. An A-level spiritual skill, stone-breaking fist, ignited the whole place. Li Bufan had no interest in these things. He leaned over and whispered, Teacher Zhao, do you know where I can buy a battleship? Xiao Bai turned his head and glanced at him, then smiled and said, a battleship? This is a rare item. I guess only the National Security Bureau can have this thing? Li Bufan was a little disappointed. The National Security Bureau, how could they possibly sell a warship? It seems that it is not feasible to use a battleship as a means of transportation. He still didn't give up and asked, Teacher Zhao, is there no other place besides the National Security Bureau? Xiao Bai looked around and said softly, do you know where the National Security Bureau's warship came from? He had only seen the Blackbird battleship, which looked like alien technology. He asked tentatively, relics? Xiao Bai nodded. In fact, the prototype of the National Security Bureau's warship came from the ruins. After so many years of continuous exploration and improvement, we have achieved the current results. Li Bufan frowned, speechless in shock. His expression changed several times, his entire face showing an unrecognizable complex expression. Are the current NSA warships based on the prototypes in the ruins? Who knows how many years have passed since the ruins in the secret realm appeared? On the other hand, doesn't this mean that alien technology is many years ahead of that of Blue Planet? Seeing Li Bufan's expression, Xiao Bai said, do you know the situation of the humans on Blue Star now? Li Bufan nodded solemnly. Teacher Zhao, if that's the case, then the alien civilization has been ahead of Blue Star for who knows how many years, so why did they invade Blue Star? Xiao Bai sighed, shook his head and said, I don't know either. This kind of question is probably only known by those who are above the Wushuan realm. There was a moment of silence between the two. When talking about this topic, both of them looked a little heavy. At this time, a magical medicine was placed on the auction table. It was crystal clear, like a jade carving, and emitted wisps of white mist. Everyone, this is a rare chalcedony mushroom. It is an unparalleled level healing material, very precious, and can be used to refine regeneration pills and other healing pills. Friends who know how to make pills must not miss this opportunity. The starting price of jade marrow ganoderma is 500,000 spiritual stones, and each bid must not be less than 10,000 spiritual stones. When Xiao Bai saw the chalcedony ganoderma, his breathing quickened and his eyes became fiery. Li Bufan guessed that the chalcedony ganoderma should be one of the goals of his trip. The price of chalcedony ganoderma was soon pushed up to 800,000 spirit stones. As Wang Fugui called out again and again, Xiao Bai remained as steady as a rock and did not bid once. Gradually, fewer and fewer people participated in the bidding, and the price of the jadeite ganoderma had exceeded 1 million spirit stones. Number 7 bids 1,100,000 spiritual stones. Li Bufan glanced at Xiao Bai. This was his first bid in the auction. Number 18 bids 1,150,000 spiritual stones. Number 2 bids 1.2 million spirit stones. Number 7 bids 1.4 million spiritual stones. Zhao Bai raised the price by 200,000 spirit stones in one breath. He smiled at Li Bufan and said, "Everyone who is still bidding is determined to get the jadeite Ganoderma. Now is the time to directly raise the price to show their determination to get the jadeite Ganoderma." Number 2 bids 1.5 million spirit stones. Number 7 bids 1.7 million spirit stones. In the end, Zhao Bai spent 2 million spirit stones to successfully obtain the jadeite Ganoderma. Treasures continued to be auctioned one by one, and Li Bufan was bored. He came to this auction with two goals. One is to get the Gangian sand and the blood phoenix wood, and the other is to see if there are any warships for sale. Everyone, the next treasure is extremely rare. Wang Fugui lifted the red cloth on the tray, revealing a bright red wooden branch, only as thick as his wrist. Zhao Bai narrowed his eyes and asked doubtfully, "Is this blood phoenix wood?" "What?" Li Bufan couldn't believe his ears, his heart was beating so fast, he opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Zhao Bai tilted his head and looked at him. "Do you need the blood phoenix wood?" He swallowed hard and nodded vigorously that he had come here to try his luck, but he didn't expect that the blood phoenix wood would actually appear. "Everyone, I'm sure many people have recognized this treasure. Yes, this is the extremely rare blood phoenix wood. It is said that the blood phoenix wood is the product of the blood of the mythical beast phoenix, which was reborn. Originally, a piece of ordinary wood was stained with the blood of the phoenix to form the blood phoenix wood. People with fire attribute talents will greatly improve their talent attributes after absorbing the essence of the blood phoenix wood. The starting price of the blood phoenix wood is 1 million spiritual stones, and each bid must not be less than 100,000 spiritual stones. The starting price had reached 1 million spirit stones, and Li Bufan frowned. The nearly 4 million spirit stones in his pocket suddenly seemed dwarfed by the others. He estimated that the final transaction price of this piece of blood phoenix would definitely not be less than 5 million spirit stones. Number 27 bids 1,100,000 spiritual stones. Number 69 bids 1.5 million spirit stones. Number 1 bids 3 million spirit stones. Li Bufan felt disappointed as the price of number 1 doubled. He looked towards number 1's position and saw a man in a black robe. He was wearing a half mask, with only the area below his nose exposed. If he hadn't been able to see half of his face, Li Bufan would have thought he was a barbarian. Zhao Bai frowned that he knew the current situation very well, and he could probably guess how many spirit stones Li Bufan had. He sighed and said, "Li Bufan, the final price of this piece of blood phoenix wood should be more than 5 million spirit stones. I can only personally support you with 1 million spirit stones at most. You have to figure out the rest on your own. There is one final item in the auction that the Spiritual Medicine Academy must get." Li Bufan said gratefully, "Teacher Zhao, I understand. At worst, I can give up the bidding for the blood phoenix wood. It is basically impossible to collect enough spirit stones in a short time." Zhao Bai nodded helplessly. Soon, number 1 raised the price of the blood phoenix wood to 5.5 million spirit stones. The spirit stones on Li Bufan plus Zhao Bai could support him with 1 million. He was not even qualified to take action, so he could only give a bitter smile and give up this piece of blood phoenix wood for the time being. Number 1 bids 6 million spirit stones. Is there anyone with a higher bid? Bang! Finally, number 1 successfully bought the blood phoenix wood with 6 million spirit stones. Zhao Bai said comfortingly, "I'll ask other colleges if they have any blood phoenix wood later." "Thank you, Mr. Zhao." Everyone, the last 3 treasures are the highlight of this auction. Each of them is extremely rare. Wang Fugui opened the tray, and the first treasure appeared in front of everyone. On the tray was a chubby, white baby the size of an arm, with 2 green leaves on his head and a pair of bright eyes looking around curiously. "Everyone, this is the 9-ben spiritual ginseng, a spiritual medicine transformed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It is full of spirituality. From the day it is born, it will transform into the appearance of a human baby. It can move on its own and is very good at drilling into the soil and wood." Li Bufan stared at the baby on the tray. He never imagined that this chubby white baby was actually a magical medicine. Zhao Bai beside him was breathing heavily, his hands clenched tightly, his eyes were as big as copper bells, and his eyes were full of desire. The entire auction seemed to be on fire, with sounds of shock and madness ringing in the ears. At the auction table, Wang Fugui closed his eyes, as if he was enjoying the atmosphere. After a while, he opened his eyes, glanced around and said, "Everyone, this 9-ben spiritual ginseng is an extraordinary spiritual medicine that if it is combined with other materials, it can be refined into a 9-ben spiritual ginseng pill. A 9-ben spiritual ginseng pill can allow a person at the peak of the Wushuan realm to easily enter the extraordinary realm. And there is another benefit of the 9-ben spiritual ginseng. As long as you don't destroy the root of the 9-ben spiritual ginseng and only use its spiritual liquid as medicine, it won't take long for it to recover." Li Bufan was so shocked by Wang Fugui's words that he was almost burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, and his head was covered with smoke. According to Wang Fugui, the Juk Lingshan is like leeks, which can be harvested again and again. Just imagine how many extraordinary powerful people this 9-ben spiritual ginseng can create. "Teacher Zhao, why would the Tongtian auction house auction such a treasure?" Zhao Bai calmed down and said jokingly, "You think it's too simple. First of all, the auxiliary materials for refining Jiglingshan Dan are very rare. It is very difficult to collect them all. In addition, there are only a few people who can refine the 9-ben spiritual ginseng pill. If you want to refine it, the success rate is less than 20%. Finally, I need to extract the spirit fluid from the 9-ben spiritual ginseng. It will probably take at least a year for it to recover, or even longer. But even so, this 9-ben spiritual ginseng is still a rare treasure." After listening to Zhao Bai's words, Li Bufan suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Tongtian Auction House would put it up for auction. "Everyone, the starting price of the 9-ben spiritual ginseng is 5 million spiritual stones, and each bid must not be less than 100,000 spiritual stones. Number 1 bids 10 million spirit stones." Beat this sudden bidding price caught everyone present off guard. It doubled right from the start. Wang Fugui at the auction table was stunned for a moment, and then he couldn't suppress his inner ecstasy. Li Bufan's ears buzzed, and he was also shocked by the bidding price for this number. Suddenly Li Bufan was extremely curious about this number 1, as he had previously spent 6 million spirit stones to buy the blood phoenix wood. And now it's 10 million spirit stones. Li Bufan absolutely doesn't believe that there is no background for so many spirit stones. He turned his head and glanced at where number 1 was, only to see that there was always a faint smile on no one's lips. The wind was light and the clouds were calm, as if all these things could not cause a ripple in his heart. Zhao Bai gave a helpless smile. He didn't expect that someone would not play by the rules. However, Yanjing College was determined to obtain the 9-curved spiritual ginseng, so he immediately made a bid. Number 7 bids 11 million spirit stones. As soon as Zhao Bai made his bid, number 1 looked towards him with a smile on his face. Number 1 bids 20 million spirit stones. "What the hell?" Zhao Bai cursed out loud. He was completely dumbfounded. "Teacher Zhao, I still have more than 3 million spirit stones on me." Zhao Bai grinned miserably, shook his head and said, "Not enough." Li Bufan was helpless. At this moment, Wang Fugui's surprised voice came from the auction table again. Number 49 bids 21 million spirit stones. He looked back and saw that he had seen number 49 before. She was the woman in military uniform who had gone from Kyoto to Jiangnan City and fought against Lei Yunbei with Fang Bo. Zhao Bai also looked back and said in surprise, "It's her." Masked man number 1 didn't even turn around. He curled his lips and immediately entered another bidding price. Number 1 bids 30 million spirit stones. The woman in military uniform had no expression on her face, as if she had turned a deaf ear to no one's offer. Number 49 bids 31 million spirit stones. Number 1 bids 40 million spirit stones. Number 49 bids 41 million spirit stones. Number 1 bids 50 million spirit stones. Number 49 bids 51 million spirit stones. The two of them fought back and forth, and the entire auction seemed to have become a battlefield between them. Wang Fugui on the stage was laughing so hard that his mouth couldn't stop. The fat on his body moved up and down rhythmically with his smile. Number 1 then turned around and looked at the woman in military uniform. The corners of his mouth curled up, and an unfathomable smile appeared on his lips, which was very short and shallow, and flashed away. "I'll give it to you." His voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of early morning drunkenness, and was particularly seductive. If you only listened to his voice, it would be difficult to tell whether it was a man's voice or a woman's voice. Bang! Congratulations to number 49 for winning the 9-ben spiritual ginseng with 51 million spiritual stones. Li Bufan and Zhao Bai were both numbed. More than 50 million spirit stones was simply an astronomical figure. "Teacher Zhao, I guess this woman in military uniform was also photographed for the National Security Bureau." "It's most likely true, otherwise she wouldn't have so many spirit stones." "Everyone, next is the second finale treasure of this auction." Wang Fugui lifted the tray, and on it lay a set of silver gray armor. This is a set of king-level battle armor. It can withstand 3 full-strength attacks from a king-level warrior. The base price is 3 million spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 100,000 spirit stones. Compared to the 9-curved spirit ginseng, this set of armor is much inferior and was eventually sold for nearly 7 million. Everyone, the exciting moment has arrived. The following is the last treasure of this auction, which is also the most precious auction item today. Wang Fugui's words immediately ignited the whole audience. A treasure more precious than the 9-ben spiritual ginseng? He did not lift the tray directly, but looked around. When everyone's curiosity reached its peak, he lifted the red cloth covering the tray. There was an extremely exquisite glass cover on it, and inside it was a blue egg the size of a basketball. Beep! For a moment, the entire auction hall was filled with noise and discussion, and everyone was guessing what kind of monster egg this was. "Everyone, as you can see, this is a monster egg, and it is a high-level monster egg. Fatty, stop keeping us in suspense and tell me what this thing is. If you keep on wasting time, I'll throw a machete at you." Someone immediately shouted unhappily from under the auction table. Wang Fugui chuckled, "Okay, I won't keep you in suspense. This is a high-level demon Thunder Eagle egg. Hee, I believe many people present here know that the high-level demon clan Thunder Eagle, if it grows up, will definitely not be weaker than the extraordinary Realm Strong. Furthermore, after hatching, it can not only serve as a flying mount, but can also help the owner fight. Hey hey! Zhao Bai's face was full of envy. He stared at the Thunder Eagle egg and grinned foolishly. Flying mount? Li Bufan was also very excited that if there was no battleship, a flying monster as a means of transportation would be a good choice. He poked Zhao Bai and said jokingly, "Teacher Zhao, stop drooling." Zhao Bai turned his head and said with a grin, "This Tongtian auction house is really amazing. They can even auction off high-level monster eggs. Low-level exotic beasts have no intelligence and are difficult to communicate with, but high-level monsters are different. They possess the same wisdom as humans. It can fully understand the master's orders. Having such a high-level demon will definitely be a qualitative improvement to the master's strength. However, such high-level monsters are difficult to capture, and it is difficult to completely tame a high-level monster. The best way is to hatch it when it is still a monster egg and train it from a young age so that it can be in tune with its owner from an early age. This is also why you rarely see anyone carrying such a combat pet. Everyone, the starting price of the Thunder Eagle egg is 10 million spiritual stones. Each bid must not be less than 500,000 spiritual stones. The bidding begins now. Number 1 bids 100 million spirit stones. Quiet. The entire auction was surprisingly quiet. Number 1 again. 100 million spirit stones. Good on Li Bufan could even hear the sound of Zhao Bai swallowing. What kind of power in Kyoto could be so rich? Even the National Security Bureau would probably feel the pain of paying 100 million spirit stones. Is there a force in Kyoto that is more powerful than the National Security Bureau? Obviously, it is impossible. Not to mention Li Bufan, everyone at the auction was extremely curious about the background and identity of number 1. Wang Fugui at the auction table seemed to have lost his voice, standing on the stage without saying a word. Can we announce the results of the auction now? Wang Fugui finally came back to his senses, nodded foolishly and said, Okay, is there anyone who can offer a higher price? 100 million is beyond the reach of everyone, so who would offer a higher price? Bang! Congratulations to number 1 for successfully bidding for the Thunder Eagle egg at a price of 100 million spiritual stones. This auction is now over. Friends who have won treasures, please go to the backstage to pay the spirit stones for the treasures you have won. Zhao Bai said to Li Bufan, "I'm going to deliver the Chalcedony Ganoderma." "Well, Mr. Zhao, you go ahead. I have other things to take care of." Zhao Bai nodded, and Li Bufan sighed slightly. This was his second time at the auction. "I thought I was worth a lot of money, but I didn't expect that the more than 3 million spirit stones in my pocket were still not enough." After leaving Tongtian Auction House, Li Bufan went straight to Tongtian Trading Company. Now he could only see if Tongtian Trading Company had any Gangiansha and Swafengmu. "Hello, what can I do for you? Help me see if there is any Gangiansha and Blood Phoenix Wood." "Okay, please wait a moment." The staff member searched the system and said, "Sir, I'm sorry, but we can't find any Gangiansha and Swafengmu in the system." Li Bufan was slightly disappointed, but it was also expected. "Is there any relevant information?" "Sorry, no relevant information was found." He left his personal contact information and told the other party to notify him as soon as possible if there was any news about the two treasures. After leaving Tongtian Commercial Bank, Li Bufan prepared to return to the couple's apartment. At this time, his cell phone rang. He took a look and found that it was Gao Zhong from the National Security Bureau's Reconnaissance Department calling. Li Bufan thought to himself, "Is there another reconnaissance mission? Captain Gao, what's wrong?" Gao Zhong stammered on the phone, "Li Bufan, do you have time to come to the National Security Bureau?" "Captain Gao, is there any mission?" "No, is it convenient for you to come over?" Li Bufan felt that Gao Zhong was a little bit puzzled. Why would the National Security Bureau contact me if there was no mission? "Okay, I'll be there now." The National Security Bureau happened to be in the central area, and Li Bufan arrived downstairs of the National Security Bureau in less than 20 minutes. Gao Zhong was standing downstairs at the National Security Bureau. When he saw Li Bufan, he immediately came up to him. "Ha, how come you're here so soon?" Li Bufan smiled and said, "I just happened to be doing something in the Central District. What did Captain Gao want to talk to me about this time?" Gao Zhong's eyes dodged, and he said with a somewhat embarrassed look, "Actually, it's our boss who wants to see you." He raised his eyes and said in surprise, "Head of the National Security Bureau's Reconnaissance Department? All right." Gao Zhong said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I told the boss about your situation, and he asked to meet you." Li Bufan nodded and followed Gao Zhong into the National Security Bureau. On the way, he casually asked, "Captain Gao, how is Su Shui, who we brought back last time, doing now?" Gao Zhong turned around and smiled. "Su Shui, I remember that last time I brought her back for examination, there was no problem and she left on her own." Li Bufan nodded and didn't say anything else. Gao Zhong took Li Bufan to a meeting room on the top floor. There is a huge floor-to-ceiling window in the conference room, offering a panoramic view of Kyoto. "Please sit down first. I'll go and inform the boss." After a while, 2 men and 1 woman came into the conference room, 2 of whom he had seen before. One is Cao Renchinj, and the other is the woman in military uniform who I met in Jiangnan City and at the auction. The last man was wearing a black military uniform, with a sharp face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. The cold and aloof eyes seemed to have no focus, and the deep darkness in them was filled with calmness. Gao Zhong stood aside and introduced Li Bufan. This is our National Security Bureau Director Cao Renchenj. Next to him is Zhang Ziwang from our Reconnaissance Department, and the last one is by Xiao Tong from the Logistics Department. He was a little surprised. He originally thought that only the people from the Reconnaissance Department wanted to see him, but he didn't expect Cao Renchenj to come too. Cao Renchenj smiled and nodded at him, saying, "We have met before. Please sit down." However, as soon as Li Bufan sat down, Zhang Ziwang said, "Li Bufan, I heard from Gao Zhong that you have a physical method to deal with the barbarians, and the talent you displayed is unheard of. What is your talent?" He frowned slightly. Armament hacking was his secret, and Zhang Ziwang started asking questions like he was interrogating a prisoner. Cao Renchenj also frowned, but he knew Zhang Ziwang's character. Without saying anything more, the woman in military uniform remained calm as usual. Gao Zhong looked apologetic and smiled helplessly. "Sorry, this is my secret, it's not convenient to reveal it." Zhang Ziwang said sternly, "What secret could be more important than the survival of the human race?" Li Bufan sneered and said, "Don't use the carelessness of the human race to pressure me. Besides, I am not your prisoner. You." He wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Cao Renchenj, who apologized and said, "I'm sorry, Zhang Ziwang is just a straightforward person, he has no ill intentions." Li Bufan, you are a student of Yanjing College. To be honest, I once asked the dean of Yanjing College, Lu Yinshan, about your situation, but the old man didn't say a word. To be honest, I am also extremely curious about you, and I know your past very well, but there are still many questions about you, which is really puzzling. Li Bufan was not surprised at all that Cao Renchenj was investigating him, as he had known at the North Gate. When he casually threw the barbarian's body to the person in charge of the North Gate, he had already anticipated that the National Security Bureau might investigate his background. This time it just confirmed that he could deal with the barbarian's physical body. Li Bufan smiled and said nothing, that he had no obligation to explain it to them. The scene was extremely awkward for a moment, and Cao Renchenj looked somewhat helpless. Zhang Ziwang's lips trembled and he couldn't speak, his eyes flashing with uncontrollable anger. Bai Xiaotong looked calm, and no one knew what she was thinking. "Director Cao, if there is nothing else, I will leave first." "Okay, but if there's anything I need your help with in the future, I hope you can help me as much as you can for the sake of being human." Li Bufan smiled and said, "Of course, if there is anything I can do, I will not refuse it." At this moment, Bai Xiaotong interrupted Li Bufan, "I saw you at Tongtian Auction House today. You know everything that happened at the auction house today. Are you interested in number one?" He raised his eyes slightly, and in an instant he met a pair of shining eyes. Li Bufan saw Bai Xiaotong staring at him quietly. In her eyes, which were as quiet as Shisui's, there was a hint of expectation that was barely perceptible. Li Bufan looked a little stunned. He pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly, not knowing what Bai Xiaotong meant. "Of course I'm interested. I wonder who he is." Bai Xiaotong glanced at Cao Renchenj, who nodded slightly. Then she shook her head and said, "We don't know who he is yet, but according to our National Security Bureau, there is no such person in Kyoto. And 100 million spirit stones, let alone other forces in Kyoto, even for our National Security Bureau, 100 million spirit stones is not a small amount." She paused and continued, "So we have reason to suspect that the number one that appeared at the auction today is probably not a human." Li Bufan's face did not show much surprise, as he was used to seeing other races infiltrating Kyoto. The last time Xiaowo went to the Kyoto ghost market, he said that Bai Xiaosheng saw a ghost. Since then, Li Bufan has concluded that there may be quite a few alien races lurking in Kyoto. On the contrary, Cao Renchenj was somewhat surprised by Li Bufan's reaction. A normal person would probably drop his jaw in shock when hearing that other alien races had mixed in with Kyoto. An alien race? Could it be a ghost race, or another race? He ruled out the barbarians immediately because the runes on their faces were too easy to identify. Next is the Shadow Clan, which can be basically ruled out as their eyes are gray. It looks like it was carved out of stone, unless this number one was also not a pure-blooded Shadow Clan member like Su Shui. As for the shape-shifting demon race, Li Bufan thought it was unlikely. Would such a person sneak into Kyoto to attend the auction? Cao Renchenj showed some appreciation on his face. He nodded and said, "You have come into contact with the barbarians and the Shadow Clan. Their true forms are easy to identify. When the ghost race doesn't activate their talents, they are not much different from the human race. So we suspect that the other party might be a ghost clan. Only alien races can be so rich." Li Bufan nodded slightly, and suddenly he remembered something. Xiaowo once said that Bai Xiaosheng had seen a ghost. Could it be such a coincidence that it was this number one? Thinking of this, his breathing suddenly quickened, and the more he thought about it, the more he believed this was possible. He could no longer contain his inner excitement, and Cao Renchenj soon noticed his abnormality. I quickly asked, "What's wrong? Did you think of something?" Li Bufan secretly admired Cao Renchenj's sharpness. Suddenly, he had an idea and asked Director Cao, "Have you heard of Bai Xiaosheng?" Cao Rencheng's eyelids twitched, and he looked up, his eyes flashing with a hint of surprise that was hard to conceal. "You also know Bai Xiaosheng?" "Yeah, I've seen it in the ghost market in Kyoto." He nodded, and said with a serious expression, "I have heard of Bai Xiaosheng. It is said that he has been hanging around in the ghost market in Kyoto, and he is both good and evil. And his talent seems to be related to divination. As for his specific origins, I don't know." Li Bufan's eyes widened in surprise, and his eyeballs almost popped out. He just stood there in a daze, as if he was stupid. After a while, he suddenly blinked, as if he had suddenly woken up, but his eyes were still filled with shock. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Divination, is there such a talent in this world?" Of course, we humans have a wide variety of talents, and many seemingly useless talents can often play unimaginable roles. Li Bufan swallowed twice. What kind of unknown purpose did this person, whom even Cao Rencheng treated with caution, have? You must know that Cao Rencheng is beyond the extraordinary realm. That most of the powerful people in the human race who have transcended the realm have gone to other worlds, but Cao Rencheng is willing to stay for the survival of the human race. Senior Bai, since you're asking me this, do you already know the whereabouts of number 1? Bai Xiaotong nodded. Since he left Tongtian auction house, our people have been keeping an eye on him, but we lost him after he entered the Kyoto ghost market. His Kyoto Demon City. Could it be that this number 1 is really related to Bai Xiaosheng? Oh, what do you need me to do? The ghost market in Kyoto is full of people of all kinds. It is not convenient for us to search every store one by one. I heard that you have the ability to perceive and read memories. That you can just join us. Good. Li Bufan also wanted to know the identity of number 1 and his relationship with Bai Xiaosheng. That the most important thing was that number 1 had the blood phoenix what he wanted. Please wait a moment. We will get ready before setting off. Not long after, 7 people arrived one after another, all of them in plain clothes. Okay, with you, me, and Gao Zhong, there are exactly 10 of us. Let's go. After leaving the National Security Bureau, the 10 people got into 2 business cars. The business car that Li Bufan was in was driven by Bai Xiaotong, and she looked quite calm throughout the journey. Kyoto Ghost Market is also in the central area. 2 business cars arrived at the entrance of the Ghost Market in less than half an hour. At the entrance of the Ghost Market, there are already 4 people from the National Security Bureau waiting there. They were the group of people who had followed number 1 before. Bai Xiaotong arranged someone to lead them. The remaining 3 people continued to guard here to prevent number 1 from escaping from the ghost market. Li Bufan was not optimistic about this action, if number 1 really had any connection with Bai Xiaosheng. According to Bai Xiaosheng's talent, he must have known about the National Security Bureau's actions by now. Why would he still stay in the ghost market waiting for people from the National Security Bureau? Li Bufan did not tell Bai Xiaotong his thoughts. He took out the Obito mask and put it on. Bai Xiaotong just turned around and glanced at his mask in surprise, without saying anything. The group entered the ghost market, and the guide brought them to a carriage and said, "Manager Bai, is this where we lost him?" He entered the carriage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Ghosts have a talent for passing through obstacles, and it is indeed difficult to hunt them down in such a complicated carriage. Li Bufan entered the carriage, which was a shop selling various animal cores. The cores of various exotic animals were displayed in the carriage, and the shop owner looked at the group of people with fear. Bai Xiaotong frowned and said to the shop owner, "Have you ever seen a person wearing half a mask passing by here before?" "Half a mask? No, impossible, I clearly saw him enter your shop," the guide said firmly. The shop owner looked like he was about to cry out. He said aggrievedly, "Gentlemen, I really didn't see anyone wearing a mask come in. That you have to believe me." Bai Xiaotong winked at Li Bufan, and then said, "Boss, I hope you can cooperate with us." "How to cooperate?" "Just stand there and don't move." Li Bufan walked over and put his hand on the boss's head. He said with a look of horror, "What do you want to do?" "Read memory." A quarter of an hour later, Li Bufan withdrew his hand, shook his head and said, "He really didn't lie to us, no one wearing a mask came in." "Impossible, Manager Bai, you have to believe me, he definitely disappeared after entering this store." "Well, I believe you." But she believed more in Li Bufan's ability, and the memories he read would definitely not be wrong. There was no way the guide could have lied to her, and Li Bufan was completely puzzled. According to his analysis, number 1 definitely entered this store, so why is there no relevant information in the boss's memory? Senior Bai, based on the current situation, there are 2 possible scenarios. First, your people followed the wrong person, and second, number 1 did enter the store, but the owner of this store did not see it. Bai Xiaotong nodded. There were only these 2 possibilities at the moment. "Manager Bai, I swear, the other party definitely entered this store before disappearing. We definitely can't be following the wrong person." Li Bufan touched his chin. The man from the National Security Bureau who led the way could not have lied to them, and the memory of the shop owner could not have lied to them either. What went wrong? Suddenly, Li Bufan's eyes lit up, and an idea exploded like fireworks. Since neither side is wrong, there is only one possibility. That is, after number 1 entered the store, he immediately took off the mask, so the store owner did not remember seeing anyone wearing a mask. Li Bufan briefly shared his thoughts with Bai Xiaotong. Li Bufan, your analysis makes sense, but in this case, it will be even more impossible for us to catch number 1. We don't even know what he looks like, and it's even unknown whether he is a boy or a girl. He tried hard to recall the memories of the shop owners, that there were all kinds of people, and it was really difficult to find one at once. If anyone can find number 1 in the ghost market right now, it would probably only be Bai Xiaosheng. But would Bai Xiaosheng tell them? Bai Xiaosheng always offered equal exchange, and Li Bufan didn't believe he would tell them for no reason. Senior Bai, it's basically unrealistic to capture number 1 now. What should we do? Bai Xiaotong frowned, nodded, and said, yeah, I know, let's go back. Thank you for your hard work this time. Well, you guys go back first, I have something else to do. Bai Xiaotong glanced at him and left the ghost market with the others. He arrived at Baixiao Pavilion with familiarity. After entering the Baixiao Pavilion, he saw Bai Xiaosheng still holding a book and reading with his head down. He raised his eyes and grinned when he saw Li Bufan. Hey, you're here again. Li Bufan nodded gently and said, Senior Bai must have known that I was coming a long time ago, right? Bai Xiaosheng pulled the corner of his mouth and smiled slightly. He put the book on the table and said, so that's it. Li Bufan was startled, and a solemn look suddenly flashed across Yuan Ping's calm face. He frowned slightly, the worry between his brows gradually deepened, and a layer of sweat appeared on his face. What does "so that's how it is" mean? Could it be that Bai Xiaosheng knew the whole story in an instant? This must be a godlike ability. A smile appeared on his dark face. Don't be nervous, I only know a little bit. Li Bufan calmed down, tried to calm down and said, so Senior Bai's talent is indeed divination. He chuckled and didn't explain anything, but said, what do you want to know this time? Number 1. Well, I wonder how many spirit stones Senior Bai needs to answer this question. Spirit stone. A look of disdain appeared on his face. Could it be that Senior wants to exchange for an equal value? Bai Xiaosheng shook his head and said, I can answer this question for you. How about you owe me a favor? Favor? Li Bufan didn't know what Bai Xiaosheng was trying to do. What was he planning? Why would a mysterious person like Bai Xiaosheng care about his favors? Ever since I met Bai Xiaosheng, it seems that many things are related to him intentionally or unintentionally. Moreover, Li Bufan felt that Bai Xiaosheng was like Uchiha Madara in the Hokage world, always manipulating something behind the scenes. Uchiha Madara manipulated Obito in order to revive himself, start the Fourth Shinobi World War, and perform infinite Tsukuyomi. Resurrection? Li Bufan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If Bai Xiaosheng's divination talent could really predict everything, could it be that he already knew that he could awaken the Rhine Tensei technique in the future? Impossible, Bai Xiaosheng is not dead yet. Or did he foresee that he was about to die? If there really is someone in the world who can predict everything, it would be terrifying. Senior, forget about the favored, I don't like to owe favors to others, goodbye. Bai Xiaosheng smiled and said casually, whatever, it's up to you. Not long after Li Bufan left Baixiao Pavilion, he saw a figure suddenly walk out of the wall, like a ghost. Under her curved eyebrows, there are a pair of bright and clear eyes as bright as stars, and her fair and flawless skin has a faint pink color. Her small lips are red without any makeup, and they look tender and juicy. Her iconic oval face, with dimples faintly visible on her cheeks when she smiles, is very pretty. Senior Bai, it seems he doesn't buy your tricks. Different from the low, hoarse, and seductive voice at the auction, her voice at this moment was delicate and charming, gentle and seductive. At first glance, it sounded like a yellow oriole flying out of a valley, a kite crying and a phoenix singing, clear and loud, yet gentle and soft. Haha, fish can never resist the temptation of bait. Patience is the key. Haha, now that you mention it, I'm somewhat interested in him. Bai Xiaosheng smiled slyly and said, he just needs the blood phoenix wood. He really? I understand. After leaving the ghost market, Li Bufan went straight back to the couple's apartment. He entered the spirit gathering array and began to practice in peace. However, not long after he started practicing, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding, all heavens and myriad worlds copy points +1. He opened his eyes and showed a hint of joy. The replication point of all the heavens and worlds had finally arrived again. System, start copying. Ding, the myriad worlds are being copied. In front of him, a turntable appeared, with various worlds written on it. Shinigami World, Hokage World, Pirates King World, Duluo World. Ding, Hokage World seduction technique copied successfully. Seduction technique, the practitioner is transformed into a misty naked woman. Besides her pretty face, the most important thing is that her transformed body is perfect. Note, seduction technique combined with multiple shadow clone technique can be upgraded to harem technique, harem chaos, and reverse harem technique. Seduction technique? System, are you serious? What use do I have for this seduction technique? I only need one copy point and you give me this. Ding, the copy results of the copy points in the universe are completely random. Even copying a pair of underwear is not surprising. Li Bufan seduction technique. Who am I going to seduce with this seduction technique? It's totally useless. Upgrading also requires multiple shadow clone techniques. Where can I get the multiple shadow clone techniques now? He was speechless. Instead of giving away the copy points that were easily obtained, he actually copied something useless? Take out the seduction technique, a small yellow ball, from the system warehouse. Li Bufin crushed it decisively. Seduction technique is also a skill. It would be a waste if you don't learn it. As soon as I crushed the yellow ball, I received a system notification sound in my mind. Ding, seduction technique practiced successfully. He walked to the bathroom and said to the mirror, seduction technique, bang. There was a cloud of smoke, and in the mirror was a naked woman. Her face was pink and fair, and her long eyelashes rose and fell, corresponding to the lively eyes like spring water and autumn waves. She is gentle, graceful, and charming beyond words. The towering breasts, the round buttocks, the perfect body proportions. Li Bufin felt dry in his mouth. Bang! The seduction technique disappeared. Li Bufin's heart beat faster, and he thought that it seems that this seduction technique is not completely useless. He went into the spirit gathering formation to practice again, took out 3 dragon blood pills and swallowed them in one gulp. Using the Hongmeng breathing technique with all his strength, Li Bufin felt that he had reached the threshold of the silver 6-star realm. Li Bufin did not continue to take the dragon blood pill, but continued to practice with the help of the spirit gathering array. However, after practicing all night until dawn, he still did not break through to the silver 6-star level, and he couldn't help feeling a little regretful. After counting, there were only 17 dragon blood pills left. It would be unlikely to quickly break through to the gold realm with these 17 pills. Alas, Li Bufin sighed slightly. He was now at least 4 or 5 realms higher than his peers. He knew that time was running out and he had to grow up as quickly as possible, otherwise alien races and beasts would invade in large numbers, and it would be difficult for him to even protect himself. At this time, his cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar call. Hello, who is this? A cheerful laugh from a woman came from the phone. Li Bufin frowned slightly. The voice on the phone was very unfamiliar. He was sure that he did not know this person. Who are you? Me. In your human language, I'm a ghost. Buzz Ghost Tribe? Li Bufin's face suddenly changed, as if covered with a layer of frost, and his eyes became sharp. His voice was somewhat cold as he asked, Ghost Tribe? That's right, but I prefer to be called a ghost. Her voice was a little naughty. Do you know me? What do you want from me? How do you know my phone number? Haha, you humans really like to ask why. Do you want the blood phoenix wood? If you want, come to the location I sent you. Beep, 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 the other party said and hung up the phone. Ding, suddenly he received a text message on his mobile phone and he opened it. Inside is a location, and above is a coffee shop in the central area. He narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. How could this ghost clan know that I needed blood phoenix wood? There was only one person who knew that he needed the blood phoenix wood, Zhao Bai from Yanjing College. Wrong. Maybe there's another person out there who might know too. Know it all. Li Bufin immediately called Zhao Bai to confirm this with him. Teacher Zhao, have you told others that I need the blood phoenix wood? Oh my, look at my poor memory. I was originally going to ask other colleges for you if they have blood phoenix wood, but I really forgot. Li Bufin smiled bitterly. He remembered that Zhao Bai said at the auction that he would help him ask other colleges about the blood phoenix wood. Teacher Zhao, that's not what I meant. Forget it. Thank you very much. After thinking about it, he still didn't tell Zhao Bai about this. This ghost clan asked him out for no apparent reason, and he didn't know what their plan was. Now he has confirmed that it is most likely Bai Xiaosheng who told the ghost clan that he needed the blood phoenix wood. Then the other party's identity is obvious. Number 1. And he is indeed acquainted with Bai Xiaosheng. Since the other party openly asked for a meeting, she must be confident in notifying the National Security Bureau may not necessarily catch her. Li Bufin decided to meet her and see what she wanted to do. I went out and took a taxi straight to my destination. When I got downstairs, what caught my eye was a coffee shop with an ancient architectural style. As he entered the coffee shop, he saw a woman in a light-colored dress waving at him from the corner. Her long black hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her lips were like half-ripe sakura peaches, tender and juicy, with the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, making her look both alluring and mysterious. He walked over and sat down opposite her. The ghost woman leaned forward, staring at his eyes with her bright eyes. Your eyes are so pretty. Li Bufin glanced at her carefully, and the ghost woman in front of him really looked no different from a human. Are you number 1 at the auction? The ghost girl pouted and said dissatisfiedly, What number 1? My name is Nishang. You can call me Nishang. Well, you are a foreigner who sneaked into Kyoto. What do you want from me? Suddenly, there was a piece of bright red wood in her hand and she handed it over. Here, for you. Li Bufin looked at her in surprise, completely confused by her actions. You told you through Bai Xiaosheng that I needed the blood phoenix wood. Why did you give it to me for no reason? She smiled slyly and said, Well, that old man told me. As for why he gave it to you, maybe he likes you more. Do you want it? Li Bufin took a deep breath and said, I remember you bought the blood phoenix wood for 6 million at the auction. how about I give you 6 million spirit stones and regard it as my purchase of this piece of blood phoenix wood? Yunishang's eyelashes flickered up and down, and he said jokingly, do you think I look like someone who is short of spiritual stones? It is impossible for someone who can bid 100 million spirit stones at an auction to be short of a few million spirit stones. She directly threw the blood phoenix wood to him and said with a smile, here you go. Consider it a meeting gift for you. Li Bufan accepted the blood phoenix wood. He had a complicated expression and had no idea what Yunishang on the opposite side was trying to do. You asked me out just to give me this piece of blood phoenix wood. Well, let me make friends with you by the way. Make friends? A ghost making friends with humans? He squinted his eyes, was serious, and his brows were filled with a serious look in his dealings with people. Don't you know that the human race and the ghost race are hostile forces? And you still want to be friends with me? Yunishang's expression was slightly dim, and there was a hint of worry in her eyes. She sighed and said, do you know why the alien beasts you mentioned came to Blue Star? When he heard Yunishang's words, his pupils contracted violently. His breathing was heavy and rapid. Yunishang's words were the question he had always had in mind. According to the discoveries in the ruins, the alien world may be countless years ahead of Blue Star. Why would they invade the world of Blue Star? I don't know, why? I don't know the details, but I do know one thing, that is, the aliens and beasts came to Blue Star to escape. Escape! His heart was pounding as if it was about to jump out of his throat. His teeth were chattering uncontrollably, his chest was heaving violently, his hands were trembling slightly, and cold sweat was pouring out of his hands. What could cause so many alien species and beasts to flee? Li Bufan swallowed and asked, escape? Escape from what? I don't know. I was born on Blue Star, so I'm not particularly clear about many things. She went on to say, in fact, our ghost clan has two completely different attitudes towards the human race on Blue Star. Some of our clan members believe that the human race on Blue Star is inferior, ignorant, and selfish. And another part of the tribe believes that they should unite with the human race and fight the enemy together. Fight the enemy? Are they the enemies that made you flee to Blue Star? Yunishang's words shocked Li Bufan greatly, as they could force so many alien species and beasts to flee. I can't even imagine how powerful the other party is. So you are the ghost clan that supports cooperation with the human clan. Good. She smiled slightly, nodded and continued, but unfortunately, except for a part of our ghost clan, other races think that you humans are untrustworthy. You should suppress the humans and use them as cannon fodder. Untrustworthy? Cannon fodder? Li Bufan finally understood that the alien beasts did not want to exterminate the human race, but to enslave the human race. Moreover, the dangers currently faced by the human race are not only alien races and beasts, but also some kind of crisis from outer space. His two deep eyes were like an abyss of water, dark and deep, revealing a chilling chill. Why are you telling me this? Because I don't agree with the practices of other races. You humans are actually a strange race. Strangeness? It was the first time that Li Bufan heard other races' comments on the human race. What's so strange? Excuse me for being blunt, but you humans are full of intrigue, selfishness, cowardice, and love to fight among yourselves. But looking at the entire history of the human race, every time the human race is facing life and death, there are always people who stand up to turn the tide and unite all the human race. Isn't it strange? Li Bufan didn't say anything. He didn't want to agree with what Yunishang said, but he couldn't find any rebuttal. Through Yunishang's words, he realized the seriousness of the matter. The alien races and beasts have enjoyed rare peace in these years and have not invaded the human race. But now there are signs of invasion, which means that the danger from outer space is gradually approaching, and they urgently need humans to serve as cannon fodder on the front line. According to what you said, danger from outer space is about to arrive. Yes, in fact, the strong men of your human race also know about these things. Li Bufan nodded and said, what is your relationship with Bai Xiaosheng? She smiled, her face full of charm, and said, it's just cooperation. You should already know his talent. Divination. Well, although divination does not substantially improve one's strength, it can play an incomparable role. Oh, so what exactly is his innate skill? Yunishang raised her eyes and grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. You really want to know? Come with me to a place and I'll tell you. Li Bufan frowned, totally unable to guess what Yunishang meant. Don't worry, I have absolutely no ill will towards you. Where are you going? A secret place. Okay, you have to tell me what Bai Xiaosheng's innate skills are first. A smile as bright as a flower bloomed on her face, quickly spreading across her face, and when it reached her eyebrows, the smile gradually faded. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised, and the dimples at the corners of her lips were filled with a lingering look of joy. Good, Bai Xiaosheng has 3 innate skills. Point 1 is to predict past events, another is to predict present events, and the last one is to predict future events. Past, present, and future. If he can predict the future, then doesn't that mean he knows everything? Yunishang smiled slightly. Of course it's not that easy. Divining the future requires consuming lifespan. Depending on the size of the matter being divined, the amount of lifespan consumed will vary. As for divination of current events, it also consumes lifespan, but compared to divination of future events, it does not consume too much lifespan. To divine the past, one only needs to consume one's own spiritual energy, so the risk is relatively minimal. Moreover, divination itself is a heaven-defying thing, which may not be completely accurate. Moreover, it is against the way of heaven that if one does too much divination, he will be punished by heaven. Otherwise, why did Bai Xiaosheng hide in the ghost market for so many years? I see. Li Bufan was shocked. If that was the case, Bai Xiaosheng could indeed predict the future. Did he predict that he could awaken the Rhine Tensei technique? Moreover, since his divination in the past required him to consume his lifespan, did he already foresee that he did not have much time left? The more he thought about it, the more likely it was, if Bai Xiaosheng really cared about his Rhine Tensei technique, this guy would be just like Uchiha Madara. Li Bufan's vigilance towards Bai Xiaosheng instantly increased 100-fold. He was not afraid of thieves stealing, but he was afraid of thieves thinking about it. Looking at Li Bufan in deep thought, Yunisheng leaned forward and said, "What are you thinking about? Are you going to regret it? If you promise, you won't go back on your word. When are you leaving?" The corners of her mouth curled up and she whispered, "Tomorrow morning, I'll wait for you outside the north gate of Kyoto." Good. He was very curious about how Yunisheng was planning to leave the city. The talent to walk through walls? The city wall is so thick that it is designed to prevent the ghosts from attacking. It is obviously impossible to penetrate the wall. By the way, Bai Xiaosheng's talent is so mysterious. How do you know so much about it? She smiled slightly, and 2 dimples appeared on her lips, making her look cunning and playful. You guess? Li Bufan eyes. After leaving the coffee shop, Li Bufan returned to the couple's apartment. Last night, he touched the threshold of Silver 6 Stars. Let's make a final push today and see if we can break through to the Silver 6 Star realm. He took out a pile of spirit stones and filled the entire spirit gathering array, and a huge amount of spiritual energy gushed out. Li Bufan felt that it was far from enough, so he took out another dragon blood pill and swallowed it. Boom! After taking the dragon blood pill, his danshin expanded again, and he successfully broke through to the Silver 6 Star realm. Personal attributes: Name, Li Bufan talent, rinnegan talent, skills, red memory, chakrabarti, Gadu statue, Shinra Tensei, universal pull, black rod. PS, according to readers' feedback, unawakened talents and skills will not be included. At the same time, in order to prevent people from accusing the author of being too lazy, personal data will only appear when new talents and skills are awakened. Realm, Silver 6 Stars, Kung Fu, Hongmeng breathing method, skills, Impure World reincarnation, Fire style, Great Fireball technique, Seduction technique, copy point, 0 points, 28,600. Li Bufan's pupils shrank, and a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. He finally awakened a new talent skill. In the Hokage world, the black stick can be inserted into the opponent's body, which can block the opponent's acupoints for refining chakra and disrupt the opponent's chakra. Then the role of the black stick in this world should be to lock the opponent's spiritual power. It should also be able to launch sneak attacks, create puppets, etc. I'd better wait and explore it slowly later. He took out another P1 pill and swallowed it to stabilize his realm. The next morning, Li Bufan got up and headed for the north gate of Kyoto. He didn't expect that as soon as he walked out of the north gate, he would see Yunisheng waiting for him there. "Why did you come just now? I thought you weren't coming." He looked slightly surprised. He thought he had arrived early enough. "Have you been here for a long time?" "Hee, of course, let's go." She just waved her hand, and a small warship appeared in front. The appearance is similar to the National Security Bureau's Blackbird battleship. Li Bufan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What exactly is the identity of this Yunisheng? She even has a warship. The battleship deck dropped, and she was the first to go up, followed closely by Li Bufan. The battleship's interior space was very small, only enough to accommodate 2 people. There are only 2 seats side by side in the front, and you can clearly see everything outside through the glass in front. The battleship took off slowly, then flew at high speed towards the north. Where are we going? Dark Moon Secret Realm. Li Bufan had never heard of the Dark Moon Secret Realm, and he didn't realize that Yunisheng had any ill intentions, so he simply didn't ask her. An hour later, the warship arrived at a canyon and disembarked. Yunisheng led Li Bufan up the mountain with ease. When they reached the top of the mountain, there was a flat platform that seemed to have been built by humans. This is the entrance to the Dark Moon Secret Realm, which is connected to the Otherworld. Otherworld. Li Bufan was astonished that he had been to several secret places now. There is no connection to the Otherworld. He didn't expect that Yunisheng would bring him to such a secret place. She stepped into the secret realm, and a ripple appeared at the entrance. Li Bufan followed closely behind her and stepped in. The secret realm that came into view was completely different from the ones I had visited before. There was actually a moon hanging in the sky of this secret realm. The moon seemed to be blocked by dark clouds, dim and without any light. No wonder the secret realm was called the Dark Moon Secret Realm. The entire Dark Moon Secret Realm seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gray fog, and the field of vision was only able to see a distance of about 10 meters. Yunisheng looked ahead solemnly, as if something frightened her. There is only one kind of star beast in this secret realm, and that is the void tentacle beast. Star beast? what does that mean? Yunisheng glanced back at him and said, star beasts are different from the exotic beasts that you humans think of. The exotic beasts you were talking about are just low-level demons. The star beast is a kind of strange beast that roams in the interstellar void, so it is called a star beast. Originally, the secret realm was full of strange beasts, but in the end they were all swallowed up by the void tentacle beast. Li Bufin stared at her blankly, looking at a loss, with shock in his eyes that was difficult to conceal. Will star beasts devour alien beasts? She said in a serious tone. Of course, star beasts will devour all creatures they see, but star beasts are also strong and weak. It is rumored that powerful star beasts are even tens of thousands of miles in size, and devouring an asteroid is no problem. What? He originally thought that creatures like the Gadu statue were big enough, but he didn't expect that there would be star beasts that were tens of thousands of miles in size. Yunisheng smiled slightly. I also found it hard to believe when I first heard such rumors, but think about the vastness of the interstellar space. A star beast that is tens of thousands of miles in size is not even a speck of dust in the vast interstellar space. The universe is vast. Li Bufin is naturally aware of this, let alone star beasts that are tens of thousands of miles in size. Even the Milky Way galaxy where the Earth was located before the time travel is just a speck of dust in the vast universe. The void tentacle beasts are the lowest level of star beasts. The only trouble with them is that they can travel through space. We should be careful. The two of them moved towards the depths of the Dark Moon secret realm. Li Bufin didn't dare to let Shadow go ahead to explore the way, as he didn't know how powerful the void tentacle beast that Yunisheng mentioned was. He had to fight at full strength and have his rinnegan sense fully activated. The entire secret realm was dead silent, and the only sound was the sound of two people's footsteps. Yunisheng, have you been to this Dark Moon secret realm before? No. Li Bufin was speechless. He still had no idea why Yunisheng brought him here. Then why did you bring me here? She turned around and smiled slyly. Why, are you afraid that I will eat you? He was stunned for a moment. Are all ghost women so open? I'm not afraid. Actually, I also want to try what it feels like to be Ning Kachin. Who is Ning Kachin? Hee, a story from our hometown, a love story between a scholar and a female ghost. Yunisheng became interested as soon as she heard it, and her nervous expression relaxed a lot. What happened to them in the end? Humans and ghosts are on different paths. What else can we do? She pouted and said with an extremely dissatisfied look, what a bummer. Li Bufin pulled the corner of his mouth, and suddenly a ripple appeared in the air in front of him. A tentacle covered with bumps and mucus rolled towards Yunisheng at a very fast speed. Careful, he shouted loudly. But when the tentacles were about to touch Yunisheng, they seemed to penetrate the air. Kamui he immediately realized that this was the innate spirit of the ghost clan, which could ignore some physical damage. The tentacle missed its target and was immediately retracted, and the ripples returned to calm. Is this the void tentacle beast? Why did it run away? That was just one of its tentacle. The void tentacle beast has 8 tentacles. If you are entangled by one of its tentacles, the other 7 tentacles will appear and pull the prey into the void. Li Bufin smiled and said, you are a ghost, the void tentacle beast has no effect on you at all. Yunisheng rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, do you think we ghosts can use our spirit bodies casually? We ghosts also need to consume spiritual energy to use our spirit bodies. Hey, so you, the ghost tribe, are asking about reproduction. 2 blushes suddenly appeared on her cheeks, and the redness spread from her cheeks to the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. I doubt we can. Halfway through her speech, her face turned red like a sunset cloud. She lowered her head, and kept pulling at the edge of her skirt with both hands. Hey, is there any precedent of your ghost race combining with the human race? She wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into, and she made a mosquito-like sound. Li Bufin giggled foolishly, thinking that the ghost girls were open-minded, but she didn't expect that they also had such a shy side. She gave him a fierce look and walked forward. Li Bufin touched his nose, smiled awkwardly, and followed Yunisheng. Both of them felt a little awkward along the way and no one spoke. It turns out that the ghost clan and the human clan can also combine, just like Su Shui, who was born from the combination of the human clan and the shadow clan. It not only possesses the talents of the human race, but also some of the talents of the shadow clan. The new species born from this combination has the characteristics of both races. It can be said that this combination has only benefits and no disadvantages, but other races feel that humans are an inferior race. Yunisheng, what is your identity in the ghost clan? Li Bufin asked, breaking the peace between the two. He guess. Li Bufin, careful. Without her reminder, Li Bufin also sensed a ripple suddenly appearing behind him. Black stick. A black stick suddenly shot out from his palm, and the void tentacle was stabbed by the black stick as soon as it stretched out to save him. The tentacle that was stabbed immediately shrank down, and then retracted. Yunisheng looked at Li Bufin with surprise on her face. What was that on your outstretched hand? Li Bufin raised the corners of his mouth slightly and laughed. Black stick, black, hard, and very long. A black and hard black rod, she murmured. Suddenly her face felt like it was on fire, as if countless small insects were crawling on it. She lowered her head in speechlessness. That's right, you shameless bastard. He chuckled, it is indeed a black stick. I was not wrong, you are the one who got it wrong. Humph. She folded her hands over her chest and pouted. Li Bufin spread his hands helplessly. Why did you bring me to this secret place? Hee hee, you'll know if you follow me. Yunisheng led him forward quickly, and the void tentacles along the way were easily disintegrated by his black stick. This void tentacle beast seems very weak. However, as soon as the words fell, dozens of ripples appeared around the two of them. What a crow's mouth! She glared at him fiercely. Suddenly, dozens of tentacles rushed towards them at a high speed. Shinra Tensei, bang! The tentacles of the void tentacle beast and Yunisheng were bounced away together. Yunisheng angrily said in midair, "You bastard." Li Bufin then realized that the ghost spirits could actually be bounced away. Yunisheng had nowhere to gain foothold in midair, and several tentacles rushed towards him. He immediately reached out to her and shouted, "Universal pull." Yunisheng felt herself being pulled towards Li Bufin by an inexplicable force. Her eyes widened and she didn't understand what was going on. Ah! A scream was heard, and Li Bufin's outstretched hand touched her chest accurately. Li Bufin felt two soft lumps in his palms and couldn't help but squeeze them. "Ah, you bastard. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that." At this moment, the tentacles that were bounced back attacked again. "Keep yourself safe." He took out a black knife and slashed at the tentacles that were rolling over. Armament hacky, laugh. The tentacles close to him were cut off and fell to the ground. After the tentacles of the void tentacle beast were cut off, they were still wriggling on the ground. Chirp bursts of sharp sounds came from the ripples, and then a huge vertical pupil emerged from the ripples, with 7 or 8 tentacles growing underneath the pupil. Shit, isn't this the eye of the void, Vel'Koz? It's just that Victor seems to have only 3 tentacles, while the void tentacle beast in front of him has 8 tentacles. Oops, don't look into the eyes of the void tentacle beast, its eyes have a psychedelic effect. Psychedelic? Li Bufin sneered. His psychedelic effect on rinnegan, showing off one sword in front of Guangong. At once, more than a dozen void tentacle beasts emerged intact from the ripples. Suddenly, tentacles all over the sky attacked the two of them, but Li Bufin was not afraid of them because he had armament haki. But if you get entangled by them, you will be dragged into the void. Yunisheng relied on her spirit body for a short period of time, and these tentacles could not do anything to her. If this went on for a long time, her spiritual energy would be exhausted and she would not be able to maintain her spiritual body. She didn't dare look directly into the eyes of the void tentacle beast and kept her head down like a child who had done something wrong. Asshole, find a solution. Li Bufin smacked his lips. Didn't I just touch you? Are you still holding a grudge? He kept slashing at the tentacles. It's useless, the tentacles of these void tentacle beasts will grow back in a short while. He looked up and saw that the tentacles of the void tentacle beast that had been cut off had grown back in a short while. He reached out and shot a black stick at the eyeball of a void tentacle beast. Unexpectedly, the tentacles blocked the eyeballs one after another, and the tentacles hit by the black stick were pulled down. It seems that after the tentacle was hit by the black stick, the spiritual power of the entire tentacle was locked. However, an even more magical scene occurred. The tentacles that were shot by the black stick actually fell off automatically. After a while, a new tentacle grew out again. Fuck, are these beasts so smart? Suddenly, Li Bufin discovered that the dozen or so void tentacle beasts in front of him were shaking, as if they were about to fall. What's going on? He glanced at Yunisheng beside him, her face was pale. Li Bufin understood instantly that it must be Yunisheng who used the Ghost Clan's talent and soul attack method. Wheel 2, Border Prison. The two shadows left behind, and Li Bufin pulled Yunisheng and ran away. Li Bufin held her hand, and her pale cheeks flushed red, and her heart beat violently. However, the void tentacle beast behind him drilled into the ripples again and disappeared. Then, more than a dozen ripples appeared in the air in front of them, and the void tentacle beast actually emerged from the ripples again. Damn it, this is never going to end. Fire-style great fireball technique. A ball of fire shot out of his mouth and sprayed it towards the attacking tentacles. Chirp. When the void tentacle beast touched the fire style, it immediately made a harsh chirping sound. Huff, the void tentacle beast is actually afraid of fire. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yunisheng said unhappily. You didn't tell me you have a fire-attributed talent skill. This is my spiritual skill, not a natural skill. She stared at Li Bufin blankly, bewildered and at a loss, like a wooden sculpture. What level of spiritual skill can produce such a large fireball? What level of spiritual skills? Li Bufin has never really thought about this question. What level does fire style belong to? S-class, SS class, or SSS class? I don't know what level it is, but I guess it can't be bad. Yunisheng swallowed and stared at him. Up to now, Li Bufin had already used 3 innate skills and a spiritual skill. She suddenly found that Li Bufin in front of her was full of mystery. She was only interested in Li Bufin because of Bai Xiaosheng. Now it seems that Li Bufin is definitely not simple. Li Bufin's various performances have strongly aroused her curiosity. After the void tentacle beast retracted its tentacles, it circled around the two of them without attacking them, as if it was extremely afraid of Li Bufin's fire style. Walk, fire style great fireball technique. Li Bufin fire style opened the way, created a gap, and the two quickly ran forward. The void tentacle beasts kept chirping, but did not dare to move forward. They only saw them drill into the ripples in the air and disappear once again. Hurry up! The void tentacle beast will not give up its prey easily, it's really difficult. He frowned, and suddenly he grabbed Yunisheng in front of him. What's wrong? Li Bufin didn't say anything, but stared straight ahead. Yunisheng followed his gaze. I saw a huge ripple Uzumaki appearing in the air ahead, and a huge void tentacle beast emerged. The 8 tentacles looked like a giant deep-sea squid, and a huge vertical pupil was staring at the two of them. Oh no, this is the void tentacle beast king. After saying that, Yunisheng stared blankly at the void tentacle beast king's eyes, as if she was in a trance. It was as if he was under a spell to freeze him. His whole body was extremely stiff and he couldn't move for even a moment. Li Bufin immediately realized that Yunisheng must have been bewitched by the eyes of the void tentacle beast king. Wake up, wake up. He shook her shoulders, but she didn't respond at all, like a wooden figure. Chirp! The 8 tentacles of the void tentacle beast king attacked the two of them, and the huge tentacles gave Li Bufin a strong pressure. Fire style great fireball technique. A fireball spurted out, but the tentacles of the void tentacle beast king secreted a transparent mucus that completely blocked the fire style. Fuck, fire style is useless. Summoning technique. Gadu statue. Boom! Roar! The void tentacle beast king was stunned by the sudden noise. The roar of the Gadu statue startled Yunisheng into awakening. She stared at the Gadu statue in front of her with her eyes almost popping out. She swallowed hard, feeling her heart leaping into her throat. Crash! Gadu's statue seemed extremely excited to see the void tentacle beast king. 9 purple chains spewed out of the Gadu statue's mouth and wrapped around the 8 tentacles of the void tentacle beast. The last purple chain wrapped around the body of the void tentacle beast king and dragged him forward step by step. Chirp! The void tentacle beast king kept chirping and seemed extremely terrified when facing the Gadu statue. Immediately afterwards, dozens of ripples appeared in the air ahead, and one after another, void tentacle beasts emerged. Their tentacles wrapped around the purple chain and dragged it violently towards the direction of the void tentacle beast king. There was also a part of the void tentacle beast that stretched out its tentacles and rolled towards the Gadu statue, as if trying to pull the Gadu statue into the ripples. Good fellow, if you can't beat them, call out your brothers. Fire style great fireball technique. Chirp! When the void tentacle beast encountered fire style, its tentacles were retracted and it kept retreating. Crash! The chains of the Gadu statue and the tentacles of the void tentacle beast king are evenly matched. Chirp! At this time, Gadu's statue suddenly shot out several black sticks, which fiercely pierced into the body of the void tentacle beast. The void tentacle beast king struggled desperately, while the other void tentacle beasts fled into the ripples and disappeared. Roar! The tentacles and body of the void tentacle beast king began to shrink continuously as if they were deflated. Chirp! Bang! In a flash, the void tentacle beast king's eyeballs exploded, and streams of sticky liquid sprayed in all directions. Li Bufin saw a mini version of the void tentacle beast crawl out of the void tentacle beast king's eyeball and dive into the ripples at lightning speed. What the hell, is this a way to escape, or is this a sacrifice to save the king? After the Gadu statue sucked the essence of the void tentacle beast king, the tail on its back actually grew a lot longer. Li Bufin finally came to his senses after the Gadu statue disappeared. Could it be that the essence of the star beast could help the Gadu statue evolve into 10 tails? This discovery made him very excited, but reality soon poured cold water on him. Star beast. How can you hunt while wandering among the stars? Li Bufin still remembers that Lu Yunshan, the president of Yanjing College, said that most of the powerful people who transcended the realm went to other worlds. Does this mean that only when one reaches the transcendent state can one go into the interstellar void? To reach the realm of transcendence, that will take a long time. Alas, Yunisheng next to her was stunned. Her face was dull and expressionless, with a numb look on her face. It has a stagnant state like a clay or stone sculpture, with only the 2 eyes occasionally moving. Hey, stop being in a daze. Where are we going? Yunisheng finally came to her senses. She stared at Li Bufin with complicated eyes. She didn't expect that she still underestimated him. What was that just now? I'm just your little brother. I'll introduce you two to each other next time and shake hands with you. He's still your little brother at this age. Li Bufin, hey, of course, okay then. Her face was still full of disbelief. By the way, do you know what happened to the void tentacle beast king just now? Yunisheng's expression calmed down, and then she said, that is the life-saving ability of the void tentacle beast king. It can split into a small void tentacle beast to carry the soul and escape. I see. Where are we going? She smiled and said, follow me. Li Bufin was very surprised. Although Yunisheng was here for the first time, she seemed to be very familiar with this dark moon secret realm. Is this really your first time here? Of course. Do you think I'm lying? He shrugged and said jokingly, you are a ghost, and a female ghost. Isn't it normal to lie to people? In fact, our ghost clan came to this world through this secret realm. What? His eyelids twitched, and he looked up at Yunisheng, his eyes flashing with an unconcealable surprise. No wonder Yunisheng is so familiar with this dark moon secret realm, so that's how it is. The two of them moved forward and passed the Void Tentacle Beast King in front of them. Surprisingly, the two did not encounter any strange beasts along the way, and the Void Tentacle Beast never appeared again. 2 hours later, Li Bufan saw a magical scene. I saw various and colorful auroras in the sky ahead. Sometimes they fell from the sky like arrows of light, almost within reach. Sometimes it rises into the sky like a mushroom cloud after an atomic bomb explosion, which is daunting. The aurora is as brilliant as a dreamy light, streaking across the sky, dotted with stars, like elves floating in the sky. Yunisheng looked at the scene in front of her with an intoxicated look on her face, her eyes blinking with excitement. The stars are dotted under the light curtain, and the bright starry sky is clearly visible. The vast night sky is like a huge stage, unique and shining with stars. Light clouds like thin wings float everywhere, ever-changing. The sky is covered with transparent mist, appearing and disappearing. Is this the end of the secret realm? Aha! Yunisheng continued to walk forward, and a wormhole appeared in their sight. You, the ghost tribe, came here through this wormhole. Wormhole, we Ghost Wei clan call it a time and space gate. Li Bufan nodded. The gate of time and space was quite vivid. So can we reach the home planet of your ghost clan by passing through this space-time gate? Yunisheng shook her head and said, back then, the strong men of our ghost clan spent a huge price to open the gate of time and space and send our ghost clan to this world. The space-time gate in front of us has been damaged. We can only go back if we open it again. I understand now that I thought you aliens arrived at Blue Planet via warships, but it turns out you came here through a space-time wormhole. She smiled slightly. Any warship can only move at a snail's pace in the universe. It is basically impossible to travel through the stars. Li Bufan is very clear about this. He is a star fan on Earth. The universe is expanding at a speed faster than the speed of light, and the diameter of the Milky Way alone is more than 150,000 light-years. Even with the fastest known speed of light, it is impossible to travel across the stars within a limited lifetime. Not to mention battleships, this is only possible through a space-time wormhole. So what are you doing here? She smiled mysteriously, and suddenly an exotic beast egg appeared in her hand. Is this a Thunder Eagle egg? Aha! She placed the Thunder Eagle egg in front of the space-time wormhole, and took out some spirit stones to surround the Thunder Eagle egg, forming a formation. What are you doing? Idiot, of course it's hatching the Thunder Eagle eggs. He looked at Yunisheng fiddling with the spirit stone and asked in confusion, hatching? Why do we have to come here? Having it hatched in the interstellar space can increase the possibility of it being upgraded. This is the only place closest to the interstellar space. Li Bufan laughed. You are talking about gene mutation. As far as I know, the direction of gene mutation is not necessarily good. Haha, with this formation protecting us, there won't be any problems. Yunisheng arranged the spirit stones into a circular formation. Suddenly, a ray of light lit up in the center of the formation, covering the Thunder Eagle egg. She bit her fingertip again and dripped a drop of blood onto the Thunder Eagle egg. Then she clasped her hands together and spoke something in a confident voice, and the drop of blood on the surface of the Thunder Eagle egg seeped into the Thunder Eagle egg. Li Bufan's pupils shrank and a strange look appeared on his face. This scene seemed familiar. The blood of Black Knife looked like this when he first recognized his master. Alright, we just need to wait 24 hours for the Thunder Eagle egg to hatch. You dripped blood just now to make the Thunder Eagle egg recognize its master after it hatches. Yunisheng stared at him in astonishment and said in surprise, how do you know this secret method? Secret method? It seems that Yunisheng's status in the Ghost Clan is indeed extraordinary. I just heard it by chance. Have you heard of it by chance? I think few of you humans know of this secret method. Then she put on a playful look and continued, how about it? Do you want to learn? I only have one small request. Just tell me your talent. Li Bufan sneered and said, really? I don't want to learn at all. I'm not interested even if you teach me for free. A Thunder Eagle egg costs hundreds of millions of spirit stones. After it hatches, it needs to eat, drink, defecate, urinate, and sleep, all of which consume spirit stones. And his impure world reincarnation, the resurrected people not only have independent thoughts. It won't die, not to mention you don't need to spend spirit stones to cultivate it. It's more than 10,000 times stronger than hatching alien beast eggs. Why would he be interested in learning this secret method? Yunisheng looked at Li Bufan and it didn't seem like he was joking at all. She asked in astonishment, why? Because your secret technique is garbage to me. Yunisheng smiled disdainfully and said, just brag. Li Bufan was too lazy to explain to her that impure world reincarnation was a forbidden technique. SSS level spiritual skills were rubbish in front of it. 10 people were resurrected. I'm afraid the whole world would tremble. If you don't believe me, forget it. I guess your status in the Ghost Tribe is extraordinary. Do you know Gang Yinsha? Gang Yinsha? Of course I know. Do you need it? His face lit up. Great. Do you know where it is? When manufacturing a warship, Gangian sand is usually added, which can greatly increase the sturdiness of the warship. We in the Ghost Clan have Gangian sand. He asked tentatively, how about I buy the Gangian Shaw from you with my spirit stones? Yunisheng smiled slyly. Does our Ghost Clan lack spirit stones? It's easy to get Gangian Shaw. Tell me your talent, and I will give you a piece of Gangian Shaw. How about that? Li Bufan frowned slightly. Why did Yunisheng keep staring at his talent? I'll think about it. Haha, the talents of you humans are amazing that you have all kinds of talents. The talents of the human race are indeed varied, but most people can only awaken one or two talents. I believe that you, the alien race, are still inferior. She puffed out her chest and said proudly, of course. Seeing her like this, Li Bufan suddenly felt dry in the mouth and a hot air surged up from his abdomen. He leaned over, smiled and said, if the human race and the ghost race were to unite, wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Yunishang covered her chest and took a few steps back. She said with a vigilant look, what do you want to do? Hey, I want to. Her face suddenly turned red, and a rouge-like redness appeared on her fair face. You are such a shameless person, he said disdainfully. Tisk, so why are you still planning to take advantage of my talent? Li Bufan was too lazy to tease her anymore. He stepped aside and sat cross-legged. It would take another 24 hours for the Thunder Eagle egg to hatch. He didn't want to waste time, so he sat aside and practiced quietly. Yunishang looked at him, smacked her lips, and sat down with peace of mind. 24 hours passed quickly. Snap! Several cracks appeared on the eggshell of the Thunder Eagle. Li Bufan was also awakened by the sound. He moved forward and stared at the egg with curiosity. Yunishang on the side was even more excited, and the Thunder Eagle eggshell snapped and two golden claws stretched out. Then an eagle head broke out of the shell. It had white feathers all over its head and a tuft of golden hair on top. Finally, the entire eggshell shattered, revealing a body of light blue feathers. Chirp chirp! It stared at Yunishang with its eyes wide open, and after confirming her scent, it jumped onto her shoulder and rubbed her cheek affectionately. Haha, I'll call you Little Blue from now on. Chirp chirp! The little Thunder Eagle chirped in response, seeming to like the name quite a bit. Seeing the appearance of the little Thunder Eagle, Li Bufan was also amazed. As expected of a high-level demon clan, it actually has human nature as soon as it is born. Alright, the Thunder Eagle eggs have hatched, let's go back. She kept a certain distance from Li Bufan intentionally or unintentionally, and seemed a little wary of Li Bufan's previous words. Li Bufan grinned and laughed. He suddenly felt that Yunishang was quite interesting. After leaving the secret realm, she still glanced at Li Bufan from time to time on the battleship. Why are you always looking at me? Is there something on my face? Or do you want to have some idea about me? He. She suddenly looked a little anxious and uneasy, and said with a slightly red face, Pa, who has any ideas about you, shameless? Hey. The warship arrived outside the north gate of Kyoto. Li Bufan got off the warship, but heard Yunishang hesitantly say, I want to go back. See you later. The battleship rose into the air, and he hurriedly shouted to her, Gang Yinshaw, remember to bring it with you next time you come to Kyoto. We can negotiate any terms. She just showed a charming smile on her face and waved at him. This female ghost. What does this mean? As soon as he returned to the couple's apartment, he saw a call from Zhao Bai and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Zhao Bai asked him to ask other academies about the Blood Phoenix would before. Could it be because of this matter? Teacher Zhao. His unpleasant voice came from the phone. I said you don't come to the academy every day. Luckily it's your counselor, otherwise if it was another teacher, I'm afraid he would be dissatisfied with you a long time ago. Well, I just happen to be doing other things these days. What's the matter? Didn't you go to the Liulai secret realm a few days ago? Did you kill Li Nangsun, Shangwan Waner, and Dang Wengzhen from time to time? Li Bufan said in surprise, to be honest, I did kill the three of them. Could it be that the Li and Deng families already know about this? Isn't this nonsense? You killed all three geniuses of the Li family, and you also killed the two geniuses of the Deng family. Both families have been going crazy these past 2 days. Now they have offered a reward of 5 million spirit stones for anyone who can provide information about the murderer. Also, Suzaku Academy is also looking for the murderer. After all, Shangwan Waner is a student of Suzaku Academy, and she is an SSS level talent. I didn't expect that it was you who really killed her. Li Bufan smiled awkwardly. Teacher Zhao, I have no choice. They want to deal with me, so I can only strike first. Well, I will handle the matter at Suzaku Academy. Also, you should be careful during this period. Although the two families don't know that you are the murderer, it's always better to be careful. I see. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I have already obtained the Blood Phoenix wood. You don't need to ask other colleges. If possible, can you help me ask them if they have the silver sand? What? You have already obtained the Blood Phoenix wood? Zhao Bai's voice on the phone was extremely shocked. Yeah, it's also a coincidence. Okay, I know Gang Yinshaw, I will help you find out. He frowned after hanging up the phone. He didn't know whether the Li and Deng families in Kyoto would eventually know that he was the murderer. The bodies of the three people were swallowed by the Gadu statue, so there should be no clues left at the scene. Suddenly he thought of a possibility. If they go to the ghost market and ask by Xiao Sheng, it might be possible. Or maybe there are other people who have similar talents. He suddenly felt a little overwhelmed, and muttered, is there any way to prevent Bai Xiaosheng's talent for divination? None of the Rinnegan's innate skills can counter divination, and the only one in the Hokage world who knows divination technique is the Great Toad Sage, as far as he can remember. Oh, it's a headache. I'll ask Zhao Bai when I have a chance. Right now, improving my strength and earning points is the primary goal. He continued to enter the spirit gathering array and took a look. He found that there were only 16 dragon blood pills left. It is estimated that it can still support him to break through to the silver 9-star realm. As for breaking through to the gold realm, either you slowly absorb the spiritual power of the spirit stone, or you have to rely on other opportunities. Li Bufin took out 4 dragon blood pills and swallowed them in one gulp, using all his strength to practice the Hongmeng breathing method. The huge amount of spiritual power immediately made his Danshan feel a little saturated. It's not enough. He took out another dragon blood pill and swallowed it. Boom! Danshan expanded again, and Li Bufin successfully broke through to the silver 7-star realm. Feeling the surging spiritual power in his body, he suddenly threw a punch, and there was a sound of breaking through the air. Hee, not bad. Not bad. He continued to take 1 Puan pill to stabilize his realm. This time, he consumed 5 dragon blood pills to break through 1 star. With 11 dragon blood pills left to break through to silver 9 stars, it seems a bit difficult now. The next morning Li Bufin rushed to Yenching College. After all, he is a student of Yenching College. It is a bit unreasonable that he has not shown up for such a long time. When I arrived at the classroom where I was for the first time, there were already quite a few students sitting there. Li Bufin found a seat in the corner of the last row and sat down. From time to time, other students would glance at him. Not long after, Zhao Bai walked into the classroom and saw Li Bufin in the corner. He was obviously stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly. Students, this is a question and answer class that you can raise any questions you have about cultivation. As soon as Zhao Bai finished speaking, all kinds of noises rang out in the classroom. Teacher, I have been stuck at bronze 9-star for a long time. Why can't I break through to the silver realm? Teacher Zhao, I couldn't learn the spiritual skills I learned last time. What went wrong? Teacher, how can I awaken my second talent skill? Li Bufin was sitting in the back and felt overwhelmed as he listened. He seemed out of place among this group of classmates. Zhao Bai stood on the podium with a frown on his face, answering other students' questions one by one. After enduring a difficult class, Li Bufin stood up and prepared to leave. He had no interest in this kind of class and it was of no help to him at all. Zhao Bai winked at him, and Li Bufin quickly followed. Teacher Zhao, what's wrong? He rolled his eyes and said, you are such a careless kid. I've already told them at Suzaku Academy. Qin Feng cursed at you, saying that it was such a pity that you killed an SSS level genius like that. Li Bufin curled his lips. Who cares about your talent when dealing with enemies? Only by eradicating the roots can you sleep peacefully. Besides, if he were to fall into their hands, Li Bufin believed that Li Nangsun and the others would never let him go, so why would they care about his talent? Thank you, Mr. Zhao. What are you thanking me for? By the way, I heard that the National Security Bureau raided 2 barbarian strongholds yesterday. He was stunned that he didn't expect the National Security Bureau to take action so quickly. The last time they went to scout the barbarian stronghold, they never expected that they would have a battle with the barbarians. At that time, I just saw that the barbarian stronghold was unguarded, and the circumstances were special, and Su Shui was also there. Were we only targeting the barbarian strongholds? What about other alien races? I'm not sure about the rest. All right, he had no interest in attending the remaining classes and simply left Yenching College. However, he met an unexpected person at the college gate. Su Shui. She was wearing a pair of dark blue tight jeans and a tight white cartoon t-shirt. Her curvy figure attracted the attention of classmates who were entering and leaving the college. Su Shui stood at the school gate, looking around, her face a little gloomy and worried. Only after she saw Li Bufin did she smile. Su Shui, why are you here? She forced a tearful smile and said, I asked Gao Zhong and found out that you are a student of Yanjing College, so. Li Bufin had something to do these days and hadn't come to the college. He didn't know how many days Su Shui had been waiting for him here. You've been waiting for many days. Captain Gao has my phone number, why didn't you call me? There was a hint of sadness in her eyes. I want to talk to you in person. He checked the time and it was time for lunch, so he said, I remember there's a Western restaurant up ahead. How about we eat and chat? Su Shui nodded slightly, and when they arrived at the restaurant, they ordered some food casually. Su Shui, what do you want from me? I want you to help me. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes and she looked quite helpless. Don't worry. What can I do for you? She wiped the tears from her eyes and said, you still remember the story about my mother, right? Since I came back from the barbarian stronghold last time, I received a message from the Shadow Clan that they said that I betrayed the barbarians and wanted to execute my mother. When she said this, her tears could no longer stop flowing and she sobbed softly. Li Bufin took out 2 tissues and handed them to her, saying, where is your mother being held captive by Shadow Clan? How do you want me to help you? My mother is imprisoned by the Shadow Clan in their city. I want you to help me rescue my father. Your father. He did not see any memory of her father in Su Shui's memory last time. Yes, my father has always wanted to rescue my mother. In order to improve his strength, he went to a ruin a few years ago, but he has not returned yet. How many years have you not returned? I'm afraid it's too late. Li Bufin sighed and said, Su Shui, I want to help you, but I can't rush into the secret realm of the Shadow Clan with my current strength. I don't know where your father went. It's been several years. To be honest, how can you be sure that your father is still alive? She took off a jade bead from her neck, and there was a faint red glow coming from inside the bead. She held the bead and said, "This is a rare soul bead that if my father were to die, the soul bead would go out. Now the soul bead is just a little dim, but not extinguished. I think my father is trapped." Li Bufan stared blankly at the soul bead in her hand. How could such a magical thing exist in this world? My father also found this soul bead in the ruins, but he went there for the second time and there has been no news since then. You are the only person I can think of now. Please help me. Alright, you are in this situation because of the human race. I may not be able to save your father, but I can only do my best. A smile finally appeared on her face, sweeping away the depression that had accumulated over the past few days. Which secret ruins is your father in? Secret realm of the abyss. What? I'm afraid that everyone on the entire blue planet knows about the secret realm of the abyss. It is definitely a secret realm of death. It is rumored that there are many relics and countless opportunities, and ever since the secret realm of the abyss was discovered, anyone who enters the secret realm of the abyss can be in danger of death, and an absolute majority of people will die in it. Only a few lucky people came out alive. Over time, the secret realm of the abyss has become a forbidden area. Su Shue's eyes dimmed, and she lowered her eyes and said softly, "I know how dangerous the abyss secret realm is. If you feel it is dangerous, it doesn't matter." Li Bufan frowned slightly. To be honest, he really didn't want to take the risk. However, Su Shue's life experience touched his heart, and he sighed helplessly. "I can't guarantee that I can rescue your father, but I will do my best." A hint of hope immediately appeared on her face. "Really? Thank you, thank you." She kept nodding to express her gratitude, then she lowered her head, blushed, and whispered, "As long as you can save my father, I." Li Bufan smiled, knowing what she meant next, and couldn't help shouting in his heart, "I'm still a virgin, don't force me to make a mistake." After calming down, Li Bufan didn't have anything to prepare, so he said, "Let's go to the Abyss Secret Realm first." The Abyss Secret Realm is located within the city of Fengdu, and the two went straight to the Kyoto teleportation array. Along the way, Li Bufan looked back from time to time that he felt that someone was following them. Su Shue asked beside him in confusion, "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." Arriving at the Kyoto teleportation array, Li Bufan's mouth curled up. He already knew who was behind him. "Are you still not coming out? If you don't come out, we'll have to leave." "Who are you talking about?" Su Shue came over and followed his gaze. A man wearing half a mask walked out of the crowd. It was Yunisheng. She pouted and said, "You were born in the year of the dog, why is your nose so sharp?" Li Bufan laughed obscenely and said, "It's not that I have a keen nose, but I can smell the smell of worms on you from a long distance away." "There's a bug on the horse," she repeated in confusion, and then her face turned red all the way to her ears. "You are simply a shameless person. Are all of you as shameless as you?" Su Shui on the side was stunned for a moment, then her shy face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head and smiled. "Hey, you secretly followed us and called me shameless? How did you find me?" She puffed out her chest and said proudly, "Humph, don't you see who I am?" Li Bufan licked his lips, smiled and said, "Really?" Cough cough cough. He coughed, then revealed a wretched look and shouted, "Come and see, there's a ghost here." Before he could finish his words, Yunisheng quickly ran up to him and put a hand over his mouth. If the guards of the surrounding teleportation array discovered that she was a ghost, she would not be able to escape even if she had wings. "Shut up, what do you want to do?" Suddenly she felt that her palm, which was covering Li Bufan's mouth, was licked by his tongue. She quickly pulled her hand back and felt her face getting hot and her heart beating wildly. "You, so salty, you probably didn't wash your hands after going to the toilet. Ugh, you are bastard." Su Shui, who was standing by, saw everything the two did and she couldn't stop giggling. The capital on his majestic upper body also moved up and down. Li Bufan glanced at it and swallowed hard. Hee, I definitely wash my hands when I go to the toilet. If you don't believe me, try licking it. He stretched out his hand and scared Yunisheng so much that she took a few steps back and looked at him with disgust. Nausea. Alright, we have something else to do. What are you doing here, threesome? What does 3P mean? Li Bufan grinned and said, "Nothing, why are you following us?" She said with a slightly embarrassed look, "Where are you going? Take me with you." "Little boy, it's too dangerous outside, you'd better go back early. We are not going out to play, we have serious business to attend to." Yunisheng puffed out her chest, pouted and said, "Who is the kid?" Li Bufan glanced at her chest and grinned, "It's really not small." She bit her lip and looked hesitant. "Humph, I won't tell you." Li Bufan, forget about it. It's not difficult to find out the truth about this matter. But I'm afraid I won't be able to hide it from the National Security Bureau in the end. You. She simply turned her back and stopped talking. Su Shui listened to their conversation without any intention of interrupting. "Alright, Yunisheng, Su Shui and I are going to the Abyss Secret Realm. It's still not too late for you to go back now." He continued with a serious look, "I know that your identity in the Ghost Tribe is extraordinary. That you must think carefully. Entering the secret realm of the Abyss is extremely dangerous." Li Bufan himself was not sure. This trip to the secret realm of the Abyss was of great importance. Su Shui also said to her, "Yes, this trip to the Abyss secret realm is too dangerous. That you really don't need to take the risk with us." Unexpectedly, Yunisheng said softly, "You are not afraid, so why should I be afraid?" Both of them were quite speechless towards her. Li Bufin didn't know whether she was fearless or her brain was on her chest. He sighed helplessly and said, "In that case, let's set off immediately." The three of them headed all the way to the west of Fengda City. That Yunisheng's warship could only carry 2 people, so the three of them had to walk to the secret realm of the abyss. "Yunisheng, where is your little thunder eagle?" The corners of her mouth curled up, revealing 2 charming dimples as she said, "Ding ding ding, it's inside." A bag suddenly appeared in her hand, similar to a sachet, with a red rope tied at the opening of the bag. "What's this?" "This is a spirit beast bag. It has similar functions to a storage ring, but the spirit beast bag can hold spirit pets." Li Bufin looked at the spirit beast bag in her hand with a look of amazement. The universe is so vast that there are so many wonders. Where did this come from? She immediately retracted her alertness and said, "What do you want to do?" "Ah no, what do you want to do?" He was stunned for a moment, then he chuckled, "I'm just curious. This is a treasure that our ghost clan brought with them when they came to this world. It turns out to be a product of Otherworld. No wonder I have never heard of such a thing on Blue Planet." Su Shui was also full of surprise at her spirit beast bag, and she was now even more curious about Yunisheng's identity. "Tisk, you act like you care about nobody. You're just jealous, envy?" Li Bufin smiled contemptuously. "Why would his impure world reincarnation need these things? A coffin is enough." The three of them continued to head west. Yunisheng knew that going to the secret realm of the abyss was like going on a trip, so she didn't look worried at all. Yunisheng and Su Shui chattered non-stop along the way. In less than an hour or two, they had become friends, as if they had met each other too late. Based on the journey of the 3 people, it is estimated that it will take at least 3 days to reach the abyss secret realm. As it was getting dark, the 3 of them found a cave to spend the night. Li Bufin lit a bonfire, and the dark cave immediately had a hint of fireworks. Yunisheng hid far away. It was the first time for her to spend a night with a man, and she was a little wary of Li Bufin. When Su Shui saw Yunisheng's nervous expression, she glanced at Li Bufin in surprise, wondering why Yunisheng was so wary of him. Li Bufin grinned and grilled skewers by himself. He sighed and said, "Why are you hiding so far away? Am I going to eat you too? The current situation should be that I have more breasts than chickens, hee." "What did you say? The appearance of the abyss secret realm was actually man-made? How much strength is needed to destroy the entire secret realm?" Li Bufin stood there in a daze, his brain having lost the ability to direct his actions. He stood there like a piece of wood, staring blankly at the entire secret realm. Su Shui's face was filled with horror. The forbidden area on Blue Star that was known to everyone was actually man-made? "Su Shui, did your father leave any useful clues about this secret?" "My father didn't tell me much about the secret realm. He didn't want me to know too much." Li Bufin smiled bitterly and said, "Okay." Yunisheng said at this time, "We just need to find the ruins." Su Shui's father must be trapped in the secret ruins. Along the way, Su Shui also told her the purpose of coming to the abyss secret realm. "Well, that's all we can do. We don't know what dangers the secret place may have, so let's all be careful." He opened his rinnegan to its full power, carefully sensing everything around him. Li Bufin didn't dare to be careless in the secret realm of the abyss. If he was not careful, the 3 of them might die here. However, they had only taken a few steps when the ground beneath their feet cracked open and a stream of lava shot up into the sky like a pillar of fire. "Careful!" The 3 of them retreated quickly, but the gushing lava scattered in all directions as if it had a soul. Yunisheng suddenly shouted, "Be careful, these are fire ants. They feed on lava." The fist-sized fire ant is dark red in color and has a mouth that is like a pair of pliers. The iron fire style and fell towards the 3 of them, and Su Shui looked a little anxious. "Oops, my innate shadow spider is restrained by the fire element." Yunisheng also frowned and said, "The talents of our ghost clan are also restrained by the fire system. You guys, I'll go." Fire style great fireball technique. Li Bufin sprayed a fireball at the falling fire ant, but the fire ant was immune to it. Fuck, fire style is also restrained by the iron fire ant. Li Bufin, fire-based spiritual skills are of little use against fire ants. Yunisheng shouted behind him. Looking at the fire ants falling, he stepped back to the 2 of them and put his arm around one of their waists. Yunisheng was stunned, with 2 blushes on her face. "You bastard, you still have thoughts like this at this time." Su Shui was also stunned by his sudden behavior. Shinra Tensei. The falling fire ants were bounced away, and he finally let go of his hands. Yunisheng realized that she had misunderstood him, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. "Go!" The 3 of them ran quickly forward, but the fire ants behind them were chasing them closely. "Damn it, you're still chasing me, you 2 should go first," Su Shui said with a worried look. "Can you do it alone?" "Nonsense, if one person can't do it, do you need someone to push your butt?" Neither of them knew what Li Bufin was talking about, and they just ran forward. Wheel 2, Border Prison. One shadow followed Yunisheng and the other person, while the other shadow attacked the fire ants behind them. Li Bufin suddenly had a black knife in his hand and slashed towards the fire ant. Armament Haki. Puff the same was true in the deep pit of the Liulai secret realm ruins that he could be sure that this situation was caused by either a volcano or an earth vein. The entire Abyss secret realm has a plain terrain, and the possibility of a volcano is very small. Li Bufin concluded that it is most likely an earth vein. After returning from his last experience in the deep pit of the Liulai secret realm, he specially looked up relevant information. At the bottom of the deep pit in the Liulai secret realm, there must be a ground vein. The so-called ground vein is a stream of magma underground. In the mountains it is a river, in the sea it is a stream, and underground it is fire. This is the Earth's vein. Beads of sweat appeared on the foreheads of Yunishang and Su Shui, and the temperature here made their faces slightly red. Li Bufin, it looks like there is a vein of earth exposed ahead. It is not surprising that Yunishang is knowledgeable and familiar with the earth veins, which also verifies that Li Bufin's guess is not wrong. Instead, Su Shui looked confused, and it was only after Yunishang explained it to her that she understood. The three of them moved forward, and from time to time they encountered cracks of various sizes, which were bottomless. Have you noticed that the further you go forward, the higher the temperature gets, and besides the fire ants we encountered just after we came in, I didn't encounter any strange beasts. This doesn't match the rumors about the Abyss secret realm at all. The two of them are also smart people, and they had actually discovered these anomalies a long time ago. Indeed, we should be more careful. After walking for a while, the three of them saw a scene that they would never forget. All I saw in front of me was a huge pile of ruins, and the ground looked like broken porcelain. It was as if someone had struck the ground from the sky, shattering the entire ground. Li Bufin felt his scalp tingling. He swallowed and said, could it be that the Abyss secret realm was really beaten into this state? The secret realm is equivalent to a small world. Being able to transform a small world into this state is simply invincible. Su Shui and Yunishang were also in disbelief, their eyes filled with shock. But just at this moment, Li Bufin felt a ripple suddenly appear around him, and then a transparent cover-like glass enveloped the three of them. They both also noticed some changes in the surroundings. Originally there were waves of heat, but now it was calm. What's going on? Yunishang said in a deep voice. I don't know, I feel like there's a formation surrounding us. The reason why he thought so was because the transparent glass cover around him was quite similar to the spirit gathering array, and should also be a formation. How is this possible? This secret ruins has been around for so many years, how could there still be a formation? Su Shui's voice was filled with horror. Li Bufin was sure that his rinnegan perception was correct, and there was most likely a formation around him. Yunishang, you are well informed that you should be able to handle this kind of formation in a stable manner? She frowned, thought for a moment and said, arrays are very rare in this world. I didn't expect that we would encounter one. It seems that this Abyss secret realm is indeed owned by a powerful sect, just as the rumors say. As for the formation, I have read the clan's classics before that there are two common methods to break the formation. One is to find the center of the formation. The so-called center is the core of the formation. The center can be regarded as the heart. As long as a person's heart is damaged, the person will most likely die. When she heard Li Bufin's words, she felt her heart burning, and her heart cortex seemed to be covered with goosebumps and tingling sensations. She felt a feeling in her chest she had never experienced before, as if something was gently scratching her heart, and each scratch caused a light, itchy tremor. Bah, who's in love with you? You're so shameless. Even Su Shui, who was standing by, smiled and said, you two really look like a pair of enemies. Who is his enemy? That's right, after staying with the ghost tribe for too long, I'm afraid that my yang energy of the past 20 years will be sucked dry by her, hee. Shameless bastard, I will never give you the silver sand even if I die. Li Bufin sneered. All that was missing to upgrade armament Haki was the silver sand, but he would not ask Yunishang for help, because he did not believe that she was the only one who had the Gangiansha. If you don't give it to me, forget it. She turned her head away, looking so angry that she was so adorable. Okay, I'm going to find the center of the formation. Tisk, you're just bragging, do you know the formation? Li Bufin smiled contemptuously. Array, does he need to understand it? Rinnegan used all his strength to sense it, and he indeed sensed lines on the formation, just like blood vessels. All the patterns eventually converged at one location within the formation. Hey, found it. Yunishang still said angrily, as expected, even the most powerful formation master can't find the position of the formation center so quickly, you? He suddenly had an idea and said with a grin, how about we make a bet? If I find the center of the formation, you'll give me the silver sand. If I don't find it, I'll tell you exactly what my talent is. As soon as Li Bufin said this, Yunishang immediately looked alert. She didn't know much about Li Bufin's abilities, and the talents he had shown so far were beyond her understanding of the human race. Don't even think about cheating me of my Gangiansha, I won't bet with you. He raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, how about this, if I find the center of the formation, you let me kiss it, and if I don't find it, I will tell you my talent as well, hee. Yunishang blushed slightly, her heart beating like a deer. Okay. Hey, then you better watch out. He had a black knife in his hand, walked to the front, and stabbed it hard. Ding fuck, is the ground so hard? Armament Haki, laugh. The black knife was inserted directly into the ground. Then he stirred it again and kicked with his foot, turning over the soil. Yunishang and Su Shui came together, and Su Shui asked suspiciously Li Bufan, could this be the location of the array center? Su Shui, he just picked a place randomly, you don't believe it, do you? Li Bufan sneered and said disdainfully, keep talking tough. He dug up the soil, and a dazzling white light suddenly appeared, and a crystal clear spirit stone with white mist appeared under the ground. Li Bufan suddenly felt refreshed, and felt that the spiritual energy around him suddenly became thicker. Yunishang said anxiously, Li Bufan, you need to think of a solution quickly. Li Bufan looked at the lightning that was about to strike overhead, but he didn't have any good solution. He could leave the formation easily, but the two of them couldn't. Oh, right, the center of the formation. Now all he could do was find the center of the formation. The rinnegan sensed the patterns of the formation. He didn't expect that the center of this killing formation was actually the same as the location of the previous trapping formation. He quickly pulled out the black knife and continued to stab it, and sure enough, he found another top-grade spirit stone below. Moreover, the spiritual power obtained by this top-grade spirit stone seems to be much higher than the first one. Li Bufan took away the top-grade spiritual stone, and the surrounding formations lost their spiritual support and stopped functioning immediately. Yunishang and Su Shui breathed a sigh of relief, and there was a hint of shock in their eyes when they looked at Li Bufan. It was no coincidence that he was able to find the center of the formation twice in a row. Li Bufan must have some ability that they were not aware of. Li Bufan, how did you find the center of the formation so quickly? Do you understand the formation and can easily see through the patterns of the formation? He grinned and said, because I'm a doctor, how about I check your body, see if you have irregular menstruation? Oh, that's not right, you are a ghost, so whether you have a menstrual period or not is another matter. Puff Su Shui couldn't help but burst out laughing. The originally tense atmosphere immediately became weird after his words. Yunishang stiffened her neck and blushed, you are so shameless, you actually said. He, bite me. After saying that, he looked at the top-grade spirit stone in his hand. Suddenly Yunishang rushed up and bit his shoulder hard. Hiss, you are born in the year of the dog, you really bite. He, you made me bite you. Crazy bitch, you did whatever I told you to do. If I told you to bite other places, would you bite them too? She immediately blushed and said, bah, shameless. He, you understand ghosts in seconds, your thoughts are not simple. Yunishang turned her head and looked in other directions, as if she didn't hear what he said. Li Bufan said no more. He looked at the time and realized that he had been in the Abyss secret realm for quite some time. It was getting dark and the three of them were feeling a little tired. After the killing formation was lifted, there should be no other formations here, so the three of them should be safe for the time being. Let's rest here for one night and set off again tomorrow morning. Yeah, they said in unison. Not long after setting up the tent, it became completely dark, but a hint of pink could still be seen in the sky. It was as if someone had cut a hole in the dark night sky, and trickles of blood were oozing out. Yunishang and Su Shui looked at the scene in the sky and were amazed. Li Bufan went into the tent and started to practice. Improving his strength in this place would give him more protection. The three of them had been in the secret realm for less than half a day and had encountered so many dangers. I'm afraid the journey ahead won't be smooth sailing, so I'll try to improve my strength as much as possible. He made up his mind and took out 5 dragon blood pills and swallowed them in one gulp. The spiritual power in his dantian immediately became agitated as if a huge rock was thrown into a calm lake. Not enough. He took out 2 dragon blood pills and swallowed them, and the spiritual power in his dantian broke through the limit. Boom! Li Bufan successfully broke through to the silver 8-star realm. A look of joy appeared on his face, but then it dropped. Now he only has the last 4 dragon blood pills in his hand. Not to mention breaking through to the gold realm, even breaking through to the silver 9-star realm is impossible. Gadu's statue staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Then the two-handed troll opened its huge mouth and bit one of the arms of the Gadu statue. Roar! The Gadu statue roared, and black sticks shot out from its body and pierced into the body of the two-handed troll. The two-headed troll sensed the danger from the black sticks, and with a flick of its tail, it broke all the black sticks that had pierced its body. Fuck, is this two-headed troll so smart? In the past, Gadu's statue's move was always invincible, but I didn't expect it to be resolved so easily today. Crash! Purple chains stretched out and wrapped around the two-headed troll, instantly rendering it unable to move. However, suddenly, the two-headed troll's body became like flaming magma, and it actually burned the purple chain red. Bang bang bang! The purple chain broke into pieces. Fuck, how is this possible? How could the purple chain break? Li Bufan felt that he had to do something, otherwise Gadu's statue would be unable to do anything to the two-headed troll. Wheel 2, Border Prison. He left a shadow where he stood, and the other shadow rushed towards the two-handed troll. Yunishang noticed that something was wrong with Li Bufan. She said in shock, Li Bufan, what do you want to do? You don't want to fight the two-headed troll. Li Bufan ignored her and waited until the shadow went around behind the two-handed troll. Exchange. He stretched out his hand and shot a black stick at the two-headed troll, and then a black knife appeared in his hand. A euro irmaman haki, a euro he slashed at the two-headed troll's leg with all his strength. A wound appeared on the two-headed troll's leg, but what flowed out was not blood, but liquid like magma. It looked back and saw a bug under its feet, so it raised its foot and stepped on it. Exchange. He safely switched to Yunishang and the others, after one of the two-handed troll's legs was hit by the black stick. It obviously looks a bit bulky, and it seems that the small black stick still has some effect on it. Hey, it works! The shadow was stepped on by the two-headed troll but was unharmed. They switched again and Li Bufan shot a black stick at the other leg of the two-headed troll. Both legs were shot by the black stick, and the two-headed troll's hands were grabbed by the Gadoo statue, making it impossible to pull them out. Gadoo's statue seized the opportunity and knocked the two-headed troll to the ground. The black stick shot out from the body and pierced into its body again. The two-headed troll wanted to use the same trick again. Seeing the two-headed troll's tail swinging towards the black stick again, Li Bufan looked anxious and raised his hand to shoot a black stick towards its tail. Its tail was affected by the black sticks and its direction was tilted, breaking several black sticks, but several black sticks remained intact. The essence of the two-headed troll began to flow into the Gadoo statue through the black stick. The two-headed troll roared unwillingly and raised its tail again. Li Bufan quickly shot out a black stick. Its tail was lifted up to mid-air and then fell down weakly. Li Bufan's face lit up with joy, thinking that this two-headed troll might be unable to revolving heaven. However, at this moment, the two-headed troll, whose body was about to shrivel, burst out with a dangerous aura. Yunishang looked anxious and said to him, Li Bufan, run, the two-headed troll is about to explode its core. Self-destruct. Fuck. Exchange. P. He took out a black knife and stabbed it into the tiny gap between the stones. Li Bufan was delighted to see that the black knife could be successfully inserted into the gap in the dome. Hey, it really works. He did the same thing, and circled along the crack in the brick, and a brick fell down. Yunishang outside jumped up excitedly and shouted, oh yeah, that's great. Bang, bang, bang. After cutting off a few bricks, there was enough space for one person to enter. Li Bufan stuck his head in and told us that the distance from the dome to the ground should be about 30 to 40 meters. Damn it, so high. Exchange. He returned to the two and asked them, do you two have any ropes? The height from the dome to the ground is estimated to be 30 or 40 meters. Su Shui shook her head, and Yunishang also shook her head without saying anything. You two don't have a rope, how can I get down? By the way, Su Shui, can't your innate shadow demon spider spit out spider silk? She said with an embarrassed look, my innate shadow demon spider's spider silk is just a skill. Hee, I didn't expect you to ask such a stupid question. Li Bufan said angrily, then can you teach me? Or do you have a rope? Otherwise, how can I get down? He couldn't help but miss Deodara's exploding bird once again, and secretly vowed to earn the points after the Abyss Secret Realm was over. I didn't, how should I know? Then what are you talking about? You, why are you speaking so rudely? He raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, I have a rougher side. Do you want to see it? Shameless. She simply turned her head and looked to the other side. At this point he could only use his shadow again and controlled it to jump directly into the cave. Shadow is still the best, invincible. After confirming that there was no danger below, he immediately switched places with his shadow. Outside, Yunishang saw Li Bufan disappear and said with a curled lip, Su Shui, this guy had a way to get down a long time ago. He just came here to squeeze us on purpose. Su Shui blinked and ignored Yunishang. Her mind was completely on her father. How could she have the time to care about what was happening between her and Li Bufan? After Li Bufan switched to the bottom of the dome, the surrounding walls immediately lit up, as if they were inlaid with luminous pearls. Yo, or an induction light. I wonder if electric lights were invented when this relic existed. He looked around and saw huge stone pillars standing all around. There were many strange beast patterns carved on the stone pillars, including a three-legged toad and a lion with 4 pairs of wings. He didn't recognize most of the beasts. The 2 golden stone pillars in the front are carved with mythical beasts such as dragons and phoenixes, and in front of these 2 stone pillars is a spiritual platform. There are hundreds of rotten spirit tablets placed above the altar, and the words on the tablets are completely invisible. So this is an ancestral hall, it's even protected by a formation. Exchange. Once again, they switched to the upper position. Yunishang said excitedly, Li Bufan, what's down there? I took a rough look and it looks like there's an ancestral hall down there. Ancestral hall. Li Bufan said innocently, is this my fault? You threw yourself at me. If someone didn't know, they would think you were so hungry. You are the one who is thirsty, get out. Recalling the scene just now, her cheeks felt hot as if she was in hot lava. Alright, it's all a misunderstanding. Stop fighting the two of you and think about what to do now. Humph, shameless villain. Shameless villain, you came here on your own initiative, so who is shameless? She was speechless for a moment and simply turned her back to him. Li Bufan then tried to calm the wild power in his body and calmed down to observe the environment in front of him. I just felt something was wrong. The secret rooms outside were all collapsing, and the walls were broken everywhere. Only the walls in the direction of the statue and the direction indicated by the pointer were intact. I can only take a gamble. I guess there must be something fishy here. Su Shui, let's keep digging forward. There was a sharp sword in her hand, and she knelt down to dig forward. Yunishang looked embarrassed. Not wanting to face Li Bufan, she knelt down towards Su Shui, sticking her butt out towards Li Bufan. Fuck, don't fart, otherwise you'll spray it all over my face. She turned around and said with contempt, you are so vulgar. Li Bufan grinned, believe it or not, I will give you 1,000 years of death. Don't blame me if I kill the wrong person. He said with a vigilant look, what do you want to do? Come here, I'll go in and take a look. Just get out of the way, why are you so fierce? She leaned sideways to allow Li Bufan to pass through, while Su Shui in front was already panting. Su Shui, let me do it. She stepped aside, and Li Bufan took out a black knife and began to dig. Irmaman haki, the soil in front was like tofu and was easily dug up. The hole became bigger and bigger, an ray of light came through. Yunishang and Su Shui were delighted, seeing hope of getting out. Seeing a way out, he raised his foot with difficulty and kicked forward. He kicked out a hole big enough for one person to pass through before he retracted his leg. The shadow time was still cooling down, so he could only go ahead alone to explore the way. I'll go out and see what's going on, Su Shui said with a worried look. Then you should be careful, rest assured. Yunishang pouted and murmured, shameless bastard, full of evil intentions, and you're still worried about him? I wish he were dead. Su Shui knew that she was just speaking in anger, so she covered her mouth and smiled softly. Li Bufan was in no mood to argue with her for the time being. He crawled out of the hole and what came into view looked like a natural cave. In the center of the cave is a sunken shallow pool of water, and in the middle of the pool is a small raised piece of land. There is a circle of giant vines growing on it, which are entwined and intertwined with each other. It grows all the way to the top of the cave and then spreads out along the top of the cave. The entire cave wall was covered with vines, and Yunishang and Su Shui also crawled out from the cracks. Hey, what is this place? Yunishang said puzzledly. Su Shui looked at the remaining spiritual liquid in the pool and asked, Nichang, what should we do with the remaining spiritual liquid? Hee, look at me. I saw a bottle of water in her hand, and then a small spoon. She reached out and gently scooped a small spoonful of spiritual liquid into the water bottle, shook it and said, here, this is it. It must be diluted before consumption. She took a sip from the bottle and then handed the bottle to Su Sui Hao. He immediately sat cross-legged and a wave of spiritual energy burst out from his body. It seemed that he had made a breakthrough. Seeing this, Su Shui was surprised. She looked at the bottle of water in her hand and took a sip. After handing it to Li Bufan, she sat cross-legged and began to practice. Seeing the two of them like this, Li Bufan licked his lips and looked extremely excited. He took a sip, but felt it was not enough, as his level was higher than both of them, so he took another big gulp. In an instant, he felt as if his danshin was about to explode, and incomparably strong spiritual energy filled the entire danshin. Boom! Danshin continued to expand, and Li Bufan successfully broke through to the Silver 9-star realm. However, the spiritual power in danshin is still extremely abundant, and a feeling of saturation comes from danshin again. Shit, I just broke through and haven't stabilized yet. Am I going to break through again? Continuous breakthroughs in realms can easily lead to an unstable foundation, which is why he would stabilize his realm first every time he breaks through. Without time to think, the spiritual power in his danshin gradually became saturated, and he hurriedly took out a P1 pill and swallowed it. Now the only thing he could do was to give it a try. After taking the P1 pill, the spiritual power in his danshin indeed calmed down a lot. But it was still slowly moving towards the golden realm. Li Bufan was a little anxious, but helpless. I didn't expect that just by drinking a big sip of diluted spiritual liquid, the spiritual power would be so strong. Before long, the danshin seemed to have doubled in size again, as if a flood had burst through a dam. Boom! Li Bufan once again broke through to the golden realm. He took another P1 pill, and the spiritual power in his danshin gradually calmed down. He felt a wet and sticky feeling on his upper body, accompanied by a slightly sour smell. Race this the impurities discharged from the body. When the level of cultivation reaches the golden stage, impurities will be expelled from the body. The fewer impurities in the body, the faster the body absorbs spiritual energy. Fortunately, this breakthrough was finally successful without any danger. Li Bufan glanced at his personal attributes in disbelief that he had broken through a great realm, but he had not awakened any new talents or skills. TM's impossible. Will tomb, border prison. Unexpectedly, after two shadows were split, another shadow was split. Three shadows? I said that breaking through a major realm would not be without any changes. At this time, Yunishang and Su Shui both woke up. Both of them looked extremely happy. Just a small sip of diluted spiritual liquid allowed both of them to break through a small realm. In addition, each of them received a small bottle of undiluted spiritual liquid, and both of them could not suppress the ecstasy in their hearts. Suddenly Su Shui wrinkled her nose, sniffed hard, and then covered her nose and said, "What's that smell? It's so stinky." Yunishang also smelled it, then she looked at Li Bufan and said with disgust, "Hey, why do you stink so badly?" Suddenly she thought of something, her eyes widened, and she said in amazement, "Li Bufan, have you broken through to the gold realm?" I accidentally broke through to the gold realm. Sigh. Why is the speed so slow? When Su Shui heard his words, she felt as if she was cast into a state of being frozen, her whole body becoming extremely stiff. Suddenly the entire cave was filled with light red mist. The vines in the cave absorbed the red mist crazily like sharks smelling blood. The three were so shocked by this strange scene that they didn't know what to do and had nowhere to go. They could only stand there and stare at this strange scene, their faces looking quite ugly. Yunisheng said hurriedly, Li Bufan, you need to think of a solution. What can I do? Let's just wait and see what happens. Just at this moment, the vines on the walls and ceiling of the cave began to wriggle as if they were alive. Oink oink, the vines quickly shrank downward toward the roots, and the three of them realized that this was definitely not a good thing. Li Bufan decided not to sit and wait for death, and suddenly a black knife appeared in his hand. Armament Haki. Armament Haki covered the black knife, and he slashed fiercely at the root of the vine. Suddenly a shrill cry was heard, and several vines were cut off, and strands of bright red liquid like blood flowed out. The three of them felt their scalps go numb instantly. Could this vine be alive? Seeing that the situation was not good, Yunisheng and Su Shui took out a weapon and chopped at the vines. In an instant, a shrill sound resounded throughout the cave, and the vines contracted faster. Bang! Due to the violent contraction, a hole was blown out at the root of the vine, and all the vines shrank into this hole. The three of them looked at each other and quickly retreated frantically. This vine was definitely a living thing. Wheel 2, Border Prison. Li Bufan wanted to send a shadow to see what was inside the cave. However, at this moment, a 4-petal red flower suddenly emerged from the cave entrance. Then a tree trunk as thick as a bucket slowly rose up. It had 2 eyes and a mouth on it, like a human face that you could vaguely tell it was a woman's face. As the trunk rises, a branch slowly appears on each side of the trunk, like arms. At the bottom of the trunk there are dozens of vines, like tree roots, and the whole appearance looks like a standing octopus. At this moment, a sharp man's voice was heard, and the face on the tree trunk actually began to speak. Her expression looked extremely ferocious, her eyes and mouth looked extremely inconsistent, and with the bunch of 4-petal red flowers on her head, she looked extremely funny. How dare you three steal my spiritual fluid, you deserve to die. Li Bufan was stunned when he heard its words. It could actually speak? High-level demon race. Yunisheng tugged at his clothes and whispered to Li Bufan, this looks like a demon heart ghost vine. It's not a high-level demon clan. The devil heart ghost vine is just an ordinary vine. It seems that these spiritual fluids have increased its strength, allowing it to open its spiritual intelligence. The vine on the opposite side stared at Yunisheng, showing a very humane look and said, haha, you are quite knowledgeable. Since you have stolen my spiritual fluid, leave your bodies as my nourishment. The demonic ghost vine's branch-like hands suddenly stretched out and became like the previous vines, attacking the three people at a high speed. Fire-style great fireball technique. A ball of fire sprayed towards the attacking vines, and the vines were immediately blocked by the fireball. The demon heart ghost vine's hands were like branches, and it seemed quite afraid of the fireball. Hey, you're afraid of fire. Exchange. Piso, this pink mist is a lustful poison. He also didn't know whether the detoxification pills given by the 5 colleges would be effective. Fuck, this is going to be a big deal. Yunisheng and Su Shui looked frightened with a hint of embarrassment, and they didn't even dare to look up at Li Bufan's eyes. And Yunisheng seemed to have known that this was a sex poison a long time ago. The surrounding snakehead vine seemed to have received orders and attacked the 3 people. Fire-style great fireball technique. Fire-style forced back some of the snakehead vines, and then rushed up one after another. Come closer to me. Yunisheng and Su Shui already knew what Li Bufan was going to do. He hugged their waists tightly. Shinra Tensei. All the snakehead vines that surrounded it were bounced away. Li Bufan, catch the leader first. Nonsense, of course I know, but if I go to deal with the devil heart ghost vine, what will you two do? Yunisheng said anxiously, just go ahead, we will protect ourselves. Li Bufan was speechless. The ghost spirit could hold out for a while, but how to deal with the aphrodisiac? He didn't know whether the detoxification pill would work, and what about Su Shui? Her innate shadow demon spider might not be able to deal with so many snakehead vines. As if she saw his worry, I will take good care of Su Shui. Okay, just in case, he left a shadow around the 2 of them so that they could provide support and retreat at any time. The red fog in the cave was getting darker and darker. It seemed that the poison had become more severe. Li Bufan was worried that if the red fog continued to deepen, the detoxification pills would be ineffective. Li Bufan used fire style to clear the way and rushed towards the demon heart demon vine. He was now a high-level armament haki and was not afraid of the demon heart demon vine at all. When the devil heart ghost vine saw Li Bufan rushing towards him, he gave a mocking look. It opens its mouth and shoots out wooden thorns instantly, which is somewhat similar to the wood style of Gadu's statue. He ignored the wooden thorns that shot towards him and continued running towards the demonic heart ghost vine. Idiot, how dare you underestimate my ghost thorn? Crack, crack. The ghost thorn shot at his body and broke directly, as fragile as an egg hitting a stone. Barbarians. Li Bufan grinned and said, guess. On the other side, after Li Bufan left, the snakehead vines attacked Yunisheng and Su Shui. I saw a wooden sign in Yunishang's hand, with some complicated patterns carved on it. Her spiritual power poured into the sign, and it instantly shone with light. She threw the wooden sign into the air, and a formation appeared that enveloped the two of them. Then she took out some spirit stones and placed them in the formation according to a certain pattern. The Devil Heart Ghost Vine saw the whole scene and looked extremely shocked. Formation card. Li Bufan was also extremely surprised that he didn't expect that Yunishang actually had such a treasure. Seeing that the two of them were temporarily safe, he felt relieved and focused on dealing with the Demon Heart Ghost Vine. As long as the Demon Heart Ghost Vine dies, the remaining snake head vines will surely cease to exist. Fire-style Great Fireball Technique. Fire-style sprayed the Demon Heart Ghost Vine, but unexpectedly, the vines under the trunk of the Demon Heart Ghost Vine actually moved like tentacles, causing the Demon Heart Ghost Vine to retreat repeatedly. Fuck, it can still move. He had always thought that the Devil Heart Ghost Vine grew on the ground and could not move. Li Bufan, how are you? Yunishang shouted at him anxiously while standing outside the red mist. Li Bufan resisted the urge to retreat, gritted his teeth and said, retreat quickly. As the red fog spread, Yunishang and Su Shui retreated again and again. However, this retreat can only delay the poisoning. The cave is so small that the red fog will spread throughout the cave sooner or later. Soon, the red mist spread to almost the entire cave, and the two were forced to retreat to the edge of the cave. Yunishang and Su Shui looked at each other. Perhaps they both realized what might happen next. Both of them were inexperienced, and faced with what was about to happen, a hint of panic appeared in their eyes. Su Shui reached out and held her hand. Yunishang calmed down and looked a little calmer. At the moment, neither of them had any solution. The wooden sign formation just now had shown that ordinary formations could not prevent the penetration of the red fog. Li Bufan sits cross-legged in the cave, meditating. He tried hard to suppress the primitive impulse in his heart, otherwise he would have taken all the detoxification pills. Moreover, he has broken through to the Golden Realm. I'm afraid he can't control himself at this moment. Suddenly he sensed two figures slowly walking towards him and opened his eyes. 10,000 words are omitted here. 2 days were really unbearable. Deleted content, can't pass. He stood up tremblingly and looked at the cave where the demonic heart ghost vine escaped. The entrance of the cave is large enough for one person to go down. He has no idea what the situation is down there, or where the Devil Heart Ghost Vine has escaped to. It seems that the Devil Heart Ghost Vine has been in this cave for many years. If there is a way out here, the Devil Heart Ghost Vine must know it. Su Shui didn't dare to look up. She glanced in the direction of Li Bufan and then buried her head deeply between her knees. Yunishang finally reacted. She was stunned and looked in disbelief, staring blankly at Li Bufan in front of her. After a while, her tears rolled down her cheeks. She felt extremely aggrieved and sobbed continuously. He spoke intermittently, you beast, you actually. Li Bufan raised his eyebrows and said, I'm a beast, then you're not a beast. Why don't you think carefully about what you did? No one of us will suffer any loss, and no one should say anything about anyone else. Yunishang tried hard to recall everything that had happened before, and scenes of shameful memories flooded into her mind. Her heart was beating so fast, she couldn't believe that she had done this. His face turned extremely red, he bit his lips with his teeth, and remained silent. Su Shui recalled what happened before and wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. Hey, how's it going? Did you remember anything? I never take the initiative, The words came to her lips, but she couldn't say them. What Li Bufan said was not wrong, but she felt extremely aggrieved in her heart, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Li Bufan chuckled and said, what do you mean by I? Do you still feel disadvantaged? At most I'll let you touch me a few more times, but you can't touch me there. Yunishang felt more and more embarrassed, and she stiffened her neck and said angrily, beast, get out of here. He turned his back and heard the rustling sound of two people getting dressed. A quarter of an hour later, he turned around and looked at Yunishang and Su Shui, only to see that both of them had a look of disgust on their faces. They seemed to be extremely uncomfortable with the taste of their saliva, but there was no place or water to wash, so they could only endure it. Yunishang frowned and said, this is so disgusting. Li Bufan raised his hands, put them in front of his nose and sniffed, grinning, no, it smells quite good, hee. You are shameless. The three of them had been honest with each other and there were no secrets between them anymore. Alright, I've touched what I should touch, and licked what I should lick, but you're still scolding me, I'm done with this. Su Shui's eyes flashed a hint of gloom, but she didn't say anything. Instead, Yunishang angrily said, shameless bastard, are you stopping here? Do you want to be irresponsible? He smiled lightly and said jokingly, oh, how to be responsible, you want to be with me, hee. Yunishang bit her lip, not daring to look him in the face, and hesitated for a long time, not knowing what to say. See, that's it, that you don't even want to be with me, right? You bastard. Alas, he sighed softly and said helplessly, stop scolding, let's get ready to go out. We also need to find Su Shui's father quickly. The two of them then walked up to Li Bufan, and Yunishang deliberately kept a distance of 3 or 4 meters from him. Looking at the cave in front of her, Su Shui still didn't dare to look him in the eye, and whispered, could this cave lead me to leave here? The Devil Heart Ghost Vine left here, so I think this cave can most likely be left here. Su Shui nodded, thinking that Li Bufen's analysis should be correct. Yunisheng was absent-minded, pouting her lips and saying nothing, and no one knew what she was thinking about. Wheel 2, Border Prison. The shadow jumped towards the cave entrance. Through the shadow's vision, Li Bufen found that the cave was about tens of meters deep. Whoever is jealous, go to hell. Su Shui smiled, slowly retracted the spider silk and carried Li Bufen towards the cave entrance. When he was almost at the cave entrance, he sensed the situation above and his face changed. When he reached the cave entrance, he grabbed the edge with one hand and jumped up, but the scene above made him unable to believe his eyes. There was actually a statue inside, and it was exactly the same as the previous one. The only difference is that the previous statue was kicked to the ground by Yunisheng, while the statue in front of him was intact. In addition, the previous statue's secret room has collapsed. There is no difference in this statue's secret room except for a hole in the wall in the direction the statue is looking. Su Shui stood there in a daze, eyes full of disbelief. She murmured, "How is this possible? Pull me up quickly." Yunisheng's anxious voice came from the bottom of the cave entrance. She stayed alone at the bottom of the cave, and the rotten and bloody smell emanating from the surrounding soil made her not want to stay there for even a second. Su Shui shot out a cluster of spider silk, which slowly pulled her up, and then she saw the situation in the secret room. She looked a little bewildered, then she swallowed and said in a hoarse voice, What's going on? Didn't the statue in this secret room fall down? Didn't it collapse?" Su Shui shook her head and stared at Li Bufen blankly. "It's not the same secret room, but two similar-looking secret rooms. Look at the hole in the wall. The wall of the previous statue's secret room was chopped out by me with a knife, but the hole in the wall of the secret room should have been made by the devil heart ghost bind. There is no trace of a knife cut. It seems to be true, but why is there an identical statue and secret room here?" The three of them were silent for a while. Li Bufen had been trying to sense whether there was anything different about this secret room, but he found nothing. "Speak up, I'm asking you a question." He pointed at himself and said, "Are you asking me?" Yunisheng said confidently, "Nonsense, who else should I ask if not you? How should I know? I'm not the author of 100,000 Whys. If you ask me, who should I ask?" She just pouted her lips and showed a look of disgust. Li Bufen finally understood the feeling that it is difficult to raise a woman with a mean streak. "Fortunately, I didn't take the final step towards her before, otherwise I would be in a lot of trouble now. There's nothing to find here, let's go into the cave and see what's going on." Su Shui nodded. Now the only clue might be this cave entrance. The three of them entered the cave one after another, and when they came out they were all dumbfounded. The scene before him was almost the same as the cave where the devil heart ghost vine was located. The only difference was that there were no vines or shallow pools of water in the cave. Instead, there was a golden world. The walls of the cave were golden, the ground was golden, and the entire cave seemed to be made of gold. In the center of the cave is a stone sculpture shaped like a tiger.